Chapter 1: The Invincible Man. Lonnie was concentrating on the pork bone soup dumplings in front of him. He ate very meticulously and carefully, sucking the juice at the bottom of the spoon cleanly with every bite, not leaving a trace of the leaking filling behind, as if he was not eating the handmade dumplings of the Shasian snacks, but the Buddha jumping over the wall or some other delicacies of the mountains and the sea. Watching Lon also eat. It's easy to conjure up two words: happiness. Perhaps his happiness in enjoying food has a strong infectious effect. The other customers in the store are a little absent-minded, their eyes skimming from time to time from Lonnie, and there are also people who look at the meal they just ordered in front of them in confusion, revealing a look of skepticism about their palate. The store door was suddenly pushed open. Surprisingly quiet store was immediately broken by the hustle and bustle of the street, accompanied by the hot summer wind outside. The person who entered the store looked around, and soon looked happy and locked in the chewing blue also. He took 3 steps and came to Lonnie, pulled out a chair and sat down. "Hello, Lonnie, my name is Gao Xing. Your life trajectory is as boring as recorded, otherwise you wouldn't have become invincible. Having just lost your job, being cheated on, being detained, having no family or friends, living alone, and being rumored of domestic violence and extortion and cyber violence, it's no wonder that when the Conquest space opens up later on, you'll be able to become Star Han's top spiritual energy cultivator." Gao Xing sked and surveyed the confused Lonnie, as if he had seen something rare. "Are you?" Lonnie put down his spoon, his eyesight shifted upwards. "He doesn't recognize me, great, he's just an ordinary working cowhorse now, not the blue madman who destroyed the world." Gao Xing exhaled a breath, the huge pressure instantly dispersed from his heart and was replaced by an uncontrollable excitement, knowing that what he was preparing to do now, there were thousands of people who would want to do it in the next few decades, but only he had this chance because he was a reborn person. A reborn person who had been reborn from the annihilating apocalypse of Lon also 20 years later. Unfortunately, time was too tight. The conditions didn't allow it either. Otherwise, Gao Xing really wanted to go and subdue Lonnie, or make Lonnie owe the Gao family a big favor. As far as the honest man Lonnie's current dilemma of being unemployed, being cyber violated, and possibly jailed was concerned, it seemed to Gao Xing that solving it would be a no-brainer. "I am your strong enemy in the future. You will become vicious in the future, commit heinous crimes, and be an unapologetic maniacal fiend. For you, killing is as natural as breathing, destroying lives is as simple as dressing and eating, and the whole world will bleed to death because of your justice. In half an hour, the Conquest space will be open to all mankind. If not for me, your first experience of the artificial god world, you would have gained great power, and upon your return, you would have started to create a series of tragic cases. That dog couple, the company that dismissed you without reason, the Her Power Vs who cyberstormed you, the temporary workers who were entrusted with the job, and even a pet dog will all become the targets of your revenge to vent your anger, and the rest of your life will be just as exciting and wonderful as a Netflix novel, and you'll rise to the top of the most powerful, dominating everything. I know this is outrageous, you won't believe it." Without waiting for Lonnie to react, Gao Xing pulled something out of his pocket and pointed it at him. It was a heavy pistol with a metallic luster. A knife battlesuit pulling out a gun was pure cheating behavior. Gao Xing could get a gun, but if it wasn't an extraordinary moment, he wouldn't light it up in public. Star Han's control of firearms, that is the degree of accidental injury toy guns. But it doesn't matter now. In another half hour, the Conquest space would open, and individual force would be quickly uplifted to the modernized level of destroying cities and breaking armies and killing nations, and by then all the old order would collapse. Lonnie, your future will be characterized by the commission of a multitude of crimes that include but are not limited to crimes against peace, crimes against humanity, crimes of extermination of non-human races, crimes against humanity, crimes of destruction of the artificial god realm, and crimes of persecution of the freedom of thought, of which your craziest crime will be the extermination of the world. I am fortunate enough to be reborn to this day and have a unique advantage, for the sake of countless lives in the future. Before you, the devil, grows up to be invincible, I'm going to strike you down here. Go to hell." His face couldn't help but flush with excitement. Gao Xing opened the safety and began to pull the trigger. He was going to rewrite the future and create history next. He would replace Lonnie as the sole true god of the new era. Gao Xing couldn't help but give a lurch in the next moment, his face instantly changing from flushed to pale. A cold iron pipe was pressed against the back of his head, and a cold, muffled voice came from behind him. "Put the gun down." Gao Xing saw the figure behind him from the reflection of the glass mirror of the small store. It was a team of heavily armed black uniformed soldiers, who like ghosts silently touched into the small store, easily controlled Gao Xing, and dropped his pistol from the underground workshop. What makes Gao Xing's heart chilling is that in the surprisingly quiet store, all the diners didn't scream, didn't clamor, didn't move around, didn't shoot video. No matter men, women, old or young, they were all calm, with their eyes gravely scanning the surroundings, as if a bullet would suddenly fly out from wherever they were. They all obviously had a duty to perform. This duty was related to Lan Yi. How did this happen? Where did it go wrong? Am I not the only one who was reborn? Damn it! What's the point of arresting me? Kill the devil Lan Yi first. Gao Xing's confusion went unanswered. The well-trained soldiers didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, facing the less cooperative Gao Xing, stuffing his mouth. 2 gun butts went down in one left and one right, dull and powerful smashing sounds rang out, and the young master of this smuggling family had instantly become honest and begged to be let go. Before being dragged away like a dead dog, Lan Yi was half speechless and half confused, shaking his head. Strong enemy? I don't even know who you are. And you said I'm invincible in the future? The truth is that it's not the future that's invincible, it's me. Lan also had the courage to say this. Even as he was saying this, the civilians in this area had already been evacuated long ago, and there were tons of weapons already aimed at his head. Compared to those, the pistol in Gao Xing's hand had just failed to even make Lan Yi feel threatened. Gao Xing, who had been used as a small stone to throw down, had been dragged down in a numb manner, and he would soon become an insignificant addition to the list of the many people who had disappeared in the past 24 hours. The ordinary Shasian snack bar has resumed its usual atmosphere. Lan also looked at his cell phone and raised the volume slightly. It's almost time. If you guys don't do it again, there should be no more chances in the future. Friendly reminder, if you use tactical nukes now, the probability of getting it is about 60%, don't you want to bet on it? Chapter 2: The Life Bush. Alas, our old friends, why come up to shout and kill? Mr. Blue, if you want a nuclear bomb, not to mention tactical nukes, is the big guy. I can completely on behalf of the above private initiative to send you a well. A burst of cheerful laughter rang out, the store deeper back kitchen out of 2 people. The leader of the 2 was in his mid-teens, full of vigor, with exceptionally bright eyes, smiling like a waiter, making people unconsciously feel the spring breeze, and feel the real intention from the other side, respect and friendship. The other person looks serene, ordinary, is thrown into the pile of people will instantly disappear, do not leave much of an impression of the ordinary youth. It just so happens that it's about time, and it would be really nice if I could help you out a little bit in the first artificial god realm trial. The middle-aged man walked up and made a gesture to pull out his walkie-talkie to give orders. With the enthusiasm of the man who came up and shoved a nuclear bomb as a gift, if there were any unknown bureaucrats here, they would definitely be scared to death and seriously wonder if the world had suddenly gone mad. Lan Yi, on the other hand, guffawed at this. Jining, why do you need to test me? Right now you're giving me I can't bring it into the artificial god realm, the spatial Dao art related life clusters, I didn't bring them back, I don't have a single life cluster on this body right now. If you can't trust your eyes, you should also trust Zhang Shoujing's white speech. Life plexus. It was an organ similar to a plexus, which could grant humans all sorts of incredible abilities. Before the descent of the Conquest space, the life plexus already existed in the human body, but for various reasons failed to play a role. Even if there are lucky people through instinct to make their own life plexus a little bit of the role, the effect is also extremely inconspicuous, and it is very easy to drown in the noisy and bustling daily life. Blue also mouth, Jining's eyes, as well as Zhang Shoujing's white speech, are fate clumps. The future is also widely known as Taoist organs. White speech, location brain, role, mind reading. He's not lying. Zhang Shoujing gazed earnestly at Lan Yi, nodding slightly after a moment. The not lying here didn't just mean that Lan Yi claimed that he didn't have a single life bush on him, it also meant that it was plausible that Lan Yi had just faced a tactical nuke with only 40% survival. Jining's pupils contracted slightly at the words, and with a warm and genial smile, he had a somewhat leathery smile for a certain moment, but it turned into a more sincere and frank look. Mr. Lan, you see, you've misunderstood again. I personally do have a little curiosity, but this will never affect our attitude towards our old friends. Our reputation, as the whole world has witnessed, as long as you have a request, is to pick the stars to pick the moon. We will try our best to meet. Compared to Lan Yi, who didn't mention anything, Jining was more hopeful that Lan Yi would mention something. Even if the request was outrageous, it was still better than not saying a word 20 years later and making it clear that the world was going to be destroyed. That kind of attitude of not even talking, blocking space and time to extinguish the world to the end, was how daunting it was to them, the Reborn. There was a 60% certainty that he could kill Lan Yi. Even if it meant dropping a tactical nuclear bomb on their heads, the price would be worth it in the eyes of Jining and Zhang Shoujing. But Ji Ning detected a hint of something wrong. Lan Yi, who clearly didn't have any traces of spiritual energy on his body, had been able to accurately judge all of their moves when they first met, detecting all of the directions that had locked onto his weapons. As the main cause that could lead to the rebirth of a large number of spirit energy cultivators, not to mention the success rate of 60%, even if it was 99%, no one would be willing to take a gamble on the fact that if they lost, the tragedy would repeat or even advance. Although he was playing along, there was one sentence that Ji Ning had said from the bottom of his heart. That was that they were old friends. Since they had a chance to start over again, why did they have to fight and make a scene? The world of the future was so vast, so rich in resources, and with as many powerful enemies as the stars in the sky, wouldn't it be better to be able to avoid many pits in advance? As for Gao Xing, this kind of brainwashed, in Xinghan is the minority of the minority. As for foreign countries, well, there have always been a lot of odd row species over there. Requirements no, trade I do have one. Lan also looked up at the time again. You've already paid, so I'll tell you what the deal is. So the multiple born. Lan Yi, who had been falsely accused by Cleavage Netstorm, had people who wanted to brush up on their goodwill. Ji Ning and the others had controlled a string of damn 10,000 times over guys with the fastest machine efficiency, and they were now each as good as dead, and Lan Yi was so satisfied with the way they handled the situation as well as the opportunity they had purposely left for themselves that he informed them of some important information in advance. Everyone's rebirth does have something to do with me. There are 3 conditions for rebirth. First, at least at the 5th energy level. Second, having at least 1 quantum organ on their body. Third, killed by my own hand. Why would you do that? Seeing a breakthrough, Ji Ning pressed his earpiece to ask a quick question. Life bush psychosis. Instead of answering bluntly, Lan Yi threw out a term that would only appear in the future and was becoming more and more popular. Life cluster psychosis. Due to the spiritual practitioners to transplant too much life bush to themselves and by the life bush erosion of the brain to produce hallucinations resulting in a life bush crazy, name of the disease, life bush crazy and madness will indiscriminately attack the life around them, regardless of the consequences of wreaking havoc, and often a life bush madman will be able to make an area of heavy losses. When Lan also destroyed the world without saying a word, many people wondered if he was having a fate cluster psychosis attack. Now it seemed that he had admitted it himself. It was just a bit unthinkable. After all, in the future, for those spiritual cultivators who truly stood at the top of the heap, not to say eradicating them, but there were definitely ways to minimize their risk to a negligible degree. Ji Ning and Zhang Shou were digesting this absurd answer. On the other side of their headsets, a comprehensive information processing team of over 200 of the best physicists, biologists, sociologists, psychologists, weapons experts, and other experts who had been urgently enlisted to participate in the top-secret project within 24 hours, as well as several old men who were as shy as gold, were similarly digesting this seemingly fantastic and bizarre, but in fact realistic, information. Their top priority was to analyze it. Does Lan Yi, this world-destroying devil, still have the tendency to continue destroying the world? When one is sick, blocking one's ears to cover others' mouths, and then persistently searching for the cause of the illness from others' bodies will only make one's illness worse. Lan Yi suddenly added a sentence. Ji Ning, who had been startled out of his thoughts, subconsciously inquired. Mr. Lan, who do you mean is sick? Everything that is full of hostility nowadays, as well as you guys. Lan Yi knew that even if he could do it again, the sickness still had to be resolved. Ji Ning subconsciously looked towards Zhang Shouzheng. Zhang Shouzheng then nodded slowly and painstakingly, a result that sent shivers down Ji Ning's spine. Chapter 3 Conquest Space Descends. The TV hanging in mid-air in the Shaxian snack bar was working diligently. The program on the TV was Adventure. A white-skinned bald explorer was crossing this place. On his way he watched a hunt of primitive people, the wild man's spear, save the fire, the feathers on the head, the coated picture of the blood of the people. These primitive people live a very free and joyful life. After the hunt is to mate, day after day and year after year. The bald explorer said with a strong sense of superiority as he took leave of this group of savages, they are indeed joyful and free, but unfortunately, just like their food and shelter, I, a civilized man out of the city, can't enjoy such freedom and joy. As these words rang out in the hall of the small store, Lan Yi looked down at the already cleanly eaten pork bone soup dumplings in front of him. $the same Y plus line forbidden. This Yum article Ka file LF5Y6 Kyo 60 ESWB equals C10EZ% at hashtag T3? 2T7FFLAQL75G0J, 2 at UF41P9QXD plus P2 hashtag FF02BGDR4L1S6, 2107IVX351QA, 86. 20 years. He was finally eating this familiar flavor again. No superhuman senses, no life-bush stimulation, the satisfaction and pleasure that could be generated by purely ordinary people's five senses stimulating their brains, primitive and unparalleled in the face of chemical bliss, but a flavor that haunted his own soul, and how he wanted to taste it again when he had the chance. Though one wonders who threw in the coin when the game was leading to a bad ending and nearly over. Asked if the game continues. Blue also answered with, of course, yes. Since someone has put in a coin, let's try to make a good ending. Inside the store, Lonnie was already waiting for the final countdown to the descent of the Conquest space, while on the outside side of the store, Jining and Zhang Shouzhen were in the middle of a heated argument. Why don't we fight for it anymore? He clearly doesn't resent our fight, and if we can secure his support, we can still make up for more regrets, fix more mistakes, and avoid more losses. Zhang Shouzhen couldn't understand why Jining had pulled himself out. There was only so much precious time left. He just watched TV. Jining said indifferently. He hasn't been watching TV, Zhang Shouzhen closed his mouth in mid-sentence. The fate clump, auxiliary brain, and AI have all disappeared, we've all become reckless and nonchalant, and we've fallen into the trap of chaotic probability again, so maybe in his eyes, we're just that group of primitives who drink blood. Jining, as if he had figured out something soothing, spread his hands and took off his headset. Those are uncivilized savages. Zhang Shouzhen subconsciously retorted. Yes, they are all uncivilized savages. In the future, the entire world is moving forward, by any means necessary. If we try to stay put just because we are reborn, then we are savages in Lan Yi's eyes. Zhang Shouzhen did not speak again. Since learning about the reborn and the drastic changes in the future, there was actually a considerable portion of people who wished that they could continue to maintain a posture of control over the Conquest space as well as spirit energy cultivators, for reasons that were more righteous than one and unimpeachable, and as for what each of them thought in their hearts. Zhang Shouzhen was having the urge to set off a great cleansing. Think openly, at least the biggest regret in the future, haven't we already redeemed half of it? Jining's attitude was very optimistic. The new era's greatest intentionality was Lan Yi. Especially after he started exterminating the world. Many people who accessed the files of Lan Yi's past were eager to travel back in time and space to rip off the heads of that group of pests and assholes and throw them into the cesspool. A good and gentle character of the hitman. How is it that you guys were forced to the point where you picked up a weapon to kill a lot of people? Letting other people live, is it that difficult? As long as completely understand why Lan also want to extinguish the world, the biggest regret in the future, even if the solution is almost. It's almost time. I'm also going to go prepare for my first trial in the artificial god realm. All work harder. Don't forget about American and Donyang embassies applications today. It's not just the Xinghan people who fulfill the conditions for rebirth. Jining patted Zhang Shouzhen's shoulder. The scorching hot winds of the summer blew non-stop. Prosperity, peace and tranquility, refinement and elegance were always the main theme of Magic City. The weather was sunny and cloudless, the skyscrapers were tall and the hustle and bustle of the city was as usual. However, the next moment, this beautiful daily scene was broken by the ear-piercing sound of the alarm. The sudden air raid siren was heard in just a few seconds, and the first thing the people of Xinghan heard was confusion. They were at a loss as to what to do with the long, whining air raid siren, and even those who knew about it thought it was a drill, not an air raid or the outbreak of a war. But soon, information from TV, cell phones, radio, computers and other sources proved that the sirens were not mistaken or drills. The world is a giant straw man, and the request for everyone to stop all activities and stay put is a seemingly simple but difficult request. Even with the reborn's warnings and advance arrangements, something like human beings inherently carry a huge amount of uncertainty, or else there wouldn't be so many accidents due to absurd and ridiculous reasons. Reminder after reminder, warning after warning, arrangement after arrangement, relentless bombardment of information. But even so prepared, the dramatic changes that were about to occur in 10 seconds would still cause many, many accidents. Any small thing, even just a muscle spasm in the arm for no reason, would be an extremely horrible disaster if it was put on all 8.4 billion people of mankind at the same time. Perhaps a worker on the upper floors of a construction site in Tianzhu is working on a project when a sudden disturbance causes him to lose his hand and send the rebar that he has just brought up whistling down hundreds of meters in the air. Maybe a truck driver on the American Florida Turnpike was driving smoothly when a sudden disturbance caused him to lose control of the steering wheel and spin it violently. Maybe a soldier on the front line of the ice castle was defusing a landmine for his unlucky teammate, and because of the sudden interference, his mind was violently shocked, and his originally steady hand suddenly trembled and detonated the detonator. 10, 9, 8. Lon also spent 3 seconds recalling the situation of his first artificial god realm experience, and he still remembered that the background of that artificial god realm was the modern era. 6, 5, 4. Because of the dimensional membrane quantum entanglement, that artificial god realm has many similarities with the story of a certain Simchian first, saving the world, self-improvement, and lifting up the arms of millions of people to respond in a group for a single goal. It is indeed unforgettable. 3, 2, 1. That world happened to have a fate cluster that he could use, and the progress of the combined fate chart should be able to move forward quickly. 2050, July 11th, Milky Way Galaxy, Orion arm of the first spinning cantilever, solar system, Earth. The Conquest space descended. As if breathing, as if drinking water, as if opening their eyes, everyone on Earth felt that they had an extra organ, and everything about this organ was so naturally loaded into the brain. Chapter 4, The Sick Man of East Asia? Over the past hundreds of thousands of years, mankind had looked up to the stars and had exclaimed that our journey was a sea of stars. Yet the universe was too big. So big that when mankind tried to cross the distances in unknowns measured in light years, the material carriers that had been finally pieced together within the solar system were empty and dense to the point of despair that made people powerless to fear. In the face of the astronomical unit that cannot be crossed even after several generations have spent their entire lives, the stars and the sea seem impractical, and it seems that the human beings on Earth, who carry the civilization of mountains and rivers and oceans, can only go around and around in the solar system, as if they were prisoners in a cage that cannot be freed. This situation may last for hundreds, thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Until a certain technological breakthrough. Or civilization is destroyed. This is an iron wall across the front. Human beings look upward endlessly, look downward endlessly, look to the left endlessly, look to the right is also endless. But the emergence of the Conquest space directly chiseled countless holes in this iron wall. Compared to the unattainable sea of stars, the dimensional ocean was directly glued to everyone's face. On the other side of the ocean was infinite matter. Infinite energy. Everyone in the world, even vegetarians, had a chance to accept the conscription of the Conquest space and go to the artificial god realm for a trial, and all the wealth and power gained from the trial belonged to you, and even if you failed the first trial and lost your qualification, it didn't matter, as long as you subsequently completed the life congregation cultivation, you could still continue to apply to the Conquest space to conduct the trial once again. It can be imagined. When such a chance to completely change one's life was in front of them, any person would have a longing welling up from the deepest part of their heart. This longing would directly drive 10 million order of magnitude humans to choose to enter the artificial god realm to undergo the trial on the first day that the Conquest space descended, and almost all of the 84 billion people around the globe experienced a marvelous journey to the otherworldly realm in a short period of 7 days. 84 billion people, those who completed the trial for the first time were not considered many, but there were always lucky ones, those with strength, and those who were prepared, who would quickly stand out, and in just a few months' time they would bring about drastic changes to the world, and become a pivotal and lethal force in the new era. As one of the 84 billion. Lan Yi's first artificial god realm trial was moderately difficult. He was not a lucky one, not a powerhouse, not a preparer. His entry into the artificial god realm was just the ruthlessness of a person who was already desperate and disillusioned, who had finally fought his way out, who had become ruthless and reckless with himself. Even in the first trial, his activated life plexus are because of the lack of cultivation method, body protection Taoism and not much role, instead, boxing and kicking kung fu, robust body became blue also at that time the foundation of the foothold, and at that time, there is a person for him like a teacher like a friend. This person was Hui Yuanjia. Artificial God World Time, 1909 AD. Immersed in the dream of the feudal rulers in the country, was the powers with 2 humiliating wars to wake up, a paper treaty humiliating the country, the amount of China's material resources, the not with the country's pleasure, the court was reduced to a foreigner knocking the marrow of the tool, the national self-esteem is scattered to the end. Star Han people are forced to recognize their own backwardness, and backwardness will be beaten. Being whipped. Unconsciously will take the whip of people hate or worship. And when faced with the ship-firm artillery, on behalf of the scientifically advanced, exalted to punish the foreigners, the people of the kingdom of heaven dream shattered, resulting in a serious psychological gap in the face of a lot of people with the whip. The choice is not hate, but to worship foreign fawning fanatical pursuit. Foreign guns, foreign fire, foreign ash, foreign tea, foreign cloth. No matter what, as long as the word with a foreign, that is a first-class good, hate themselves and their feet, but also become with the word foreign, shaking into an advanced civilization, into the scientific progress, into a human being. Even the once prevalent boxing religion, in front of this steep change in the atmosphere, have disappeared without a trace. Do not dare to easily say the word extinction of the foreign 2 words. at this time of the Pooh Sea. Because of the policy of mutual protection, not affected by the war, on the contrary, because of the priority protection of expatriates of the great powers, and greatly praised, became one of the largest coastal security city, and the Universal Anti-Smoking Association will further promote it to the international, and the Yangtze River above the flaunting iron gunboats, also happy to choose the city to stop and land, and in the meantime, to protect the expatriates of the property and security. In addition to the Universal Anti-Smoking meeting, Puhai now there is a pile of exciting national heart event. That is in the Happy Valley Ring above the defeat of the foreigners Hercules martial artist Hui Yuanjia, now to set up Jingmu Gymnastics Association, the country's decline and the end of the Qing dynasty shouted slogans, advocating martial arts, the study of sports, casting strong and resolute people of the country to practice martial arts to strengthen the body, in order to revitalize the country's fortunes. This is Blue, also the first artificial god world of trial background. 16 stores Kaitai Pier. Blue is also very eye-catching at the moment. In 1909, the average height in 164 centimeters or so, and the foreigners can come to China, regardless of the foreigners, whether Eastern or Western, most of them are well-bred, meat, eggs and milk enough, the height of the general to be higher than the oppression and exploitation of the people of the Star Han, serious malnutrition, ahead. Blue is 188 centimeters tall. And Blue also in the choice of trial, and did not accept the services of the war space, changed the body of the short hair shirt, so in the eyes of many thin-faced footgang drudgery, this is like a giant in general, dressed in foreign clothing. Blue also, is a big man they cannot mess with. Nearby the yellow car driver is the intention to come over to take passengers to earn a living, but look at the Blue also gazed at the slowly sailing past the warship when the color, this one individual elite have smelled a different atmosphere, some timid even simply pulled a yellow car left the pier. These creatures at the bottom of the food chain had a keen sense of smell. Lon was really not in a good mood right now. He had entered the artificial god realm at the wrong time. According to his memory, he should have descended on Jinmen a month before Hui Yuanjia's battle against Hercules, but now he was in Puhai, and the time had come on the eve of the establishment of the Jingmu Gymnastics Association. This should be the result of the dynamic balance difficulty of the conquest space. Your Excellency is so elegant, watching the ships on the river, and worried about the white man's battleships running rampant, that I can't help but rise up with the desire to make friends and talk about the future of the competition between the yellow race and the white race. I am Koichi Tasho, and I would like to ask you your honorable name. Dong Yang. After observing him for a few moments, a Toyo man who was shorter than Blue, but obviously stronger and taller than the laborers around him, came forward to talk to him. Apparently Tasho Hiroshi had mistakenly recognized Bluya, who was wearing a shirt and had an inch haircut instead of a whip cut, as a Dongyang man. The most important thing was, Lon also had the national temperament of a great nation rarely seen in Star Han people in this era. Lonnie glanced at Koichi Tasho without answering. Teizo Koichi, who was walking along the river with his female companion, immediately felt the pressure from the higher-ups, and instead of getting angry, he looked more respectful and used honorifics. Is Your Excellency disturbed by this group of East Asian sick men? I can disperse them all for you. Sick East Asians? Lonnie grinned, his teeth extraordinarily white and morose in the sunlight. Chapter 5, Taoism. You're a Chinaman? Lon also spoke Chinese, with a proper Tianjin accent, not the stiff pronunciation of Dongyang people who can't distinguish between R and L. Tasho Koichi's face turned blue like a chameleon, and his attitude instantly changed from respectful to disdainful and annoyed. So what if he's tall, handsome, and has an extraordinary demeanor? If the motherland is a waste, the people will naturally be despised as well. The fact that he had just been so respectful to a Chinaman would be laughed at by his peers if word got out in Pohei, especially since he had recently been desperate to integrate into the Oceanic Trade Club. That's right, I did just say the sick man of East Asia, but you are very tall, don't feel offended. The before and after attitudes were like two different people. Tadakoro Koichi's tone immediately became impatient, and his eyes towards Lon also looked a little bit unfavorable, but of course at the moment it was only a little bit unfavorable, because Lon also had short hair, a well-made shirt, and obviously studied abroad in speech, which made Tadakoro Koichi decide to probe a little bit before calculating. But the already offended Lonnie clearly did not have the idea of waiting a moment before making a decision. He slowly raised his hand and opened his 5 fingers to aim at this Dongyang man. This Tadakoro Koichi had a lot of balls, and Lonnie hadn't seen anyone so arrogant in front of him for a long time, so he was prepared to give him a thick burial. Almost instantly, Tasho Koichi's pupils contracted dramatically, while the Dongyang woman beside him opened her mouth wide in dismay. Not just them, but the footmen, cart drivers, gang members, inspectors, merchants, and foreigners who were coming and going near the pier all stared in disbelief, stopping the movements of their hands. Lan Yi's black inch hair changed in a flash into a demonic writhing snow-white Chinese hair. Fate cluster, Manhwa. Location, hair. Ability, fine as a spider's silk, sharp and incomparable, controlling magnetism and turning the fury, sealing and forbidding divine abilities. Manhwa is one of the 72 clusters required for the Fate map, 9 heavens in Yuan Bao Shu, and it is also Lan Yi's own clusters. With a sufficient supply of spiritual energy and knowledge of Taoism, Manhwa is sufficient to deal with most of the world's scenarios when used as a material for the performance of Taoist techniques. If driven by Lan Yi, it looked like a demonic god to 1909. With a slight movement of his fingers, a thin strand of white hair came spinning off into his palm, and this strand of white hair was automatically connected at the head and tail in no time, forming a high-speed rotating circle, and this white circle rotated steadily at high speeds, directly transforming into a mass of plasma superfluid, emitting a light that was comparable to the piercing rays of the sun in the middle of the day. Divine Heaven Peak Tao Art Palm Thunder. A certain artificial god realm sect leader's entry-level Tao art, at this moment, in Lan Yi's hands, it was magically modified and released, and its power was an exaggeration that showed a 1,000-fold increase. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt from the sky, rumbling. Everyone within a radius of 1,000 meters was physically incapacitated and paralyzed with fear. Their brains went blank, like frightened quails not knowing what to do. Dazzling white light flashed. The crowd's vision went through the process of extremely bright to extremely dark and then to normal, until they have tears in their eyes, struggling to see the next scene in front of them, but also directly from sitting to kneeling. Tadakoro Koichi stood intact. Lan also flicked his hand, then Tadakoro Koichi blew a breath. Phew! The moment before the second is still intact. Teizo Koichi instantly turned into a white flying ash, as in the comic book in the stone, and then weathering was blown away without a trace. This palm lightning did not even reach the arm holding his Dongyang woman. Dongyang woman directly burst out of the ear-piercing screams, panic jumped into the river. Lan was also very satisfied. Although he had lost a very large number of life clusters, and this body had only retained the basic spirit energy furnace, even his cultivation progress had been knocked back to the starting point, but that didn't stop him from casting high-powered Daojutsu, and the power of geomagnetism gave and took. Lei Gong has manifested. The Immortal has descended to Earth. Grandpa Louis Gong, please kill these foreign devils. Bless the Immortals, kill those. God open your eyes, God open your eyes. Thunder than any pretending to be a traveler Taoist priest cheating tricks are direct, than any godmother God Han curse means are direct extermination, not to mention in this era of ignorance, even in modern times there will be people shouting fairy, at the moment within 1,000 meters of a group of people directly kneeling, not only kneeling, but also kowtowing at a high frequency. They kowtow bang bang sound, kowtow head broken blood and flesh are there, many originally numb eyes, confused and helpless people instantly become frenzied. They hated it. The loss of power and humiliation. People like pigs and dogs. In their own land foreigners reign, not to mention robbed your family property, defiled your wife and daughter, even if it is killed no one can do justice. Even if you kill someone, no one can do justice. Those who can do justice have long since had their backbones broken and become a good dog that bites. Let's see what other Taoist arts are appropriate. Lan Yi ignored the voices around him that revered him like a god and looked at the ironclad ships that were already maneuvering and turning their guns on the river near the pier. Right now there weren't many divine heavenly peak Daojutsu that could be used to directly destroy the ship. Right. Let's use this one then. Lan Yi's complexion was delighted. The white hair that was swinging demonically once again fell off. This time the strands of white hair that fell off did not fall onto Lan Yi's hands, but were instead held up by the magnetic force and hovered behind his head. The white hairs were joined at the head and tail, and easily coalesced into a ring that began to form an even more complex circular structure. There are extremely thin layers of cavities in the ring. Each layer of cavities are controlled by the Manhwa magnetic turn brake, as if the energy crystals to maintain a strong electrical energy in the time of need as long as the control of the Manhwa to break the electromagnetic balance can be released. Using the spiritual energy of the basic spiritual energy furnace to pry the spiritual energy of light, fire, earth movement, landslide, electromagnetism and the stream of cosmic rays between heaven and earth is a necessary lesson for every spiritual energy practitioner. Electromagnetism does not discriminate. 99% of the phenomena in this world could be explained by electromagnetic force or magnetic field rotation. 2 thunderbolts split out from the crystal circle. One landed on the ground of the pier, shattering the masonry to reveal a steel bar. One landed in the river, instantly ionizing many water vapors. Instantaneous output power is currently too much for Manhwa to withstand, so let's use electrochemicals instead of electromagnetic propulsion. Anyway, there are no spiritual cultivators to interfere, and the leveling effect is more or less the same. Lonnie muttered, and his movements with his hands as an aid to maneuvering became faster. The steel bar was melted into a lychee-sized iron ball by the electric current through the high-resistance substance, and the ionized water vapor was further pressurized and heated by the electric current into a vortex shape that ran wildly towards the ionized state. Lon also even directly levitated in the air. White light flashes in his eyes. Blue also waved his hands. Instantly behind the circle of blue lightning flash, violet electromagnetic force was injected into the ionized state of water vapor outbreak to promote. The many iron balls fixed by the Manhwa electromagnetism soared towards the iron armor ship 1,000 meters away at 10 times the speed of sound. Southern Sacred Sect Tao Art Steel Armor Divine Thunder Pseudo. Chapter 6, Someone is Flying in the Sky. Wushin Pu Si, Kaitai Pier. There is running thunder coming from the west, streaming light for thousands of miles, breaking the ship in one blow. Destroy the enemy. Destroy the demons. 10 times the speed of sound, the steel armor divine thunder blasts out. The sonic boomwave bursts out, like an invisible hammer smashed hard on the air wall, shocked kneeling kowtowing people's eyes black, the nose is full of rich metal breath, as if being strangled by the throat is difficult to breathe. Many of the body has a dark disease, weak labor is simply a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Compared to the ironclad ship that had the bad luck of blood, just spitting blood is nothing at all. Above the monstrous river. In an instant, dozens of water columns nearly 300 meters high were pulled up. A water column below the obvious wave-like channel, these almost exposed the riverbed channel, the general depth of more than 10 meters, will be an ironclad divided surrounded by most of the ironclad's hull has been cut through. Some of them were even cut into two because of their small bodies. The river was filled with screams and wails. Ships on the Great Power's soldiers to withstand the violent bombardment, directly flying into the water, the body broken into pieces, countless people. Being disintegrated steel pierced into soaring blood water gourd, abound. And the next thing that happened for these wounded but not dead iron armor ship is the real disaster, was the steel armor god lightning shot exposed riverbed because of inertia maintained for a few seconds, then the vast river water began to flow back. Instant reflux of the river water for the structural damage to the ironclad, creating a horrible pressure difference. In front of this pressure difference, this era of ironclad and the softest and smoothest egg custard, there is not much difference between the river in front of the horrible pressure turned into a rigid body, easily shredded ironclad, ripped the human body. It was as if the water god was angry. Iron and steel wailed, the rapids roared. Dozens of battleships in front of the blue also, a snap of the fingers as ashes, all sunk along with the soldiers buried in the bottom of the river. The cruise ships that watched from afar were scrambling to get away from this place. This is the beginning of the moment. Lonnie proved one thing to all the onlookers, that is, he alone possesses the Taoist magic that can kill the force that the Empire relies on in this era. In other words, Lonnie, who possesses this power, will naturally become the god emperor of this rotten and declining empire. Everyone will respect him as if he were a god. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Even if Lon did not intentionally do anything to the people on the pier, when the steel armor divine thunderbolt was launched, most people's bodies still suffered different degrees of damage, and except for a very few fanatics, most people were already driven by instinct to run far away. Seeing the river surface, many former flaunted, shelling for fun of the Great Power's ironclad has been buried in the river low, many people immediately cried tears of joy. Happy ah! Can't wait to hiss loudly, can't wait to roar, can't wait to hammer the chest event. Suspended in mid-air, blue also slowly fell. Bang! Several bullets with vaguely red tips were stopped in front of him by the strong magnetic field woven by Manhwa, and Lonnie couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sight. He was in a good mood right now, too good to be true. There were actually experts? The ones who opened fire were a team of foreigner patrolmen. I don't know whether it was too stupid or too brave. After Blue also killed dozens of battleships, looking at the floating down, Blue also felt that there was an opportunity for them to think of the many gods and goddesses that had been killed by the foreign guns, actually aimed at the slowly falling. Blue also pulled the trigger. They immediately felt the raging malice from all directions. Swish! The Manhwa instantly extended across. But the distance of 200 meters, white hair instantly arrived. This group of tenant patrols have not reacted. The hands of the rifle was directly cut into pieces. After doing so, landing on the ground, Lon also maintained the glittering polygonal energy circle behind him, and without looking back strutted towards the city. They're yours. Lonnie dropped these words. This group of foreigner inspectors, not to mention in the concession, even outside, they had not been less powerful, raping and pillaging, and now that they had no guns at hand, and the Immortal Master had just given his word in person, and with the backing of the Immortal Master who had annihilated the iron armor ship, did they need to say more about what they were going to do? Steps fluttering, the whole person is like shrinking into an inch like forward blue also far can hear behind the vaguely venting roar and screams. The violence to give vent to animal desire. Just think that one day you may lose your violence and be reduced to a target of venting. The various imperial fleets on the Yangtze River that were protecting the property of expatriates and carrying out disciplinary actions were all wiped out in one day. This matter is just like a stone smashed into the pond. After setting off a wave, the subsequent disturbance, just like the whistling waves began to go to the north and south of the Yangtze River, domestic and foreign brewing fermentation. Pohei Universal Press Club. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of all. Today, I am grateful to all of you fellow martial artists who have been invited by Hua to participate in the Jingwu Gymnastics Association. Lead the country to educate the body, educate wisdom, educate morality. Only all compatriots' body, wisdom and morality together, my great China can re-establish in the world's national forest. Only national self-confidence can China self-confidence. On the stage, just like a generation of master style, recently became a symbol of national temperament and dignity. Hua Yuanjia is speaking, his words caused by the invitation to come to all kinds of Jianghu martial arts people's strong resonance. When they were practicing their fists and legs, foreign guns and cannons bent the spine of the nation. Holding a martial arts school passed down from their ancestors can only practice boxing and kicking, empty blood but cannot do anything. How sad it is. Beat Hercules Obi Yim. Hua Yuanjia today's words is to tell all the martial arts practitioners. Compared to the group of excited martial artists under the stage to participate in the Jingwu Gymnastics Association was established, ready to interview the news hot figures of foreign journalists, is to feel, the ancient Eastern lion is the old empire although is fallen, but there are still some afterglow of the spirit can be burned. As for whether this bit of afterglow can wake up the huge decaying body, that is an unknown. After all, there are ants want to eat the sleeping elephant. Divide the feast, will not wait for you to sleep and wake up and exercise before falling knife. Known Jin-sun listening to the side of the foreigner reporters undisguised, with superiority comments, calm color heart but a burst of gloom. Yes, hair small in efforts. He himself is also working hard. But still too slow, they have been standing still for too long, lagging behind too much. Now to catch up is not a simple thing. But it's even harder to go for it, not to do it would be the end of the country. Just as known Jin-sun silently clenched his fists, a rumbling sound came from the distance. What's that sound? Where are the cannons being fired? This distant rumbling sound caused the speech to be suspended. Known Jin-sun frowned and greeted Hua Yuanjia's disciple Lu Bing to go out and see what was going on. Lu Bing is a smart person, will see the opportunity to act. If there is really something big happening, will not be an accident. Lu Bing went out without a quarter of an hour's effort to run into the clubhouse panting. He could not smooth the gas as a big mouth exclaimed. The sky. Someone is flying in the sky. Immediately to us. Master, what should we do? Chapter 7 Immortal Master. Lan was also flying, floating to be precise. The Sanhua coalesced into a ring, absorbing heavenly and earthly magnetic chi, rotating the astral deities, forming the energy storage structure of spirit stones in certain artificial god realms, utilizing spiritual energy for the retracting and releasing cycle, and creating a counteracting magnetic field to support one's own levitation, which wasn't worth mentioning to a spiritual cultivator with a good reserve of knowledge of the Taoist arts. For the 9 heavens in Yuan Bao Shu, controlling the magnetism and turning the brake was a basic skill. Only when this basic skill was perfected could the hundreds of subsequent Tao arts, such as shooting thunder, invisible deity, Yuan magnetic light shield, ringing thunder shift, and so on, be practiced. Directly floating line of blue also, without the slightest intention of concealment, in front of the entire Puhai city to show his presence generously. He wants to further let everyone know their existence. If it was just flying in the sky. There may still be people who are skeptical, pondering whether the foreigners have come up with some kind of strange skills to fly up to the sky. But Lan was not just flying in the sky, behind him hovered a round wheel that was emitting blazing electric light. Along the way, when he flew over, a couple of unattractive foreigner inspectors were turned into roasted suckling pigs to tell everyone that the round wheel behind him was not a decoration. Flying in the sky, controlling thunder, with a wheel of light behind him. In most myths and legends, this image depicts the gods. One could imagine the extent of the sensation created by Lan Yi, who had flown all the way over. kneeling as many as hairs on the ground, gods, thunder god, immortal angels, and other excited cries, especially after his Taoist thunder method precisely split a few black-shot foreigners patrolmen dead, the cries immediately from excitement to frenzy. The people's heart is available, the people's power is available. The human and material resources of this city of over 1 million people underfoot would soon follow the orders of one person with unprecedented efficiency and loyalty, and that was Lan Yi's orders. Lan also did this on purpose. The ability to spread information in this era was so poor. The fastest was the telephone. If it was long distance, then it was the telegraph. Destroying warships, killing foreigners, this kind of thing will naturally have people to help spread, but not only is it too slow but also easy to be defined as a fist mess of pretending to be a god. Want to integrate the power that can be used faster, Lan also have to constantly show the saint in front of the people, and will be beyond the times of the power to show out. Thanks to this turbulent and war-torn era, there was plenty of stage for Lan to display his Taoist skills. Not long after, the unobstructed floating and moving Lan Yi had already seen the target of his trip from afar, the Universal Press Club. Who loved big news the most? Of course it was the reporters. What nonsense are you talking about? How can someone be flying in the sky? Nong Jin-sun got up and scolded. Did this Lu Bing commit hysteria? As Hui Yuanjia's disciple, if he was rumored to be suffering from hysteria at this time, it would definitely be an unwanted risk for Nong Jin-sun and the organization behind him, and the Jingwu Gymnastics Association might also suffer a loss of reputation as a result. That would be a waste of the arrangements they had made over the past 2 years. Mr. Nong, Master, I really didn't lie to you. There really is someone. Oh no, it's Grandpa Thunder. Grandpa Thunder is flying in the sky, grasping lightning to split people. There is a very bright and round. Hey! Behind him. Do not believe you go out to sea. Lu Bing is not like his big senior brother Chenjin, who has ink in his stomach and can go to study in Dongyang. He is a 5 big and thick martial artist. In the face of beyond the era beyond the cognitive things, he seemed incoherent. See cannot say can only heavy sigh stomping, urging everyone to go out to sea, as long as they eye to sea, will know whether he is talking nonsense. The scene in the clubhouse for a time some chaos. Quite a few reporters have been if you want to go first, if not invited here, but also a little professional conduct, they have long been chasing the news hotspot to go. There were soon prestigious people present who got up. Alright, it's not a good idea to all clamor here. Let's all go out and take a look at this Grandpa Lei Gong. Chen Shimei spoke aloud and took the lead to walk outside the clubhouse. Founded a newspaper, Foreign Studies, Knowledge and Action, and Nong Jin-sun in the organization for the empty words gradually into the implementation of the vanguard. Chen Zimei studied in Dongyang, has studied police, law and military science, can be described as knowledgeable, determined, for the Chinese ghosts and gods that is naturally do not believe. Not only do not believe but also quite disgusted. Because the theory of ghosts and gods is the foundation of the cult fist chaos, should be eradicated and eliminated. If there really are ghosts and gods, the Chinese land and not only to today's place of bloodshed and pain? Chen Shimei would like to see, this grandfather Lei Gong, cannot take a bullet. Go out, look up. Well. Just out of the clubhouse, Chen Zimei's hands shivered violently, more than 20 meters in front of him, about a dozen meters above the green lawn of the Universal Press Club. A figure carrying a round wheel of blazing electric light was relaxing and naturally hovering there like a cloud. This, what is this? Not to mention the Eastern Ocean, even in those Western science fiction novels, there is no such scene. Can't it be that there are really immortals in this world? The bottom of the people are how to think, descended here blue also do not care, he waved his hand, is from the Sanghua, in the fly out of a bright silver luster of the metal, the texture of the hard silver metal such as dough, in the blue also fell in the pace of the lotus flower, looks to be supporting him step by step to the ground. As soon as he landed on the ground, Lan Yi waved his hand once again. A lotus flower instantly transformed into a long sword without a handle, exactly the number of 12, slowly rotating along the round wheel at the back of his head. The environment here was good. It was also suitable for what Lan Yi was going to do next. The camera shutters in the hands of the reporters were almost smoking. Regardless of whether this person is an immortal or an alien, he is definitely a lock for the next day's front page headlines, and they can't wait to have a dozen more cameras and a dozen more tubes of film to shoot. Don't kill yourself to shoot. Master Hua, I have a great chance to bestow upon you. Scanning his eyes over a group of familiar and unfamiliar faces, finally landing on the one who had treated him best, Lan Yi's cold face only loosened. Hui Yuanjia was already at the forefront, and now that the Immortal had named a chance for him, the blazing sight assembled on him in an instant was enough to make a pot of cold water boil instantly. Chen Qimei's heartbeat was like thunder, and Nong Jinsuan's face showed concern. Dare to ask this? Immortal Master, what is the chance? Hui Yuanjia wondered why it was himself, but in the face of the apparently inhuman force still stiffly walked out 2 steps to arch his hand and ask. You are a martial artist, the chance is naturally martial arts. Lan Yi's other purpose was martial arts. Hearing that it was martial arts, the group of people who had converged had different expressions. Immortals granting martial arts. Put a few decades ago is indeed good, but nowadays guns and cannons are rampant. Immortal, you still want to teach martial arts? Is it possible that it is an old antique that ran out of the old forest in the deep mountains? But look at the clothes and appearance is not like The face of the crowd strange look. Blue also no nonsense, to the empty space behind him casually threw a punch. Rumble. Chapter 8 Giving Martial Arts. There is a familiar saying amongst martial artists. Thousands of gold can't buy you a single bang. If one could strike that dragon ridge in martial arts, it could be said that 1,000 pieces of gold could not be exchanged, even a wall could be blown down by it. It could be said that it was the limit of the combination of a martial artist's power, technique and strength. However, today, the immortal Master Lan, who descended from the sky, redefined that sound. This sound is like a walking scaly roar, like a cannon roar, a throw fist, like thunder rumble, smashed in the air on the ground is called masonry with cracks, soil into waves, blasted out of a diameter of 5 meters, the depth of more than a meter of the pit, radial puddle of mud between the waves of surging, a cadre of onlookers' nostrils full of earthy and metal flavor. Crackling gravel debris landed patted on the heads of the crowd, no one dared to move more than 1 point. Intuitively powerful. Intuitive transcendent manifestation. Not to mention people. If this punch landed on a train, I'm afraid it would also blow it apart on the spot. This is martial arts? Hui Yuanjia's eyes suddenly burst into flashes of light. This martial arts master only felt that heaven and earth suddenly broadened, vaguely captured what martial arts originally can be powerful to such a point. Once he was like a frog in a well, an ape in a mountain. Both the body and the mind are restricted. Now Blue also roughed these inherent cognitive thinking smashed, bluntly told the martial arts people from the north and south of the river, martial arts can actually be very strong to the extent that can be called the land of the immortals. Of course, this is martial arts. Lan Yi's voice was full of temptation, he didn't even need to induce much, almost everyone was breathing heavily at the moment, this chance, they wanted it too. After the descent of the Conquest space, there were 2 major orthodox Tao systems for the spirit energy cultivators who entered the artificial god realm to train. One was Taoism and the other was martial arts. Taoism was a cultivation system that used the life plexus as the foundation, knowledge as the framework, and spiritual energy as the energy source, and even if a spiritual cultivator had a low-realm cultivation, if he had enough knowledge and materials, he would still be able to create heaven-destroying and earth-destroying level Taoist techniques, especially in the information age of the information explosion. Martial arts, on the other hand, is a cultivation system that uses the innate one chi as the foundation, austerity as the fuel, and absolute will as the sword blade, and runs across the world of man, and a martial artist who completes the 3 phases of the Iman Fa is the exact opposite of the Taoist arts. It is a process of transforming from the virtual to the real, and can achieve wonders that even the Taoist arts can't easily arrive at. Innate one chi. The muscular structure that every human being, even every carbon-based life, possesses. Practicing martial arts is to exercise and stimulate the innate one chi through a special method, and finally to have all parts of one's body grown and penetrated by the innate one chi. However, the growth of innate chi requires the consumption of spiritual energy. If it was a world where spiritual energy could not be freely absorbed, such as the main world in the 1909 artificial god realm, no matter how hard a martial artist practiced, without any strange encounters, he or she would only be able to spin around in the range of strengthening the body for the rest of his or her life. If there was no spiritual vision, martial artists simply do not know the progress of their own cultivation, can only rely on the feeling, which for the requirements of the talent can be called perverse, and the requirements of the will is almost extreme. A very counterintuitive point. Spiritual practitioners of the 2 orthodox avenues, Taoism do not want qualifications, belongs to the cognitive world, mastery of the world, and martial arts need qualifications, because martial arts do not reason, as long as you believe in yourself. Of course, as a qualified spiritual energy cultivator, Taoism and martial arts are both practiced concurrently, and as much as possible, he builds himself up to have no weaknesses. Moreover, Taoist arts and martial arts were not conflicting in the first place, and were even complementary to each other. Obviously, Lan also practiced the 2 systems together, except that he was the main Taoist and supplemented with martial arts. In every second of time after entering the artificial god realm, Lan Yi, who appeared not to be practicing, was actually consuming spiritual energy to stimulate this primitively weak body, allowing the innate chi to spread quickly and steadily throughout his body. He had a unique advantage. The life cluster, Manhwa. Slimmer than spider silk, tougher than steel, not only could it conduct electricity, it could also effectively work in place of the nerve plexus in the body that could not be observed by the naked eye. Strands of Manhwa were weaving and wandering under the stimulation of psychic energy, releasing electrical energy to pair with martial arts techniques for the cultivation and adaptation of innate one chi. This was the advantage of the pre-existing self-contained spiritual energy furnace. The electrical energy crystals formed by Manhwa could in turn replenish the spiritual energy. There was an ample reserve of Taoist knowledge. Lan Yi could say that while standing still, he was also getting stronger every second. This was also why Lan Yi had tempted Jining and Zhang Shoujing to drop tactical nukes. If they had really thrown their weight behind dropping tactical nukes at that time, Lan Yi would definitely have been able to eat until he was full of spiritual energy in a short period of time, and it would still be extremely high-quality spiritual energy that was filled with all types of magnetic storms and gangs. Although the temptation had failed, there was no need to lament it. As long as Lan Yi completed the first trial of the artificial god realm, the main world's space labs, particle gas pedals, and large and small nuclear power plants, he had plenty of ways to transfer them for his own use. The two orthodox Tao systems. Martial realm, chi practice, god practice, and virtual practice. Tao realms, refining life clusters, cultivating heavenly palaces, creating star rivers, and building golden bridges. Realms are not necessarily equivalent to combat power, but they still have reference value. In fact, the spirit energy cultivators of the Shanha civilization are more used to using the 10 major energy levels when judging strength and weakness, and only when discussing the Tao will they use the practicing chi and practicing God, and refining fate cluster and cultivating heavenly palace. As for the cultivators of the oceanic civilization, they used a different set of terminology, which was not much different overall. Using the martial realm to evaluate. None of the martial artists in this world had reached the level of chi practicing. They belonged to the goods that could be suffocated to death by a volley of guns, not to mention the martial arts. However, this world is not without its secrets, so let's put that aside for now. Lan could also mass-produce chi practicing martial artists. Although there are no martial artists in this world who have reached chi practice, but in the aspect of mind and spirit will, martial artists such as Misty Master Hui Yuanjia, Archer Lu Baizaro, Gun King Quang Yimin, Divine Gun Li Shuwen, Sword Immortal Li Jinglin, and Tiger Head Xiaobao Sun Lutong, etc., as long as they are helped to break through chi practice, then they are completely capable of impacting chi practice in a short period of time. The body strength of a top chi practicing expert was no less than that of a rock, and a punch through a concrete wall would be a breeze. As for the great chi practitioners, they were ruthless characters who could blast away meters of fake mountains, run like a car, and react as fast as lightning. And god practitioner martial artists were even more terrifying. In the eyes of ordinary people, there was no difference between the mind and spirit means of a divine practitioner and a human immortal. Once a practicing god martial artist led a team, the land battles of this era were almost invincible. Lan also wanted to see, in the face of martial arts bending and overtaking, this era of foreigners have the courage to move forward to catch up, and scrupulous, defying all odds to move forward to catch up. The first person in this world to eat crabs in martial arts was Hui Yuanjia. In the sight of all the envious and jealous, Blue also directly commandeered the Universal Press Club to start giving martial arts. The scene of the bestowal of martial arts was 100 million points scary. Hui Yuanjia, according to the requirements of natural standing, just stood firm. Instantly 10 million strands of Manhwa suddenly pierced its body up and down. A steady stream of spiritual energy began to inject, large-scale transformation of the foundation of martial arts, innate chi. Chapter 9. Accurate or not? A strand of Manhwa was about 1/15 the thickness of a strand of hair. As a cultivated and accomplished life bush, it was not a hair without sentience, but a Taoist organ that was more flexible than a finger and more sensitive than a finger. Sharp, tough, and able to be manipulated and changed at will, it can also release psychic energy, effectively weave through, and stabilize and stop bleeding. Manhwa is also the best surgical instrument. The scene of 10 million strands of Manhwa piercing into the human body at the same time can be described as thrilling. The slightest mishap, Hui Yuanjia will instantly be cut into thousands of pieces by the sharp white hair, or by the sudden loss of control of the spiritual energy directly burned to a charcoal, which can be considered a huge test for the operator. Accuracy was the difference between slaughter and surgery. Even the current Lan Yi couldn't help but be a bit more serious, lest he get his past benefactor killed. He wasn't the kind of lord who took revenge to the point of breaking his family's heart in return for favors. Anymore. Huayuanjia, as the benchmark of martial arts in the artificial god realm 1909, the success or otherwise of the bestowal of martial arts will, to a large extent, also affect the subsequent arrangements of Lan also. He was accustomed to boldly transforming an artificial god realm for his own use. Lan also had no intention of cowering and tying his hands. This was also the style of most spiritual cultivators in the future, especially when the two factions of cultivators from the river civilization and the ocean civilization were competing fiercely in opening up a regimental warfare mode, and thousands of artificial god realms were being used to forcibly change and transform a civilization. That would be the time to test the resilience and will of the cultivators of the two major civilizations. Following the nerve plexus and blood vessels, Manhwa drilled into Huayuanjia's torso. Various data, such as body temperature, heart rate, blood pressure, lung function, innate aura fitness, the speed of the five senses feedback, and whether the life plexus existed or not all quickly fed back into Lan Yi's brain. Huayuanjia's body was very healthy. Even if a poison like arsenic was consumed, he wouldn't be able to die for a while. Some of the secret injuries and hidden illnesses left behind by excessive exercise and fighting in the ring didn't escape Lan Yi's inspection, and combined with the several martial arts techniques that remained in Lan Yi's memory, he soon had a solid plan for the fastest way to elevate Huayuanjia to the great perfection of qi practicing, and a piece of introductory stance titled, Vermilion Loathing Treading on the Mountains, was sent along with the vibrations of the Manhwa to Huayuanjia's ears. Vermilion Loath, when you see it, the world moves its swords. It's rather fitting for what I'm going to do next. Since I've already become an immortal master, it's good to utilize this identity to the fullest. Lan Yi followed the steps as if he was building a model, and the Manhwa, which was a silvery white luster in the room, began to glow amidst the crowd's suppressed exclamations of surprise, and its brightness was rapidly increasing. This was the accelerated injection of spiritual energy. The Manhwa tried to avoid the pain nerves as much as possible, destroying the original tissues while filling it with innate qi at the level of practicing qi de chang. Even though Lan was intent on controlling it, Huayuanjia was still constantly emitting muffled grunts of pain after the brightness of his white hair gradually pierced his eyes. Even if Nong Jinsun, Chen Shimei's stream of unknown onlookers, but also able to feel that the bestowal of martial arts has come to a critical moment, that is not nervous is impossible. Expel the Tartars, revitalize China, 10,000 barbarians submit. The four directions come to the court. All the humiliating loss of the divine state empire may really have hope in their hands to get all back. Not to mention the history of the world, that would be a great honor for the founding of the country. Which Singanese can refuse this honor that has been handed down since the beginning of time? As for those foreign journalists, they were equally nervous. This was an even more incredible change than the Industrial Revolution. The world might open up another path of competition in addition to technology, and they were now in the midst of this historic moment. Brother Jinsun, Immortal Master Lan Yi scares me. Behind the crowd, Chen Shimei suddenly spoke up. What makes you say that, Brother Chimei? Nong Jinsun drew back his attention to his eyes in disbelief. Instead of answering, Chen Shimei sent a scroll of paper to Nong Jinsun. This is his eyes in the governor's office of the two rivers, as well as the 3 religions and 9 people sent to the meeting of the intelligence. The content of the intelligence is very magical. If it is not blue also in front of the eyes, Chen Shimei will absolutely scold hysteria attack, unrealistic. The contents of the intelligence were even more outrageous than Emperor Guanwu's meteorite summoning. There were immortals with thunder in their hands, sinking all the dozens of iron armor ships of the great powers on the Yangtze River, with none of the warship's officers or soldiers spared. Is this true? Nong Jin's sunglasses almost shook off the bridge of his nose. It should be true. Jingxiong and Huanqing have already departed for Puhai. Dazun is ready to end his activities in Dongyang ahead of schedule, and they are all here to meet with the Immortal Master in person, expounding on the pros and cons and pleading with the Immortal Master. Speaking here, Chen Shimei felt absurd and couldn't help but dryly laugh twice. I'm afraid they all underestimated the means and ambition of the Immortal Master. If the future martial arts masters all have the ability to sink ironclads like the Immortal Master, no, as long as they cannot be afraid of the foreign guns, then the good days of the foreigners will come to an end. The Immortal Master is wanting the foreigners to die out. Nong Jin's son hit the nail on the head. Suppose that the menopausal old demoness had the courage to declare war. Then in the future they would have the capital to declare war. Not good. If this matter is true, I'm only afraid that the imperial court and the foreigners will now come to take people. Nong Jin's son frowned. It wasn't that he was afraid that Lan Yi would be taken into custody and shot. Rather, he was afraid that Lan Yi would go on a killing spree. When immortals fought, mortals suffered. The power of a ship's cannon would be an absolute disaster when it landed in the city. And the means of the immortal master who was able to sink the iron-armored ship, at that time, if the immortal master was angered and directly killed a bloodbath in the city, wouldn't it be a disaster for the innocents? If too many people died, they wouldn't be able to wash the ground even if they wanted to. Jinsun brother overthinks, only afraid that the governor of the two rivers is now unable to take care of himself. As for the foreigners, Chen Shimei sneered. The court is afraid of friendly surprise. I, another spine is not broken, cannot be afraid. I cannot wait for the foreigners to come and censure together to clean up there. Mentioning the foreigners, Chen Shimei and Nong Jinsun both have bloodshot eyes. Cession and reparations, loss of power and humiliation of the country. These are not to mention, alone the foreigners sent troops to fight over, those rape and pillage, slaughter and arson, all kinds of tragedy. Anyone a little bloodstar Han people here are red eyes, angry hair, hate to eat their meat, drink their blood, sleep their skin. Without power, they could only hold their breath. Looking towards Sui Yuanjia, whose muffled grunts of pain gradually transformed into powerful exhales and whose heartbeat was like a flood of bells, Chen Shimei felt that the odds were that they would soon not have to hold their breath. Roar! The Manhwa electricity was bright to the point of blinding, and Hui Yuanjia's roar and fury like that of a ferocious beast erupted into waves of powerful wind and air that were visible to the naked eye in the wide lecture hall. Just as Chen Shimei had predicted. Puhai, the former site of Han Wangfu, the Two Rivers governor's office. At this moment, the governor of the Two Rivers Zhang Ji has been numb. He took office as governor of the Two Rivers less than a month. The sky was suddenly pierced, the foreigner's side of the fast crazy. This pragmatic and capable, dignified and old-fashioned, called the important minister of the gentleman, at the moment sweating, do not know what to do. Chapter 10, Anxious. Governor of the Two Rivers, the position is very important. As a Chinese minister to sit on this position, Zhang Ji, in addition to the ability to do practical things, can be framed a little bit of the declining court. More importantly, he has always been upright and rigorous, treacherous and evil. Small fear, even if it is generally suffering from xenophobia in the atmosphere of the country dynasty, he can still not be humble and reason argument. To win the respect of others, the first thing you have to respect yourself. The foreign governor had come all the way from Shangjiang to pay a visit to Zhang Ji, and his wife also paid a visit to Mrs. Zhang at the same time. Such decent diplomacy, which was absolutely unbelievable at that time. Well, since you're so capable, the foreigners are treating you with courtesy. Then the governor of the Two Rivers, this frequent and foreigners deal with, often have to be a grandson. The probability of not a person inside and outside of the border official position will be given to you. In the position of governor of Liangjiang, Zhang Ji, conscientious, has not slacked off, both to take care of the face of the court, defending the dignity, but also to grasp the right balance, to avoid trespassing on the border provocation. Difficulty, but good luck, for the country, for the people to do a lot of practical things, but also did not provoke the foreigners to make a big fuss, is considered who can afford it. Do so well on it. If you do, even better. As a Han courtiers, maybe one day the court think you have foot disease, directly sent you back home to recuperate. That glass ceiling can't be seen, but it's always there, across all the officials. Zhang Ji's luck has come to an end today. When the Yangtze River, many of the foreigners' ironclad was sunk news urgently into the governor's office, suddenly up Zhang Ji only feel a black eye, chest to choke, and sat back. The foreigners' ironclad was sunk? Who did it? What? It wasn't the sailors of the Two Rivers and the two Guangzhous didn't move. On those few broken ships, really, in the foreigners' ironclad open stance against the bombardment, this will send in the urgent news should be, the sailors were wiped out, killing the foreigners should come over to talk about the treaty and security. What? Not the court sailors did? Can it be that the foreigners infighting? Zhang Ji's face like ashes recovered a little. Frightened after sending people to inquire about, waiting for news, and the speculation cannot help but sigh heavily. 2 years ago in Liaodong, two tigers, as the host family in the face of rough blood bowl but forced to be neutral, this is how powerless and incompetent. It is hard not to believe that such a thing is going to repeat itself here today. Zhang Ji originally wanted to leave the governor's office to personally go to investigate. However, at this moment, people are in a state of panic. I'm afraid that if he leaves the governor's office is going to have an attack of oceanophobia. Zhang Ji soon got another good news. The murderer who sank the foreigner's ironclad ship is an immortal. The immortal flew towards the city. The foreigner can't blame us. Ridiculous. You take this official as a little cute. Are you fooling me? Immortal? I think you guys are obsessed and want to hook up with the remaining Red Lotus again. In the face of the roar of the governor of the two rivers, a cadre of officials trembling, especially the upper official, a good big hat buckled down, no one dared to say anything, can be said to be silent. Zhang Ji, heart of the evil fire vent most of the half, calm down after a wave of the hand and then probe again and again check. Prepare to call the foreign ministers and governors of the rented world to explore the wind, and then think about today's trouble that pierced the sky, how to submit up. It is hard not to own the hall of the governor of the two rivers. Really want to be incompetent to use the immortal to say not? 2 hours later. Looking at the hand ready to give the telegram to Tianjing, it is written white-haired Immortal out, driving thunder, sinking the foreigners' warships. In other words, Zhang Ji cannot help but fall into a deep silence. Lord, send it. Next to a staffer persuaded. But Zhang Ji tangled. My lord, the foreigners have said that it is not our business, it is that Immortal who did it, and we are not a crow that caws indiscriminately. The staffer persuaded again. As long as the foreigners don't go crazy and use their troops against the court, even if this telegram is ridiculous, it's not so bad that it will be treated as a crow that unveils a scourge. Zhang Ji still shook his head, the telegram in his hand as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Ruishing, old me is now also know the age of life. I guess there are not a few years to live. This dying thought is not to be ashamed of the sky, not to be ashamed of the ground. As a clan member, Zhang Ruishing nodded his head in recognition, and his expression could not help but be serious and respectful. This clan brother of his is truly a gentleman. Old me, this telegram goes up. I'm afraid to fall into the comment of powerlessness and incompetence. If it's just that, it's just that. I'm afraid that the courtside thinks that I'm hysterical. Don't listen to the unbelief. Miss this only good opportunity, and even help the evil. At that time when the Immortal is furious, there are a few heads in our dynasty that can withstand the ironclad ships. Zhang Ji was worried about this. Eating the king's salary, being loyal to the king. After many verifications, arriving at the scene, field investigation, and personal visits, Zhang Ji had to admit that the Immortals are real. The people of the city plus the foreigners and the rental community all saw it. It can't be faked. Since it is true, this Immortal is still so fierce, then this is a heavenly opportunity. If the Immortal can enter the dynasty as a national teacher, with its power, will be able to sweep the decline, revitalize the national prestige, deter barbarians. In that case, this telegram can be withheld for the time being. Zhang Ruishing eyes turned proposed. Oh? Zhang Ji's eyes raised. Does your honor think that the foreigners can win? Difficult. If the foreigners were sure, they wouldn't have asked Zhang Ji to fully assist and capture the attackers. Then does your excellency think the Immortals can win? Well, it's also difficult. The fear of the foreigners could not be cured overnight, and the might of the foreigners was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. Zhang Ruishing spread his two hands. No matter who wins, the court is certainly not win. Immortal cannot win. He is not immortal, he is really immortal. Then a sentence can be more useful than the telegraph in our hands. It is also more useful than the jade seal. Even from the point of view of jurisprudence, the Immortal is equivalent to the sky. The Son of Heaven is the Son of God, the old man educating his son, better than the foreigners mutilating his son, right? Zhang Ji sniffed a deep look at the clan brother, has always been his clan brother and known Jinsun and the stream of deep personal friendship. Now the intention has been too lazy to cover up. That Immortal is finally landed in the Universal Press Club. This also happens to be Jingwu Gymnastics will be established. Just when Zhang Ji thinking, a call came into the office of the governor's office. Zhang Ruishing waited for a while before he was up to pick up the phone. A few moments later, Zhang Ruisheng hung up the phone. This always humble and introverted staff member's voice overflowed with a hint of excitement. They're in a hurry. It's useless to transfer the guns. Guns. Useless. Next they're going to transfer the guns. Ships. Alright, stop it, I'm not feeling well, I need to go to bed to recuperate, don't let anyone disturb me. Zhang Ji decisively interrupted Zhang Ruishing, then he got up and walked towards the back hall with a somewhat depressed figure. I do not know whether it is intentional or unintentional. On behalf of the identity of the governor of the two rivers, Zhang Ji left on the desk. Zhang Ruishing face does not change the color of the seal into the sleeve, and then left the governor's office. To the Yangtze River Division resident hoofed it. Chapter 11 Practicing God. The berserk strength that could blast away 3 tons of fake mountains, the outburst of being able to chisel through a double-layered concrete brick wall with a single punch, the ability to detect the vast majority of wind and grass movements with a quiet mind within 30 meters, the ability to run faster than a sedan with full force, and the full coverage of the body with the innate one-chi of the great perfection of practicing spirit being able to deflect pistol bullets without any injuries. Such horrifying statistics were gathered in the body of a martial artist. This martial artist not only had outstanding will and rich experience in killing, but he had also been fighting in the ring with a life and death contract since he was 20 years old, and had experienced countless great storms. In the world of Artificial God Realm 1909, such an existence could be called the reincarnation of Xiang Wang, and was known as Invincible. Such a ferocious martial artist, even when facing a team of heavily armed lined-up soldiers in an open field, with his bare hands, he could predict the trajectory of most of the bullets, determine the timing of pulling the trigger, and easily run away to lure in the empty gun, and then it would be a one-sided massacre of a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No doubt about it. From an ordinary man's point of view, this is beyond mortal. Beyond mortal, just so? Blue also spent energy and valuable spiritual energy to give him the use of true martial arts. Zhu anxious treading mountains, as well as itself has a firm belief in Huayuanjia, was put into the blood to enhance up. The role is only used to deal with a team of miscellaneous fish-armed soldiers. So simple? Sitting on the podium of the lecture hall, Lan also closed his eyes and rested his mind. Manhwa has constructed 2 circles behind him, like the immortal Swagai divine light emitting blazing white and blue electricity. The idle people had all been cleared out. In this spacious space, hundreds of sheets of white paper floated in front of Lani, and in front of each sheet of white paper there were a few strands of Manhwa, steadily releasing electrical energy, burning the white paper with lines of fly head script. From afar, the sound of gunshots, whose appearance was like raining firecrackers, stopped. About a quarter of an hour later, a figure silently scurried into the lecture hall like a mountain stream ape. After practicing Qi to a great extent as practicing fist to transform the brain, the mind is like an ape, like a demon or a devil. It can both stop the water in a clear mirror and set off shocking waves. Lan also didn't open his eyes as he pointed one hand toward the front. Rumble. A sudden thunderstorm rose in the chamber. An electric snake that only life could accept to perceive wreaked havoc and danced wildly, biting into the ape in the blink of an eye. Like a hidden mountain forest, easily overlooked and ignored, Huayuanjia dropped out violently from his unique state in the next moment. You said it was fake, but I was really struck by lightning. Huayuanjia raised his hand, his arm clearly had charred black scars from being burned by the lightning. What's the difference between real and fake if you can't tell the difference between real and fake? Lan Yi's eyes opened to a silver white, and in his eyeballs was the Manhwa that had been smoothly embedded and transformed into a lotus circuit. The electricity of the Tao and the martial artist's mind reflected in unison. 9 heavens in Yuan Bao Shu, curing Tao art, colorless eyes has been cultivated. Curing Taoist art. And Palm Thunder, this instant casting instant release Daojitsu is different. Curing Daojitsu refers to Daojitsu loaded on the body. Both can be invoked at any time and anywhere, such as colorless eyes, as long as the spiritual energy supply and Manhwa loss is guaranteed, then it is equivalent to perpetual motion Daojitsu. Spiritual cultivators directly more than one passive skill. Colorless eyes, see through color. This Tao art not only provided spiritual energy vision, allowing spiritual energy cultivators to intuitively see all types of spiritual energy. In addition, it could also break through many illusions and gain insight into external demons. At the moment in Lan Yi's spiritual energy vision, Huayuanjia's entire body is covered in orange-colored innate one Qi. Even the brain and lower yin have been successfully covered. The innate one Qi radiates outward very regularly, like a furnace burning slowly and powerfully and steadily. Practicing Qi was a great success, and had begun to move towards practicing God. What do I have to do to be like you just were, Immortal Master, and release a mind bombardment that makes it impossible to tell truth from fiction? Huayuanjia attempted to throw a punch, and the air exploded from the punch. The air burst, but no supernatural phenomenon occurred. Huayuanjia hadn't yet mastered practicing divine power. Follow your heart in water. Lan also cut off his spiritual energy, his eyes gradually returned to their normal state, and the lotus circuit converged in his pupils, leaving only a faint white shadow. This is the Vermilion Loath treading on the mountains, practicing God chapter. When you achieve the eye phase, the mind and spirit techniques within will be ready to be practiced. A few wisps of white hair handed the already composed true martial arts to Huayuanjia. Such a great gift. Huayuanjia hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say, Immortal Master, have we met before? Met. Lan also nodded. At that time, he was hungry and cold, and because his eyes weren't polite enough, he had his ribs broken by a Dongyang Ronin, and with Manhwa having no cultivation method, he had almost become a fresh corpse on the side of the road. It was Huayuanjia who saved him. Lani didn't say more. Huayuanjia didn't pursue. This martial arts master was obviously much more at ease. He took over the true power and said, Immortal Master, just now came dozens of rent patrols, all of which were driven away by me. Huayuanjia's tone couldn't help but rise. Dozens of inspectors, and all of them with guns. These patrolmen naturally came to arrest the key criminal Lan Yi on his luxurious battle today. It was enough to make the foreigners gnash their teeth and hate to give him a death by 1,000 cuts. Hua Yuanjia never dreamed that he could actually one day easily put them all down by himself. The aiming and trigger pulling of those patrolmen was just too slow as cotton spinning to the ground. They'll come back again. Lan Yi knew very well what the virtues of the foreigners in this era were. Hua Yuanjia had only driven them all away, not killed them all, and the disgraced foreigner inspectors would definitely bring more people, more guns, and even pull guns over. In the concession, there is a foreigner garrison. Hua Yuanjia is not a cutie pie. And he could figure out that the foreigners would be madly retaliating back. Immortal Master, why don't you move first? There's no need, kill as many as they come behind. Lan Yi's voice was chilling. Master Hua, tell the martial artists outside to line up and come in if they want to be bestowed martial arts. To deal with the foreigner patrols in the concession, to deal with the foreigner army, and even to take control of the city and quickly gather manpower and material resources for their own use, then they definitely couldn't just rely on themselves and Hua Yuanjia. The general martial artist to raise to practice Qi, Hua Yuanjia, this kind of patriarch to raise to practice Qi into a big success, spawned practice god martial artist. Lan was also not afraid of the martial artist getting out of control. Ordinary eating could not satisfy the drastic consumption of Qi practicing martial artists. They wanted to cultivate and fight persistently. The only source of spiritual energy was Lan Yi's Sanhua supplement. Honor Immortal Master's order. Hua Yuanjia bowed. Tell them that if they want to be bestowed martial arts, first cut the braid behind their heads. Lan Yi looked at the braids with disdain, and he had been embarrassed in the past because of them. Hua Yuanjia was stunned at his words. This request. It is a naked rebellion to take sides. I'm afraid that not many people agreed to. Worried Hua Yuanjia exit the lecture hall, he turned around, but saw the corridor in a group of black pressure, holding just cut down the braid. Even the foreign journalists have cut some of their own hair, and everyone is wild-eyed and eyeing the tiger. Chapter 12, Harvesting the Life Bush. Master Hua. Master Hua, we cut all the braids. Yes, all cut. Immortal Master bestowed martial arts, quickly let us in. We're going to beat up the foreign devils just like you, Master Hua. Just now it was energizing. You alone beat up so many foreigners with guns. Hua Yuanjia was almost drowned out by his enthusiastic fellow martial artists. Just now Hua Yuanjia, one person rushed out of the press conference room, as if the king in the world, King Kong possessed, a punch to break the brick wall, blasted away the refusal of the horse, the bullet shot at the body-shaking muscles and flesh on the deformation of the warhead squeezed out, the blood did not see a drop. Come and go like the wind, bullets cannot be hit, a blink of an eye out of more than 20 meters. Killed the foreigners, people, and horses. My generation of martial artists, by foreign guns and foreign artillery bullied badly. Who doesn't want to take a revenge? Cut the pigtails? That's nothing. As long as the Immortal Master gives us martial arts, not to mention cutting the pigtails, they can even fight their way to Tianjing and seize the Emperor's throne for the Immortal Master. Besides, the Immortal Master is not even afraid of the foreigners. He summoned the Dragon King to overturn the ironclad into the Yangtze River and sunk it to the bottom, and he even called on the Thunder God and the Mother of Lightning to kill all the foreigners. Such divine power, such orthodoxy, look at China, who can resist? Who can resist? When they saw the power of the Immortal Master on the battlefield of the Central Plains, they absolutely surrendered. Giving martial arts is still secondary. With the Immortal Master right here, can health and longevity be far behind? You can imagine how eager the named martial arts masters were, and at the same time how disgusted they were with the foreigners who tried to blend in. If it weren't for the lingering power of the foreigner's identity, those few foreigners who tried to squeeze over would now not be so simple as to receive a few black punches and dark elbows. Even if there is no openly and squarely beating or even poisoning, the martial arts masters still can't hide their strong hostility, from being impatient to go in and be bestowed with martial arts, quickly changing to hoping that Hua Yuanjia will take care of this group of foreigner journalists. Master Hua, quickly throw these foreigners out, don't let them steal our kung fu. That's right, the Immortal Master bestows martial arts, is it not for barbarians to spy on? I'm afraid they're going to be unfavorable to Immortal Master. These were still relatively mild voices, and less mild voices could be found everywhere. Immortal destiny is hard to find, the position might not have been enough in the first place. What qualifications do the foreigners have to share? Might as well kill them and get it over with. Master Hua, the Tartars and the foreigners are in cahoots, everyone cuts this hair, there is no turning back today, keeping them will surely leak secrets. Sacrifice them in blood. Sacrifice them to the flag. This group of people have just finished cutting the braid-cloaked hair, eyes red, said one more than a horror, like a wretched ghost. Really is the foreigner reporter scared not light, this time is to wanna go cannot go. We are just reporters, you bunch of barbarians. We protest. That's right, why are you guys discriminating against us? A few slightly naive foreigner female reporters couldn't help but protest. They could only protest now. If it was a few hours ago, they would have arrogantly rebuked and requested their own minister to deploy troops to suppress it, and also asked this group of barbaric and backward yellow-skinned monkeys to apologize for compensation. Alright, let's take them all down first and hand them over to the Immortal Master for disposition later. Known Jin-sun spoke up. He was Hui Yuanjia's hairy best friend, and now that he had spoken, and was a member of the party, his words were second only to Hui Yuanjia's. A group of martial arts masters have long surrounded the foreigner reporters. Someone took the lead to give the word. A dozen or so foreigners were immediately taken down sharply, one more than the other to sell. Jin-sun, this. Hui Yuanjia frowned. Yuanjia, you got a great chance to Immortal Master, suffered a great grace, should be everything to Immortal Master first. Known Jin-sun interrupted Hui Yuanjia's words. Anyone can see that he is favored by Immortal Master Lan Yi. No matter what the reason is, this favor can't be depleted in this kind of thing that may cause the Immortal Master to be unhappy. Whether it is party people or martial arts master. Don't look at them fanatical impulsive, but all are human essence. Heart is very clear. Blue is also give martial arts Immortal Master, can also become a vicious devil at any time. The most terrible thing is that this devil no one can control, even the foreigner's ironclad was lifted. John has civilization of humanistic wisdom. In the world of the collapse of rituals and music, instead of trusting the integrity of others, it is better to lock up a person, will be set on the holy seat, so that its words and deeds are in line with the sage. Unfortunately, Lan also does not eat this trick. Blue also from breaking into the world's press club, although there is no indiscriminate killing of innocents, but the coldness of the bones of the strong is visible to the naked eye. In addition to Hui Yuanjia can climb to talk about one or two, the other people in front of him more than one sentence qualification are not. Of course, in addition to Hui Yuanjia. Known Jin-sun, Chen Shimei Stream Party also did a second-hand preparation. That is ready to send women. This ocean horse female reporter was taken down, waiting for the Immortal Master to send. Immortal Master if interested, is not still a word thing? Hui Yuanjia also lazy to care about these twists and turns, head is towards the outside, ready to wait for the next wave of foreigners and the government to come. Yuanjia, don't forget to cut your braid. Known Jin-sun reminded loudly. Immortal Master. Please bestow your martial arts. Zhao Jian excitedly arched his hand and bowed to Lan Yi, who was suspended in mid-air. Lan Yi glanced at him, his colorless eyes flickering twice. The qualifications are still okay. Zhao Jian's qualifications were certainly fair, being able to fight Hui Yuanjia when he was at his most hostile and traveled all over the world to fight out a title of invincible in 3 provinces. In a way, Zhao Jian was even more suitable for practicing martial arts than Hui Yuanjia after completing his spiritual metamorphosis, and might be able to take a faster step into practicing God, and more importantly, Zhao Jian had a fate cluster on his body, and this fate cluster happened to be exactly what was needed for Lan Yi's fate diagram, 9 heavens Ing Yuan Bao Shu. You have something I want on you. If you're willing to give it to me, I can promise you that I'll send you to the great perfection of Qi practicing in 1 step and gift you a volume of true feats. Zhao Jian sniffed a beat, then nodded heavily and said, but by Immortal Master's arrangement. You won't regret it. As soon as Lan Yi's words fell, the Sanghua instantly rolled and stabbed. Zhao Jian forced himself to hold back his apprehensive fear to stand still in place. The next second he was pierced through his flesh by millions of strands of Sanghua, along with a tingling sensation coming from him. Maintaining a standing position, his consciousness became dazed. The Sanghua that was sharper than a scalpel traveled through Zhao Jian's body. It didn't take long to probe the back of his neck and find an area that was particularly affinity for spiritual energy, and had not absorbed the spiritual energy fate cluster, so it lay dormant there. Fate bush, prison suppression. Location, back of the neck. Ability, subdue the mind ape and merge with God. Loosely translated as a combination of iron will plus natural harmonization, its effect is not obvious when used on its own, and if it is the artificial God realm 1909 world, which has not been nourished by spiritual energy, it would be even more inconspicuous. However, if it is placed in the 9 heavens Ing Yuan Bao Shu life map, Jinjiu, with other life clusters, then it can open the effect of heaven-shaking Burning Heavenly Thunder Soldier Prison. Burning Heavenly Thunder Soldier Prison, the 3 worlds and 6 paths, martial arts is not practicing the virtual cannot be defeated. The Tao is not a starry river that cannot be measured. Chapter 13, No One Left Behind. Pu Hai, the old gate catching house. You have been beaten up by a yellow monkey? Mr. Albert, the chief inspector of the British Union Concession, who was a distant relative of the royal aristocratic bloodline, was now very angry. In front of his eyes, broken arms and legs, bruised and swollen, the body poisoners who had been conscripted to work as patrollers in Singham were as limp as their curry paste, humming on the ground like stinky horse that had been trampled on the road to draw attention to themselves. Sir, that's not just any yellow-skinned monkey, that's a yellow-skinned monkey who can sink a battleship. He is Hanuman, son of the wind god. There's no way for a mortal's gun to catch up with a god. Hanuman will disappear with the wind at any moment, and when he reappears, he'll be right next to us. Hanuman, forgive me. Hanuman, the monkey god of body poison mythology. The body poison patrolman confused Hui Yuanjia with Lan Yi. The body poison patrolman with the red scarf wrapped around his head opened his mouth with a smell of curry, and the strong curry flavor even made the English in his mouth come out of his mouth in a roundabout way, and the old white man Albert froze and repeatedly asked a few times before he could barely figure out what this black and stupid ape was talking about. Damn it, these body poison people were just as mentally retarded and horny as their distant African cousins. Albert cursed inwardly, his eyes almost spitting fire. This Mr. Royal distant relative was able to sit in the position of chief inspector, so he was naturally not a fool. He originally didn't expect this group of lowly monkeys to be able to bring back the target. The dangerous existence that was able to sink an ironclad ship and fly freely in the sky couldn't possibly be dealt with by body poison monkeys. But this group of monkeys were so incompetent that they couldn't even bring back a bit of useful information. It was really easy to make people septic. Mr. Albert selectively ignored the fact that there was also a team of pure-blooded British Union boys on the scene, and that they were equally incompetent wastrels. Cheer up, Albert, just for the fun of it. Next to him, the bearded white man in full military dress carefully wiped the saber in his hand, with which he had chopped off many a braided heads that filled him with respect. Colonel Kent, you can have a quick and fun time when Downing Street pursues this, but your uncle, our dear Lord Secretary to the Prime Minister, will definitely be visiting me with a whip. Albert took a deep breath, and added without good humor. When I am relieved of my duties and returned home. The ships are sinking anyway, and those annoying junkers and French flag guys are sinking even more. Kent sneered and shook his head, his saber pretty much polished. Well, you do sort of look for fun when you say that. The British Union hated the French flagellants the most. Whether it was the long, bloody war before, or the subsequent head-selling assistance of the French flag king, the Anglo-Saxons hated the Anglo-Saxons deeply. As for the junkers, it was solely because of the need for the next big meal. So the thought of them suffering as much as himself made Albert violently happier. Colonel Kent of much knowledge, what exactly do you think can fly in the sky? This question from Albert made the breezy Kent frown. This expert who had moved through many continents and fought with the Negro natives, body poison warriors, warriors, and fist cult divine humans, as well as an expert in solving the indigenous problems in the rented world, and a brutal executioner with hands full of blood, had not really seen a super being that could fly in the sky, unleash thunder, and blast and sink ironclad ships. It wasn't that Colonel Kent hadn't seen things that science couldn't explain. He had seen super boa constrictors and terrifying giant crocodiles and wizards who could do tricks when he posed as an explorer hunting on the Black Continent. Those cute little rats could really cause a bit of trouble when they weren't looking. As soon as the guns went off, the result was a gruesome death. This thunder angel that suddenly appeared in the Far East was truly outrageous. Guns had no effect on him, and it seemed that he had the ability to create other supernatural beings. Probably an alien visitor. Kent blurted out very close to the truth. Why would aliens want to help these yellow monkeys? Too good or bad mood? When I hunted in the Amazon, I watched the cannibals kill each other and would help one set. Or slaughter them all depending on my mood. Now is the time to hunt. Kent was eager to have one more alien trophy in his private collection, which would be more valuable than some boa crocodile. A red-headed patrolman hurried over to report. The Dong Yang people are out in force. Among the ironclad ships that were overturned and sunk in the river, naturally there were Dong Yang people's warships, and Dong Yang, who had not been able to turn over to be the master of the country, sent out troops from the rented area at this time, shouting the slogan of severely punishing the tyrannical support. Let the Dong Yang people pass, let them fight first. Albert gave the order. This order appeared at the same time in the mouths of the spokesmen of the other powers. The powers had always had a clear head when it came to Far Eastern affairs. Dong Yang was on a leash, the barbarians were intimidated by dogs, and the civilized were armed with knives and forks. There was a change at the table, so let the leash be loosened, and let the Dongyang, who feared reprisals the most, probe the bottom. These were soldiers on the scale of hundreds, armed with guns and cannons, well trained and disciplined. If that Thunder Angel, this can also be easily handled. The powers will have to reconsider their objectives and policies in the Far East. The so-called well-trained and well-disciplined soldiers in this era refer to the mobilization of small groups of troops. The preparation time is calculated in hours, and in this land of broken backbones, the officers will intentionally indulge the soldiers to vent in order to maintain their cruelty and will to fight. It is summarized in 12 words: burning, looting, raping and pillaging. If the soldiers were not allowed to vent, the soldiers who fought for the empire would shoot the officers in the dark. From the blue also bombarded and sank the warship, to the Dongyang people want to send troops to severely punish the violent branch. In fact, it has been 16 hours, for the empire colonial era, 16 hours to arrange for everything to go out, indeed called God's speed. After all, 16 hours may not be enough for the ministers of the corrupt court to spit on each other in the temple and pull each other's strings. But for Lan Yi, 16 hours was enough for him to create 200 Chi practicing martial artists and 4 Chi practicing great achievement martial artists. And of these 4 Chi practicing great achievement martial artists, one had already successfully broken through to the god of practice. Out of Lan Ye's expectation. At this time, the only god practitioner beside Lan Yi was not Hui Yuanjia or Zhao Jian. Instead, it was a carriage driver. His name is Gun Liangchen, handsome appearance, stern eyebrows, although the identity of the humble rickshaw driver, but has a fearless hostility, said to be admiration for Hui Yuanjia specifically from the Jin men over to participate in the Jingwu Gymnastics Association. I never thought I would run into Lan Yi Jiwu. 1 practicing god, 3 practicing Qi adults, and 200 practicing Qi. There's still the fate cluster in your body that I activated. Go, leave no one of the Dongyang people behind, if this you can't do. Expanding, Manhwa, in the morning sun slowly replenished the spiritual energy of Lan Yi. The words did not finish, only the air was cold and dangerous for several minutes. Pale complexion, the breath of demonic Gun Liangchen behind the head of the space of darkness and terror, he from the heart respectfully bowed. Honor Immortal Master's order, no one will be left behind. Chapter 14, Martial Arts vs. Guns. More than 400 states have raised their armies, and more than 100,000 horsemen are the enemy. This is the summer of Hong'an's 4th year when this national disaster is approaching. No matter how horrible the situation is, my Dongyang men are here. In the name of justice and arbitrariness, I will show the world with a roar. The very loud song, sung through the mouths of the Dongyang soldiers, gave people a high and exciting, unknown meaning. The content of its lyrics and the meaning of the representative, those who do not understand the ignorant, understand the face of those who are angry. The content of this obscure military song inverted black and white, strong words, logic full of anger. This division of tigers and wolves, parade departure, immediately is to let the whole city into a panic. To fight a war. How to make people afraid of things. Fighting means burning and looting, means blood flowing into the river, means that many people have to break up their families, displaced, wives and children, and even this prosperous city may be destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of millions of people fall into a disaster overnight, are not as bad as the victims. How can this make people not afraid? Not to mention the hands of the foreigner's army. The wind and the sound of the grass and trees. Don't even need to urge to drive away, realize that there is a military disaster in the vicinity of the Universal Press Club. Citizens pack up their belongings and run all night, which makes the army squadron captain Kosha Ruji feel a little annoyed. The soldiers under his command hadn't let off steam in some time. He had thought that when he punished the stormtroopers, he would relax and relieve his stress, just like his predecessor in Lion's Mouth, not only to vent his stress but also to boost his morale, but his calculations had fallen through. Kosho Ruji can only draw a big cake and promise. All the major roads near the Universal Press Club were blocked, and the surrounding area was so quiet that not a single figure of the Hashihan people could be seen. The despicable and shameless sneak attacked and blew up our warships, Dongyang men and women. What do you say we should do? Cut off their heads. Neatly answered. Very good. Very spirited. They all say that the Chinaman's gods are inside. Spirits that can sink battleships and throw thunder, ha? Kosho Ruji drew out his katana and waved it in a staccato manner, his tone unusually maniacal. Obviously, this Lieutenant Commander Ruji Koshu didn't witness the divine power of blue yesterday, nor did he see his feat of flying over the city, so he was arrogant and haughty, and he simply didn't believe the weak and timid words of some of his colleagues. There were some among the soldiers who had seen it. But in a collective that was so hierarchical that saying the wrong thing before going to war could result in death, the soldiers who had been alienated into rigid killing machines wisely chose to remain silent. Wise heads thought. Even if they could fly, they couldn't necessarily stop bullets. If they could stop bullets, there were still so many of them. In this press club, except for that somewhat dangerous Thor, no one else has the power that can resist the army, so when the time comes, they will first avoid Thor to kill the others, and then retreat if it doesn't work. The smart people thought right, and so did the temporary cobbled-together observer mission of the powers nearby. They should be safe. Prepare to attack. Kill all the attackers inside. Strictly search the neighborhood for synergists, and for a day, feel free to relax. Kosha Ruji's final step to motivate morale, and the most effective means for an officer to encourage wolf-like soldiers in the age of feudal empires: take the target and kill the rebels. Even if you engage in massacres, the empire can ignore weak condemnation of protests. What's the point of machine guns and artillery if protests are effective? Savage scalawags. An officer in the observer corps holding up binoculars commented in a tone of disinterest. Hey, Mr. Marco, want to make a bet on how long it will take these Dongyang people to take the clubhouse? The officer on the side whistled. They knew more about this magic-filled clubhouse than the reckless and arrogant Dongyang people. Besides that mysterious Thunder Angel, there were also guys inside who were fast, powerful, and against whom pistol bullets were almost ineffective, who called themselves martial artists. These guys would have to be dealt with by platoons of rifles, and heavy machine guns, and cannons. Something seems to have happened to that Thunder Angel. Several tries in the latter part of yesterday's night didn't result in any sightings of him. I'll bet an hour. Kent, who was mixed in with the observer group, suddenly spoke up. An hour? This Dongyang army isn't poorly disciplined, the weapons are all of first-class caliber. I think 20 minutes is about right. Marco shrugged. Maybe the Dongyang people will fail, Albert casually said, the thoughts that everyone recognized in their hearts, but were not good enough to say outright due to various reasons such as face. The Dongyang people attacked. Well, hey, wait, what's that, a leopard? How did he manage to jump that high all at once? The Dongyang people had just launched an attack on the clubhouse gate. The dozen or so Dongyang soldiers in the front row who were valiantly charging with their rifles suddenly went crazy. One by one, they cried out in a ghostly manner, as if they had encountered an unseen horror, firing their rifles indiscriminately at the surroundings, accidentally killing many of their comrades on the spot. This was like a signal. As soon as the Dongyang soldiers at the front went crazy, from many high places, dead ends, under the eaves of the building, and even directly crashing out of the walls, as if they were turning tricks, many people came out with a bang. Fast. Very fast. Faster than a leopard. More ferocious than a tiger. More furious than a crashing elephant. The Dongyang people who hadn't had time to turn their guns around were instantly victimized. Stones? Bricks? No. The Berserk Chi practitioner was holding up a wall and flung it directly through the air. The Dongyang soldiers in formation were instantly smashed into mincemeat, and even the stones that grazed and scraped past easily gouged out the human body's musculoskeletal bones. The death of a human body being slapped by masonry and exploding into a bloody mist was a gruesome death. Chi practitioner martial artists, even Chi practitioner great achievement martial artists, the first wave of the attack almost wasted more than 40 people from this Dongyang squadron. The two flanks in the frontal direction were ravaged miserably. The Dongyang soldiers on the high ground were even more unlucky. They had just aimed their shots to suppress the two shots of the martial artists below, whose figures surged and were as fast as flying birds when they were immediately targeted. What targeted them were the small stones that the martial artist casually crushed bricks and grabbed in his palm. There was no need to aim. With the strength of a Chi practicing martial artist, within 50 meters, these rough and sharp crushed stones were thrown with force. Even through clothes, they could still be deeply embedded in flesh and blood. The dozen or so Dongyang soldiers at the heights. Faced with hundreds of Chi practitioner martial artists casually flinging over the gravel, these unlucky people were surrounded by brutal lynching in almost a moment's effort, and then rolled down and heavily smashed into the road. They are so fast. I can't even see their movements. Geez, I just saw a guy get shot, and he just fell down and got up again. The building. They pushed the building down. Albert was exclaiming. It was as if he had come to a battlefield of madness, where everything in front of him was turning common sense upside down. Ta-da-day-day. The heavy machine guns that blocked the streets roared and roared, and the equally roaring Dongyang people moved their cannons and finally organized a systematic counterattack. Chapter 15 Hungry Ghost Scene. Innate Chi can mobilize spiritual energy, absorb Yuan Chi, and catalyze an explosion of dragon and elephant power. In the end, innate aura is still body sinews and flesh. A martial artist can be injured even when hit by a bullet, and can die violently at once when hit in the vitals. But relatively compared to an ordinary person's body, your innate one chi has been condensed and forged as if it were a steel wire, twisted and coiled, contracted and taut. Not only does it have the power to break rocks into sand when released, but the strength is as if it were rubber doped with steel wire. Lan Yi's words resounded within Gun Liangchen's mind. Gun Liangchen had just broken through to practicing God at that time, and when he subconsciously looked at Lan Yi with his mind, what he saw was a raging pool of thunder, and the seemingly humanoid Lan Yi's body was filled with a power that was enough to incinerate and destroy carbon-based beings, and this astonishing power was firmly bound to his body without a single trace of it leaking out. It was from that time onwards. Gun Liangchen had a loyalty and longing for Lan Yi that far surpassed others. Pistol bullets can be resisted hard, rifle bullets should be avoided in the vitals, and heavy machine guns and artillery, even if they're rubber laced with steel wire, will be pierced and broken. Without cultivating Taoist techniques, martial artists facing technological weapons, when relying on muscles, will definitely be out of their depth. That's why the mind becomes the reliance of the martial artist. When the heavy machine gun blocking the street entrance was set up to start sweeping and suppressing, Gun Liangchen, who was hidden in the shadows, was able to judge the trajectory of its splash from the spewing gun flame, and the air was like a wave of water being slashed and swept away by a single bullet. The sound of the heavy machine gun's rhythmic succession of point-blank shots rang out. The martial artists, who were originally raging, like a tiger descending from the mountain, were immediately suppressed by the momentum of the charge, and the body that originally looked invulnerable was also instantly torn apart by the heavy machine gun bullets, soaring out of a flower of blood. Two unlucky martial artists were hit right in the eye, twitching and falling to the ground instantly dead. Surprised. Not only were these martial artists surprised, the Dongyang soldiers were also surprised, and the Great Powers Observer Corps was even more surprised. Being swept by a heavy machine gun's flesh and blood is not as simple as bursting blood flowers, but will be directly smashed and interrupted. However, the group of martial artists at the moment, their bodies. Is this group of martial artists all iron under their skin? Kosho Ruji's scalp tingled. Spinning around was thrilled excitement. Such a method of strengthening the body. If it was used on the bodies of imperial soldiers, wouldn't everyone be invincible on the battlefield in the future, sweeping away thousands of troops? The great dream of 8 vasts, 7 lives to serve the nation, co-prosperity in the East, and surpassing the white animal will surely be realized in his lifetime. The martial artists suppressed by the heavy machine guns attempted to return fire. Obviously a machine gun position with sandbag bunkers, gun line set up, and a large number of soldiers alternately firing around it is not something a dozen or so martial artists can solve by throwing rocks. The Dongyang soldiers were not the wasteful old imperial army. They can withstand artillery fire, endure bloodshed and death without routing, under the supervision of military discipline and fear, gritting their teeth and desperately snapping to return fire. This disobedience to survival instincts in place to insist on the quality of return fire, only excellent professional soldiers can have. Even the Great Powers soldiers who have this quality are not many. The momentum of the martial artists' charge was halted. The two sides were momentarily stalemated in the collapsing and crumbling neighborhood. This group of martial artists who had just been uplifted by Lan Yi and gained transcendent power were not professional soldiers at all. They were immersed in the heartfelt spirit of obtaining great power, submissive to the mysterious might of immortal master Lan Yi, and had no problem fighting a smooth battle, but to endure death, to endure the tragedy of their companions dying in front of their eyes. The vast majority of them couldn't do it right now. Boom! The roar of artillery rang out. A pillar of fiery dust instantly rose up from the ground, drowning the several concealed weapon-flinging martial artists that had converged within a small building. The ground of the entire neighborhood shook violently along with it. Smoke and dust dispersed a little. A small 3-story building was leveled, at the same time was leveled, and several martial artists, originally already appeared in the eyes of the fear of the martial artists, did not have the previous frenzy of arrogance, recalled the horror of the foreigners' artillery. The stalemate in the line will be collapsed. Humph, artillery is it? At this moment, Gun Liangchen's voice like a low roar suddenly reached everyone's ears. At the Dongyang army's machine gun position, slightly behind the 2 artillery positions, the soldiers who were cooperating with each other, filling ammunition, and calibrating their firing units, all shivered in unison for no apparent reason. The next moment, the Dongyang soldiers, who were shrouded in inexplicable chilling resentment, all erupted into mournful and miserable howls. It was obvious to outsiders that there was nothing, but they were screaming and wailing as if they had seen a ghost, repeatedly being gnawed on by 10,000 ghosts. Fear. Uncontrollable fear spread. The Dongyang soldiers who were attacked by their minds, every one of them had killed people, had committed a blood debt on this land. At this moment, only they could see it. The dead people who had once been brutally killed, whether for fun or by military order, were slowly crawling out from the dead ends of their vision, gnawing at their flesh and blood with rotten, yellowed, cruel teeth, and how creepy was the terror that they themselves were being eaten alive. This was Gung Liangchen's art of practicing God. Hungry ghost scene. Happiness, anger, sadness, and joy belong to the power of the mind, and on top of that, hatred, murderous intent, injustice, remorse, guilt, and other complex emotions were even more sublimated by the power of the mind based on happiness, anger, sadness, and joy. As the lowest level of society. Before Gung Liangchen became a coachman in Jinmen, he was a disaster victim fleeing from the famine, and at that time he was still very small, only 6 or 7 years old. The age of the Great Famine, people eat each other. He saw with his own eyes that other people were starving and started to eat people, eating themselves and others. He almost got eaten when he was bitten by a few bites of flesh, and finally tried desperately to run away from the mouths of the hungry people. Gung Liangchen was scared. Simply terrified. From his childhood, this implanted bone marrow and twisted character fear allowed Gung Liangchen to become a martial artist from a cart driver, and because of this imperceptible and extreme emotion, he went from practicing chi greatness to practicing God. Now, Gung Liangchen wasn't afraid anymore. Because he took his fear, pinched it all together, and then stuffed it into the brains of everyone who could see and perceive it, so that they could also experience a little bit of this hungry ghost scene that couldn't distinguish between the real and the fake, and was eaten alive. Within hundreds of meters. As Gung Liangchen's mind moved, everyone could suffer the gnawing of the hungry ghost scene. Imagine this. On the battlefield, your comrades with guns and cannons, 1 second they're fine, the next they suddenly go crazy, shooting and firing indiscriminately. This is comparable to a nightmare for an army in the age of hot weapons. The 4 most important machine gun positions in the streets of the Dongyang people, as well as the artillery positions, began to fire indiscriminately. They would have been in the escorting formation of the infantry. This was a lot of fun. Before Ruji Koshu, who was drawing his sword and directing the frontal battle, had time to take control of the situation, he saw in despair that the frenzied machine gunner pulled the trigger, and a chain of flaming bullets swiped across the ground in his direction. The heavy machine gun proved to be able to kill a man alive. Is really able to put a person alive into 2. Chapter 16 Collapse. The mind attack of a god-practicing martial artist was silent and undefendable. If an ordinary person wanted to see a mind attack, it would only be possible in a life-and-death struggle with high mental tension. And spiritual energy cultivators were convenient. Whether it was the practiced fist and brain brought about by the innate one Qi, or the spiritual vision that came with curing the Tao arts, it was possible to capture the trajectory and sight of attacks from the mind. That's why the almost routed situation of the martial artists was stopped in an instant. The hungry ghost scene, released by Gung Liangchen, turned half of the neighborhood into a human purgatory, and the frenzied Dongyang soldiers began to attack indiscriminately amidst the fear and frenzy of being gnawed on flesh and blood, immediately disrupting the rhythm of the suppression and revealing a large area of firepower blankness that could not be taken into account. A gap in firepower of more than 10 seconds. Dozens of meters of distance. For the elite soldiers, it was possible to make a breakthrough. Not to mention this group of Qi practicing martial artists whose bodily functions had already surpassed those of ordinary humans. Charge with me. Honor the Immortal Master's order and leave no one behind. The one who stepped forward and roared was Zhao Jian, who at the moment looked like a giant spirit god descending to earth, his muscles like granite stacked on top of his body. This muscular monster who had attained great success in practicing Qi was specialized in defense and strength by Lani based on his specialties, and looked just like a bronze statue in a temple. Even when it was shot by a dozen rifles in unison. Zhao Jian didn't even bring a frown to his face. In contrast, if a Dongyang soldier fell into his hands, the image of Zhao Jian, who tore the ghosts with his superhuman strength hands, destroying the human body's tissues, was very reminiscent of tearing newspapers to tear noodles and other silky soft things. The joints of the bones, and the links of the tendons and flesh, all of them were torn and pulled apart under brute force. The last thing a martial artist needs is blood and courage. Machine guns and cannons are entangled. In front of the King Kong Zhao Jian like steel battlefield charge, after the mysterious Immortal Master pressure, this group of burning and looting the Dongyang people hate to the bone of the martial artists, have been inspired by the blood courage, immediately as the top of the sparse down the bullets broke out to charge forward. The Dongyang people's frontal battlefield was almost instantly shattered. Losing the cover of heavy machine guns and artillery. The Dongyang soldiers who hadn't had time to reload after a round of rifle bullets were finished were shocked to see an incredibly ferocious, grinning Star Han martial artist charging forward. This group of Dongyang soldiers whose heads were thinking stiffly subconsciously stabbed the bayonets on their rifles forward. Kill. What were the consequences of a short encounter between an ordinary person and a monster like a chi practicing martial artist? The encounter of a martial artist from Bagua sect was the best portrayal. In the face of an ordinary person's bayonet's swift stab, he relied on superhuman reaction, easily sideways dodge, a flip hand will unload the bayonet at the muzzle, followed by holding the knife in a smooth trend toward the front of a chop. Plopping sound, steel-forged bayonet in the martial artist's strength edition, like cutting a cake is silky smooth, will not react to the Dongyang soldier's chest open, along with the bones together with the chest cavity, smoking hot organs instantly clattered and flowed all over the place, staggering past the martial artist like a butcher instantly pounced on the next target. As for the Dongyang soldier who stared blankly at his chest opening wide, he felt the indescribable sharp pain only just before he died, but he didn't even have the energy left to scream as he directly fell to the ground. Bang 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 bang. Jia 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 jia. Dongyang ghosts, you guys look like you're tickling me. Zhao Jian, who was set on fire by several Dongyang soldiers because of his robust physique, laughed. His body that looked as bulky as a statue of a god sculpture, but possessed a terrifying burst of speed that defied common sense. Zhao Jian enthusiastically opened his arms and gave a passionate bear hug to the 4 Dongyang soldiers in front of him. Ka Ching. The power of practicing chi greatness made a strong hug. The 4 Dongyang soldiers who were directly hugged into mid-air instantly let out a miserable howl, their ribs, spine, internal organs, in an instant as if they had been run over by a heavy truck and directly turned into mush. Their faces and eyes were bloodshot and protruding, and their extremely painful and deformed features showed how fearful and desperate they were before they died. This is simply hell. When the remaining Dongyang soldiers in the neighborhood saw Zhao Jian's ghost-like actions, they froze in place for a second, and then started to run away without looking back. Fleeing without a second thought. Dropping their guns, throwing off their hats, dropping their armed belts as well, and everything that got in the way, they just scrambled and began to flee. The front of the Dongyangs collapsed. The Dongyang officers cursed angrily, and if they routed on the battlefield, they would end up waiting for death. They had once routed the soldiers of the Qing court and the Fist sect, and they knew very well that routed soldiers facing bayonets and bullets were just like cattle and sheep being driven, not to mention that what was driving them now could be much more terrifying than bayonets and bullets. Phew! Like a gust of wind, and like a chill. The soldiers who were running in the rout suddenly had confused eyes, forgot what they were doing, forgot where they were, and looked around suspiciously, as if there was lingering dust around them. Their memories were disconnected. The next moment their heads suddenly drooped, they were permanently disconnected. Hua Yuanjia's inconspicuous psychedelic figure suddenly appeared behind them. Misty, withering, and departing. Hua Yuanjia also in the battle to complete the water to that step, his mind power for the dust without self, the role of their own can let a person unconsciously ignore its existence, even in front of the eyes will ignore the kind of, if the role of the enemy, will let the enemy memory temporarily appear a large section of blank. In the midst of a life and death struggle. Suddenly forget what they are doing, where they are, cannot distinguish the situation, not to mention a few minutes, is a few seconds or enough to die several times. The routed and fleeing Dongyang soldiers were in a daze when the approaching Hua Yuanjia easily snapped off their heads. Eh? Hua Yuanjia suddenly frowned. A hungry ghost suddenly appeared at his feet, salivating, its mouth growing to the point where its back teeth were exposed, its eyes filled with greed and longing. It suddenly bit at Hua Yuanjia in front of it with its withered and rotten teeth. In the next moment, gray dust suddenly swirled. This hungry ghost was instantly slapped by the dust. Hua Yuanjia was attacked by a mind attack, and Gung Liangchen's hungry ghost scene was unique. The martial artists that were affected by the hungry ghost scene weren't just Hua Yuanjia, some chi practitioner martial artists were also haunted by hungry ghosts and were busily hiding in corners that were out of the reach of Gung Liangchen's sight and perception. The mind attack of the god-practicing martial artist, which Lan had also explained to them, had to look at the person or sense the person to be able to lock on. Gung Liangchen? Zhao Jian, there's something wrong with Gung Liangchen. I'll watch this place, go check on him. Hua Yuanjia shouted, he suspected that something was wrong with Gung Liangchen. Don't order me around. Zhao Jian, who had seen eye to eye with Hua Yuanjia since he was a child and had only recently reconciled, said in dissatisfaction, but his body still ran honestly towards Gung Liangchen's hiding place, the direction where the hungry ghosts crawled out in the greatest number. Chapter 17 Nudging. Rumble. This is not the sound of a cannon, nor is it the collapse of a building, but the booming movement of the giant elephant Zhao Jian in a rampage forward, already fierce face, now he is paired with this giant elephant's adamantine body, the scars on his face are twisted and trembling along with the laughter, as if it were a general who traveled across the hell to feed on the hungry ghosts. Practicing chi to a great extent, paired with the tonnage of a dragon elephant, whether it was in terms of explosions or toughness, Zhao Jian was a leader amongst the cadre of martial artists. A single hungry ghost in front of him. It was like a small electric donkey in front of a good luck heavy truck, just emerging before making a move. It was knocked away at once by this savage sinewy bald man with a sardonic smile. Gun Liangchen's hungry ghost scene, attempts at attacking him were all slammed right through by the rough and savage force, as if there was nothing left to stop him as he crashed and charged. Although he had not yet practiced God, Zhao Jian had already touched that threshold. Even though he could not use his mind to attack, he was able to passively defend. Besides, he originally had thick skin and flesh, and had traveled all over the world. What tragic tragedy had not been seen, and the effect of the hungry ghost scenery was directly greatly reduced against him. Ji Jai Ji. Gun Liangchen. Quickly stop your brat. If you've spoiled the Immortal Master's good deed, I'll rip your head off and give it to the Immortal Master to make amends. In the blink of an eye, this wall of flesh had rushed to the side of Gun Liangchen's hiding place. Zhao Jian didn't bother to make a detour. Facing the masonry wall with his hands like a wall chiseling machine, he dug straight in, just as easy and comfortable as digging up a beehive. Digging through the brick wall, Zhao Jian's grinning face first squeezed in. Hee, Gun Liangchen, I'm coming. I'm going to wring you out. Then Zhao Jian couldn't laugh anymore. Gun Liangchen was clutching his head and trembling on his knees in pain, while on the side was Lan Yi, who had regained his black hair in inches, and at the moment, Lan Yi was activating his colorless eyes, scanning the out-of-control Gun Liangchen meticulously. Immortal Master, forgive me. I didn't know that Immortal Master was here. This martial artist of mine has disturbed Immortal Master. Zhao Jian's huge head squeezed into the room and hurriedly apologized while cursing in his heart. Damn Hua Yuanjia. How did he make himself over here? Hell knows what Immortal Master and Gun Liangchen are doing here. If it is a bad thing, he is definitely going to be unlucky. If it is a good thing. Oh, Gun Liangchen has become this kind of pendulum appearance, there can still be a good thing? He preferred to see nothing. Zhao Jian heart bitter. Hua Yuanjia really put him to suffer. Gun Liangchen turned himself into a hungry ghost. His hungry ghost scene, cultivation, quick success is very fast, but in the end, there is still no way to completely annihilate human nature, to the extent that things and I are empty, moving but not moving thoughts. Blue also noticed that the whole situation is out of control, then rushed over it the first time. Practicing Qi De Shang can't be used as a consumable at the moment, letting it fend for itself. All existent dharmas, the thought of birth and death, are impermanent. 2. All dharmas have no self. 3rd, silent nirvana. Lan also pondered as he spat out the spirit practicing sensation from his mouth. The top spiritual energy cultivator's sense of realization, mouth in and out of the brain, straight to the soul. Gun Liangchen, who was convulsing on the ground and the hungry ghosts and people struggling, feel the spirit instantly greeted a piece of the vastness if the starry sky of the quiet spectacular, directly from the heart and soul on the communication than the language is more shocking, inspired by the subtle. Even hungry ghosts, in the face of such profound greatness, that splendid incomparable splendor, will also be curled up in inferiority, completely folded. Gun Liangchen stopped twitching immediately. Even Zhao Jian, this brute of a bull, had blank eyes, and the aura on his body rapidly shifted. It was unknown how long had passed. Zhao Jian snapped out of his trance dream that he couldn't remember, and he subconsciously lifted his hand, with only a black iron light visible to the naked eye hovering in his palm. This was his way of practicing God. Ming King's view, it was difficult to effectively act on martial artists of the same level, but the resistance to the mind was a bronze wall. Ha! I practiced God. You tamper, breaking through to practicing God is slow as hell, and you want me to watch over you here, lest you go on a rampage and demolish this street. Gun Liangchen's voice rang out from the side. At this moment, the darkness behind his head had already covered half of his face. It looked like all of his 5 senses had disappeared, leaving him with only a mouth that was invisibly enlarged. Gun Liangchen, you've returned to normal? Zhao Jian frowned. He felt that Gun Liangchen had become even more gloomy, like the grave soil of a mass grave was uncomfortable. Immortal Master nod. Gun Liangchen's teeth unconsciously showed as he faintly smiled. HM? The gunfire stopped. That group of Dongyang devils were killed off? With a rumbling sound, as soon as he got up, Zhao Jian squeezed and crushed the surrounding masonry directly. His stature grew several points taller again, standing in this room almost becoming a load-bearing wall. Gun Liangchen disgustedly moved away from this muscular monster. God-practicing martial artists hated opponents of Zhao Jian's type the most. It could be said that other than Lan Yi, everyone else might not be able to do very well against Zhao Jian even if they joined forces. The people of Dongyang were killed off long ago. The Immortal Master said that there is no such thing as taking a beating and not fighting back, so let Master Huo and Zhao Xikong take someone to go around the Dongyang concession side, and take down the foreigner's armory in the meantime. Gun Liangchen explained a little bit about what happened behind the scenes. After the Dongyang people were routed, there was no decent resistance. The two martial artists, Wei Yuanjia and Zhao Xikong, who had also broken through to practicing God in the midst of killing and life and death crises, easily crushed the resistance of the Dongyang people who had finally taken a grenade to long live the Jade Crusade, and incidentally captured the Observer Corps of the Great Powers, who could not outrun the martial artists at all. The martial artists followed through on Lan Yi's orders. Not a single living soul was left to this group of blood-soaked Dongyang devils. This was the first time in so many years that the Starhan people, who had suffered so much humiliation on their own land, had raised their eyebrows so much. You have technology, I have divine power, let's see who can have the last laugh next. Hiss, actually letting Zhao Xikong go over. Zhao Jian felt his teeth sink a little. His family, Zhao Xikong, was originally the royal assassin of a certain gangster in the 10-Mile Ocean Park, and after being sensitized by Immortal Master Lan Yi, he decisively abandoned the dark side of the underworld and took the head of that bigwig covered in blood to accept the bestowal of martial arts by the Immortal Master. After Zhao Xikong returned to Lan Yi, he seldom fought. Because of the characteristics of his technique, he basically acted as a shadow beside Lan Yi. The few times Zhao Xikong made a move were impressive. He had an extraordinary hatred for gangs and crooked merchants, and if Lan Yi didn't stop him, the targets he made a move on basically all died extremely gruesome deaths, easily reminiscent of the word sacrifice. Now Zhao Xikong is going to the Dongyang concession. Even if there was Wei Yuanjia watching, I was afraid that there would not be any bloodshed. After all, the Dongyang treacherous merchants and lawless Ronin warriors in the Dongyang concession, Zhao Xikong had wanted to kill them by 1,000 cuts for a long time. Immortal Master has orders, when you wake up, follow me to order 20 people to go to 16-Mile Shop. Deng Liangchen's demeanor straightened. What's the point of going to 16-Mile Shop? Didn't say, only let us cooperate with Chen Qimei to act. I estimate that 9 times out of 10 is related to the worship. Chapter 18 Value. This was the era of imperial prosperity and the era of iron armor ships. The representative of the abundance of martial virtues in this era was the iron armored ship. Have iron armor ship not only can carry out powerful firepower deterrent, but also can be free trade countries to carry out immediate and severe sanctions. Ship gun diplomacy is far more effective than what silk, tea diplomacy to be more effective, more local natives are obedient to be harvested wealth. Iron armor ship, good thing Blue also want. It wasn't the force of the ironclad he valued. As the most efficient and at the same time the most human acceptable means of transportation in the current ocean, the ironclad ship can help me quickly impose sanctions on Dongyang. 100 times of verbal protests are not as good as one landing by an ironclad ship carrying martial artists. I think Dongyang's rebellious son should need to have a white ship incident if he wants to return to his father's embrace. I believe that your country, as a responsible international empire, should not prevent another empire from punishing the rebellious son. Lan also spoke eloquently with the 2 foreigner captives in front of him. If one could ignore the bloodstains on the bodies of these 2 captives, their dull expressions, and the deep fear in their eyes that could not be concealed, this was simply a very harmonious afternoon tea time. Kent and Albert were captives of martial artists. They had no qualifications to sit down in front of Immortal Master Lan Yi, and could only be bound with their hands behind their backs, maintaining a respectful and humble standing position of submission under the stern and cold eyes of the 2 martial artists. Suppose ship gun diplomacy was the calling card of the empire in this era. Then martial diplomacy was the life and death declaration of Singun's strong declaration to return to the competition of human civilization. Your Honor, with your power, everything you say is the truth. As the hunter, reduced to prey, Colonel Kent had the good sense to compliment in Chinese. So strong, so diplomatic. Nome Jin's son, who was in charge of recording and explaining at the side, exclaimed in his heart that he was overjoyed. Overjoyed nah. When was the last time the foreigners were so honest? When was the last time a foreigner was so honest? Anyone who had witnessed the power and inexplicability of martial artists would never doubt it. Starhan, who has been humiliated in this era, will surely brush off the mud, put on the crown again to reign over the world, and become the heavenly kingdom of 10,000 countries again. And all of this was due to this man, Immortal Master Lan Yi. The empire won't give up. Albert couldn't help but mutter a hometown phrase. Then he was horrified to see the cold-faced martial artist on the side raise his fist. Not long ago it was this fist that had burst the head of the Dongyang reporter who was chattering here in one fell swoop, splattering both of them with brains and blood, and the cause of death was speaking stupid bird language that the honorable immortal Master Lord couldn't understand. Albert used to enjoy the pleasurable feeling of his enemy's blood splattered on his face. But when he himself became a captive, and the blood splattered on his face was from a punch to the head, Albert could not enjoy it anymore, and the old white man, who had once prided himself on his nobility, valor, and gentlemanly spirit, let out a piggish squeal as he lost his temper. "Your Honor, we still have value." Kent mentally sighed at his stupid colleague. The transcendent being in front of him was obviously a complete and utter Starinist. Lon also raised his hand, and the martial artist's raised fist was lowered again. "What is your value?" "Mr. Albert is of royal blood, and the Empire will gladly pay his ransom, as well as compensation for unintentionally offending you." "And what about you?" "The construction of the ironclads, the manufacture of weapons and ammunition, the training of the crew, the hydrographic data held by the Empire, all of these I can help you contact the Empire to take care of. And being well versed in the affairs of the continents, I can be your agent to help you and your paladin army conquer the world." Dealing with a smart person was just comfortable. Especially when this smart person had a strong ambition for power. In the colorless eyes of Lan Yi, which were flooded with lotus circuits, the outgoing radiation from Kent's emotions had bands that very clearly represented excitement and desire. "Then what do you want to obtain?" "Power." Kent did not hesitate. Albert looked at this fellow officer in dismay. This was betrayal, wasn't it, that he had betrayed the Empire so easily? Damn it! Why did he himself insist on this stupid loyalty? Transcendent power himself wanted it. A ray of white light suddenly flashed in Lan Yi's ear, and the ropes binding Kent's body were instantly cut off. "All the captives are yours to manage. Weed out the worthless ones and keep the valuable ones. In 24 hours, I want to see a report on your work. May I ask exactly what kind of value is valuable to you?" Kent rubbed his aching hands. He had just, if he was not mistaken, severed the rope with hair, white hair. There is science and technology can sell science and technology, there is no technology can sell conscience, if there is nothing that can be sold. Then pray that you are lucky and have supernatural clues. Lan also said indifferently. One can only blame the overall quality of Starhan in this era for being low. The illiteracy rate was a staggering 97%. Power plants, shipbuilding, modern management, qualified military equipment, all of these were not available. Want to quickly achieve the purpose, accept the foreigners as a dog was in the consideration of the Blue also. Anyway, for the Blue also experienced the era of prosperity of the dimensional sea, human race, or even race is nothing, identity civilization is the main means of spiritual cultivators to identify friends and enemies. Lonnie waved his hand again. These two foreigners were immediately brought out numbly. Wait, I also want to sell my loyalty and conscience. Albert's voice was separated from the door. Immortal Master, you are not against science and technology? Nong Jinsun closed his notes. He was a bit frustrated. Lonnie was even more knowledgeable than him. He didn't need him to explain certain terms at all. It was him who felt like an uncivilized savage in front of Lonnie. Why should I be against science and technology? Lonnie asked rhetorically. Can't say. Everyone thinks you are a deep mountain old forest cultivation success run out of the gods. In order to personal preferences and stability of rule will advocate martial arts to suppress science and technology, right? Anyway, the Qing court is doing so. Your old man to do so is no excuse. Anyway, your give martial arts is really too fierce. Rifles, relying on gunpowder combustion to generate thrust to propel a metal slug to kill. I have a Taoist art, steel armor divine thunder, which is based on electrochemistry, where ionized steam generates thrust to propel a metal projectile for killing. You mean that your Taoist art is actually science and technology? Nong Jinsun seemed to understand. Science and technology developed to an extremely high degree, in the eyes of those who do not know the inside story is the immortal Taoism, comparing advanced and backward, then not the external expression of technology, but the cognition and mastery of the world. Lan also looked at Nong Jinsun who still seemed to understand, and couldn't help but be a bit disillusioned. Too backward for the artificial god realm. It was lonely for a spiritual energy cultivator like him, and this loneliness was the deep loneliness of having no communicable kindred. Chapter 19 Transplanting the Life Bush. Lan Yi's goal in the first phase of Artificial God Realm 1909 had been completed by 70%. Although this world's river civilization region didn't have any decent technical talents or industrial base, the good thing was that things like martial arts were unreasonable, even if they were bullied into this bearish state. As long as the methods and spiritual energy were correct, the God-practicing martial artists could still be quickly screened out. For God-practicing martial artists. Together with more than 100 chi practitioners that could be created continuously, Lan also essentially controlled Puhai, a port city with a population of more than 1 million people, and fully mobilized the power of the 3 religions and 9 streams therein for his own use, which was very beneficial to the smooth advancement of the first stage of the goal. The first phase of Lan's goal was very simple, and was expected to take 3 months. Controlling the power of martial artists to substantially rule the southern states and provinces, individual transcendent martial artists will be strong and powerful to complete a new round of integration of the countryside and land. Any obstruction will be crushed in front of the transcendent greatness. Even the foreigners have been cleaned up. It's hard to not be able to clean up your group of soft bones landowners. All the other Lan can also be indifferent. Once there is resistance that prevents him from advancing his goal appears, even if it is to kill a river of blood, the group of martial artists will not hesitate to carry out, because nowadays all the martial artists of the innate one chi recharge are firmly grasped in the hands of Lan also. After controlling all of the southern coastal port cities, the large amount of materials, manpower, capital, and technology that were being throughput in this part of the region would all be constantly converged into the construction program that he had delineated. Electricity. Lan also needed very much electricity. Stable and long-lasting electricity, a good product of the industrial base, can not only support Lan Yi to quickly complete the refining life bush this stage of cultivation, but also by the way to solve a series of problems in this decaying dying country, but also can become the important source of spiritual energy for the future cultivation of the martial artists. After all, the current blue also immortal master is no more mysterious and unpredictable. A person burden hundreds of martial artists' battle consumption okay, but if it is a few thousand martial artists, or even hundreds of thousands of martial artists, not to mention the battle, just a daily cultivation, blue also cannot do anything, hit a golden throne in the above as a human charger to sit until the death of it. As for the consequences of doing so for the next few decades, this was not in Lan Yi's consideration. As long as it is not the destruction of the river civilization, the situation is getting better. Serious illnesses need strong medicine, and corrections need to be made. Spiritual cultivator is not a great saint. Blue is already considered to have integrity, even if he will extinguish the world. Some everywhere scurrying spacetime locusts everywhere release biochemical viruses and mold cause pollution, that is to do the work of extinction. Control of iron armor ships, control of arsenals, control of the army, control of water and electricity, control of communications, control of dignitaries, to make an example of, blockade the border, show the extraordinary power of martial artists. It was a day's work. The work arranged by Lan Yi was carried out in a well-organized manner. This is the frightening thing about martial artists. Being able to draw people from all walks of life to become martial artists at any time, any place, mastering production, self-stabilizing blood production, and quickly calming down chaos, the martial artists had unparalleled reverence and loyalty to Immortal Master Lan Yi, who had created all of this. And there are also known Jinsun, Chen Shimei and other party members who are actively assisting Lan Yi. Unprecedented power, unprecedented loyalty, unprecedented smoothness brought unprecedented efficiency. But where the orders of Immortal Master Lan Yi? In Puhai, the people and things plan must be in place on time. Taking money? Profit from it? There are martial artists who can't wait for the ungrateful snakes to come out, so that they can show their loyalty in front of Immortal Master Lan, so that they can be favored by the Immortal Master, and quickly become the 4 generals of that kind of god-training powerhouses. The 4 heavenly generals was the honorific title given to the 4 divine practitioner martial artists under Lan Yi's command. The Shadow General, Zhao Xikong. The Dongyang concession was silenced by him for a day, and it is said that when he left the Dongyang concession, the smell of blood in the concession was so overwhelming that all the surviving men never dared to hold a gun again, and even the sight of a gun would cause them to shiver and go into incontinence. Fierce heavenly general, Zhao Jian. With the strength of bears and tigers, he stormed into the barracks of the old imperial army, resisted cannons in front of 1,000 men, took down the armory, and hand-tore down a number of hardcore croppers who had been disrespectful to the Immortal Master. Ghost Heavenly General, Deng Liangchen. Drove hungry ghosts and climbed onto warships, forcing the new army to follow orders and begin enforcing the time-honored policy of blockading and inspecting foreign ships in the harbor. Martial Heaven General, Huo Yuanjia. He was friends with the Immortal Master, that's all. All of this happened in only 48 hours. Outside of Pohei there had been no reaction to the dramatic changes that had taken place in it, and even suspicions of its authenticity. Even the Dongyang base camp, which was the most perceptive to the winds and grasses of Xinghan, was confused as to what exactly Lan Yi was, and many scholars even interpreted the word Lan Yi as a code name for some kind of conspiratorial plan of the Qing court. And Lan also got a rare rest and leisure. He could finally take the time to transplant Prison Town onto himself. recognizing the life bush, harvesting the life bush, and transplanting the life bush. This was a mandatory lesson for every spiritual energy cultivator. Because it was impossible for anyone to be born with all the fate clusters they wanted, the fate clusters needed for a fate diagram cultivation, then they could only be transplanted over to themselves from elsewhere. In this matter, the conquering space, a system that had little presence, had provided great convenience to the spiritual cultivator early on. After the spiritual energy cultivator had full control of the target, one could apply to the conquest space for an appraisal of the loot. If there is a fate bush in the loot, the psychic cultivator can get its relevant information, whether to choose to transplant it to itself, or to store it. Because of the convenience and reliability of its storage super era, the psychic cultivators also jokingly referred to this function as preservation of freshness. Of course, transplanting a life bush is certainly not that simple. It involves a series of difficulties such as rejection reactions, fitness, life plexus psychosis, life plexus interactions, and so on. The conquest space was only responsible for transplantation. The rest of the problems still needed to be judged by the spiritual cultivator himself. Because of the lack of direct hints, coupled with the lack of understanding of the fate map, many spiritual cultivators in the early period of time were transplanting a fate plexus into themselves when they saw a fate plexus, which directly led to the emergence of a bunch of fate plexus psychosis. And later, in order to cultivate the life map, began to remove the life clusters, don't mention how sour. The fate cluster, Jinjail, that Lonnie was keeping fresh at the moment was the original fate cluster. It hadn't been activated by spiritual energy, nor had it been cultivated, and its owner was still an ordinary person when the life bush was removed. The interference that could be caused for the transplant was minimal. As for fitness and fate bush interactions, Immortal Master Lonnie said that small problems these could be survived by will. After completely controlling the Pu-hai, the spiritual energy conversion device and detector are going to be on the agenda. More martial artists will come here next, and I'll have to take care of that lucky guy Dong Yang behind me. Lonnie expressionless looking at the sky full of stars, the next moment at the back of his neck a flash of blue light, the Jijin Jail, is already transplanted, and then the Manhwa, as if summoned automatically activated. The naked eye can see the skin under the countless wriggling glowing white silk quickly spread to the neck. Chapter 20, Refining Life Bush. The first level of Taoist cultivation, refining the fate cluster. The process was very simple: sensing the life cluster, activating the life cluster, and lighting up the life cluster. Of course, this simplicity was compared to a reborn top-level spiritual cultivator like Lan Yi, who had experience in cultivation before his rebirth, so sensing the life plexus was equivalent to skipping this piece directly. Activating the life cluster was even simpler. With the aid of spiritual energy, this step is a step-by-step activation program, so that the dormant and fragile life cluster slowly accepts spiritual energy to feed. The vast majority of Taoist organs are very fragile when activated. If they accept too much violent spiritual energy in nature, cultivation is equivalent to suicide. The only thing that was a bit difficult was lighting up the life cluster. For spiritual energy cultivators, this step begins the true refining of the life cluster. With the absorption of spiritual energy and the promotion of revitalization, the life cluster will continue to spread out from its initial position until it covers the whole body inside and outside, forming a huge network. This was the great fulfillment of the life refining cluster, a small realm that cultivators called no leakage. Before the life plexus reaches the no leakage, the spiritual energy contained in the human body is too weak, and all Tao arts must be enhanced with the power of the present world before they can be performed. And only after the life-refining plexus reaches the no-leakage realm can Tao arts be performed out of thin air. In other words, in fact, before no leakage, cultivators' combat power was very limited if they faced encounters, and even after reaching no leakage, the problems of spiritual energy reserves and life cluster overload would still deeply plague cultivators. Lan was also an exception. He was reborn with the most basic set of spiritual energy furnaces from the 9 Heavens in Yuan treasure book. Therefore, even if he did not reach the realm of non-leakage, he could still rely on a relatively sufficient amount of spiritual energy and a wealth of knowledge of Taoist techniques to perform long-lasting and powerful Taoist techniques, and the 9 Heavens in Yuan Ba Shu was a typical life map that borrowed power from the heavens and the earth and merged with the mountains, rivers, the sun, and the moon, and it belonged to the category of the type where the more the battle unfolded, the more abundant the spiritual energy became. Manhwa has an advantage in constructing without leakage. Instead of having to pave the road and build at the same time, it was possible to pave the road first and then build quickly. With the help of the mutual stimulation between the life clusters brought about by the transplanted prison town, Manhwa, under Lan Yi's intentional control, used the fastest possible speed to reach the realm of the unleakable along the paved track that had been going on at all times during those 48 hours. At this moment, on the roof of the foreign building of the Universal Press Club, a layer of faint ivory-colored shimmering light from the body of the blue also through, which is covered by the whole body of the Manhwa. In the success of the arrival of the realm of non-leakage, the spiritual energy light is no longer free filament, but neatly and orderly released halo. But this layer of halo is uncertain, such as a candle in the wind at any time will be extinguished. This is to arrive at the realm of not leakage. Any part of the body can freely absorb and release the spiritual energy that can only be absorbed by the past parts of the life bush, and then by the light, fire, electricity, magnetism, sound waves, and other natural spiritual energy interference in the invasion of the foreign devil phenomenon, in the Taoist scriptures are also known as the heavenly tribulation. Blue is also very fast promotion speed, if not quickly stabilize the balance of internal and external spiritual energy. The rampant spiritual energy in his body transformed into an uncontrolled electromagnetic Tao technique, enough to turn him into a fragrant Peking duck. For insurance purposes, it's better to use prison suppression. Lonnie rationally and calmly responded to the heavenly calamity and activated the prison suppression that he had just transplanted. Subdue the heart ape. Merging with the Tao and God. The spiritual energy halo that was still bright and uncertain and slightly turbulent instantly stabilized. The light and strange scene brought about by the invasion of demons inside and outside the brain, and the discomfort and imbalance brought about by all kinds of violent natural spiritual energy were all suppressed by the merciless and cold will as if it were a machine, and for the outside world's violent spiritual energy, it also adapted rapidly, and in a short time, it was able to pass this wave of heavenly tribulation peacefully. Lon also exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. It's done. This progress of his, even if it was placed amongst the group of heavenly prides of the Reborn, it was also extremely terrifying. Although the Taoist arts theoretically, as long as the resources and knowledge kept up, one could ascend the realm by leaps and bounds, in practice, without unwavering execution and the will to move forward at all costs, one would surely have their progress slowed down by the external demonic heavenly tribulation as well as the life and death crises. There was a tirade against Lonnie within the river civilization before his rebirth, and that was that if eating could constantly become stronger, this guy Lonnie would definitely go on a big eating spree. Lonnie at this moment. He had already reached the perfection of the life-refining plexus in Taoism. In martial arts, he was a little slower, and was currently practicing the human phase of God. And the first artificial God realm still has a lot of time for him to improve. But it was still the same saying. Realm was not necessarily equivalent to combat power, especially for the Reborns, except for a few brain-damaged ones. Almost every Reborn possessed a large amount of practical combat experience and Tao art reserves. These spiritual cultivators who had experienced countless artificial god realms and fought with all sorts of bulls and snakes, it was impossible to summarize strength with realms. Successfully arriving at the realm of no leakage. Lon also had no intention of rejoicing. Everything was supposed to be like this, he was supposed to be that strong. He took stock of his current state. The spiritual energy furnace still had 42% reserves, there was nothing worth introducing on the weapon side, the spell-casting materials had, Manhwa, and the martial arts were auxiliary, meaningless before the Dharma phase, and couldn't interfere with the battles between spiritual energy cultivators. On the side of Taoism, except for colorless eyes. The South Sacred Sect's Tao arts available were two, Steel Armor Divine Thunder and Gung Jin Sword Chi. The Divine Heavenly Peaks Tao arts had three available, Palm Thunder, Voodoo Rope, and Overlaying Thunder Pool. Steel Armor Divine Thunder and Palm Thunder Lon also directly skipped over, these two Taoist arts were too familiar to him. Gengjin Sword Chi, with magnetic chi tandem manipulation from the iron vein extracted from the Gengjin Chi, change and fly with the caster's whims, not only cuts iron like mud, cannot be defended against, but also has the ability to conduct magnetic break into iron flowers, and Steel Armor Divine Thunder is known as the two big cans of divine art. Blue also commented, Steel Needle Armor Piercing Bullet Enhanced Version. Voodoo Rope, Demons and Monsters, Touch and Die. Essentially is to control the current and voltage, the formation of the same frequency, the transmission direction of the two kinds of waves to create standing waves, the final formation of instantaneous high-kill electric arc rope. This Taoist art is particularly insidious point is that it can destroy other people's Taoist art. Blue also commented, the front shake is easy to be detected by the cultivator, but if hit, the probability will die violently. Overlaying Thunder Pool, the Thunder Pool pours out like divine punishment. By storing energy and creating ionized channels in advance, it is a powerful Taoist art that bombards the target area. Even if you are hiding in an underground anti-aircraft bunker, you will be locked by the falling thunder, and you will be strongly bombarded from the pervasive ionized channels. Blue also comments, self-locking map cannon. The two Tao arts of Steel Armor Divine Thunder and Palm Thunder were enough for Lon E to traverse the artificial god realm 1909. And now he had mastered 3 more Dao arts. These 3 Dao arts allowed him to have a grasp on certain hidden probes that were deeper and at the same time more dangerous in this world. Lan also knew very well that this world was not as simple as it looked. This was the artificial god realm. The village that Hui Yuanjia had mistakenly entered when he was wandering around. Everywhere there was a strange flavor. Chapter 21, A Little Angry. Immortal masters were becoming more and more unfathomable. This was the true thought within the hearts of every martial artist who went up to the top floor of the ocean building to report on the progress of their work. And the more powerful the martial artist, the more they could feel the danger of Lan Yi. That kind of danger, just like a normal person standing unprotected at the edge of boiling hot steel water, as if there was an invisible blade on the neck of the vitals, the sharp instincts of the martial artist is warning that the silver-colored airflow and electric arc rope around Lan Yi can easily kill them. This was the vague feeling of chi practicing martial artists and ordinary people. What about god practitioner martial artists? In the eyes of the dusty Hui Yuanjia, it looked like Immortal Master Lan Yi, who had nothing to do and was fiddling with the several clusters of silver-colored air currents and ropes suspended around him. He was like a majestic and inviolable statue of a god, using unfathomable divine might to play with a terrifyingly evil silver or white beast, which was strong enough to eat people without leaving any bones behind, and was as docile as a cat in Lan Yi's control. And in Lan's own eyes? He was merely using his body to familiarize himself with the 2 Dao arts, Dingjin sword chi and voodoo rope, adding a little muscle memory. The foreseeable future. Gangjin sword chi and voodoo rope would become Lan Yi's most commonly used Taoist arts. Because not only could they be instantaneous and long-lasting, they didn't even need to consume Dao-jitsu materials like the magically altered version of Palm Thunder, and they were just too good to use for clearing out clutter and deterrence. The only thing that made Lan also agonized was currently the voodoo cord. He didn't have a good way to solidify it into the Gangjin sword chi. After all, the essence of the voodoo rope is a high-energy electric arc formed by standing waves, not a real rope, to keep it for a long time after releasing it, as well as the Gangjin sword chi and call it up at any time. For Lan Yi, who is still essentially a carbon-based being, if he is not careful to play with himself off, he will be burned into carbon residue. Immortal Master Yuanjia is fortunate. Shaved an inch. Hui Yuanjia face does not change color, ignored and then blue also jump around the change of the voodoo rope, arching his hands and bowing respectfully salute. Pu Hai all controlled properly? Yes, the power plant and its personnel that you, Immortal Master, have emphatically requested to be controlled are all intact. Hui Yuanjia nodded. This was another task Lan Yi had given him. Pu Hai was one of the first cities in Xinghan to begin electrification, and the city's power generation was important to Lan Yi's plans. Now that the power plant had been taken, the martial artists were keeping it running, which meant that the Immortal Master could prepare to move out. Lan Yi's side was in deep thought. The voodoo rope and the Gangjin sword chi still couldn't fuse. The high temperature of the voodoo rope could too easily cause the Gangjin sword chi to melt and evaporate, and although this would allow the 2 Taoist arts to be more lethal, causing the enemy's body tissues to be metallized and poisoned when they suffered a wound, it went against Lan Yi's original intention of wanting them to exist for a long time. Where's the governor of the 2 rivers and that group of hardcore croppers? Did you entertain them properly? Lan Yi couldn't help but look playful. Governor Zhang Ji is bedridden and is already a dry bone in the mound, but he was cooperative with Brother Chi Mei and the others, so he was not overly harsh on him. Hui Yuanjia carefully observes Lan Yi's expression, seeing that he is not displeased before continuing. The old military camp whistled, shouting about rebels rebelling and killing Han Chinese, and was suppressed by Brother Zhao Jian. Lan also couldn't help but laugh. This backward age always had some stupid people and stupid things that could make him smile, and Immortal Master Lan Yi wanted to give them an award. I'm not forcing them if they don't want to be Star Han people. What does Immortal Master mean? Under my rule, all those who are willing to recognize their identity across the 5 lakes are Star Han citizens. No one is more noble than anyone else. Those who don't want to be Star Han people, then they are not protected by the martial arts and official provisions, and there is no crime in killing them. Hui Yuanjia inhaled slightly. But again, the heart recognizes that this change of dynasty, which time is not to the former royal family to kill a clean. What's more, this Qin court is a small clan-ling big country. Decades of foreign can be described as let the country people disappointed to the extreme, hate to the extreme. The big guys are now looking forward to its death, ready to out of a mouthful of hostile gas. Blue also waved his hand, manipulating the deflection change of the standing wave. The voodoo rope is finally looking for an intermediate value that tends to stabilize the enemy temperature. There was now a vermilion rope strung through each of the Gangjin sword chi. The Gangjin sword chi was endowed with sinews and bones, and was considered to have an exact entity, which now allowed the 12 flying swords suspended behind Lan Yi to be directly replaced, and both Dao arts had the ability to be maintained for a long time, and to be instantaneously launched at any time. From today onwards, every Singun in the land I rule will have to cut the whip. The party people also don't talk about what is rotten and filthy and plead for the people. Don't they want the rule of law and civil rights? Start here, give me a good time to be the great lord of Qingtian. If you can't do it, then you'll be punished. Lan also got up. His torso was perfect in the sunlight. His face was well defined, feminine and masculine, his white skin glistened with glistening jade, his eyes were clear and bright like crystal, his body was even and long, the muscle lines under his shirt were full of strength, yet he didn't make people feel bloated and robust. Hua Yuanjia only noticed at this time. Compared to the first time they met, Lan Yi's body was even more perfect, and his martial arts cultivation was obviously far beyond theirs. They were getting stronger, and so was Lan Yi, and the speed at which Lan Yi was getting stronger far exceeded theirs. Honor the Immortal Master's order. Hua Yuanjia arched his hand. Alright, there's no need for all this red tape, I'm not one for rigid rules. Lan Yi was ready to find some targets to test out his new Dao technique. By the way, Immortal Master, there are a few more things that are telegraphed from the outside world for Pu Hai. Hua Yuanjia said cautiously. Until now, none of Lan Yi's commanders were clear on what exactly the Immortal Master's attitude towards the outside world was, and what step he wanted to take, so they all chose not to respond to the telegrams and attitudes from the outside world and waited for the Immortal Master to send word. Now came the time when the word had to be sent. Has completed a substantial control of the Pu Hai and a circle of surrounding areas, incidentally stormed the suppression of the foreigners, bombarded the old army, so that the governor of the 2 rivers are obedient to cooperate, is to cut off a side of the force. This force must have a charter goal. Otherwise the people's hearts are not stable. The British Union, the French flag of the stream of the powers, have condemned, we in the Pu Hai action, said we damaged the international free trade, the property and safety of the overseas Chinese in China, the valuable spirit of the rule of law, etc., so that we quickly retired, or will join forces to carry out the disciplinary action, will be destroyed under the giant cannon. Hua Yuanjia, this good temperament cannot help but a burst of annoyance. Arrogant powers. Even though they realized that a force was rising in the Far East, the arrogance in their bones made them feel that it was just a regional cutthroat force. Dong Yang, in particular, has shown much disrespect to you, Immortal Master, slandering you and vowing to use the power of the entire nation to cut off your head and ours and offer it to the shrine to ease its hatred. According to intelligence, its garrison in Liaodong, as well as the ironclads on the mainland, are currently fully loaded. Snap! A flash of popping electric sparks flashed through the flying sword suspended behind Lan Yi, who was a bit angry. What about the Qing court, what do they say? Chapter 22 Invitation, Beheading, Except as a Dog. The court is now the court of the foreigners. The foreigners have been the emergence of a group of martial artists as the 10 evils, the destruction of civilized trade centers. For this extraordinary riot, Yellow-Skin Monkey must be hit hard, lick the foreigners' ditch, or smiling with joy cord naturally also pat on the back to follow. In the case of not fully understand what happened in the Pu Hai side, the court has been rapid to Nong Jinsun, Chen Shime and other party members led by the martial arts group declared as a rebel thieves. Its crimes are unforgivable, demagoguery, mutilation of loyal people, disloyal, unkind, unfilial, contrary to the ancestral system, the crime of the most heinous, according to the law of the article, should be lynched and cleaved. Especially pushed to the front of the stage, as the head of the cult of blue also, but also was hit with 12 felonies, just waiting for the foreigners. Tianjun descended, will be crushed and suppressed. He was advised to surrender quickly and could be sentenced lightly. Finally, there is also a sharp comment with great vigor. Rebels and rebels will be punished by heaven. This is the official language. Accompanied by the official language, there are some whispers from the north to bring. Whispers are not good to hear where, nothing more than the foreigners cannot be enemy, do not be bent on letting the southern coast of the people, and quickly make the mountain blue also into the palace, as the national teacher escort in front of his majesty to wait. If they do not listen, then the court cannot give them the slightest help, then not to say aid, but will assist the foreigners, such as rebels, to purge. On our own soil. Some people defeated the foreigners' army, but was denounced as treason, deserved heavenly punishment, as if it is some kind of unforgivable felony, will soon fall into a rebellion. Everyone shouted at the point of death. Blue also listened to this extreme pass order, really good fear to he wanted to use steel armor divine thunder cannon dual bore skin dog emperor. Hua Yuanjia also burst into a fit of anger after relaying it. Even though he had already been informed in advance, when he retold it again he was still pained by the dim-witted incompetence and stupid short-sightedness of this imperial court. Immortal Master, take us on a northern expedition. Hua Yuanjia completely gave up the idea of supporting the Qing dynasty and destroying the foreigners. Rotten mud can't help the wall. Even if the immortal master goes to support it, he will only be raising a stinking and rotten shelf for the scourge of the divine kingdom. No matter what world, there are always such stupid even-hoofed creatures who choose to send their faces over for me to whip. Lonnie couldn't help but lament in his beautiful native tongue. I changed my mind. I was planning to go to Donyang after dealing with this side of things, so it's better to take a trip north first. Hua Yuanjia sniffed subconsciously. Then do you need us to prepare and accompany you? No need, I'll just take the train north when the time comes. Taking the train north also happens to go along with one stop to clean up the reactionary forces in the past, and so on clean up to Yanjing time. Blue would like to see by despair and fear step-by-step strangulation of the Qing court is intended to kneel down on the spot to admit their mistakes, or fleeing to reach the record of 3 times the Western hunting. Along the way, let's see if we can run into any spiritual cultivators from the main world. Artificial God Realm 1909 can be more than just one main world visitor to the trial. Before he was reborn, Lon also knew. Dongyang native side there is a spiritual cultivator, seems to be in the Ice Castle side there is also a Xinghan side in addition to their own, there should be another, but this spiritual cultivator is more unlucky, seems to come in because of a variety of reasons, was directly arrested up to the vegetable market beheading. Farther away is not clear. After all, this era of communication and transportation are not developed, even in the same world, if not lucky, or the general trend, the main world of spiritual cultivators are very difficult to meet each other. Spiritual energy cultivators first artificial divine world trial. Don't look at the blue also people before the manifestation of sainthood, create martial artists, who do not serve, strong suppression, boldly remodeling the territory is very cool, most of the spiritual energy cultivators is an ordinary person to survive a state of affairs. There is an initial life bush, and this life bush is useful, in order to live a better life. If there is nothing, not yet prepared to venture into the artificial god world. Taking Xinghan's circle as an example, the men could play some wilderness survival, while the women would be really miserable and worse than death. Anyway, Lon also heard that some little fairies who dream of going to Weijing to serve on the table, after the opening of the Conquest space came in despite the dissuasion, fantasizing that they are the Phoenix Hegemony harem or the shopping mall empress. There was no thing by harem or mall queen Lon also did not know. He only heard a news. After the first artificial god realm exercise in the Conquest space ended, the gynecology and dermatology departments in various cities were directly overcrowded. But the commotion made by Lon wasn't exactly small. It wouldn't be impossible if there really was a main world spiritual energy cultivator that Lon also didn't know about who took the initiative to come to the door. Hua Yuanjiao's report ended. It meant that the martial artist group had officially ascended to the stage of this world as a party force, and in this era of rising winds and empires fighting for supremacy, the martial artists who had tasted shame and despair, and vowed to make a clean sweep of the past, were definitely using this body of power to fight for an empire's survival space, rather than being slaughtered like before. Temporarily bending the curve in terms of transcendent power didn't mean that other aspects had kept up. It was true that martial artists could ignore bullets. However, if it was a large-scale war, facing heavy artillery and heavy machine guns, explosive packets of grenades, flamethrowers and poisonous gases, the difference between a cheap practicing martial artist and an ordinary person was actually not that big. Even human phase martial artists. There is also no way to use unlimited mind attacks, the power of the mind to kill a few hundred people may be exhausted. Solon also never put eggs in one basket, since guns and cannons are so good, martial artists with guns and cannons are obviously stronger in war than ordinary ones with guns and cannons, and are more adapted to battlefield killing. Mr. Kent, who was willing to sell his conscience and loyalty, brought good news today. Among the captives of Immortal Master Lan Yi, he unearthed a few unexpected joys. This unexpected joy was not from the captured Observer Corps, but from this group of journalists who were unlucky before. This era can be a reporter who traveled across the ocean to enjoy the exotic, especially the female reporter, basically all-powerful and noble family, belonging to the life without material pursuit anymore, want to engage in some spiritual pursuit. Thanks to the best-selling adventurers and detective novels among the foreign aristocracy. In a foreign country, and a good and perfect opposite sex to have a romantic encounter that is not allowed by the world, moreover, it has become the forbidden idea of some governor's wife or noble lady. These reporters were captured but not brutally and savagely abused, and Blue's power and perfection were there for all to see. As soon as Kent went over to the stats, he realized that this was a good opportunity. So, you're suggesting they become my mistresses or lovers? Lan Yi almost applauded. Noam Jinsuan's eyes were on fire, almost wanting to rush over and bite Kent's throat. This Guilo. They hadn't even given the Immortal Master the gift of stuffing a woman yet, and they actually gave him a head start. Your Honor, I have learned about Star Han's culture. You as an excellent transcendent powerhouse, 3 wives and 4 concubines are the norm, while in our culture, it is normal for a powerful general or king to have multiple secretaries, lovers, maids, and companions. Of course, if you want a man, I believe that they will also be happy to. Kent made a long list of names and the companies and nobles involved behind them. Ironclads, guns, factories of all kinds, and instructors for the new army. Get them or them and you have it all. Chapter 23, Becoming Great, Establishing Great Faith. Immortal Master, whether or not these foreigner women adore you is still a matter of debate. You are a noble Star Han immortal. If you accidentally stray your bloodline out of the country, wouldn't it be? In the past, there were Tang envoys who came to China to borrow seeds, causing the Dongyang people to rapidly shift from barbarism to enlightenment. It's bloodline if there are Immortal Master God's power 2 or 3 points, and go astray, for the curmudgeon to use, is not the bone and flesh mutilation, scourge of the Star Han tragedy? Nong Jin Sun anxious, hastened to dissuade, at the same time the heartbroken curses, no stayed in the quality of the ocean. Ing Guilo. Our side has not yet found the opportunity to Immortal Master stuff woman, and Immortal Master marriage, you kidda go out of luck of the defeated army, thanks to the Immortal Master valued, actually dare to shortcut first? You're done. I'll ask Yuanjia to secretly do you tonight. Nong Jin Sun no longer concealed the hostility towards Kent in his eyes. Sensing the threat of hostility, Kent took 2 steps back and lowered his head to Lonnie in a very meek and respectful manner. Lonnie seemed to be smiling, his eyes turning on Nong Jin Sun and Kent. Probably feeling that he had been too hasty, Nong Jin Sun, who had calmed down a little, realized that he had made a mistake, and greeted Lonnie's naturally oppressive line of sight and stiffly said, Immortal Master, my subordinate is not trying to stop you from branching out. It's just that foreigner women have a lot of body hair and great flavor. It's really that, it's hard to get into the Hall of Elegance. After all, it is still my Xinghan woman. Nong Jin Sun's words were interrupted in the next second. For the face of Master Hua, I'll be free today. I ask you, is the foreigner woman important to me, or is the Star Han woman important to me? Lon also raised his hand behind him, 12 flying swords rotating clockwise, one of them landed on his hand. This question is a giveaway, Nong Jin Sun instantly sweated. The answer is that none of them are important to me. The only thing that matters to me will always be what I tell you guys. Lonnie casually threw his hand, the flying sword in his hand. The next moment whoosh sound broke through the air and flew out, bringing out the hunting strong wind, scraping Nong Jin Sun's cheeks raw pain. He almost thought that he had been Immortal Master. Flying sword has cut off the skin of his face, stiffly stood in place, did not dare to move a single movement. Until cold sweat slid down his neck and down his collar, Nong Jin Sun slowly recovered from his extreme panic. Terrifying. Appalling. Even if Lon also did not release his aura, nor did he punish him, but facing a powerful existence that could turn himself into charcoal or meat paste at any time, as long as there was a possibility of being affected, Nong Jin Sun, who was an ordinary person, was still too frightened to move, especially when he intuitively understood how powerful Lon also was. This is the power you want. This sword can release thunder and sword chi. It's a staff and words you can understand. Perhaps you can find a martial artist as a bodyguard. Kent was instantly ecstatic. He knew he had become a tool for this transcendent being to hammer his men, but it was all worth it. Lon also didn't let Kent become a martial artist. Directly letting a foreigner become a martial artist would definitely cause an adverse reaction from the martial artist group that was gradually forming common interests. With the expansion of strength there must be ambition. Lon also does not say, under the increasingly changing mentality of the martial artist group, he is in the eyes. This change Blue was also happy to see it. Steering in a good direction was good for this era of Xinghan and his own goals. Nong Jin Sun was a representative of the martial artists interest group, and not only did they want to be founding fathers and make a name for themselves, but they also wanted to be the only henchman Lonnie could use. If Lonnie could only rely on martial artists, even if he could kill or be killed by them, he would still have to be concerned about the martial artists he had created. Granting martial arts, granting soldiers. A reward and a punishment, immediate results. The Immortal Master can both give martial arts and soldiers, can be given to the Star Han people, can also be given to the foreigners. I advise all the proud soldiers and generals to behave themselves, honestly to the Immortal Master's requirements as the first task. Besides, the Immortal Master is still in favor of us. The Immortal Master is still biased in favor of our Star Han people. Can't you see that the Immortal Master has advised the ghosts to find themselves a martial artist bodyguard? The matter that just had the first signs was easily dissolved by Lon Yi. This is the absolute force in their own hands of the bottom, not afraid of others to lift the table. Do not do, you do not do, there are people to do. Do not make a sound, the enemy will make a sound for you. Do not make history clear, the enemy will create history for you. Lonnie had originally arranged positions for the reporters who had been taken into custody. In this era, the fastest way to make a statement was the newspaper. As the forces that cut off aside. Publicizing one's ideas and claims and showing one's power was one of the means to quickly conquer the hearts and minds of the people and unify the divine kingdom. Kent gave Lonnie a heads up. The interviews in the newspaper were all from the hands of reporters. The dry and unnutritious content written with force and intimidation was not as powerful and eye-catching as what the journalists wrote in good faith. Restore their freedom to go or stay as they wish, whoever they want to interview, just ask for permission. Since you want to do great things, you have to set up a great faith. A great faith is not afraid to speak out and stand up to the world's verification. Lon also patted Nong Jinsun's shoulder. Nong Jinsun convinced, ashamed to bow. Blue also, this is indeed a wonderful move. So far, has completed the Pussy area. Substantial control of the martial arts group, even on the control area, are not a unified voice channel. If not, they sank the foreigner iron armor ship, hit the foreigner army, maintain the stability of the city, won the people's voices in people's hearts. Estimate under the rule of the people are to run a 7 or 8. The understanding of the martial arts group by all classes in Pohei stops at the surface. This group of journalists were not abused, but also witnessed the transcendent miracle, as well as the results of this miracle defeating the imperial army of the great powers, and have long had a bellyful of words that they wanted to vent, and were eager to tell the whole world about it. The journalists who regained their freedom began to work overtime on the same day. Interviews. Especially the foreigner female reporter, was released. This group of only spiritual pursuit of the noble woman ladies, do not need Kent hint, directly said they want to interview Blue also. The best is to have a separate interview room, can deeply understand each other's soul of the kind of interview, they desperately want to understand the angel of the thunder of the heart. Was he a demon or an angel? What kind of ferocious soul was underneath his marble-like handsome exterior? This group of female reporters included Yasuji Reika, the second young lady of the Yasuji Persuasion Bank in Toyo; Nagano Sayuri, the eldest young lady of Toyo Business Corporation; Philia, the wife of the president of the Body Poison Shipping Company; Alice, the daughter of the governor of Shangjiang; Liz, the sister of the CEO of the Royal Military Industries, and the maids or bodyguards by their side. Their expectation of wanting an interview was urgent. Compared to the boring war and interests. It was the first time that this group of pampered beauties found a male in Singun who perfectly fit their romantic expectations. He was simply poison that made them know that they were making a mistake in backstabbing, or they would still pounce on him uncontrollably. Soon the group of female journalists get a good news and a bad news. The good news was that Lonnie was happy to be interviewed by them. The bad news is, it's not an immediate interview. Lonnie had already left for the major power plants controlled by the martial artists. Chapter 24, Psychic Energy. What is spiritual energy? Naturally, everything is born with a spirit, and everything in this world radiates psychic energy every moment of every day. From the perspective of modern understanding, spiritual energy was similar to radiation, because no matter any object, there was a background of radiation. Even the most extreme celestial black holes had the presence of radiation. But as a top-level spiritual energy cultivator who had been reborn, Lon also could say with certainty. The essence of spiritual energy was not radiation. It was an indeterminate existence that existed between the interstices of matter and energy, or it could be said that it was both energy and matter, something and nothing at the same time, which was why it could be taken in by spiritual energy cultivators into the spiritual energy furnace, to change the world by means of cognition, or for the fuel of the innate one, to distort the reality without any reasoning. Wind, electricity, light, magnetism, waterfalls, ionic matter, magma, and high-energy ores, they are all psychic energy with different attributes and different rates of utilization. The spiritual energy available to mankind in the atmosphere of the artificial God world 1909 is very inefficient. So much so that in this world, cultivators only existed in myths and legends, and no matter how much cultivators exercised, they were unable to transcend into sainthood in master methods such as practicing chi and practicing God. But that didn't mean that this world didn't have a method of switching spiritual energy on a large scale. Thank goodness. This era at least already had power plants. Otherwise, Lon would really have to start from scratch, going to circle the land to find hot springs, volcanoes or waterfalls to create the so-called mage towers, which was the most torturous thing for him at this time. Power plant. Its existence heralded that the human cognition and utilization of energy had gotten rid of the primitive ignorance, And any spiritual energy practitioner with complete knowledge of Taoism could use his or her own learning to convert the electricity constantly released from the power plant into spiritual energy that could be used by cultivators and martial artists through a set of particularly simple devices. In Lan Yi's advance plan, controlling the power plant was a very important task. If the power plant was smashed, repairing it to a usable level could be too troublesome. The sun was yellowing at the moment, and the Puhai power plant. 5 steps to a post. 10 steps to a whistle was definitely not an exaggeration. Currently the entire Puhai 200 martial artists, there are 40 people in this place to rotate patrol stationed, and Blue also Immortal Master under the command of the 4 generals, Martial Arts Heaven General Hui Yuanjia and Ghost Heaven General Gung Liangchen this time to ensure that there is a person to sit on the town, to avoid the emergence of the power plant and the certain foreigners not only do not cooperate, but also engage in bad things to sabotage. Lan Yi and Hui Yuanjia paced between the generator sets that were steadily rattling. The image of the work mass pushing the turbines at high speeds had a unique beauty to Lan Yi, the beauty of energy in constant flux. You guys did a great job, this place is very well preserved. It's all what my subordinates should do. Hui Yuanjia humbly said. The future of this world is now around us. Lan Yi gave a rare emotional speech. Loneliness and backwardness had always haunted him. With prison suppression, the next thing to do shouldn't kill anyone. Immortal Master, there may be a batch of people whose processing requires your approval. Hui Yuanjia presented a list. Oh? Lan Yi sidled his head. There were a few foreigners on the list, as well as a few Star Han Chinese. Soon Lan Yi understood what this was about. These foreigners were engineers, and these few Star Han Chinese were the management that licked the foreigners with particular glee. In the end, this land has not hosted its own power plant capacity. Power plant large machinery and technology management is either introduced or sent to learn to lick the foreign ditch people think they are great. In the power plant affairs, that is to say nothing. Because Lan also demanded to take these power plants in their entirety. When the martial artists arrived at this place, their attitudes were very civilized and polite, and their movements were elegant and easygoing. Because of the semi-closed control state, plus the two sides refused to communicate, arrogant foreign technicians and their lapdogs directly said that the Puhai power plant is a foreign shareholding assets, refused to serve the unknown. If any sabotage will be pursued to the end. Good thing they are just arrogant, not brainless. The martial artists are all armed and skilled. They are just a little bit stubborn because of the amulet of the foreigners. It was understandable for the foreigners to be a bit stubborn, but what was the point of being a lapdog? Gung Liangchen was ready now, just waiting for the Immortal Master to give the word and use death and fear to show this group of people how ridiculous their amulet was. There's no need to ask me for permission for such trivial matters in the future. As long as the power plant can still maintain its operation, those who don't have the ability to do so should be driven away, and if they're still normally evil, then they should just be killed. Those who have the ability to still do evil, let him spit out all his ability quickly. Spit out what you have learned before sending him on his way. Go down and inform. Have Gung Liangchen maintain the places that should be maintained. No matter what happens next, the power plant's operation should never stop. Hui Yuanjia was already going to retire. With Lan Yi's last words in his head, he ghostly asked. What will happen if it stops? I'm sure I'll survive. As for you guys in this city. Lan also paused for a moment before speaking in a demonic tone. You will be reduced to primordial atoms, and the buildings of this city should all collapse. Hui Yuanjia only felt chills run down his spine. If it wasn't for the fact that Lan Yi wanted to do this, he would definitely stop the other party. But this was Immortal Master Lan Yi's will. Hui Yuanjia could feel its importance and inability to be disobeyed, so he could only retreat with a stiff upper lip. It wasn't long. A few mournful screams of seeing ghosts came from between the factories, and the screams soon came to an abrupt end. It's a good thing this world is backward enough, otherwise what I'm doing next would be nothing short of tree-taunting targets, inviting the entire planet's spiritual energy cultivators to come over and seize and plunder. I've also only done this once in the artificial god world biochemical crisis. The lowest technological requirements, the highest degree of world universality, the simplest conversion process, and the most primitive spiritual energy release of the universal Type 1 conversion device is enough to satisfy the use of martial artists below practicing emptiness. Lan also arrived at the output end of the power plant's electrical energy. Rows and rows of gigantic substation sets were neatly lined up like soldiers. Almost the entire Puhai's electricity was sent out from here, a staggering amount of electricity for this era. Lan Yi raised his hand and threw out 6 flying swords. The 6 flying swords connected steadily over the substation, forming a hexagonal circuit. Immediately, in the hexagonal circuit, the gangjin chi that had been extracted from various iron ore veins, i.e. iron, manganese, titanium, tungsten, zirconium, and other metal tiny particles wrapped around the hexagon, and began to form a three-dimensional blossoming lotus pattern, and in this pattern belonged to the spiritual energy practitioners cognizant of the energy skimmers, energy charges, induced stance stabilizers, and spiritual energy conversion terminals that were rapidly taking shape. A bit of spiritual energy was injected, and the strong magnetic field linking geomagnetism and the power plant instantly took shape. Buzz! An illusory blue light suddenly shot up into the sky. It instantly soared thousands of meters into the air, followed by what looked like a firework bloom, and began to release dots of raining blue light that could only be seen by psychic vision towards the entire range of Puhai. Chapter 25 The First in Jinmen. Traveling clouds and rain, transforming decay into magic, and skillfully laying down formations. This is a Taoist art used by spiritual cultivators to change the cultivation environment of a party according to the local conditions. This Taoist art does not have an exact name, and is only a means for spiritual cultivators to apply their knowledge in the world. There was a Taoist art in the divine heavenly peak that was based on this method of stealing the sky and changing the sun, practicing the earth's fate and heaven's dipper, inverting yin and yang, and could erase the surface of a modern fortress city from the earth in an instant. Of course. The difficulty of that Taoist art is so great that it is definitely not possible for the current Lani to perform, but the basic principles are here: electromagnetic force, gravity, weak force, strong force are understood, all the subtleties of the Taoist art are hidden there. Even if it cannot be reproduced to perform, there are ways to cope with the dismantling of the move. There is Prison Town, that can be activated at any time. Into the absolute rational calm state, the outside world spiritual energy coordination at your fingertips. Blue also once decided to do it. Then a thing has 100% certainty, even if it is a natural disturbance and other accidents in the middle of the process, he also has the certainty to control the scene. But in the end is in the risk. Some risks had to be taken. One couldn't stay in the artificial god realm for the rest of one's life, and if one didn't speed up, it would still be a bit slow to ascend in this backward and barren artificial god realm. One must know that as far as the rebirth conditions of reborn people are concerned, it can be said that 99% of the reborn in blue also have hatred. They are also reborn back, will certainly at all costs the first artificial god realm trials play to enhance their own power, and then observe the study of blue also, once found to have a grasp of the absolute, will be scurrying out of the angry beheading of the blue old devil's doghead to sacrifice the sky to save the world. To put it in fashionable terms, Lan is now considered to be in the artificial god realm 1909 to set off the aura recovery alone. The Type 1 transformation device gradually stabilized. The columns of light sprayed into the sky gradually dissipated. In its place was a little bit of rain-like blue light that overflowed from the huge lotus flower circuit, traced a path on the retina, and vanished without a trace in a whirlwind. Although invisible to the naked eye, in the psychic vision, it could be clearly seen that the light particles representing psychic energy flickered and excited from time to time, creating the so-called psychic energy cloud, leaping at breakneck speeds in units of 10,000 meters, and beginning to fill up with psychic energy throughout the entire scope of the Puhai. Hui Yuanjia and Gung Lianchen, who only dared to come over at this time, were overflowing with awe and admiration for Lani. Congratulations to Immortal Master on the accomplishment of his method. They likewise couldn't see the spiritual energy, but the innate chi had a sense of it. As God-practicing martial artists, they had the sharpest senses. Just like a bird being lifted up into the sky by a strong wind, or a fish jumping into the water to be nourished, the innate aura that originally needed to be replenished or sought out by Lani to be replenished after depletion was already independently absorbing free spiritual energy in this moment, and was able to do so to independently replenish the combat level depletion. Lani was estimating the impact based on the spiritual energy feedback in the air. You can find people to open up vegetable gardens and farms within Puhai, and the seafood near the Yangtze River outlet can be controlled. When the spiritual energy is abundant, with luck, you can harvest spiritual food. It won't be of much use to me, but it can still speed up the progress for your cultivation. In addition to that, among the manual laborers in the city, there should be a group of people who have sensed the innate aura or have unconsciously activated the life clusters in a short period of time, and they're all the seeds for the future conquest of the four seas. There was no need for Lani to say more. Even if Hui Yuanjia and Gung Lianchen couldn't understand, the party members who were already deeply bound to them would be able to understand what needed to be done next to govern the city and continue their foreign expansion. Honor Immortal Master's order. The two god practitioner powerhouses bowed again. At this time, Lani slightly frowned. Trouble was still there. This type of transformation device had already touched the underlying logic of the entire artificial god realm's operation, and even if there were no other spiritual cultivators in this world to interfere with or covet, heavenly consciousness, the river of life, the heavenly Tao, or high-dimensional computers and the like would begin to make assessments. Blue also as the ultimate causal creator of the aura recovery and reversal of the world's momentum, there are fluctuations in this aspect of luck. If unlucky. It wasn't impossible for a mythical species like a phoenix and dragon to emerge. But the most troublesome thing wasn't these. Rather, it was the side effects of this Type 1 transformation device. Its side effects weren't reflected in the aura, but rather directly on the artificial god realm. If the artificial god realm was the wall used by the Conquest space to protect the main world, after the Type 1 conversion device was turned on, it was the same as suddenly starting to broadcast on this wall that there were abnormal changes in this artificial god realm. How strong was this broadcasting effect? It was equivalent to suddenly raising a torch in the dark and lightless wilderness, equivalent to the emergence of an artificial sun on the polar snowfield, equivalent to the tweeters starting to wail in the middle of the night when all the music was silent, and equivalent to the intrusion of a carefully hidden vole into the field of view of a top predator. What with all the time-space locusts, cross-border immortal clans, super empires, ultimate beings, remnants of doom, psychic cultivators in the future, and other weird and wonderful things that might be attracted to the area. Why is this artificial god realm broadcasting continuously? Go and take a look. Of course, it depends on luck. One could be lucky and not have any existences notice the abnormality of this artificial god realm for hundreds or even thousands of years, or the next moment the heavens could be torn apart by a fleet of star exterminators coming across the border. The main people who had done this in the past were all spirit energy cultivators from the main world. Moreover, there is a space for conquests to be peddled. Blue also the sky is also bold, directly to the war space on the strength. Blue also linked on a type of transformation device can vaguely feel that after the beginning of mass production of spiritual chi roughly spread over, there are a few anomalies in the place of the activation. And one of them, even in Pu Hai. Lani looked sideways at Hua Yuanjia. This one anomaly had a deep karmic connection with Hua Yuanjia. Master Hua, go find someone for me, someone only you can find successfully. Lan Yi commanded. Who are you looking for, Immortal Master? His current name should be Jin Buwang. Hua Yuanjia was puzzled. He didn't know anyone called Jin Buwang. This Immortal Master had only given him a name. Was it hard to go through the 1 million or so people in Pu Hai? You should be able to find him if you go around outside now. No one dared to disobey Lan Yi's words, even if they were absurd. Hua Yuanjia immediately was to go outside the power plant ready to run around and see. If he didn't meet him, he would have to go to Nong Jinsun to check the household register. As a result, Hua Yuanjia's front foot just stepped out of the gate. A silhouette suddenly scurried in front of him. The speed of the fast he actually did not react, and did not sense the existence of this person, when it was a shock. Hua Yuanjia. Hua Yuanjia. Hey, when are you the number one in Tianjin? Chapter 26 Gold. Hua Yuanjia. Hua Yuanjia. Hey, when did you become the best in Tianjin? What do you think? Hey. Today. The dead memories were attacking Hua Yuanjia. He only felt incomparably absurd and out of this world, as if time had begun to rewind, and a scene from the past was right before his eyes. He went back to the day he had fought his way through the Jin Men, he went back to the day he had left with great enlightenment, and he went back to the day he himself had rejoined the Jin Men. In these important points in time, there is always a person. A person who didn't even have a name, and Hua Yuanjia's memory would playfully and happily ask him when he was the number one in Jinmen. And now, this person and the picture of memory began to overlap, eventually turning into the face of a beggar's crazy and strange smile, and he was pointing at Hua Yuanjia and laughing. Reality and absurdity overlapped together, and it turned out that the original reality and absurdity were actually only a hair's breadth apart, a feeling that made Hua Yuanjia's entire body hairy. Are you Jin Buwan? What a tacky name, but I like it. I'm called Jin Buwan. Hey, long time no see, Hua Yuanjia. Today I'm not here to find you, quickly take me in. Jin Buwan's neck stretched out, making a strong effort to look inside. He is still dressed as a beggar. There is no high man demeanor. But obviously an ordinary beggar. It is almost impossible to beg all the way from Jinmen to walk to Pu Hai with legs. There are too many things on the road that can take the skinniest straw beggar's little life. You really are Jin Buwan? Hua Yuanjia was still incredulous. I've said I'm Jin Bue. Well, it's the same as you being the first in Jinmen. If you don't believe it, go and find Blue yourself and ask. Jin Buwang's hand scratched vigorously towards his head and grabbed out a louse and directly pinched it to death. Hua Yuanjia's eyes twitched twice. He was disbelieving. But he believed in Immortal Master Lan Yi. So as patrolling the practice of Qi martial artists will see a very amazing scene, Wu Tian General Hua Yuanjia is leading a seemingly crazy, has been in the giggle non-stop beggar to go to see the Immortal Master. This beggar is also very bold, in the power plant everywhere to touch and see, and a crazy monkey, is not afraid to give their own death by electricity. Beggar, Immortal Master. This is only in the novel will be linked to the words. But at the moment it is linked together. Feel like dreaming, there are countless words want to ask, but do not know where to start. Hua Yuanjia is so confused to bring Jin Buwang in front of the blue also. The two met in the resting lobby of the power plant. When Lani saw Jin Buwang, he did not show a look of surprise or disgust, but waved his hand to signal Hua Yuanjia and the others to go down first. He was ready to chat with this beggar alone. You are also shabby, I come over here, you don't say big fish and meat, even if a bowl of tea is not prepared for me, which has you like this when it comes to the landlord? Jin Buwang sat down on his butt and immediately began to chatter and complain about Lan Yi's lack of restraint. Not to mention Hua Yuanjia. Even before the rebirth of the vast majority of spiritual cultivators did not think, in the artificial god world 1909, in front of this seemingly inconspicuous, as ordinary beggars in general, will be one of the artificial god world of the wonders of the encounter, meet him if the luck of the draw. An artificial god world of the harvest directly exceeds the artificial god world of the 10 times to seek. But now Lan Yi was even more surprised in his heart. You still remember me? Lan Yi was a reborn person. But when he extinguished the world, he didn't have any interactions with this mysterious Jin Bai. At that time, Lan Yi had blocked all the artificial god realm channels for extermination, and had passionately killed each other with the spiritual energy cultivators of the two major civilizations within the Milky Way galaxy, so it was reasonable to say that Jin Buwang shouldn't have been among the reborn. Yet now Jin Bai was unusually familiar with Lan also. It was obvious that he had memories of the past. Blue, restarting time is indeed an extraordinary move, but don't forget my identity. Jin Bai had a habit, he always preferred to just call him by his last name when facing Lan Yi. Jin Bai's identity was that of a jack-of-all-trades merchant in the artificial god realm. No matter what artificial god realm, what kind of secrets were hidden, what kind of opportunities existed, Jin Buwang could all be peddled to spiritual energy cultivators, whose themselves seemed to have some kind of deep connection with the Conquest space, and it was even speculated that Jin Buwang might be the incarnation of the Conquest space. Although it was not directly indicated, Jin Buwang's stance was clearly biased in favor of the spiritual energy cultivators out of the main world. Moreover, it seemed that it possessed the ability of time itself. So being able to retain its memories was within reason. Lan was also well aware that his reversal of time was a true reversal of time, cutting off all other timeline possibilities, so it still surprised him that Jin Buwang was able to retain his memories. Since he was an old acquaintance, things would be easier. I need the control of this artificial god realm. Lan Yi directly made his request. You're dreaming, you've practiced emptiness without it, created a star river without it, and you still want to control the artificial god realm, directly melting and casting it into a high-dimensional computer for you. Jin Bai understood the blue also the way, first sprayed him a sentence then turned to say. But it is not a ray of hope or not, see how you actually want to control. Jin Bai, the know-it-all, had a very bad problem. He liked to do two things. One thing was to give others despair when they hoped, and the other was to release a ray of hope when they despaired, so even though he was one of the wonders of the artificial god realm, spiritual cultivators had a mixed opinion of him, and basically didn't really want to meet him. Except for Lan Yi. Because Lan also the previous few times into the artificial god realm is basically the level of desperation, became a spiritual energy cultivator, because in the main world retaliation kill too hard, who come to be a mediator and moral defender to kill who, before the country as a concept collapsed, he basically in the top 3 of the most wanted as a guest. Seeing Jin Buwang that can't be too happy. A channel that is capable of material energy exchange with the main world, a channel that avoids time dislocations, and preferably can be opened and closed as you go, and if you can, help cover up the traces of aura recovery. Lan Yi's handiwork had always been large. After realizing that he, the devil, might be besieged by the reborn spiritual energy cultivators of the main world joining forces and targeting them for siege as a world-class boss, he wanted to use the artificial god realm 1909 as his own logistical base and soldier land, directly relying on the mastery of a world with a not-so-low degree of martial arts in the main world to put it up against the main world. At that time, whoever disobeyed would be screwed. This was also the reason why Lan also took the trouble to engage in martial arts, aura recovery, and domination. Peace wasn't talked about, it was fought. Only a single punch in a fight can prevent 100 punches from being thrown. A powerful spiritual cultivator is only himself if he is only himself, no matter how strong he is. But if the backing was a world under his control, then just the resources that could be called upon to fight a world-class war in the early stages would be enough to make anyone think long and hard about the proposal of peace. Chapter 27 Divine Order Bush. Lan, then what are you going to use to pay the bill? After listening to Lan Yi's reasonable or unreasonable request for a deal, Jinbai smiled and rubbed his hands together, and stale dirt visible to the naked eye rubbed off from his hands. The next second it was blown away by the Gangjin sword chi that was faintly visible around Lan Yi. Since you still remember the past after restarting time, our score hasn't been settled yet. Lan Yi rarely revealed a smirking expression, since the account hadn't been even out yet, he was going to whore himself out for nothing. You want to whore yourself out with empty gloves? Jinbai angrily slapped the table. The sound of him slapping the table was so loud that it traveled out from the empty resting hall and fell far into the ears of the nearby martial artists waiting for their dispatches, and they couldn't help but feel a surge of trepidation. What is the origin of this beggar? Actually dared and blew also immortal master clap. Can it be that this look beggar is the same as described in the book, is the game of the world as a beggar immortal master? Can only be so interpreted, the world must only immortal master dare an immortal master called the board, change, people over for fear is not yet put out the words, was immortal master a slap into the meat paste it? Jin Buhua fierce debate, mouth like a river, even used the past as the past, now as the present, not the same person, the same account of sophistry. However, the more cunning he is, the more blue also has a bottom in his heart. If this single business cannot be done. Jinbai has long patted his ass and left. Obviously for the quality customer blue also, as a jack of all trades responsible for bringing hope and despair to others, Jin Buhong himself also feel that blue also has investment value, or else would not have slipped over when the conditions were ripe, so that there is a sense of blue also triggered this artificial god world of the strange encounter. Although Jin Buhong can freely sneak around in the artificial god realm cluster wall, even some abandoned and unfinished artificial god realm can be scampered into, but he and the spirit energy cultivator who conquered the space descent to come into contact with it, or to follow some underlying logic. Besides, this business was indeed a bit difficult. Open the main world and artificial god world channel, the two worlds superposition is not 1 + 1 so simple, which in space and time involves ripples interference, defense loopholes, spatial and temporal pollution, earthquake phenomenon and superhuman sudden change, that at any time will give the main world unexpected surprises. Even in the era when the two major civilizations of the main world were at their strongest in the dimensional ocean, the artificial god realm docking to incorporate the two realms mountain called Avalon by the oceanic civilization had to be calculated in the quantum supercomputing tree before it could be passed. Lan was a lone wolf before he was reborn. In the aspect of opening dimensional passages, he actually did a rather lackluster job, without a more reliable and stable experience. Often, he went to scourge the artificial god realms of the oceanic civilization. Anyway, those artificial god realms are often the backyard of lowly islands, apocalyptic wastelands, cannibal paradises, and so on. Not only Lan Yi, but also some of the spiritual cultivators of the river civilization often change their faces and sneak to the other side's backyard to mess around, and in some cases, when they meet with Lan Yi, the devil, they all unannouncedly pretend to be unclear of the other side's real identity to work together. For this reason, the spiritual cultivators of the oceanic civilization often protested seriously against the river civilization, accusing them of destroying the good competitive atmosphere of human civilization. In response, the spiritual cultivators of the river civilization ostensibly let this group of ghosts go to blue also to settle the score, and privately scolded them for their colorful sinful play of fooling around, and then turned around and contacted blue also and other lone wolves to let them step up their efforts. This is also an anecdote from the past. Artificial God Realm 1909 since it is going to be controlled for yourself. Then it can't be used with using lackluster tactics. Well, the current you is really weak and cute, I just have a method you can't use, you mention the transaction requirements, want to reach all of them is impossible, for example, to help you deal with the traces of aura recovery. After some negotiation, Jin Bai was the first to step back. One of the underlying logic of the artificial God Realm, karmic implication. For example, if you played with aura revival in an artificial god realm, that would inevitably involve the mythic species, the old monsters who revived, and the heavenly immortal sect who detected the aura. If you play apocalyptic, then there are bound to be Cthulhu, zombies, insect swarms, natural disasters, and other karmic consequences that follow. To put it in spiritualist terms, if you want to cover up the mysteries of heaven, you can't do it unless you're a great power. completely isolating an artificial god realm from all other systems, jumping out of the three realms, not being in the five elements, and not being invaded by robberies, was no less difficult than reopening the heavens and earth and the void. Then you can always handle the rest for me. The traces of aura revival couldn't be dealt with even if he couldn't. Lon also didn't hold much hope, rather he still wanted to fish. There's still no problem applying for a temporary passage for you. Jean Bai was rummaging through the information in his brain. Temporary? Lon also had some PTSD. Ever since his belly full of grievances got the answer as a temporary worker, he completely let himself go and opened up to killing. Only killing could help him spit out his belly full of bitterness and grievances at that time, so that the lords who didn't treat him as a human being could savor the fact that everyone was equal. It's not like the temporary can't be converted. You now have not practiced emptiness on one hand, and you have not made a star river on the other. Even if you were given the opportunity to apply for a permanent passage, do you have the ability to accomplish it? Jean Bai carefully sized up Lan Yi. The realm was still too low. But the combat power was indeed okay. While others couldn't see it, Jean Bai could still estimate that Lan Yi's current destructive ability was probably around the 5th energy level, and had even touched the edge of the 6th energy level. 5th energy level, possessing incomparably large enough spiritual energy to cover more than 1,000 meters. Can be more detailed transformation of the physical body, so that the body has the attributes of the real anti-virtual, breaking through the shackles of mortals. The specific effect varies from person to person. Their grasp of the physical body even reaches the nanometer level of interference. Bacteria, viruses, curses, and radiation cannot threaten this kind of existence. The most notable feature was that small nuclear bombs could no longer threaten this level of existence, and even if a small nuclear bomb exploded in one's face, there was a way to defuse it without injury. This was the horror of Tao magic. With sufficient storage and distribution of Taoist knowledge, even only the refined life bush could pry out a staggering amount of power, forming a natural disaster that would destroy the city. One could only say that it was worthy of being a top spiritual energy cultivator returning from rebirth. With Lan Yi's current power. If there were no other reborns in the main world to check and balance him, relying solely on the standing force of each country, then he would be a true god on earth, and anyone who dared to say one more word of nonsense to him would already have a way to take their death. I'm going to add one more item to the deal. You'll have to tell me if there's any information on the divine fate bush in this artificial god realm. Lon also took a step back. A temporary channel would be fine, he'd find a way to turn it around later anyway. The divine fate bush was important to Lon also. It could be said. A large part of the reason for Lan Yi's rebirth was for the divine fate bush, which was one of his most hidden secrets, and his ability to switch clean primitive bodies at any time at the moment was prepared for the divine fate bush. If he couldn't assemble the divine fate bush, then his rebirth after 1,000 years of hard work would be nothing more than a repeat of extinction. Chapter 28 Life Bush High and Low. The Fate Cluster, among the many artificial god realms, had other names. Spiritual roots, root bones, talents, gifts, bloodline, and so on. Since this was the case, there was a difference between high and low strengths and weaknesses. There were no wasteful fate clusters, only wasteful users. For example, Gun Liangchen had a life plexus, steel skin, which was enough to enhance the skin's resistance to blows, making it look pale and tough, and could make the power of the attacked part be instantly transferred to the entire body's epidermis, further weakening the effect of the force bombardment. The ghost heavenly general Gun Liangchen, who possessed steel skin, looked pale and thin, but actually possessed an ability to resist injuries for a short period of time that was no less than that sinewy monster Zhao Jian. Lan Yi's, Manhwa, was definitely stronger than Gun Liangchen's, steel skin. It wasn't hard to see. If there wasn't a sufficient reserve of Dao knowledge, a martial artist who had activated steel skin was able to press a martial artist who had activated Manhwa and violently beat him on the ground, and the Manhwa's pre-cutting belonged to the unbreakable damage for steel skin. But if the experienced Manhwa began to control the magnetic turn break, sealing the divine power to do out of thin air to cast Daojutsu, then the steel skin martial artist, even if it is to the realm of no leakage, as usual, will be Manhwa martial artist to play to death. Then the question arises. There were no certain life clusters. It doesn't need hard-earned knowledge, it doesn't need to deliberately cultivate, and it doesn't need to worry about hurting itself. As long as it exists, then it's strong, it's unreasonable, and its starting point is to be higher than the other fate clusters? There are. And there is more than one. The 7 great divine fate clusters. Some divine fate clusters can cause everything to burn, transforming everything from a solid material base to a plasma state. There are those who can absorb all waves, release all waves, and create the extinction power of a supernova explosion. Some divine fate clusters could directly turn people into top-level spatial abilities, jumping through space at will. It should be known that if an ordinary life bush wanted to reach such a level, it could only do so by relying on the life diagram and combining it with other life bush, while a god's life bush not only had an outrageous ability of its own, and was already extremely perverted when played alone, but it could still be combined with other life bush to achieve even more exaggerated and terrifying power. In addition to the divine fate bush, some special or powerful clusters still have remarkable combat power. For example, blue also, Manhwa, even if there is no knowledge of Taoism, as long as you are not afraid to die, 3,000 white hair intertwined flying up, a Terminator can be cut into pieces. If you hold the idea of dying together, 3,000 white hair into the enemy's body, directly lead to lightning, even if it's a liquid robot also have to kneel. And getting a divine fate bush meant that the person was destined to become a top-level spiritual energy cultivator. Such a good thing. Naturally, it's incredibly scarce. Scarce to what extent? Before he was reborn, Lon had never seen a divine fate bush, and it was said that the main world had only detected one person with a divine fate bush, and soon after the news broke out, this person inexplicably disappeared, and triggered a chaotic war between the two major civilizations. In the end, the divine fate bush disappeared without a trace. Some said it was hidden, some said it had been destroyed, and some said there was no divine fate bush at all, and that it was actually a hoax from start to finish. As for the artificial god realm, that's even less the shadow of the divine life bush. A variety of fake news flying all over the place said there are nose and eyes, but the spiritual cultivators often make a big fuss after the discovery of being used as a gun. The back is simply lazy to care. But well, as a top lone wolf, often deal with Gene by this kind of strange encounter. Blue also, because of subjective reasons blue old devil reputation is notorious, no artificial god world welcome him and objective reasons human affairs is too troublesome. The human emperor streamer please guest often invited 3 tribes together, wanted to stick in the body. Blue also often scurry to some more special artificial god world. Such artificial god realms were risky. The risk referred to here was high. It didn't mean that there were strong people or strong power systems in the artificial god realm, but it meant that the artificial god realm was imperfect and had been abandoned in a state that was commonly known as the border outside the wall. This kind of dangerous artificial god realm basically has a big problem with logic. Space and galaxies are abnormally chaotic, and even some things called, Lonnie said with a leathery smile, spirit powder joke. This was a joke circulating amongst spirit energy cultivators that had something to do with chemical euphoria and spirit energy supply, and it wasn't that funny to the cultivators of the river civilization. Can't afford a joke, forget it. Gene Bai got up, he scratched his body haphazardly and rubbed out the dirt. I'm going to apply for permission for you. I'll look for you when the time is right, make preparations, even if it's a temporary passage with a limited number of times. I guess it's not that easy for you to complete the task. After saying this, Gene Bai turned into a puff of smoke in front of Lon Yi, and disappeared in a flash. At this time, Lon also subconsciously glanced at the sky. So it was already completely dark. Time really slipped away accidentally. Lon Yi's mood has become much better, to a large extent. His loneliness was eliminated a lot, a familiar accidental old acquaintance, even if this old acquaintance is a bit pit and treacherous, but better than what words have no way to chat in depth. It was also unknown what the reason was. When spending time with Gene Bai, Lon also always had a strange sense of comfort, a bit like staying with his own kind. However, Gene Bai's appearance also gave Lon a wake-up call. Although the artificial god realm channel was blocked at the time of the extinction of the world, there might be someone in the artificial god realm who had memories or feelings about the reboot. Don't roll over in the artificial god realm. Chapter 29, in a fit of rage. When the foreigners were temporarily unable to do anything about the newly risen group of martial artists. Even how to reprimand treason, how to spit on the 10 evils, the Qing court to the southern party people and martial artists combined into the emerging force are powerless state. People even foreigners beat the dust, still afraid of your group of backward and corrupt boreskin? This is the era of national awakening in the pursuit of dignity. When the martial artists can empower the people under their rule to face the foreigners can straighten their backs, regaining the heavenly kingdom that hallowed, atmospheric national dignity, the entire Puhai originally looked ignorant and humble spiritual outlook as if overnight there was a sea change. Foreigners can do. We can also do. And we can do better. There is nothing that our great China cannot do. The conviction came to life. This is not the boxing religion fools in desperation to show the madness of ignorance. All kinds of knowledge free open, Jishi Palace was quickly established, must be the party of the great old man of Qingtian tirelessly, and even personally on the streets, go to the countryside to explain the current world situation, the imperial powers of the wolves, the death of the country and the worry of the seed, as well as the heavenly saints, give martial arts and military, thousands of years of the struggle for the great change of the situation. No one will believe in empty words. The lips are worn out, are not as good as a punch to the reel. So the extraordinary physical quality of the martial artists, directly with the party's propaganda speeches with guns to show muscles, what to be shot, single resistance to cannons, fist-breaking boulders, come and go like the wind, these are child's play. Showing muscles means killing people. You don't recognize yourself as a Singham? Kill. Still licking the foreigners, have a phobia of foreigners? Kill. Continue to be loyal to boar skin? Kill. You're still in bed with the North? Kill. Unwilling to contribute to the great rise of Singham? Kill, kill. Great disrespect to the immortal master? Kill, 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 kill. Driven by asses and interests, the group of martial artists began a brutal consolidation in the fastest way possible, bluntly establishing the orthodoxy and force of their powerful rule. The grassroots gentry and officials who were still nominally loyal to the imperial court began to take sides in the brutal cleansing. Even Zhang Ji, the governor of the Two Rivers, voted. What are they, the little shrimps, still holding out for? Besides, one martial artist's gloomy comment to the gentry after suppressing the riot resonated with them. The foreigners have come to our land to burn, kill, and loot, after doing no business and then do rich monopoly business, the existing immortal masters to give martial arts, why the foreigners can do, we cannot do? Want to be promoted and rich, want to descendants, want fame and fortune. If you have the qualifications, go be a martial artist. Martial artists are more sturdy and durable than foreigners. Guns and cannons are not afraid. What are you afraid of? This martial artist's name was Cheng Zong, a cheap practicing martial artist, one of fierce heavenly General Zhao Jian's right-hand man, and after completing this round of purges under his rule, he would return to Pu Hai's Gisher division to receive enlightenment from the sacred ground of Wudao, in an effort to step into the realm of practicing the gods as soon as possible, and devote himself to immortal master Lan Yiji's great cause. Under the Thunder Pond Lotus in the sacred land of martial arts power plant, there are 12 golden figures cast by immortal master Lan Yi, which can not only enlighten martial artists, but also help in the cultivation of the innate one chi. At present, generally are new to the martial artist can get the gold man free training once, complete the task of the martial artist can again training, manufacturing chi practitioner speed for a short period of time can be said to be the extent of the good brother of the explosion of $50. In addition to the golden man system has the ability to detect the life bush. Of course, can only detect the existence of life bush, specifically what is the life bush, but also need to blue also personally over the eyes. There are a lot of martial artists like Cheng Zong. There were as many of them as there were rivers of carp. They were the mass portrayal of the martial arts group's chi practicing martial artists. Cutting off their pigtails, changing into power suits, practicing martial arts, learning knowledge, and taking up guns. No matter who you used to be, no matter what you used to be, as long as you have the qualifications and are willing to put your life on the line for the future of Xinghan, then you can all contribute to this. It's fair here, whoever is stronger takes more. But you can't stop others from taking, and you can't do everything you can to get what you want. Pu Hai alone had a population of over 1 million people, and the surrounding areas combined had a population of directly over 5 million. A steady stream of spiritual energy was being thrown over the heads of these 5 million people every day. Lan Yi wasn't afraid of a lack of martial arts talent at all. He wasn't even afraid of the degeneration of martial artists. The reason is very simple: start practicing God's martial artists can adjust their own mind as well as part of the hormone secretion. The external object of the cool is simply not as good as their own to the cool. This kind of self is really strong, can be stronger than fitness addiction hundreds of times. Can imagine a few days of kung fu. What drastic changes were taking place in Pu Hai? Almost every day there are geniuses being discovered, every day there are people choosing to become a martial artist, every day so that the political order does not work, the basic disc of the martial artist is damaged to hide the dirt hindering the vermin, are being the martial artist with the blazing fists bombarded into the dregs. Right must be rewarded, wrong must be punished. Penalize a hall. Penalize a thought through. Punish with a clear conscience. This drastic change is also being revealed to the outside world for a few minutes through the newspapers. The Magical East. The Great Magician. Incredible changes. This is a Westerner's newspaper, written by several passionate and ascetic ocean horse noble women and noble ladies after interviewing immortal master Lan Yi. This newspaper is accompanied by a series of lacy tabloids. Immortal? A charlatan? The re-emergence of the Chinese Empire. This is a Tokoyami newspaper, written by several meek and considerate Yamato Nadeshiko, Miss Saibatsu, and their maids after interviewing Master Lan Yi. This newspaper is accompanied by a series of lace tabloids. Yankee officers offer loyalty to Immortal Master, live show of divine soldiers executing criminals. This is written by a gent. The foreigner is angry and angry. Every day out to face a large number of different eyes and ridicule, but cannot do anything, can only close the door, secretly planning. Chapter 30, The Rabble. There was a famous saying that was widely circulated in the empires of the great powers. Controlling Yanjing is the same as controlling the brain of Xinghan, and controlling Pohei is controlling Xinghan's money bag. Therefore, in the Pohei concession, there are foreign adventurers and businessmen. In the eyes of the foreigners, the Far East suddenly appeared an evil Merlin general powerful magician, relying on the sale of souls to Satan to obtain a terrible power, not only let their firmly clutched money bags out of control, and that the ice castle of the demonic monks the same, this kind of evil and mysterious existence once began to take power, it will be against the women. Relying on the evil magic in bed obtained by his soul, he made all the women die to him. It must be evil magic. How could there be a magician in this world who relied on a talk that transcended the times, a wise and far-sighted gaze, a handsome face, the strength to say one thing and a perfect body that made females go weak in the knees to make other people's wives and daughters die to him? Must be evil magic. It is said that the wife of the president of the body poison shipping company, Philia, the demure and beautiful, but extremely ascetic Catholic, after an interview from that evil blue Yik. When she came home, she was angrily forced by the president's husband to ask her what exactly happened with that evil magician. To her surprise, she gets a sneer from Mrs. Philia. You've only been married to me for over 10 years, don't take out my manly posture to care and question me. What is this if not evil magic? As for the other noble women and ladies, as well as their maids and female bodyguards, it was basically much the same. Chicken flying, dog jumping, the family house is not peaceful or something not to mention, head cuckold and uncertainty superposition state of the bitter foreigners began to private bottom conspiracy, they want blue also die, not only is their own maybe wearing a cuckold, more importantly, they grasp the money bag out of control. The broken people's wealth is like murdering parents. The hatred of taking a wife is not shared. These two kinds of hate superimposed, even by the ghost Tian General Gung Liangchen bloody suppression of the Dongyang people, they have to cut their fingers and swear that they must wash away this strange shame. British concession, in the basement of a public house. Dim basement is a group of people who came to Star Han when the emperor, do not want to suddenly be fast wholesale cuckolds of a group of foreigners, Eastern and Western people were cuckolds, the face is strange and stinky, there is a fire nest to send and cannot be sent out, there is a tendency to suffocate out of the internal injuries. At this moment they are discussing heatedly. He should still be human, he needs to eat, he needs to breathe, he needs to drink water, he needs to sleep and rest. Since this is the case, then the poisoning is definitely effective. The cyanide from our great Eastern Yang Empire is bound to die as long as it is taken in by a human. This was a suggestion from the bitter East Yang masters gnashing their teeth. They who had infiltrated Star Han the deepest had gotten the most information about Lan Yi. Lan Yi was still a human being, hadn't completed all the body modifications, and really needed to eat and rest, so if the opportunity was properly grasped, there was a real chance to injure Lan Yi. In contrast, the advice from the Western sufferers was going to be simple and straightforward. The monster created by that evil magician still fears heavy machine guns and cannons, not to mention ship's guns. If we have his exact coordinates, as soon as the southbound punishment fleet approaches the Pohei Sea, we can liaise with them and directly shell them. The fiasco of the Dongyang soldiers still sent out useful information. Besides, the ship cannons were indeed fierce. With one cannon, even if the current fierce heavenly General Zhao Jian stood still and took it hard, he would be blasted into meat on the spot in the face of the terrifying energy release. As for Lan Yi, if he was caught off guard and slept too much, and Manhwa organized a defense in haste, it would also be hard to escape being buried thickly by the ship cannon. That's right. We can also bury explosive packets, a house full of explosives, in the path of that wizard's path. And contact Kent and Albert, they have the staff in their hands. Let's get those idiotic body poisoners to be human bombs. The atmosphere grew more and more heated. It was as if Lan Yi, who had given them wholesale cuckolds, had begun to fall to the ground with serious injuries and dying by various assassination plans in their mouths, while they, the victors, were smiling sarcastically as they thwarted Lan Yi and took his corpse to retrieve their own lost dignity and masculinity. To prove to their wives, daughters, secretaries, lovers, maids, etc. that they were stronger than that evil magician, and that they were the heroes who would save them from the evil spells. And to lay hands on the women who have been bewitched. Any time you're in bed with a woman is the time when men let their guard down the most. A Dongyang merchant was excited. When these words came out, the originally warm atmosphere instantly chilled down. More than half of the faces of the foreigners present instantly became very ugly. This damned Dongyang dwarf was really a pot calling the kettle black. Their petite wives or daughters going to interview Lonnie was already enough of a disgrace, and even more disgraceful when they didn't have the means to get them to lay hands on Lonnie. If they did, just the way they were compelled by evil magic, the next second they would turn their heads and betray their plans to Lonnie. The Dongyang merchants were a little puzzled by the eccentricity of this group of white skins. In their Dongyang culture, it was their honor for a strong man to sleep with their wives, and there was no problem to backstab this strong man, and this group of white skins twisted and turned, and at a glance, they weren't the ones who were doing great things. They just aren't the material to do great things, a bunch of rabble. At this moment, in the underground next door to this public house, a man who had his eyes closed and was listening through a buried pipe dug through in the dark couldn't help but sigh. They had been listening in this neighborhood for 3 days. This group of foreigners who were trying to disadvantage Immortal Master Lonnie hadn't even realized until now that all of their plots and tricks, the Immortal Master actually didn't give a damn about, and their moves that they thought were secretive had long since been mercilessly betrayed by the women who had obliviously thrown themselves into the blue dream. The bitter master had overestimated his emotional bond with his family, and also underestimated the tactics of the martial arts group. Willow White Ape, if we still don't have an accurate letter to get things done, and the day after tomorrow the Immortal Master goes north to punish Boar Skin, then you and I will lose the good opportunity to serve the Immortal Masters left and right. On the side of the over de Chang with a beautiful mustache, mouth holding a cigarette urged. It was rumored that the punishment fleet would arrive at Pu Hai tomorrow. The city was a bit of a mess right now. Otherwise this group of rats wouldn't dare to conspire in secret. Willow White Ape and over de Chang. These are the two best among the most recent batch of martial artists who are pursuing the immortal fate and desiring to bestow martial arts, and the two of them are also the rare martial artists that Lon also personally took the initiative to finally cultivate the innate one chi. Archer Willow White Ape has the ability to take the bow and shoot the sound, listen to the sound and capture the tremor of the ability of no one can be better than it. Over de Chang, the head of an assassination organization trained by a certain foot sickness grandmaster, with superior marksmanship and camouflage infiltration ability. The two are currently under the command of Ghost Heavenly General Gun Liangchen, specializing in assassinating foreigners. They finally have a charter. They are preparing to assassinate the Immortal Master tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Quickly, get a pen and paper, you write and wait for that foreigner woman who provided the information to correct the translation. Chapter 31 The Assassination Plan. Assassination, or assassination. No matter how absurd. Regardless of how the plan is laughable, how whimsical, how foolhardy, how much so that Lu Bizarro cannot be tensed, the other end of the clapdown a dozen sets of crude assassination plan, like a courageous inventing and general roar on the horse. Don't say Lu Bizarro. Even if it is over de Chang the eye of the killer head, responsible for the first translation embellishment, are laughing. Even if there were no several groups of them secretly listening in, for this group of frogs at the bottom of the well to want to assassinate Immortal Master Lonnie, it was estimated that they just couldn't even get past the outermost level of Chi practitioner martial arts posts. This group of ordinary people who didn't understand martial arts simply didn't know. Even Chi practicing martial artists. Their reaction speed, observation ability, perception ability, and mastery of an ordinary person's micro-expressions and instinctive body changes are all at the level of a high-precision camera. With a little training. Even if you are separated by a wall, or 100 meters, the guard post composed of Chi practitioners may seem to be full of loopholes, but in reality, it is seamless. This kind of security measures composed by superhumans, for this era of backward means of attack and single assassination props, any attacker coming over would only end up with one, dead. Well, that's all they have planned. Yanagi Hakuro ended the eavesdropping. Let that foreign woman come in. Over de Chang at the same time completed the translation embellishment. He stayed in the ocean, know some foreign words, but no systematic learning, still have to let the foreigners read through to be safe. Don't you deal with it, these directly show her? Willow White Ape frowned, although it was said that the Oceanic Horse and the Immortal Master were said to be a dewy-eyed couple, but this plan to assassinate the blue also Immortal Master was directly shown to her. Would it not be too good? Overdrive Chang snorted. Coming from a martial arts background is having small eyes. We are also together under the Immortal Master's banner to work together. I ask you, the Immortal Master really in their heavenly thunder hooked fire? That naturally won't. Willow White Ape immediately shook her head. Anyone who had personally met Lonnie wouldn't think that the man who was like a god or a devil, controlling power and being calm and rational would be a stallion. Immortal Master Lonnie's essence was actually very clear, and that was to become stronger, purer than any martial artist, not being moved by external objects, but rather utilizing them as much as possible as an aid to become stronger. Since there isn't, then why hasn't Immortal Master said a word more about this? Looking forward to Over Brother's enlightenment. Willow White Ape pondered for a moment, arching his hand. Women, especially arrogant big ocean horses, the less you treat them as human beings, the more you make them kneel and look up to them, then the more they will die to you. They are strong. Over De Chang sneered. This head assassin never believed in love, even if he himself kept a flavorful, soft and charming female disciple. He had seen too many dead people. Compared to death, love was nothing at all. Willow White Ape, although walking in the Jianghu martial arts, but the three views are still the category of ordinary people, suddenly heard this era to say shocking remarks, will be reduced to the feelings of the mud, pushing the powerful domination, or some difficult to accept. But combined with seeing and hearing. What Over De Chang said seemed to be right again. Just so, is not man no different from beasts? Willow White Ape silent. Over the De Chang has risen to open the door downstairs, not long is leading a high neck dress, looks cold, body fat, do not know is made of smoky makeup or black eye circles. A little heavy Yankee woman walked up, the woman came in and no nonsense, and before the same took over the plan to start correcting. Although she had a hot body and a cold temperament, but Lu Baizaro and Over De Chang's eyes were honest. The reason was simple. This Miss Philia was the first reporter who had interviewed Immortal Master Lan Yi. Anyone who had seen Lan Yi's incredible divine power wouldn't challenge to see if he had a certain aspect of cleanliness. There were plenty of women in this world, there was no need to lose one's head because of a big oceanic horse who was suspected to have communicated deeply with Immortal Master. Besides, Philia was competent. At least much more capable than her incompetent loser of a husband, and in an age where women's talents were not valued, she had easily organized a group of people in the tenement to work for the one dearest to her heart, and among that group was her shrewd daughter, who had also fallen in love. Like the two martial artists, Philia, who had seen the plan for the humorous assassination, laughed in exasperation. There's no way they're going to make it. It's a piece of garbage. They have no idea how strong Blue really is, his power is as deep as his soul and as wild as his flesh. Despite saying that, Philia completed the correction. There was deep disdain and boredom in her emerald eyes as she saw her incompetent husband's plan for the assassination written all over this stupid and retarded assassination plan, a genius who actually wanted her to smother Blue with a pillow as well, and then go ahead and carry out the assassination with a dagger, for which he would once again endure the humiliation of voluntarily sending his wife over there. Dagger? Is that a prop? Lan's muscles were even harder and hotter than a dagger. What's more, Lan could also show his magic that far exceeded the power of guns in front of their mother and daughter. Well, that's enough for today, ma'am, we will escort you home. Overdrive Chang's eyes remained polite as he prepared to end the day. Wait, I have a secret letter, please pass it on to Yulan for both of you. Philly pulled out a letter from her sleeve. But we can't just ask to see the Immortal Master. Willow White Ape's mind didn't turn for a moment. He will see you. The cold and beautiful woman exuded a touch of thawing smile, but immediately there was a trace of apprehension and unconfidence flickering. The mature face was the same whimsical thoughts that a young girl has when she sends out a love letter, not knowing if the other party will care, whether they have put themselves in their heart. After all, he is a rising divine emperor. This secret letter that night was smoothly sent to the Blue also on the desk. Lonnie did not have much to say about it, and verbally praised the two for their work. Not in vain, he personally enlightened their spirits and opened their chi. The same thought flashed through the hearts of Lu Baizaro and Guo Dechang coincidentally. Immortal Master Lonnie did care about Philia. When Lonnie opened the secret letter, the sky was already close to dawn. The content of the secret letter did not have the expected fiery feelings of a beautiful woman, there was no uncontrollable lust, and there was even less of the bold and unrestrained invitation unique to Western women. Its content is very simple. Since Lan also prepared to go north the day after tomorrow, then the next day's fleet must already have a way to solve. She hoped to get the opportunity to record the next great achievements of Lan also. I believe that inside and outside of Xinghan our people will be such a record of interviews, an unusually strong interest. Of course, if Lan also needs, she can inquire about all the news of the upcoming arrival of the punishment fleet. The final inscription read, Lady Philia and her daughter. If the secret letters they sent were all of this content, then I would be a lot more relaxed. Lan also sincerely lamented the other party's shrewdness and seriousness. Chapter 32, Conflict. In fact, before he was reborn, when Lonnie first entered the Artificial God Realm 1909 trial, he had a bond with Philia. To him, it was all ancient history. In order to avenge the poisoned Hui Yuanjia, Lan also carried out a frantic assassination of the Dongyang people at that time, especially the Chamber of Commerce and military dignitaries who were behind it, in an era where surveillance and communication were extremely underdeveloped. Although the assassination was successful, it was also met with a backlash of a city-wide manhunt. In several narrow escapes from death. Blue also was Philia's daughter Poetry Cody, a lady who loves chivalry, saved, hidden into the body poison president's home. The plot behind is more 18+, what the manservant and the lady, the manservant and the lady, the bathroom intense before and after, day and night on the omission of 3,000 words. Especially Philia's shrewd and capable, opinionated and action-oriented, is a merit that very few women in this era have. Thinking back on it now, Lon also felt that it was still somewhat interesting. Who hadn't done some ridiculously fragrant things when they were young? Immortal Master, if you need it, I can go pick up Lady Philia now. Zhao Xikong stood off to the side like a shadow. It was hard to detect his presence if he didn't say anything. As Lan Yi's shadow, he was very good at observing words and judging the situation. With Zhao Xikong's power of mind and spirit, God doesn't know how to pick up a person without realizing it. No need, in order to kill me, in another hour, her husband will drive her here. Lan Yi paused, then sighed helplessly. Said along with a dozen of their impractical assassination plans that I can't even see succeeding when I stand and let them carry them out. Maybe I should make sure that Mr. President is sure I'm going to have fun with his wife in his office, and then try to see if the ship's cannons can punch me to pieces in one fell swoop. The rabble was just a bit off the wall. It didn't even require Philia's high secrecy or Yanagi Hakusaro and the others to listen in. After completing the step of formulating a plan, that night the rabble denounced the assassination plan, directly or indirectly, to the martial arts group. Apparently there are very few stupid people. It looks like everyone is making stupid mistakes together, but in fact only a few people are really stupid. Everyone else is trying to find ways to sell the stupid people at a good price. For the foreigners who are clear-headed and have seen the horror of the blue also. District cuckold, so what? Even if it's a revenge for killing their father, they will now grin and bear it. Why would Immortal Master risk his life? Those ironclads, as soon as they get close, Gun Liangchen and I will capture them for you. Zhao Xikong didn't want Lan Yi to risk his life. He wasn't sure to what extent Lan was powerful, but risking his life wasn't something he should do. The Immortal Master was now shouldering the responsibility of making Xinghan glorious and great again. For this goal, anyone could die, only the Immortal Master could not. Besides, the district iron armor ship. For those who are able to rely on their legs alone to run on the sea, the power of the mind ignores the iron armor of the practicing god martial artist. As long as the other party does not run, then the martial artist jumped gangs to take down is the nail in the coffin of the matter. Moreover, it's not like they don't have iron armor ships. The Qing Court's Yangtze River Fleet, which was friendly persuaded to surrender by Ghost Heavenly General Gun Liangchen, had iron armor ships. These iron-armored ships went to play cannons against cannons with the foreigner fleet, and the effect played out would definitely be extremely poor. But if they were just carrying god-practicing martial artists to close in to a certain distance, then it simply wouldn't be too easy. At this moment, the iron armor ship that had defected had already started. It was already carrying the two practicing god martial artists, Martial Heavenly General Hui Yuanjie and Ghost Heavenly General Gun Liangchen, out to search for the traces of the foreigner fleet coming south. This group of things that do not know how to die. It is not yet Blue's turn to rush out. Originally, Lan also did not intend to take action, for him by the Imperial. A moment later, blue and white lotus flowers slowly emerged in the eyes of Lan Yi, who appeared to be sitting in a withered daze, and his black hair instantly extended to become windless white hair, but it was only a few seconds of effort. All these abnormalities returned to normal, but Lan Yi's face instantly turned exceptionally pale, and he almost spat out a mouthful of fresh blood due to his extreme deficits. Along with the spiritual energy moisturizing from the spiritual energy furnace, the feeling of his head almost being split open by the intense pain only got a little better. It's true that there's no way to take advantage of the phantasm. Even if I forcefully condense the mindscape with my past experiences and senses, there's still no way to fool the instincts of a body that hasn't properly practiced martial arts. It's true that Taoism and martial arts are just offenders up front. Taoist arts were reasonable, while martial arts were not. At the chi practicing stage, Lan could also use tricky and cheating techniques by consuming spiritual energy, directly allowing the body to arrive at chi practicing greatness in the most perfect way. But from the beginning of spirit practicing, there was no way to continue the speedy success. The I phase and the human phase were fine, and could still be explained through Taoist knowledge. But from the time the Dharma phase began to interfere with reality, and still try to explain it with Taoist knowledge, the only consequence would be that the Dharma phase would lose its spirituality and turn into an external demon that would backfire on itself. This kind of backlash for Lan Yi, who was still in the realm of the refined life conglomerate, was a loss of control of his mind, and there was no way for him to control himself anymore from hurting himself because of his torn mind. Lan also realized. As a reborn person, the first threshold that the dual cultivation of Tao and martial arts had to face was resolving the conflict of ideas between martial arts and Taoism, and this threshold shouldn't have a way of pitting the reborn person to death because there weren't a lot of ways to resolve it. This was interesting. This also means that after the first artificial god realm, the realm of my old friends will at most be at the level of the Tao refining life conglomerate in the martial human phase? Chapter 33, Fairness. Fair, ing still fair. These were the words that appeared most often in the flyers distributed in signs hung in the streets and alleys of the city after the combination of the martial group and the party. The first thing young men selected from all walks of life to become artists educated in the bombardment of modernization and amenities did was often to bring more martial artists to strike a heavy blow against the old order of their industry. What bull nepotism, what bull bribes and gifts, what bull clan etiquette. A net that leaves people gasping for breath and hard to resist. The scraps that you can get are all leftovers from other people's food, like feeding wild dogs to throw down the reward. Not only that, but they throw it down, and they want you to be grateful for it. And in the blink of an eye. You have not even chewed 2 bites of the bones with not much meat, but you will be taken back by them, and you will be asked to pay double the tribute. After becoming martial artists, your fists are harder than steel, harder than iron. Now, as long as you have the talent, or have fallen into the immortal master's eyes, then you can become a martial artist. What you could not get in the past, now go get it yourselves. When the immortal master comes, fairness is there. When the martial artists come, the green sky is there. There are too many people in this era struggling to make ends meet or even live and die. The little dude sitting in the limousine chews on Western fast food, and the peasants outside sell their children with a sad face. No one does not want to eat a big mouthful of Western fast food, no one wants to live more family members to sell their children in the past to face the muzzle of the gun, most of the resistance is desperate, the last cry. The cry would soon be drowned out by the intense gunfire. Now it's different. Want to cover the cries of the martial artists? The gun alone cannot be enough, you have to go on the explosive packages, you have to go on the cannon, you have to go on the roar of the ironclad. Coincidentally, the martial artists also had guns, cannons, and ironclads in their hands, fair enough. Against, you mobs. Unruly people. Destroying 3 generations of my family's business, you shall not die, my Qing's heavenly soldiers will surely execute all 9 of your clans. Spare your lives. Master martial artist, we really didn't sell any piglets to the outside world. We're just getting pussy to make some money. Let go of this official. I'm an officer of the court, how can you be qualified to judge me? A few unruly people dare to sue this official, so what if we feed them to the dogs? The demonic path will be executed by heaven. If you are so brutalizing the people and enriching yourselves, how can you have any orthodoxy? Where is the long term? Dean, the president of Body Poison Transportation Company, who was personally driving the car, was getting annoyed by the bad traffic road conditions, and the roads in the urban area, especially by the streetlights, were in a mess. The occasional gunshots, the loud pronouncements of the martial artists, the cacophony of citizens scrambling to break the news, all told Dean that the city was bleeding, that the mobs were being egged on by that evil wizard to carry out inhuman atrocities against decent gentlemen, and that even those of them who were not subject to the laws of Singham suffered from the ripple effects. And from the back seat, his wife Philia's appreciative comments from time to time were annoying Dean to the point of wanting to kill. All of this was because of Lan Yi, the evil wizard. As long as he disappeared, then this land of peace and tranquility, richness and gentleness would be restored to its original state, and the women who were compelled by his spells would return to normal. That damned wizard was arrogant and careless. Didn't hide his tracks at all. Lan Yi, who still needed to eat and breathe, would never have thought that there were still women around him who had not been compelled to poison him today, nor would he have thought that while he was having fun with other people's wives and daughters, there were already assassins who had either buried or carried explosive packets, convincing Albert and the others that they were ready to send him to hell. On top of that, Dean also smoothly contacted the fleet commander of the Southbound Punishment Martial Artist Group. As soon as the commander heard that he had the coordinates and time for Lan Yi, immediately, he patted his chest in guarantee that he would send the ship's cannons at the determined time to send that despicable wizard to hell. In addition to that, Dean also begged from the most devout priest for a cross from the Vatican bishop who had personally blessed it, and he had already sharpened it to a very sharp point and handed it over to his wife, Philia, who had been restored to sanity by the cross and had agreed to his request. Next, just wait. At the thought of taking his cold and ascetic stepford wife to be delivered by his own hand to Lan Yi's bed, eyes reddened and the force of his horn-smashing honk increased several times. Patience. Philia, I'm sorry to have to make you go through the indignities of an evil wizard again. Your looks absolutely mesmerized him, so let your guard down. Oh. The president's wife's voice turned a few degrees colder. Don't worry, I swear that as long as our plan succeeds, we can immediately return to our country, and not only will the Prime Minister Sama favor me, even the Queen Sama will knighted me. Dean droned on, describing a bright future. Oblivious to the fact that his stepford wife's cold face had become even colder. There were times when looks were not the most boastful and eye-catching thing for a woman, but instead a strong insult and blow. The sensitive Philia was able to discern that in times of reason. The man who made her sink and gave her the sweetness and thoughts of being back in love at the age of 18, valued her more for her ability and not all for her beauty. This can really fascinate her. The Universal Press Club. This Western villa has now become Lan Yi's daily living in office. Incidentally, a cadre of martial artists and party people also live in it. The reasoning is also very simple: who can be closer to the right, then who will be more able to have more rights. It can be imagined that this place is naturally a marketplace. Traffic, people not only have martial artists, merchants, technicians, officials, but also come to admire the public, curious foreign journalists, the North's secret agents, to defect to the effectiveness of the martial arts master, trying to show their talents to the educated people. If you can see the blue also Immortal Master, it would be the same as a step to heaven. If the blue Immortal Master is also valued, entrusted with important tasks, to be given martial arts or soldiers, then it is a part of the blue sky. The smoke of the ancestors' graves are flushed to the sky. According to reason, it is basically impossible for Dean to meet Lan Yi, even if he's the most important of the foreigners. What were the foreigners? In the eyes of party people and martial artists, foreigners were also human beings and had many flaws. But if Dean was sending Mrs. Philia to conduct an interview, the martial artists in charge of inspection and escort would have no reason to stop. Not only did they not stop, but they also released this foreigner who was enduring humiliation with a peculiar smile on their faces, and even the inspection was waived because of Philia. Dean only absolute his face has a ball of fire burning. His gums were almost biting and seeping blood as he glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that in the bustling crowd, a few body poisoners who didn't look much different from the Star Han Chinese had already mixed in with them. Chapter 34, Can You Make Me Bleed? Alright, people will be sent here. Two martial artists dressed in black, much colder in temperament, with eyes as sharp as iron stopped Dean's sedan. Dean didn't say much when he saw this. Can't wait for Philia to open the rear door, carrying the wonderful tools used in today's interview to get off. This Western beauty dressed in a high-neck long dress pushed the door to get off the car. There is indeed a unique flavor, even if the guests are noisy at the moment. Of female family members in full bloom, this cold and delicate Western flower is still outstanding. Aha! Why are there so many people here? This neighborhood that the devil made not many monsters, but women seem to be a little more, but also a little familiar. How in order to plan in addition to their own other people also come to send his wife assassination? The car secretly observing Dean a little puzzled. He just wanted to turn the car around, ready to leave the scene. But his eyes snapped open. His car was sedan left and right clamped martial artists to directly lift up, tires directly suspended in the air. A little force cannot be used. And the martial artist who lifted the sedan was smiling and spoke out to Dean inside the car. The golden-haired ghost who doesn't know how to be polite, Immortal Master hasn't said that you can leave yet. Saying that, without waiting for Dean to think. An arm as thick as a python's bite directly mashed the car window, and in Dean's screams like a little girl's skirt being lifted numbly gave him a direct drag out of the car. Dean struggled hard to resist, but the arm that grabbed him didn't look like flesh and blood, it was more like a horrible steel machine. Bang! More than 200 pounds of Dean was directly dragged out, and then thrown. The next second is solidly smashed in the flower beds on the marble floor, directly let his eyes black with pain. When Dean managed to regain his breath and see what was in front of him, his eyes almost burst into flames. Lan Yi was right in front of him. He was lying on his back like a toad, and as always, Lan Yi didn't begrudge himself for showing himself in front of people, naturally and comfortably levitating off the ground, his head lowered to survey this pile of rotten meat that had been thrown in front of him. There was a similar scene before the rebirth. I have to say, something like fate is truly marvelous. As long as you were heavy enough, a web of karma naturally formed, and even after restarting time, some familiar things would still be replayed in front of your eyes. Dean couldn't say anything in pain and couldn't get up. He vaguely guessed that it was their plan that had been leaked, but didn't dare to think deeper. A few seconds later, the elegant and atmospheric pace of Philia suddenly walked to the side of Lani. In everyone's eyes, her cold face spread a smile. Tiptoe then fiercely drew out an object and stabbed it against Lani's shoulder. The shining iron weapon in her hand was eye-catching in the sunlight. This sudden stab, everyone was not expected. Many today invited or initiative to visit the ladies cannot help but exclaim, or simply close their eyes, do not want to see the next scene. Swish! The dagger instantly stabbed into Lani's shoulder. Dean, who was lying on the ground, couldn't help but rejoice in ecstasy at the sight. It worked. The cross dagger blessed by the Vatican bishop, this evil magician should die a painful and miserable death next. However, it didn't. Blue, who was easily stabbed in the shoulder, did not move, and the nearby martial artists who escorted and patrolled the area did not make a move, and even a portion of the party members and journalists who were present did not have a different look on their faces. Obviously, this was planned. Philia let go of her hand. In full view of everyone, the crucifixion dagger that appeared to be stabbed into Lani's shoulder dissolved into grains of fine sand indistinguishable to the naked eye in the next second amidst a cloud of gas that glowed with a silvery white light, and the tip of the dagger had long since dissolved into iron sand, so it appeared as if the dagger had been stabbed into the shoulder. Southern Sacred Sect Dao Art Gung Jin Sword Chi. Blue also refined out of the Gung Jin Sword Chi, scattered as dust, gathered as silver sand. Simple cutting effect is already very horrible. Ordinary materials of iron slightly close to the body will instantly be the protective Taoist art twisted into pieces. Reduced to Gang Jin Sword Chi food. Not to mention the dagger. If Manhwa had set up a formation in advance, even if it was swept by machine gun fire, Lani could ignore it. Poisoning, daggers, stabbing in bed, cold shots, explosives, human bombs, and I heard that you're planning to draw on the ship's cannons. Blue also around the body gathered but not scattered, condensed but not issued Genjin sword chi like a living creature, winding hovering above Dean's head. The horrible sense of sharpness forced him not to dare to move a single movement. These means, except for the ship's cannons, I don't have a way to perform them live. All the others, you can actually try them out. Try what kind of means a mortal like you has to use to hurt me and make me bleed. By the way, does the god you believe in bleed? Lanyi's voice was very grand, as if there was a megaphone sending his seemingly arrogant, yet perfectly status-appropriate words to the ears of everyone in the vicinity. The sights of everyone looking at him were wild and worshipful. Manifestation of sainthood, constant manifestation of sainthood in front of people. The fastest way for Lan Yi to conquer the hearts and minds of this era was just like this. He could be even more generous than the Void God, even more terrifying than the God. He wanted to create the image of being omniscient and invincible, and in this world where there were no spiritual cultivators, there was no existence that could make him bleed in front of people yet. Poison? Taking poison into his throat in front of everyone, Lan also didn't change his face, not the slightest sign of poison. Sanghua and Gung Jin Sword Chi had cleared the poison and turned it away in the moment of entrance. The bed assassination? This is not too good to perform in broad daylight. The cold and beautiful Lady Philia has already demonstrated it with a dagger. This is really regrettable for a group of journalists. If not for the Blue, also Immortal Master has no intention to perform. There are female journalists at the moment ready to recommend themselves to the pillow, to see who can assassinate successfully, or resist the Immortal Master's assassination. Cold shot? Martial artists in the confession, directly with a machine gun, swept the Blue also a pass. In the crowd, screams and shouts of surprise. Unharmed Blue also lifted his hand as forced to hover down. The bullets all turned into flying ash. Explosives? A few still cannot understand what happened. Full of curry flavor of the body poison assassins, dead holding body grenades and explosive packages were thrown to the Blue also in front. This group of intellectually inferior, horny and incompetent chimpanzee cousins were first stunned, and then in the midst of Dean's furious reprimand, chose to escape, and did not hesitate to sell their master. Blue also are speechless. Sure enough, San, who likes unlimited free fitness, always brings joy. If you don't engage in self-detonation and show the saint to the Immortal Master, then there is no value of existence. These come to assassinate the body poison assassins even if they have grown 8 legs, but also cannot run to go like the wind of the martial artists, light jumping, the use of martial arts skills of practicing chi martial arts guards, but a few blinks of an eye, one person caught up with an assassin, a hand knife sharp cleave in the neck. It is the end of this group of previously evil red-headed patrolmen. Subsequently, in a deafening roaring explosion, Blue, who had resisted the shockwave that tore through steel, the deadly heat, and the shrapnel that destroyed the wall, still floated out unharmed, and the clothes on his body weren't even burnt. How about that? Can you make me bleed? Re-arriving in front of Dean, Lonnie was like a god overlooking a lamb, destroying his psychological defenses with a soft but cold voice. Chapter 35. Ha ha ha. You devil! The evil black goat, the evil dragon that spits out thunder, the Satan of hell. Fearful monster. Even if we don't have the means to kill you today, sooner or later, the warriors from the Lord will send you back to hell. Monsters like you, sooner or later, will be feared by all will turn their backs on you, all will turn their swords on you. Not knowing whether it was a frenzied bark before dying, or whether he really saw the missing humanity in the depths of Lan Yi's indifferent eyes, Dean lay on the ground like a wriggling maggot howling unwillingly. This howl from the loser was really ugly. Just like the unaware clown who hypnotized himself in a frenzy, believing that what he was doing made sense, Lan had seen too many of his enemies die under his own hands in this manner. After all, power was easy to come by. It was the heart of a strong man who was honor-bound and determined to calmly find a countermeasure no matter what the situation was that wasn't so easy to come by. This ugliness naturally also fell into Mrs. Philia's eyes. This beautiful woman with a delicate figure's rippling gaze landed on Lan Yi, who appeared tall and divine in front of her, and everyone would move against him? Even if there really was that day. Even if that day does come, she will definitely not be among those who will move against him. Looking at the blue also did not execute Dean on the spot. Zhao Xikong, who quietly stood on the sidelines acting as a shadowy backdrop, stepped forward. Immortal Master, this white skin's foul language is really unpleasant to the ears, so why don't we gag him and continue with the rest of the journey? As soon as Zhao Xikong, who was dressed like a butler deacon, spoke up, quite a few women who really couldn't climb into a relationship with Immortal Master Lan Yi couldn't help but brighten up. They hadn't noticed it at first. This handsome-looking butler with fair skin also looked like a good candidate to be able to steward for an immortal master. This could be even more gold than a six-piece official at the Prime Minister's door. Most importantly, compared to Zhao Jian's cruelty and ferocity, Deng Liangchen's ghostly aura, and Hui Yuanzhou's cluelessness, this god-practicing powerhouse shadow heavenly admiral looked much more talkative. Yugo cut out his tongue. Lan Yi directly reached out with his name. Kent, who had been named, gave a slight start, and then walked out of the crowd with his head bowed, while slowly drawing the magic sword hanging at his waist. This is a divine weapon given by Immortal Master Lan Yi in the mouth of the crowd. No. Thunder Heavens can both shoot sword chi, and can control thunder, in addition to the need to recharge. The only disadvantage is limited by the user's thinking and reaction. Kent, you traitor, do you think you can solve all your problems by killing people? Dean and Kent still looked like old acquaintances. Mr. Dean, you don't understand, the more Lord Lan Yi kills, the more loyal I am to him. Kicking Dean over, Kent's face that had experienced countless killings was deeply submissive. He stabbed his falchion roughly into Dean's mouth with a very skillful movement and at just the right angle. In this world, money and power can't buy loyalty, but fear and power can. With a thought, Dean's cheek directly broke open in the next second, and the sword chi directly strangled his mouth, accompanied by a faint charring as the electric current cauterized to finish stopping the bleeding. Lord Lan Yi had only ordered him to cut out his tongue, not to take his life. But poor Mr. Dean shouldn't live long. Kent knew very well what would be the end of these stupid people's assassination and curtsying. Very fortunately, those who came over to contact him were dealt with by him, although he felt that he dealt with it very cleanly. But when faced with Lan Yi's playful eyes that were overflowing with shimmering light, he still understood that every move he made was being grasped. Although the adults didn't say so, he should have barely gotten by. Until this time. Only then did Kent secretly exhale as if he was relieved, and in his heart, he was even more reverently loyal to Lan Yi. It wasn't just Kent who was tempted to be turned. Among the foreigners who had already submitted and were given soldiers, there were two who disappeared forever today. And they hold the magic sword in their hands. When facing the martial artist just coldly smiles and throws out a cut that turns into a magnetic circuit. Manhwa, the insurance of the magic sword directly locks up, and they don't even have the room to resist. Since Immortal Master Lan Yi dared to bestow soldiers, he was not afraid that the foreigners would fight back with their magic swords. Even without Lan Yi locking the safety. The martial artists also had ways to clean up this group of guys. Longing was the emotion furthest from understanding. Blue is not a fraternal and friendly god, nor is he a hero who saves people from fire. He is still perfect, like the statue of God in the temple that needs to be looked up to, but in the eyes of the reporters and many onlookers there is more than a hint of the cold and dangerous belonging to the metal and thunder. In addition to such as Felicia, the stream of Yusuji Yuriko still adore him. Most of the women in their hearts backed off. Although the romantic love that defies the odds is very good, but also have to consider the life, isn't it? Gentlemen, please follow me to move to the harbor warship next. Lan Yi took in all the people's expressions. It was still fun to bull with Jean Bai. The more spiritual energy cultivators moved forward. Even if they would miss the past, they would definitely not turn back. Compared to turning back, it would be better to allow more people to be able to follow. If they were too lonely, they might do something crazy, like a certain spiritual energy cultivator practicing the 6 Desires demon splitting chapter, this kind of damn thing because he was too lonely. What's the point of going to the warship? Some people who were slow on the uptake of information wondered. Did this immortal master have to perform anything else? You country bumpkin, immortal master is kind-hearted and is taking us out for a cruise. This was the more foolish young master of the rich and noble family. Heh, stupid hat, the immortal master is going to personally do it. This was the well-informed. Strike out on a warship? That's right, those ghosts still want a medal in our Star Han's acreage of domestic affairs. How can the immortal master spoil them? He has already deployed his troops and captured their whereabouts. Didn't you see that neither the Martial Heavenly Admiral nor the Ghost Heavenly Admiral were present today? Many people suddenly realized. Just now, Immortal Master said that he was about to challenge the ship cannons? Ha, now he's taking them to fight the ship's artillery. Just heart ha finished a group of people face suddenly change. Wait, that is not to take them on the battlefield? This battlefield sword without eyes, not to mention a fright a piece of artillery, if they are unfortunate to die in the ironclad ship that is not a white death? Even if Immortal Master Lan Yi's magic power is boundless, he may not be able to save them. Quite a few people immediately had a battle in their strands and wanted to leave first. However, they couldn't leave. Chi practitioners led by the grinning Zhao Xikong surrounded them, and everyone was safely invited to the car to leave together, especially those reporters were not left out. Immediately, many people face smile, heart to Zhao Xikong cursed. They were really blind to think that Shadow Sky General was good at talking. The idea of climbing is getting stronger and stronger. Power is like this, when it appears, it immediately penetrates everywhere, even the edges and corners that it doesn't care about. Interestingly, there was not a single person present who dared to be disrespectful to Lan Yi in his heart, which was somewhat disappointing to Lan Yi. Chapter 36 Ironclad, Jumping Gang. Ironclad, gang jumping. These two words are out of place in this pre-dreadnought era. According to reason, and want to ironclad and jump gang, then how to get interstellar era, in the intergalactic fighting each other civilization each other strong man raid beheading. However, in the artificial god world 1909. Martial artists this kind of unreasonable existence by blue also get out, jump gang becomes a possibility, and is the martial artists group in their own ironclad tonnage speed firepower comprehensively backward situation, the only way to defeat the foreigner fleet in the sea, but also the martial artists urgently need to prove that they can be in the sea to solve the incoming enemy of choice. Martial Arts General Hua Yuanjia. Ghost Heavenly General Gun Liangchen. The two practicing god martial artists are both human phase strong, their mind attack or wide coverage, can last a long time, in the battlefield has a miraculous effect of the type, so early by blue also deployed though the fleet to the sea. Zhao Jian was still very grumpy about this. He also knows that his mind power is not suitable for sea battles, not to mention the way to go to the physical hard resistance caliber charge or very exaggerated ship guns, only to be able to vent their grievances in the governance of the continued screening cleaning. Anyway, the North just lurked a number of unidentified blood droplets or sticking rods over here, just for the sinewy beast to hunt. Against ironclad ships. Gun Liangchen is confident. The Yangtze River fleet was taken down by him alone driving hungry ghosts. Ordinary soldiers hiding under the iron armor, facing the power of the mind covering the penetration over, in the narrow and gloomy cabin, the degree of fear can be said to be directly pulled full, comparable to the dark spaceship in outer space met an alien, under the sharp panic not to mention the counterattack, did not be scared to death alive or considered good. However, Gun Liangchen, who was out hunting, soon realized that he was wrong. The ironclad ships moored in the harbor and the dreadnoughts maneuvering and pulling in the endless sea were two different things. There were also differences between ironclads. The ironclads of the Yangtze River fleet captured by the martial artist group all belonged to the second and third class cruisers. It wasn't that Xinghan didn't have good and big ships it was just that in the national shameful sea battle with Donyang, those ironclads were either sunk or captured in disgrace. And new ships were no longer available to be bought nor built due to lack of money and loss of local control, bleeding indemnities and a mess of taxes. But with the martial artists and party people taking control of the Two Rivers area, the Jiangnan General Bureau of Ship Ordnance did reopen. It is said that they are going to work with the foreigners to build a huge ship for the Blue Immortal Master to conquer the four directions. Back to the story. Sunshine and warm, blue waves undulating, in almost no reference in the sea, almost difficult to have the feeling that they are speeding on the surface of the sea, standing in the bow of the ship Gun Liangchen at the moment with the waves undulating, his upper face is not in the shadows, will be slightly exposed teeth highlighting particularly conspicuous oozing. This god practicing martial artist was observing the northeastern direction. There, about 30,000 meters apart, the limit area of a martial artist's visual power, there was already a trace of the punishment fleet that had come south from the foreigners this time, and the other side had obviously discovered the fleet lined up on the surface of the sea on the side of Xinghan. The number and quality of the ironclads on both sides were not on the same level. It was as if a small child was setting up a fight with a strong man in preparation for an exchange of blows. However, the strong man's side was cautious and tight, without the slightest intention to approach the shelling distance, but hanging far away, maneuvering from time to test. The small child's side was a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers, and kept wanting to rush up to provide sprinting distance for the practicing divine warrior, but the speed was not good enough, and it could not bite the enemy ship. The fastest speed of the iron armor ship was around 20 knots. The opposite dreadnought used the latest expansion steam boiler technology, and its fastest speed could soar to 25 knots. That is to say, even if the martial artist side disregarded the risk of damage to the burst cylinder, the foreigner side could still shake them off at a distance of more than 25 meters per second. These white skins have learned the ropes. Deng Liangchen muttered. All people learn and improve, not dead NPCs who stayed put. The martial artist's record in Pu Hai could be described as exceptionally bright, and it was naturally impossible for the great powers foreigners to fail to understand the general situation of this group of people who had mastered extraordinary force. The martial artist's power condition, the degree of resistance to firearms, the killing and wounding situation of artillery shells on them, and even the strange ability of practicing God's martial artist, the agents of the great powers who have long infiltrated 1,000 holes in China are all inquiring about it, and the news naturally leaks over to the foreigners. Hang out the martial artists. Sink them by pulling them with more advanced ships on the sea, and then try to capture 1 or 2 martial artists alive for research. That was the purpose of the punishment fleet this time. The powers were very curious now. What kind of power can make weak martial artists no longer afraid of guns, as well as the most important, whether this power can be seized over for their own use? If not for the Qing court is too waste incompetent. I'm afraid that this time it would not be just more than 50 ships going south. Rather, it's the sea and land armies coming together to help the court quell the rebellion, capture the rebels, and kill the demons. Good news, the martial artist created by that magician doesn't seem to be able to fly and isn't as fast as us in terms of speed. The foreigner commander put down his binoculars. Don't be careless, those idiots in Urakami were just too arrogant and careless to get close to these martial artist monsters, making the empire lose its entry point to control the economy of the Far East. Another foreign officer barked. Strange hallucinogenic abilities, terrifying physical strength, and superhuman reaction speeds, that should be all the cards they have. Hitting them with ship's artillery is as undesirable as hitting a mosquito with a cannon. The Yankee commander tapped his fingers rhythmically on the porthole. It looked like capturing them alive would be very difficult. Even if they sank Xinghan's ironclads, it would be a huge risk for them to fish for bodies or prisoners, let alone get them on board. Since this was the case, draft a telegram and forward it to Yanjing Command. There's little hope of capturing them alive. I'm not going to take my soldiers to get up close and personal with a bunch of monsters. The most they'll get is corpses. Or piles of minced meat. The Yankee commander ordered to the communications soldier. Another order was then given. Order the first detachment to pick up the enemy. On the ocean, the ironclads that were originally in formation began to turn and change formation after receiving the flagship's order. If one were to look down from the sky, one could see that the original formation of iron locks across the river, after some changes, turned into a T formation, and the horizontal bar of the T formation happened to be facing the enemy. Hundreds of thousands of tons of steel peaks neatly and slowly advancing, like a mountain in march. The momentum of the scene made people choke. Hui Yuanjiao looked out from afar and poured out a breath at the sight. Finally, I can't help it. 15,000 to 20,000 meters, if I can sit on a cannonball and fly directly over it would be much more convenient. It is true that it is still necessary to build a ship, to build a big ship. Chapter 37, Crossfire. 380 kilograms of shells, with an initial velocity of 800 meters per second, and a rate of fire of about 2 rounds a minute, when it flew in the sky in a parabolic position, the terrifying sound formed by the mere cutting of the air was like a steel knife violently rubbing against a person's skull through an iron helmet. This was the terror of this era's naval guns, the crystallization of this era's industry, and the pinnacle of this era's firepower delivery. Let alone a martial artist. Even if it was a locomotive that was smashed squarely, it would still end up shattered. Don't want to find any intact parts in the crater. Now such a shell. Is this sea above, separated by 20,000 meters of distance, by the two sides of the ironclad ship each other towards each other in the area of fierce delivery, even the air is like being ripped in torn cloth, with the wind together with the sound of the oozing tormented bursting sound. If it is set aside to watch from afar, can see a heavy artillery in the air trajectory, inspired waves, and then stuck into the water, splashing water columns of the whole process. At first glance seems to be a bit of a drama, these two armies shooting naval artillery against each other, both cannot hit people, the shells have fallen into the water. The distance is currently very extreme, before the shells fall down, the ironclad ship has long since maneuvered to run away. In this way, want to shell hits. Partly by luck, partly by numbers. This is the easy perspective of a bystander. If you are in the middle of the barrage, it is not easy, but want to be a thriller. Boom! A water column blasted up 20 meters away from the ship, and even if it didn't directly hit the ship, the shockwave and shaking sensation it brought about still made one's chest stuffy and dizzy, and one's heart trembled with fear. Deng Liangchen's face was extremely blue. He was no longer standing at the bow of the ship, but had temporarily retreated to the command room. This was not the time to play it cool. As practicing divine martial artists, before they could take on the enemy, their role was limited, but not useless, and relying on this role, these few ironclads of theirs dared to brave the opposing side's artillery barrage and charge forward despite their performance lagging behind across the board. A martial artist's reflexes far exceeded those of ordinary people. Flying needles through mosquitoes, 10 strikes in an instant, at their fingertips. One could even sense the trigger pull and prejudge the trajectory. The trajectory of the ship's cannon that was difficult to calculate in the eyes of ordinary people, and the supersonic shockwave that could not be captured, martial artists could actually see it, and even react to it and predict it in their minds. Go to Jishi Academy to cram some arithmetic. Not necessarily useful. However, maybe in a life and death situation, you'll be able to use it. This was what Lani had arranged for Deng Liangchen and Hui Yuanjia before they left. And naturally following the orders of the Immortal Master, the two of them brought along a group of cheap practicing martial artists to go and raid the Ming arithmetic classes at the Jisha Academy. Martial artists learn things very quickly, especially in the arithmetic. Martial artists have a unique advantage, and do not learn more to learn fine, learn 2 points parabolic on the departure. Unfortunately by the blue also set in. This point of arithmetic knowledge at this time came in handy. The speed of the ironclad, the distance between the two, the time from the discharge of the shell to the fall, its trajectory, and the disturbance of the shockwave, all these things in the crisis of being turned into mincemeat at any time or scrambling to be the first to pop out of Hui Yuanjia's brain. They were all talking to tell Hui Yuanjia that he was the first in Jinmen, oh no, to tell him if the captured cannonballs were likely to land on his head. The martial artists on the other ships did the same. Some of them were accurate in their predictions, some of them were amazing in their calculations, and they were always able to, as if by divine help, enchant the ironclad ships under their feet with the battlefield status of evasion plus 40%. Don't look at only 40%. With the pitiful hit rate in this era, 40% was enough to turn every ironclad ship into a ship of yukikes. Boom! Although the number of Star Han warships was small, they were also roaring back. Regardless of whether they hit or not, returning fire was a must, otherwise the other side would be able to start calculating the artillery units without any pressure, and that gun would definitely be more and more accurate, and only if both sides were getting shot at, the level of both sides would be fair. 15,000 meters. Beside Hui Yuanjia, an officer reminded. At these words, everyone in the command room was solemn, and the color of death surfaced in the eyes of many soldiers. 20,000 meters to start beating each other up. 15,000 meters to start is the danger zone. Approaching to this distance, the ship's artillery hit rate will increase rapidly. If it continues to go deeper, the parabola of the shelling gradually deviates to a straight line, then even if it's the calculations of a martial artist, it's too late to mobilize the whole ship to make an evasive maneuver. To practice divine martial artists to move out, at least another 10,000 meters of advancement was needed. For 10,000 meters, they would need about 16 minutes. The good news was that the foreigners' side did not pull back, but rather the same bravery and desperation came over the top, and the time for the martial artists to move out should be around 8 minutes. 8 minutes? Immortal Master has ordered me and Martial Heaven General to attack and kill this fleet. I don't care what you guys do, you must send me to the ground, send me not to the military justice. Deng Liangchen's murderous aura, the pressure of a practicing god martial artist shocked everyone into obeying and following orders. He had decided to fight for his life. Not only because of Lan Yi's order, but also to take a breath for Xinghan's suffocation of being pressed by the foreigners' ship guns for so many years. He wanted to tell the foreigners, your ships no longer work like they used to. 8 suffocating minutes. 8 minutes of uninterrupted rumbling gunfire. There were several times. Thrilling shelling set off columns of flaming waves that exploded almost against the side of the ship. Under the violent impact, there were inevitably deaths and injuries. But the good thing was that the martial artists were still playing a role, the hands and coordination of the practicing martial artists that surpassed that of ordinary people. Even if they were doing pipe damage and rescue, they were also first class. 5,000 meters. Position arrived. I'm going. The light in Gung Liangchen's eyes flashed, and the next moment he was like a black tiger out of its cage, whistling as he scurried out of the broken porthole. He landed in the water with a bang. Gung Liangchen didn't sink into the water. Instead, after stirring up the waves, his body's innate one-chi burned vigorously, and he pushed with all his might, inspiring superhuman speed power. In an instant, the two water splashes close to the sleep straight line with the wind and lightning speed to the front of the many warships horizontally discharging cannons. Hua Yuanjia and Gung Liangchen charged at full speed. A straight line distance of 5,000 meters on the sea was only a matter of minutes for a god practitioner martial artist who could ride the waves. In just a few breaths of effort, their charging stance caught the attention of observers on the punishment fleet. The foreigners knew that the martial artists were fierce. They also knew that they should choose to jump gangs. However, they did not expect it to be such a gang jumping method, so they could only send their pre-prepared platoon guns, ready to intercept these two martial artists who were treading the waves. Farther back in the safe area, the eyes of the foreign commander narrowed slightly. Will the guns work? Even if we can't kill those martial artists, we should be able to repel them. We're using deer hunting bullets. The foreign officer said thoughtfully. But soon the news came in, and both of them couldn't help but look stony-faced and horrified. Two martial artists, less than 10 minutes, 8 iron armor ships, all out of control. Contact was maintained. Chapter 38, Choosing a Feat. A typical dreadnought ship had a crew of all colors in the thousands. Other ironclad ships numbered a little less. But a fleet of 8 ships combined, there is a more than 4,000 people on it for sure, and this 4,000 people, in addition to dare to go on deck with a gun to shoot the people who blocked, the rest of the people basically hide behind the heavy ship, Hua Yuanjia and Gung Liangchen carrying the blue also given by the magic sword jump help. Can they kill all these 4,000 people? Or rather, relying on the Dharma sword and the power of the mind, can two practicing god martial artists kill all 4,000 soldiers? The answer was that they could. Human phase powerhouses, in ancient times, even if they were surrounded by thunderbolts and iron armor armies, they wouldn't be able to use up their mind power without dying 2,000 soldiers. And if it's a Dharma phase, then it's taking the head from 10,000 armies, coming and going as they please, non-similar level of power, or human phase powerhouse fighting for their lives can't be blocked. That is to say, if one wants to consume a human phase martial artist, if there is no good hold, then even if 2,000 people die, the most he will feel is dizziness and mental laxity. And Taoist arts are different. Lan Yi was currently sitting in a separate cabin to recuperate. His mind flashed back to his past of joining the army in the artificial god realm and then practicing martial arts to advance. He had been quickly promoted to the position of centurion because of his excellent foundation and clean birth, and his first battle had been with the elite army to eliminate a martial arts sect that had disobeyed the king's order. That was the first time Lan Yi had seen the big scene of a martial artist fighting against a tiger and wolf division. Those personal phase martial artists, in the eyes of ordinary people, are just like Vajra Luohan, heavenly soldiers and generals, not only have infinite strength, but also can harness wind, earth and fire, control water and ice, hold thunderbolts in their hands, and have all sorts of unbelievable means. Then, the army crushed through, and the martial arts sects went up in smoke along with their old ancestors. The enthroned Taoist priests performed Taoist techniques, easily weakening the besieged martial artists one by one, and ultimately killing them easily on point. While this was certainly related to the fact that that sect did not have any strong individuals above the Dharma phase, it was also enough to see the advantages of Taoist arts in another aspect. Lan also did not emphasize the Tao and despise martial arts. Quite the contrary, as a spiritual cultivator, he practiced both Tao and martial arts, and was more able to understand the horror of practicing martial arts to the point of profundity. There was a period of time on the road. He didn't waste this bit of rushing time either, and began to list out all of the martial arts techniques and resources that he would subsequently involve through the Manhwa, scorched white paper. As for Gung Liangchen and Hua Yuanjia's side, according to Lan Yi's estimation, even if they weren't defeated, they wouldn't die if they didn't make stupid mistakes. Practicing god martial artist is not so easy to kill. Of course, if the luck is too bad, just happen to be hit by the ship's cannon, then they can only be blamed for their bad luck, the war, which war does not kill people. Blue also in the martial arts attainment is relatively unusual. Of course, this unusual is compared to those before the rebirth of the martial arts pride. After all, the practice of martial arts is about qualifications. There are too many martial arts, the need is talent. At the moment, Lan Yi's martial arts cultivation was practicing the divine human phase. He wasn't practicing martial arts. The reason why he had a human phase cultivation, one was that his own experience was here. Even if he didn't practice martial arts, his will could form a mind attack with the addition of spiritual energy. The second was that Manhwa transformed his own innate one qi, and after practicing qi to great success, he naturally achieved the human phase. Essentially, the blue demon's martial cultivation was actually an appendage of the cultivation technique, and even the mindscape was a piece of primordial raging thunder. 3 pieces of white paper floating in the air in front of Lan Yi. At the top of each page of white paper was a large title: Southern Sacred Sect, Divine Heavenly Peak, Northern Demon Sect. These were the 3 major forces that Lan Yi had come into contact with during his training in the artificial god realm, and his entire Tao technique basically originated from these 3 sections. It is a pity that although these 3 sects still have their names, they have long been extinguished, and only scattered legacies exist, and Lan has searched for them many times without success. Since the Taoist arts originated from these 3 sects, if you want to practice martial arts, Lan also intends to choose from the inheritance of these 3 sects. The martial arts of the Northern Demon Sect was the first to be ruled out. The reason was very simple: the Northern Demon Sect martial arts true tradition was too fragmented, and it mostly used the Golden Obsidian Force, which was nuclear energy, to cleanse the body and accomplish killing moves. The Golden Obsidian Force was too overbearing and extreme. If you cultivate this martial arts, Lan Yi basically say goodbye to the Taoist arts, life plexus and spiritual energy will be destroyed. Curing the Taoist arts is even more directly destroyed clean. The way of life of a person's life is to be able to use the skills of a person's life in the same way. It is impossible to pick up the sesame seeds and lose the watermelon. Then, he could only select the true disciples of martial arts from the Southern Sacred Sect and Divine Heavenly Peak. Here again, there were some troubles involved. Some of the true passages of martial arts he remembered from his memories, but some were useless even if he remembered them: the inheritance from previous generations, the will to practice emptiness, and the true power might have to make a special trip to the corresponding artificial divine realm to be able to do so. Sure enough, practicing martial arts is troublesome. Lan Yi complained slightly with his mouth, but his expression was frank and calm. He had already chosen. The Northern Demon Sect page of white paper was burned into drifting ashes by Manhwa in the blink of an eye, and the Southern Sacred Sect and Divine Heaven's Peak pages were blacked out with many fly letters, ultimately leaving only 2 martial arts. Southern Sacred Sect, true martial art, Dragon Sparrow Swallowing Whale. Divine Heavenly Peak, true martial art, Yuan Magnetism Star Dueling Technique. These 2 true martial arts both belonged to the type that wouldn't affect the operation of the life plexus spiritual energy, and themselves had a place where they were suitable for the execution of Taoist arts. One main was the utilization of the innate qi, and the other main was the refining of the scenery of the heart and spirit. As for killing, all about the same right. Before practicing virtual, still worth using for fun. Bullying children also no problem, if it is back to the main world. Do not want to leave traces or do not want to make a big commotion. In fact, martial arts is to be much more convenient than the Taoist arts. Anyway, blue also does not matter. Which one is good to use, him to use which one. The dragon and the sparrow are divine, and they have lost their courage and left behind the dust. The heart is free from competition, and nothing has been accomplished in 100 years. Once with the wind, the sun and the moon all lost their voices. Wrestling dragon swallow whalebait, wind and rain coercion intention to move. Manhwa, writing suddenly stopped. Lan also slightly sidestepped his head. Zhao Xikong's silhouette quietly emerged at the hatch. He was like a ghost who appeared and disappeared. Few people could catch his trail except for Lan Yi. Immortal Master, something has happened. What is it? There's a fleet of ships coming near us. It should be a part of the foreigners' southbound fleet that's circled around, preparing to go and sneak up on Pu Hai. You go and fix it. Lan also knew that the foreigners were preparing to go shell the harbor. Maybe they would also shell the urban area, since they met and killed Iz. Honor Immortal Master's order. Zhao Xikong arched his hand. Wait a minute. Lan Yi suddenly changed his mind. It's better for me to come. This ship is too stuffy. It's just the right time to move around and give them a bit of propaganda material. The them in Lan Yi's mouth were the stream of reporters and squires who were invited on board the iron armor ship by the martial artists, whether voluntarily or not. They had long saved up enough publicity materials for the martial artists, but not much for Immortal Master Lan Yi. Can't keep writing about Immortal Master Lan's lace tabloids, right? It just so happened that Lan also wanted to experiment with the coordination of the two martial arts and the Taoist arts. Chapter 39: The Fierce Phoenix. The number of punishment fleets that the powers have combined to head south is greater than the Starhan fleet. Hua Yuanjia and Gung Liangshan's side were involved in a group. There were also a few ironclad ships that attempted to stage a surprise attack, and their course happened to be head-on in Lan Yi's path northward. This was a lot of fun. These few ironclads were under the command of the French banners. Just like most of the regimental warfare, in the ravaging of the Qing court this week sandbag, that proper wind bureau, waves fly up does not matter, between the powers of nature is also peace and harmony of a group, together happily in the land of the Starhan people get rich, by the way, shelling a little bit of the city to show the virtue of the martial arts. When the wind is favorable, brother and sister. When the wind is against the wind, they dump each other, with both parents as the origin, with the genealogy as the radius to start greeting each other's relatives. The female relatives of the other side of the sexual relationship is full of whimsical, fully explore the issue of reproductive segregation of humans and beasts. The French flag people also had a tendency in Urakami. The upper class in the tenement was ravaged by a lowly mob of yellow-skinned monkeys, from which came a pleading message from a certain freshly widowed reporter. Whether it was to protect the property and lives of the expatriates, or whether they simply wanted to have a monopoly, and shelled and blackmailed, the French flagellants chose to slip up. They named it, Romantic Gift from the Iris. Planning the battle plan of the party side also did not expect, the French flag people in the powers is so free-spirited, the army combat really was fishing out a few ironclad ships directly killed. They secretly bypassed the warring waters, preaching a soldier is precious, indeed, God's speed is incomparable. Blue is also almost just get on the boat sailing into the Yellow Sea and hit them. Yo! There was a surprise. This is almost the first thought of both sides when the command room found each other. On Lan Yi's side, there was no need for much nonsense, with the Immortal Master in charge, not to mention a few ironclads, even if it was dozens of them. They believed that the Immortal Master would be able to perform immortal techniques and raise the other side altogether. This was no joke. Immortal Master Lan Yi's luxurious battle record of one man destroying ships on the Yangtze River was widely known. And still do not know what they are going to face next. The French flag people look at an iron armor ship alone north, immediately ecstatic. This is a military service to the mouth, will be intercepted or captured, then the back of those Starhan warships is equivalent to be completely cut off the back road. Boom boom boom. Regardless of whether they hit or not, these French flag white skins that moved out from Yenjing's 8 Hutongs let off their cannons with the mentality of abusing vegetables. According to their experience. Starhan Army. As long as you hear the sound of artillery, it will be the first to fall apart 30%, rows of guns to hit and fall apart 30%, and then end of the bayonet valor charge, but also to return fire a few people. The sea battle is similar. Starhan's iron armor ship has long been backward, once shelled, they do not know how to retreat. A few rows of naval guns hit the past, a road of water columns exploded, the French flag people are like a pack of wolves hunting a lamb, has opened up the horsepower to split the blue waves, directly encircle over. At this moment on top of the ship, martial artists and soldiers can still be calm. But in the face of the ship's cannon blasted out of the sky column of water, choking bitter nitrous smoke breath along the shot of vapor blowing to the face, directly in the face of the death breath of the accompanying spectators or uncontrollable panic, many of them are not rich or rich, which is so close to the battlefield and the death of the time. Mom, what are they afraid of? The sweetly smiling Shikoti wondered. It is common sense for sheep to fear wolves. Philia tenderly wiped her daughter's face. Then they're so stupid, they obviously don't even need to be afraid. Shikoti blushed scarlet and said shyly and lovingly. They are wolves, and that deer is a dragon. Dragons are picky eaters and like good food. The dragons came out to forage for food. Not knowing when, the chaos on the deck quietly subsided, and a martial artist with one hand hammering his shoulder, lined up neatly like a pine tree on the swaying ship, separating the chaotic crowd to open up a passageway. Lan also strolled in this passage. Long and tall, his white hair was flying wildly, and his colorless eyes shone even in the daylight. The accompanying willow white ape did not notice the movement behind him. Being shot by the nitrous vapor on his face at the moment, his eyes were wide with anger, dead grip on his bow angrily staring at the distant city warships. He could not wait to take the bow and shoot arrows, those damned foreigners. That's how to fire a cannon in the north, a village of old and weak women and children, nothing left after a cannon. He hated to drink the blood of the white skins, eat their flesh and sleep on their skins. Just when Lu Baishan was about to explode with rage, a hand as white as jade stone pressed on his shoulder. Willow White Ape's anger instantly extinguished, and the sweaty hairs on his entire body stood up. Although he couldn't see, he, who had already reached the great achievement of chi practicing, had a fanged mouth that poured out bloody hot air reflected within his brain, and that mouth came up to his ear, and said in a voice that was serene and incomparable. Practice God before you open the bow, now. Look at me. Look at this sky too. Roar. The high-pitched sharp cawing shrill instantly overshadowed the sound of shells rubbing knives scraping the skull-like sound, that is only humans can hear the ferocious and vicious cry, chirping like a thunderous roar. That is only human beings can see the scaly thing that rises up to the sky, bathing in the thunder of the posture. Treating the whale as bait and catching the dragon as a snake. The battle of the Kuimping on the shore of the drowning sea, stirring up the blue sky, the wind and thunder turbulence. Rising from the sky is the great fierce phoenix. The dragon sparrow whale swallowing diagram, and Yuan magnetic star dueling technique, stirred and intertwined, reflecting a heartscape image as if a myth had descended and a legend had reappeared. It wasn't just the mindscape, but also the Tao techniques, as well as the spirit energy that burned out recklessly. If a god practicing martial artist's heartscape was fire, he would invoke fire oil and thunderbolt powder, blasting the enemy in vain. This kind of tacticlon also naturally would, feathered thunder clothes, martial illumination void, at this moment was mobilizing this 100-meter huge heart scene to directly pounce on the past, as if hunting whales. 20,000 meters, psychic energy coverage nodes divided 20 times, strong magnetic field direct ejection. 5 seconds. Body damage should be within acceptable limits. Lanyi's mind turned, the two martial arts techniques were almost familiarizing themselves with plucking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the chapters of chi cultivation to great completion, I phase, and human phase were almost at his fingertips. It should be known that Lanyi's martial arts techniques before he was reborn were not these two, and his talent had already been honed to an extremely terrifying level. The next moment the thunder feather fierce phoenix soaring in the sky with the Manhwa circle on its head, struggled to lift its wings in the eyes of the crowd. One wing, one instantaneous movement. One breath, is soared out 10,000 meters. The citizens' command room was in an uproar at the moment. They had never dreamed that a mythical monster would suddenly scurry out, and in just a few breaths of time, it was swooping towards the top of their heads. Above the cadre of warships, even the light of the sun was briefly obscured by the lightning. Fire the cannons! Fire! Fire into the sky! Stop it! The citizens hissed orders, even in desperation, until the pool of thunder came crashing down. Chapter 40, Gods Might Seeking Recommendations in Monthly Tickets. There was no concept of air defense in this era. The airstrike force was still in its infancy, and no one even considered air defense. Dreadnoughts naturally had no means of air defense, and when the great Phoenix Dragon Sparrow bathed in lightning light swooped down, their so-called air defense was only to raise the ship's guns as high as possible, hoping that the roaring ship's cannons would be able to reach the marauding beast, and by some chance, shoot it down. These ignorant white skins didn't even realize it. The mythic descent they saw was the hallucination triggered by the martial artists mentioned in the intelligence. From blurring to rapidly clearing thunder phoenixes flickering and sweeping across the sky, they shuddered, strands of their hair uncontrollably floating upwards, and their hearts uncontrollably prayed to their faith. Whether it was the Lord or Satan. As long as the spirit could manifest and bless them this time, then they would be the most devout lambs in their lives. Their prayers were not answered. The raptor with a multi-layered nested aperture on its head and clad in thunder feathers looked huge, and in the sky it seemed to be no better than a dreadnought, and the target was so large that it was reasonable to say that with so many rounds of ship's guns blasting past, how could it have hit one? And in the binoculars of quite a few of the officers, they did see the ship's guns hitting the target. However, that was not a real thing. It was just a mirror image of the mindscape and Tao magic reflected in the human heart. The ship's cannon that whistled into the Thunder Phoenix's torso did not play a role at all in the eyes of a normal person, and only brought up a slight ripple and passed through, without causing any damage. It didn't even have the effect of slowing down the attack. The French banner could only watch as it flickered and swept over their heads. Then it fell headfirst. Rumble. The loud boom of thunder that exploded directly in the mind left all the soldier officers disoriented and their limbs paralyzed, and what presented itself to the despairing line of sight was the voluminous thunder that directly ignored the steel plate obstruction and poured directly in. Leaping and jumping arcs of electricity, mercilessly licked and pierced through every body of flesh and blood. Afterwards, the French flag's people closed their eyes in severe pain and paralysis. From the Star Han Ironclad's perspective, Immortal Master Lan Yi had transformed into a Thunder Phoenix. The Thunder Phoenix lifted its wings and swept straight towards the guns of the foreigner fleet, ignoring the guns to reach the sky above the other side, and then swooped down and smashed down. Immediately afterward, the Thunder Phoenix lost sight of it. The naval guns that had been firing in vain were all muted in an instant after Lei Feng fell, and although they were not sunk, they completely lost their life, giving people an unspeakable sense of horror, as if one second they were living ships, and the next second they became ghost ships. From a certain point of view. From a distance, like insecticide on the ship, ant-sized people a moment to complete the elimination, to be more intimidating than the violent bombardment sinking ironclad ship. Because of the unknown, because of the unbelievable. Immortal Master Lan Yi's methods had completely exceeded their knowledge. Hurry, over there! After Zhao Xikong regained his senses from Lan Yi's terrifying mind plus Dao magic strike, Zhao Xikong was Lan Yi's shadow. In front of martial artists, Lan Yi didn't hide his secrets, and even Dao arts would explain the principles and introduce them. It was not unfamiliar to Daoist arts such as the Gangjin sword chi or the voodoo rope. What was unfamiliar was the astringency of Immortal Master Lan Yi's demonstration, and the grandeur of his full-strength performance. A phrase that Lan Yi had casually mentioned during his martial arts transmission suddenly popped up in Zhao Xikong's head. Even if you throw a stone, when you are able to magnify it 10 million times, it will turn into a means of breaking armies and destroying nations. The Immortal Master honestly did not deceive me. Aside from the ironclad ship that was chopped off by Lan Yi, the other ironclads were basically intact, but all of the people on them had lost consciousness. More accurately, they were all brain dead. The chi practitioners who jumped up to take over the ship were surprised to find that each of the fallen FA banner soldiers had lost their movement, and were just like wooden stiffs to be manipulated. Not to mention the slap, even if it is directly shoot their thighs, this group of white skin is not the slightest reaction, if not the chest is still slightly rising and falling, they all suspect that these people are all dead. Now it seems. Even if they weren't dead, there wasn't much difference between them and the dead. In fact, even if they didn't care about them, after about 10 minutes or so, their organs would fail and they would completely die physically. On top of that, they who were engulfed by the Thunder Phoenix hardscape had more or less traces of electric shock damage on their bodies, and their internal and external injuries were of a shocking level. The chi practitioner martial artists were all in awe. It wasn't like they hadn't seen the human phase mindscape when a few heavenly generals unleashed their mind attacks, but exaggerating it to such a degree had made it impossible to tell whether it was a Taoist art or a martial art. When the news was relayed to Zhao Xikong, the corners of his mouth trembled. Nearly 2,000 people. They were all killed by Immortal Master Lan Yi with a single move. Not a single survivor. And what about Lan Yi? Where did he go after casually destroying this group of ghosts? This question was soon answered. On the deck of a ship, there was a line left by Lan Yi with electrocautery. He was going to go to the front to loosen up first, so that Zhao Xikong could send someone to take over these warships, and the rest of them would follow as soon as possible. If they were slow to follow, they might not be able to see Immortal Master Lan Yi continue to display his great power. The regret of not being able to witness the Immortal Master's thunderbolt execution of white skin was a small matter, but missing the Immortal Master's show of power for the world to see was a big matter. Chapter 41, Transforming the Rainbow. As the discharged shells from the ship's cannons whistled around the circumference, Lan Yi's heart didn't fluctuate in the slightest, and he even wanted to laugh a little. He didn't even need to deliberately dodge, there was no way for any of these shells to accurately hit him. Compared to the air-to-air means such as fusion lasers, pulse cannons, dense arrays, plasma shields, and beslaying swarms, these anti-aircraft cannons that tried to run into luck, if they could hit him, it was definitely the anti-logic clan, and the blue old devil would definitely blast out all of the remaining 20% of his psychic energy in the first place. Then wait for the opportunity to move. After all, the anti-logic clan, this ghost thing, is still quite disgusting and unreasonable. Even a top spirit energy cultivator like Old Devil Blue would have to be careful when dealing with them, or else he might somehow get injured. Obviously the French flag guys didn't have that good or bad luck. The Lord in their mouths couldn't do anything with Immortal Master Lan Yi either. In the end, he allowed Lan Yuya to unreservedly export his power to this group of moving targets. A painful and refreshing wave of kills. Dragon Sparrow swallowing whale figure reflects the mindscape of the Dragon Sparrow fighting giant Kuan's ferocious flames, which can be described as the wings cover the sky, mute the sun and the moon. The resulting mindscape is very strong, but also very much. Lan also mainly highlights the death of the phoenix hunting oppression, intuitively put the death of the attacked person's mind. The mindscape reflected by Yuan magnetic starfighting technique is Thunder plus there is the Xinxiao Foam Dao Art overlay Thunder Pool to add support, the double superposition of the real and imaginary thunder. Even if the enemy denies that this is an illusion, it will still be electrocuted with a scorched and crispy outside. The true martial arts of two lost sects. Even if Lonnie didn't even make proper use of one of the mind-killing techniques, just by using his spiritual energy and will, he was still able to push out the horrifying image of destroying an enemy and chopping up a ship. No, enemy? In Lan Yi's opinion, he might have enemies in the artificial god realm 1909, but the enemies would definitely not be these ordinary people, including their army. At the moment when the Thunder Phoenix crowed and fell, Lan Yi's fist clenched a wisp of Manhwa, and a sharp punch slammed straight into the deck. Strong magnetism and strong electricity roughly formed pulse electric spark violent discharge is also centered on Blue Chopper cutting dumplings general on the dreadnought completed cross-cutting surgery. After doing all this, Blue also with water vapor scurry up. After leaving a message, it is ejected towards the north. He has just warmed up. There are not enough targets. How can this be? This is absolutely not possible. Lan also knew that there were more to the north, and more that could be killed without fear, without softening their hands, and without feeling guilty. Well, it's about time. If you look at it from a psychic perspective. At this moment, Lan Yi's state could definitely not be said to be healthy. It was just that the body of a practicing god martial artist's strength, especially the chest and limb joints, had many tears, and the damage to the innate chi had already affected the coherence of the body's strength. Using colorless eyes to take a closer look, that was even more large cracks. These cracks were not fatal, but the pain was certainly unavoidable. These were all caused by Lan Yi's strong magnetic ejection and chopping ship too high himself. But he was very happy now. So cool that he wanted to sing. It was true that killing a pig was no fun at all, even hitting some barbed moving targets was more enjoyable than killing a pig. Destruction and creation, only these two could make a spiritual cultivator feel satisfied. It seems like we have to quickly get our hands on the Shining Spirit, Earth Fury, and Electricity Change, Fate clusters for transplantation. Otherwise we'll have to be careful when rushing. If I'm not careful, I'll mess up my body in rags, and my neuromodulatory hormone secretion is a bit out of control. Shining Spirit, Transcendent Reaction, Earth Fury, Anti-Gravity, Electricity Change, increase body strength. Possessing them, even if Lan Yi couldn't fly yet, there was definitely no problem moving quickly. They were also one of the necessary life clusters for the Burning Sky Thunder Soldier prison. But now that he had to hurry quickly, Lan Yi still had a way to solve the problem. Fate Bush, Prison of Jin, activate. The cold and cool sensation that suddenly sparked at the neck rushed straight to the sky. The blazing white light in his eyes flickered violently as Lan Yi slightly raised his hand, his simple clenched fist, but it was as if he was holding on to this entire piece of space. Of course it is impossible, at this moment the blue also cannot do to distort space. He was only controlling the invisible and colorless magnetic field, the light slightly perturbed, adjusting the magnetic field pointing tens of meters around him through Manhwa, wandering on the edge of the dangerous operation with absolutely rational and ice-cold thinking. Swish! The next moment, under the send-off of the battleship that was emitting pitch-black smoke, Blue also once again like an instantaneous general rushed toward the north. This is the South Sacred Sect of Rifles and pistols are useless, grenades are useless. Even if you set up a heavy machine gun, you will somehow go crazy or stagnant, and then you will be slaughtered by a fierce tiger like a flock of practicing god martial artists with a punch to smash the sternum, a palm to split the neck. The speed at which the two cleared the battleship was not fast. It was precisely because it was not fast. It was only because of this that the information on these ironclad ships could be transmitted to the foreigner commander's side. That side could be described as creepy. The ineffectiveness of gunfire, the ability to easily leap onto the ship, the ghostly shadows that could appear and disappear even from the deck, the sudden and bizarre loss of concentration and then forgetting what they were doing, and most intuitively, the strange strength that could easily break the bones of the foreigners like chopsticks. All of these superimposed on top of each other was a one-sided massacre when placed on a battleship after it was close to the enemy. And the punishment fleet commander couldn't do anything about it. Cleaned up. Deng Liangchen exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air and couldn't stop rubbing his brow. Bad thing, we cleared it too well. Too clean is bad? Deng Liangchen jerked his head towards the sea horizon, understanding what Hui Yuanjia meant by bad. The foreigners were firing on their own people. Chapter 42, Testing Each Other. Hui Yuanjia and Deng Liangchen still overestimated the modesty of the foreigners. When the front fleet detachment did not return information, the foreigner commander very decisively gave the order to shell the friendly ironclad ships in front of them. For one thing, the front of the few ironclad ships are neither full-fledged, and the mother country is not strong enough. The foreigner commander sells the friendlies very well. Secondly, they judged that the friendlies in front of them were dead, and even if they weren't, there probably weren't many of them left, and they desperately needed to be shelled for courage. That's right, it was the turn of the foreigners to need courage. Being practicing god martial artists destroy the ship, even if it is not inherited warships, just purged all the people on it. For this group of officers who have killed on the battlefield is to realize that their side of the helplessness. How horrible it is to be helpless. It was as if they had no other effective means to deal with them other than the ship's guns. They have no other effective means to deal with those two monsters. The evil magician created a humanoid monster than the power of a steam engine, more resistant to gunfire than a car, faster than a flea on a cat. If they don't fire their guns for courage, maybe morale will just collapse. Not to mention the soldiers who have already blanched and caused the incident of rubbing guns together. Even the officers may lose the will to fight and directly choose to turn in back to Yanjing to continue to be a human being, rather than lubricate the metals with the life of the noble navy. But the foreign commander did not want to withdraw yet. Since the erection of cannons to open the door at Xinghan, the powers here almost no defeat, even if defeated, but also able to continue to pressure the Qing court to reach a decent close. Before departing, the strict punishment of violent expenditures of high-profile publicity is bound to be the Far East. This lost control of the Star Han force to the complete annihilation. If this time Grey run back, other people may still be able to live with each other. But the political life of the foreign commander in the parliament will absolutely be cut off. These years he is in the Far East to fish how much absolutely have to spit out how much to be able to quell the anger of the upper big shots, and even that's not enough. The probability of his wife and daughter will not be able to keep it, which is absolutely unacceptable to him. The unmanned ironclad is a living target when it's spinning in place. Deng Liangchen and Hui Yuanjie jumped into the water and swam around flexibly shortly after, on the surface of the sea which was originally like a mountain of steel like iron armor ship. In an instant it was plunged into the boom and explosion of flames and dispersed black smoke. Steel in the flames and impact in the deformation groan, and finally completely torn burst, and then hard steel in the face of such destructive force, in the violent pulling and tugging and cream like silky deformation, and ultimately with the seawater flooding in to cause even more serious damage, a complete loss of power after the beginning of the SQ. Rumble. The martyred munitions dismembered the dead ironclad from within. A ship that seemed like a titanic existence, the industrial crystals of this era were so ignited, blackened, and eventually exploded, either skewed like a ghost ship bobbing in the sponge, or inserted into the sea SQ, slowly sinking with the ebb and flow of the waves, and the wailings of the soldiers on top of them who hadn't died from the telekinetic attack became an accompaniment to this scene. This scene could be called hell on earth. However, it was like such a hell. In the past 10 years or so, in this world Star Han's land is not uncommon, the martial artist to bring our ing fair, and now the hell also in the body of the enemy descended, the so-called use of cannons and battleships to bring you civilization and progress words, but also try to pretend to be brazen to say out, I'm afraid that you have to weigh up again. It is also a blind cat that meets a dead rat. This round of shelling buried the friendlies, but it also managed to force back the two god practitioner powerhouses. The power of one's mind is not infinite. Even if Lonnie had set off a battle as big as that, he had only managed to do so by relying on psychic energy and Dao magic increases. Hui Yuanjie and Geng Liangchen only had an HE, and although this was arranged that the Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus could barely cover, it would be too unrealistic to say that they were mindlessly squandering their spiritual energy to stimulate their mind power. After the shelling, smoke filled the air. The violent sea wind rolls up waves like jade chips and shatters them on the sea surface, blowing away the jade chips and also the smoke, and with the detachment of the punishment fleet that received the enemy all destroyed, the scene falls into a strange calm stalemate. Hui Yuanjie and Geng Liangchen had returned to the Star Han warship. They were working hard to regulate their breathing and draw on their spiritual energy, preparing for the possible outbreak of fighting that was to follow. The sparring rod was afraid of both ends of the wolf. The martial artist side underestimated the breadth and maneuverability of fighting and killing on the sea, and the foreigners underestimated the toughness and comprehensive strength of the martial artist, and now that the fight has become such an odd pattern, both sides are hesitant to maneuver. Retreat is neither want to retreat. Rather, they are thinking about how to take down the other side. The foreigners were not rigid NPCs. When the shelling had passed, observing and discovering the two martial artists retreating, combined with the intelligence information sent from all directions, they also realized that just like the guns and cannons, the martial artists also needed some kind of energy to drive them to be so ferocious, and even create illusions, and that if the energy reserves were insufficient, then it wasn't impossible that the martial artists would also be weakened, or even turn into ordinary people. It seemed that at this point, the completely unscientific martial artists also spoke of science. All troops attack. Unwilling to withdraw back in ashes, the Yankee commander decisively chose to attack the whole army after the staff officers presented their guesses. He also did not intend to land the battle. He was able to sink a few ironclads, then repel this wave of Star Han warships and fish a few corpses back. The battle report must be written truthfully. There is a strange force group in the Far East that can rival the level of the Empire rising strongly. This group has already begun to start exerting control over the south of Starhan. For the sake of the Empire's interests in China, all forces must be utilized to intervene against this group. If necessary, we can even mobilize the local army. The foreign commander who was thinking about it couldn't help but sigh. Only by personally facing it could one understand the horror of the martial artists, letting the martial artists control a large area of land, completing the integration of resources and starting to cultivate talents and stormtroopers. The yellow scourge that the white race feared would definitely sweep through the entire world. However, at this moment, the old empires of Europa are rubbing their fists and preparing for an upcoming grand war. The powder keg will explode at any time, at such a time where there is still the energy and mind to mobilize the local army and intervene in the drastic changes in Xinghan. This Star Han's luck is also a little too good. It was exactly at this juncture that an evil magician had popped up. It must be that the people of this country had died too many deaths and blood sacrificed too many souls to Satan to summon such a horrible monster. Maybe that magician had already eaten millions of people into his stomach. Just as the foreigner commander was speculating maliciously, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then suspiciously, he raised his binoculars towards the southern sea horizon. Strange. When did a bright white trace hang in this sky? Was there this trace just now? And how does this white rainbow seem to be getting bigger and bigger, turning a corner and extending towards this side? Chapter 43, The Angry Wave Falling Feather. Although there was no loud commotion, when a white rainbow hung in the sky, and when this white rainbow raced towards their area as if it were a comet attacking the moon, the observation post on the warship could still easily spot its trail. Something was coming from the southern sky. This news was captured by the observation posts of the warships on both sides almost indistinguishably, and then quickly passed on. The sky? Flying over? This era already had airships and airplanes. And airplanes had begun to be gradually used in the military, and although not enough attention had been paid to airstrikes, there was still the notion that the enemy might come over from the sky, so the vision of a white rainbow coming over immediately caused both sides to be on tense alert. They were in a stalemate. The white rainbow would definitely break the stalemate. However, they could only be on guard. Because in addition to the guard, in addition to effective means of defense is almost zero, they simply do not have anything can be accurate enough to reach the sky, even if there are those who have weapons and equipment are not now installed on the warship, and the concept of air defense at the same time appeared in the Starhan soldiers and foreigners in the head of the soldiers and officers. Whether it was a foe or a friend was quickly known. It's the Immortal Master. Gun Liangchen, who was in the middle of tuning his breath, showed a joyful expression. As the white rainbow approached, this god-practicing martial artist clearly sensed the wandering spiritual energy around him suddenly gathering. This was the technique that Immortal Master Lan Yi often used to replenish their spiritual energy, although it was not as efficient as the Manhwa, directly piercing into the innate chi to replenish it. It was better in terms of convenience and labor saving. Especially after the Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus was stabilized. Blue also liked to use the magnetic control to turn the break technique will be spiritual energy gathered up to let the martial artists themselves to slowly soak in the hot spring. It is very easy to recognize the enemy in me Blue also directly with this move to show the identity. Also thanks to the battle here is loud, smoke rolling, is turning into a rainbow north of the blue also even if it cannot float too high, but still accurate to find over. If the old blue devil got lost in the artificial god realm and was known by the Reborn, he would probably become one of the jokes of the new era of spiritual cultivators. In the eyes of ordinary people, Lan also came over on a white rainbow flash. A minute ago the white rainbow was still in the sky. In just a minute's time, the white rainbow, which was like running thunder, flashed several times and dragged straight traces, and then it directly rushed to the vicinity. The raging aura that rushed straight to him, even a blind man could feel the amazing aura from Lan Yi's body, and those who were merely affected by this aura had their breath stopped, as if they were being scanned by a predator called the natural enemy. This is the power of the mind. Hua Yuanjia was astonished beyond measure. But then he whirled around and took it for granted. Although Immortal Master Lan Yi had never revealed the information of practicing the true tradition of martial arts in front of them, but he knew the martial arts like the back of his hand, so how could he not be practicing the martial arts, and this kind of dazzling, ferocious and fighting mindscape was indeed perfectly in line with the people's distant view of Lan Yi's cold and rational appearance. The two divine martial artists couldn't help but feel a little mixed in their hearts. Their hearts were still too small. Martial arts were irrational, and if one didn't even dare to think about it, one would undoubtedly be limited. Right now, Lonnie used the most furious gesture to tell the martial artists who were fortunate enough to witness the scene that martial arts is to dare to think. What is martial arts? Stopping a fight is martial arts? Bull. The enemy's country is exhausted. Take the head of an army. Destroy the city and kill the country. Shake the moon by picking stars. This is martial arts. Kill. Lanyi's furious and rigid will directly erupted into an unrelenting battle cry in everyone's minds, and his brainwaves in the atmosphere of the battlefield aptly reached a resonance, bringing the minds of all those who identified with worshipping Lanyi into the same hallucinatory scene. They saw the world as seen in Lanyi's eyes. Like mountains of steel, the dreadnoughts counted in tens of thousands of tons were like dirt, the deadly cannons were so scattered, and the gaps between the projectiles were so huge. A seemingly unattainable distance, as long as one dared to think, one step across, then no matter what was in between, how far, there was no way to stop the martial artist from paying a visit. Blink. If the mountain stands in my way, I will split the mountain. Scintillation. If the sea blocks me, I will burn this sea. Insist on blinking as long as the body damage is acceptable. Until. Beneath my feet are looming and ferocious enemy warships. I can kill whoever I want, this is martial arts. Now, I'm going to punch and kill the enemy. Dragon sparrow swallowing whale figure, practicing divine style raging wave falling feather. The foreigner commander looked upwards if he felt something in the moment before his death, and his sight seemed to penetrate the layers of the ceiling and met a pair of lotus blossom swirling eyes. Boom! Thunder from the clear sky, blazing thunder, the dazzling light formed by the thunder phoenix's high-pitched raised feathers, in this instant created a peculiar scene in which all but the source of light was outstretched darkness, and with that came the indescribable horror of the darkness. Life and death terror. In the crowd's senses. The second of this sudden outburst of punches was stretched to something like 10 minutes. By the time their senses returned to normal, it was all over. The sea breeze, the waves, the sirens, everything seemed so normal, but everything was so abnormal that they looked away with eyes filled with awe and longing to the area tens of thousands of meters away. They couldn't see it. But they knew, everyone knew from the bottom of their hearts. The party, Immortal Master Lonnie had already used his martial arts to kill all of that group of foreigners. Some of them saw thunder, some saw phoenixes, some saw darkness, some saw rivers of blood, but without exception, they all saw the foreigners who were in front of Immortal Master Lonnie, like towers of sand being lapped by the waves. It was over. The situation that seemed to them to be a bitter battle, a situation where they might have to retreat to replenish and fight again, was settled at once with the arrival of the Immortal Master. The correctional fleet was all but annihilated. There was not even a chance to escape. To know this era of sea battle, play as you chase me, pull each other, and then see if you can get lucky a gun to make the enemy ship loss of action, if not on the honest consumption, consumed to one side of the error, too bad luck or no maneuvering space, the whole process of the time consumed is often to be calculated in days. But the blue also, or the appearance of the martial artist directly changed the situation. As long as they were close enough then they could quickly annihilate the members of the ironclad, thus achieving the goal of eliminating the fleet. Not to mention that Lan can fly. Even chi practitioners who had specialized training and carried a little bit of tools could completely approach the target by diving, and some chi practitioners who were strong in horizontal practice could play a role in a place like an ironclad ship that was completely no less than that of a god practitioner, and even if the interior of an ironclad ship was completely bunkered, martial artists could violently demolish it and force it to stop. Whether it was sealing off the area below the deck, or directly packing the ship back with people, there was no problem. The martial artists had proven one thing. The maritime power of the imperial powers had lost its once hegemonic position. Regardless of whether it was land or sea, the fist of a martial artist could, man to man, destroy the enemy. Chapter 44: Ignorance and Incompetence. When Lonnie floated up from the seawater, he couldn't help but face the blue sky with a satisfied look of smoke after the fact. It's true that revitalizing the muscles and bones once in a while will help with physical and mental health. And in his surroundings, there were either dead and lifeless battleships, or wrecks that had been split in two and were wailing before dying in the ebb and flow of the waves. The thick black smoke seemed to be the traces of corpses being burned, and the columns of smoke went straight up to the sky, announcing to the cities or merchant ships in all directions that were able to see the sea from a distance that the war was over. Of course, perhaps they thought it might just be beginning, and Lan also happened to think so. Chen Shimei had reported to Lan Yi. This punishment fleet was almost all of the great powers' empire's sea power in Starhan's north. After losing their intervention in the southern coast of Starhan, the foreigners would surely mobilize their mobilizable forces to intervene against the rising group of martial artists in the south. This was the typical way of thinking of the imperial powers. In their view, even if they couldn't stop the rise of the martial group, then they had to be the stirrers to make the martial group but so comfortable. This was a military-based, economic supplemented tactic, with actions bordering on a tentative mapping of the martial artists and destroying their production capabilities. World War I was about to break out. The empires of the powers also did not want to create a quagmire out of the Far East that would distract valuable energy. Rather, they expected that the punishment fleet coming south from the north could drag the martial group to the negotiation table, and use the exchange of chips as a way to use economic means as a collar to tether this fast-rising incredible force. But never in a million years had it occurred to me. This interfering force that by common sense shouldn't have folded so easily, a fleet that had plenty of maneuvering space along the coast of Xinghan, as well as a rear logistical replenishment port, was actually wiped out sharply, and even before they were all wiped out, not a single decent piece of information could be transmitted to Yanjing in time. For the Northern Combat Command, the punishment fleet had started at some point and suddenly lost contact. And before that, the last message that came back from the punishment fleet was that something had come from the southern sky, like a white rainbow light or a meteor, and that thing had stopped above the enemy ships. Then there was an instant loss of all contact. There were no more telegrams from the correctional fleet back to Yanjing Command. At first the command thought that it was a radio malfunction or natural interference, and that the punishment fleet, busy with the battle, might be riding the wave of victory and still maintaining call contact, but the last telegram sent back by the punishment fleet before it lost contact still filled Yanjing Command with a shadow of uncertainty. A group of martial artists was rising in the south of Starhan. Had they already mastered some sort of airstrike power? To know that even the great power's empire, the relevant airstrike force envisioned is still only on paper plans, take the Air Force to deal with the battleships on the oceans, that then belongs to the sci-fi military concepts. The fifth hour of the loss of contact. Yanjing Command finally realized that the problem was big. Correctional fleet of all colors of warships 57, all kinds of shipboard personnel over 10,000, they lost contact for so long, it is not possible to be a radio malfunction or natural interference can be explained. The great powers united correctional fleet must have suffered from what is beyond the unexpected situation. At this time in Yanjing Command, the arrogant foreigners have not thought towards the possibility of fleet destruction. The reason was simple. Even if you can't fight, you can always run, right? What can stop the ironclad ships that are determined to escape? Can it be that this ancient and corrupted land is really the same as the body poison myths and legends? There is something that can release 10 suns in the sky if the epic weapon does not exist? Lost for the 10th hour. Yanjing Yankees who are already in anxiety, anger and agitation, and unknown fear have made a move. Their actions are: first, to vent. Declared military martial law in Yanjing and other regions, sent a letter rebuking the incompetence and encouragement of the dynasty, resulting in the emergence of dangerous rebels in the south, a serious threat to the lives and property of the expatriates of the powers in China. In this case, the Qing court has an unshirkable responsibility, and must be ready to bear the consequences. Such a harsh wording, killing the army named martial law, actually indulgence for fun, the court army directly not move like a mountain, directly do not hear. Oceanophobia has been sick to death of the state dynasty princes directly kneel. They really do not know what happened in the south. Besides the south of the several feudal officials, not all in the great powers of the empire eye to eye, hook and loop, nominally also under the jurisdiction of the Qing court, in fact, has been one by one out of control, just short of making himself a king. This kind of weakening of the majesty of the imperial court has always been the powers to support the agent happy to see. I did not expect to move a stone to stone their own feet. Maybe this traitor Hui Yuanjia, the demon Lan Yi, or your own support, now play off, right? Of course, this is the princes and ministers do not dare to say directly, only dare to think in the heart. The mouth is still extremely pleading, give up dignity, hope that the friend state do not want to be surprised, first stop, investigate and then martial law is not too late. I such as the great Chinese, it is not going to do brash and unreasonable, despicable sneak attack thing 1,000 words, gorgeous rhetoric into 5 big words, father. Please do not fight. Facts prove. Other people want to find a reason to beat you even if you are crying again tearing your heart out, said he really did not do, that pumping you still will not be soft, copper scalp band waving flying. 9 to 5 on the position of the 3-year-old emperor still do not understand anything. Do not understand what is happening outside the palace walls. He ignorantly looked at the group of ministers crying and weeping, the fire and smoke burning far outside the palace walls. He listened to a minister choke with despair, his own position, there are 290 years of the kingdom may not be able to keep. Why would it be untenable? Isn't the throne right here? Hasn't the kingdom always been there? Really someone dares to come to rob, then he Then he will go to invite that uncle who fights very well and suffers from foot disease to come back to fight the bad guys. The little emperor felt angry for the first time. He was as angry as a young wolf ignorantly flashing its ungrown, decayed fangs in the shadow of a behemoth and a huge location. 24th hour of lost contact. At last there was news of correctional fleet. The foreigners in Yanjing command had finally, in the midst of their revelry and indulgence, received intelligence from a certain agent in Jinling, an agent whose mansion had been raided and controlled by a group of martial artists shortly after this telegram had been sent, and a second Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus had blossomed in the skies above the Jinling power plant. The whole city worships such great deeds. The southbound punishment fleet has been completely wiped out. The man-eating demon paths have departed from Pohei. It's making its way north along the railroad line. He's coming, he's already here. He is Lan Yi. Chapter 45, Monster. The monster from Urakami stands atop the city of Jinling. Matching cartoon, the mouth-eating green-faced fanged monster stood on the city wall, surrounded by the heroic Qing court soldiers who raised their guns to return fire, while a little farther away was the emperor's imperial chariot and the guns of the great powers, as if the next moment could be 10,000 arrows to shoot this monster in place. This is the front-page headline of the newspaper in many places in the north. It is also the hot spot of Xinghan today. With such exaggerated journalism, such lurid stories, and such powerful news, the newspapers in major cities instantly emptied once they went on sale. In comparison, the martial artist group side was just starting out. There were science and technology about innate one chi, spiritual energy, technology, because it was too boring, plus the content was too dangerous. It was still on sale under the rule of the country, but once it was to go to the north, then it would be immediately banned by both the imperial court and the foreigners. They denounced it as a bewitching demonic text of the scourge of the people. What innate chi, what spiritual energy are fake? It was the foreigners' ships and cannons that were the real thing. And the description is, what's your hurry? I'm not even in a hurry. If verbal attacks were useful, they would have cursed me to death long ago. Lan Yi appeared to be very Buddhist. To be honest, the newspapers circulating from this north, he didn't have much fluctuation in his heart when he read them. The curses were all literal. How dare you call yourself a spammer? Such a level of spamming on the main world star Han internet, not to mention guarding one's own parents, one couldn't even guard one's own chrysanthemums. Compared to the net violence he has suffered, the maliciousness that comes from all over the world, the harassing phone calls all the time, all kinds of nothing, distorting the facts, leaving aside the facts regardless of the verbal abuse, these are really child's play. Then again, it's no wonder that Lan also returned to the main world in the first place. Nonsense did not say a word more, directly taking advantage of the huge chaos swept around the world killing spree, at that time as really honest people were enraged to the extreme. What do you care about what kind of dog life is only one, kill on the finish? At that time, Blue can also be happy, there is a kind of happy to be a human being again. Even happier. He was reborn, and this kind of good thing was going to happen again. Well, don't ramble on my side like a whiny woman, how happy they are cursing right now, and how painful it is to pull the list behind them. This newspaper, you keep it for me, wait until we get to Yanjing, maybe we can even put together an immortal master joke. Lan Yi signaled Zhao Xikong to step back. Zhao Xikong obviously still had something to say, but in the face of Lan Yi's command, he still chose to follow his superior order. Since Immortal Master had said to settle scores in the fall, then he would choose to settle scores in the fall. Compared to the group of pigs and dogs in white skins that deserve to be killed further north, right now Zhao Xikong had more important things to deal with. On the second day after the punishment fleet was all but destroyed, Lan had already brought along the two god-practicing martial artists, Shadow Heavenly General and Fierce Heavenly General, many accompanying journalists, as well as a number of Chen Shimei's party members, and a group of 300 gun-toting chi-practicing martial artists to the north. His first stop on the way north was Jinling. Jinling was the ancient capital of the Six Dynasties. This place can be described as a place of great talent in feng shui, although it lacks a northern boldness and roughness, but the gentle flavor of the Qinhuai River is exceptionally intoxicating. Such an important strategic location. The court is naturally heavily guarded, the minister sitting in the town. This minister unfortunately had already fallen into the hands of the martial arts group, and that was Zhang Ji, the governor of the Two Rivers. Although the governor of the Two Rivers was taken down, but the heavy forces guarding this place there is ahead, which was quickly promoted to clean up the mess of Jiangsu governor and the Nanyang governor Lu Defense, the official by the second grade, military and political together, can be described as a heavyweight minister. Also reflects the side of the court's official position in the ban on the sale. Lu Defense indeed loyal to the Qing court. In learned that the Blue also cleaned up the punishment fleet, ready to go north. The Han Chinese minister immediately faced north howling. He inquired about the Blue also how to clean up the punishment fleet in the Yellow Sea. Know that on their own a few thousand number of the new army, the gun are not a few, it is not possible to stop the cannibalistic monsters from the Sea of the Pohe. Since the dead cannot, then come soft. The governor did two things. One thing is to send people with explosives, and the Blue also must pass through the road, that is, the railroad is ready to play a big vote. Try to this carved marks of the demon road Blue also and his minions together to blow up. The other thing was to order the city gates to be opened wide, remove all the guards, and make all the gestures to wait for the arrival of Immortal Master Lan Yi, who was ready to fake surrender and set up a hangman banquet. Obviously, this Lord Lu must not have read the newspaper from the Southern Rebel Party. He didn't see Lady Philia's report about Lan Yi's attack that day, which he allowed to be carried out by various means. The explosives in the ambush didn't detonate successfully. It was dealt with by the two Qi practicing martial artists, Lu Baizaru and Guo Dichang, who had sensed something was wrong in advance, and incidentally dealt with a team of assassins who were unknown but had obvious signs of drilling on their bodies. Although these two martial artists were still practicing Qi, their abilities were not small. One had the ability to shoot sound, and his perception was extremely sharp. The other one is proficient in all kinds of assassination methods and has recognized many spirits and tricks for Lan Yi in advance. The hangman banquet was Xiang Yu's invitation to Lu Bang. Obviously, Lord Lu did not have the power of Xiang Yu, nor did he have a reliable army. And Lan Yi, who gladly went to the banquet, had tactics that directly exceeded the imagination of this die-hard loyalist of the Qing court. When Lan Yi ate the rice and wine that had a strong poison, excited to tears and snot-flowing Lu Defense, directly stopped acting. Showdown. Chapter 46. Bingo! Bingo! Yelp! He was poisoned. This is the Willow defense at that time. Ecstatic howl, excitement overflowing, and even stood directly on the table. A picture of the hysterical look, can be described as spirited. Want to see this rebellious demon spit out blood and die a horrible death. The secret medicine of the big inner pulling the machine loose. The emperor specifically used to give the death of ministers and concubines of the poison. This poison is very strong. Once served after, the body will be convulsed, and the pain too unbearable, will let the whole person pain curled up into a circle, as if the head can touch the feet, so the name of the pulling machine scattered. The poison killed the demon Lan Yi. Lu Defender felt that it was worth it even if he counted himself dead. A heart of patriotism is finally down to earth, sharing His Majesty's worries and difficulties. I can't help but cry in the depths of my feelings. Then, and a skinny monkey like the Willow defense was standing like a tower of fierce sky. General Zhao Jian grasped the neck with a smile and lifted up. The size difference between the two is just like an adult strong man and the beating of malnourished old man. Bushels of large slap crackling a whip down. Slap to cure hysteria can be too good. Lu Wei instantly came to his senses. The price was that his teeth were half slapped away, his nose was slapped askew, his jaw was slapped and dislocated, and his eyes were slapped and bloodied. This was still Zhao Jian's mercy. Otherwise, with the force of his sinewy tower of iron swinging slap down, not to mention the body of the middle-aged man, Lu Wei is not very good. Even if it is a Qi practitioner martial artist was so pumped, I guess the plasma was shaken evenly. The poisoned Immortal Master. Obviously Zhao Jian and Zhao Xikong won't let Lu defenders die too easily, otherwise it would be too cheap for this boar-skin tough guy. They don't have such a good temper as the Immortal Master and are ready to greet this governor with the Qing court's favorite torture. Waking up from the beautiful fantasy, Lu defender is fearful and desperate. Old Blue Demon was not poisoned at all. Even without Songhua and spiritual energy physical sterilization. Blue also nowadays physique, also is not this era of crude poison can be put down, have to chemical molecule toxin, on the heavy metal poison, on the radiation poison to work. Plotting mischief Jinling officials were immediately liquidated. The group of people led by Lu Wei and supplemented by the resisting imperial army got the same treatment as the foreigners in the Puhai concession. Practicing God martial artists to open the way, the heart of the Jing pressure to break the formation, practicing Qi martial artists as a supplement, flying eaves, swords and spears, trying to catch a turtle in a jar of the Qing court army directly to a center of the bloom. The whole process was smooth and easy. At least in the eyes of the martial artists. The foreigners' army had resilience, the Qing court's army did not. To know that the foreign soldiers are able to withstand casualties and return fire, even if the martial artists have rushed to within 20 meters, are able to suppress the fear, under the command of the officer in formation rows of guns, to protect the heavy firepower and not routed. The Qing soldiers, not to mention the formation to protect the heavy firepower, the officer led the turn into the face of a wolf like tiger martial artists to lose their armor, each scrambling to become a transport captain. Just like that. Looks like Hongmen Banquet, actually for the joke, 6 dynasties, the ancient capital, strategic location, Jinling City less than half a day's work on the blue also under the command of the martial artists to take down. Then it took another day. Follow the blue also north of the martial artists and party people directly replicated the finishing Puhai that set of patterns, with thunderous means to clean up the ancient city in the hidden dirt, dark and dirty part, on the treacherous businessmen, corrupt officials, gangs, foreigners hit hard, fast control of telegraph stations, power plants, newspapers, factories, and other organizations to organize the production of blood production place. In this process, there are many people with damaged interests who try to create riots or gather people to incite. All without exception was Zhao Jian, this iron tower of ruthless suppression, who is the enemy, who is a friend at a glance, quickly promote a number of chi practitioners, will further control directly deep into the degree of street registration as a unit. It is in this process. Lan also planted the second Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus in the Jinling power plant. The Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus pillar of light shot up into the sky, transforming into an invisible rain of spiritual energy that drifted in all directions, exactly echoing the Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus in Puhai, completely enveloping the southern coast completely. It didn't even need to be deliberately cultivated. Huge population base, in a suitable environment for practicing martial arts, spiritual energy, subtle influence and transformation, do not need blue also deliberately to cultivate or search, there will always be in the martial arts gifted genius will emerge. For example, this time accompanied by the Lu White Ape and over de Chang. When they were in Puhai, these two martial artists who cultivated according to the true tradition of martial arts, did not need to be transformed by Lan Yi, but completed the enlightenment of the innate one chi on their own, and in the absence of spiritual vision, relying on their senses and talent alone, they quickly covered the entire body with innate one chi, penetrating through the upper brain and the lower yin, and practicing chi directly to a great completion. This kind of realm progress in just a week's time. It could indeed be called a cry of genius. At least before rebirth, the first artificial god realms Lan Yi, who completely relied on himself to figure out spiritual energy cultivation, didn't have this kind of progress. After doing this, Lan also dove headfirst into the governor's residence. Unlike Puhai, as the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, the county records of this area of Jinling from ancient times to the present day are very complete, and there are a lot of all kinds of strange people and strange rumors. Although 99% of the probability is blackmail or charlatan, but with the eyes of spiritual cultivators to screen, in this era of information dissemination and records are backward, may really be able to find some of the artificial god's world of strange encounter, maybe, anyway, as a chance to pass the time. Sitting in Jinling for these few days. Not this kind of pastime. Is it hard to ask immortal master Lan Yi to stroll along the banks of the Qinhuai River and experience the style of a flower girl? If Lan Yi really has a need. Among the people accompanying them northward, reporters such as Philia, Shikoti, and Yuriko Yasuji were more than happy to conduct interviews all night long. In their envious and jealous eyes, the contender for the chance to get an overnight interview was Yun Puki. Yun Puki, a trainee reporter of a newspaper in Urakami, and a female college student, is a native of Xinghan. As her name suggests, she is a beautiful and picturesque lady. Although she is a traditional lady of the house, she is also well-read, has received a modernized education, and has a gentle and watery personality, which makes her the dream girl of many college students in Pohei. At the same time, it is also in the eyes of outsiders, the blue also immortal division pillow side of a strong candidate. It was simple for her to get an overnight interview. Lan also needed her to translate the county histories from all over the 2 rivers. Without an auxiliary brain, without an AI, and without time to study, Lan directly asked this ancient language proficient, analogy savvy, and dignified lady to be his translator. Yun Puki felt a bit devastated by this. Any typist would have a breakdown when they saw the documents on the bookcase that required them to raise their head to see the top. To be able to force this great lady to think that serving the bed should be easier and to secretly curse herself for not knowing shame, it was evident that old Demon Lan's character was indeed a bit wicked in some ways. But these few days of translation. Instead, it really did give Lan also an unexpected gain. Chapter 47 Old Township. Xiaxi County, Peach Blossom Village, there are Lu's family of 3 relocated to the city, carrying a number of precious beads, offering beads to the governor. The governor praised its beads can be tribute, Lu's 3 mouth and then disappeared strangely. Xiaxixian, Peach Blossom Village, there is a dry Taoist cloud traveled here, to discuss the rice water, in full view of the public, point rice into gold. The crowd looted it and the Taoist disappeared. Xiaxi County, Peach Blossom Village, beasts entered the village, overnight, men, women, children, old and young, half of them gone, living without a person, dead without a body. County Governor, Peach Blossom Village, the golden armored god appeared in the ancestral hall and took away 3 pairs of boys and girls. Xiaji County, Peach Blossom Village. This is Yun Paint Chi from the massive amount of county records, overnight overtime, oral translation of the content, and then by Lan also from the complex and chaotic content of the county records, to find out the same points worthy of attention. If taken separately, the content of the above county records is almost at the level of countryside ghost stories. Offering treasure beads, turning rice into gold, displaced people dying, ancestors manifesting, basically all can be regarded as the bottom of this era being forced by harsh taxes and natural and man-made disasters to the point that they dare not have the delusion of making more money, and also dare not have the hope that digging up food in the soil can feed the whole family, leaving only the despair of the strange gods to take themselves out of this bitter world. They all have one thing in common. Peach Blossom Village. Someone is missing. Supernatural elements. Peach Blossom Village isn't by the sea, so where did the beads for the offering come from? Are they born on trees? Turning rice into gold, whether it's Taoism or martial arts, cultivating to a certain level of power can be done temporarily. Golden armored gods and goddesses, ancestor manifestation, that's even better, self-regulating combat robots, one to solve June's 10,000 sorrows. From the perspective of a spiritual cultivator, Lan also suspects that this Peach Blossom Village, most likely the same as the one that Hui Yuanjia mistakenly entered, is the product of the intersection of certain leftover facilities, mythological species, practicing virtual forces, or celestial spheres at the beginning of the creation of this artificial god realm. If the artificial god realm was compared to a large room, then this kind of product is almost like a mouse hole. Opening a mouse hole was the same as opening a blind box. There might be artifacts from previous epochs or life bush cultivation manuals inside. Or there might be nothing at all, and there might even be fatal dangers as well. It's mostly more of a chance thing. If you didn't know the trigger conditions, it wouldn't be easy to get taken into the rat hole without any problems. Who cares if there's nothing there, let's hit it first. Lan also didn't have the intention of pitying the girl. Directly Yun Painting Chi set off with a team of Chi practicing martial artists to look for relevant clues in Peach Blossom Village. With the footwork of the martial artists, they just need to maintain contact with the members stationed in Jinling once a week. Whether or not they have found the clues, Lan also can get the news at the first time. According to the experience of spiritual energy cultivators, people with innate aura or psychic ability are actually still very prone to attracting inexplicable things. To put it in a more esoteric way, the whole world is a big net, and everyone's weight on the net is different. Some people have heavier weight, even if they don't do anything. If they dent on the net, they will naturally involve the karma to their body. Obviously, innate chi and spiritual energy are very good ways to gain weight. Yun Paint Chi, a great lady, had eyes that were dripping with ghostly resentment before she left. She sort of understood. Immortal Master Lani didn't treat her as a woman, but he also didn't treat her as a human being. He didn't care about anything at all. Since she was suitable, he grabbed her and used her, as if he was using a smooth tool, and just kept on using it. If Yun Puki couldn't do the job, then change to someone else. Most of the first-generation spiritual energy cultivators were pragmatic, even cruel, because the risks they faced as artificial god realm pioneers were often huge and uncertain, and in order to better solve difficult problems, as long as it didn't involve the survival of their own civilization, it was completely possible to shield their personal preferences and isolate the primal emotions of their own selves. Blue Old Devil was not repulsed by the warblers around him. Let them lick their own eyes. But if it comes to business, suitable words, even if it is a woman who should work, also have to go to work. Of course, Lan is not a pervert who exterminates human desire. If there is a suitable object, there is a foundation of feelings, then he also does not mind in each other in-depth discussion. Unfortunately, this kind of object is extremely rare. The important thing is, often, when Lan also wanted to have an in-depth discussion with the other party would most likely have already been killed by his endless layers of Daojitsu, and even if he didn't kill them, he had become a mortal enemy, which made Lan also very speechless. He obviously just wanted to find a normal female. How was it so difficult? Immortal Master. Just as Lani was lamenting how difficult his path to finding a spouse was, Zhao Xikong's voice came from outside the study. Lani raised an eyebrow. He remembered that Zhao Xikong hadn't gone to take care of Lu Defender and the others. It was rumored that he and Zhao Jian were planning to use the 10 major tortures to send the dead loyalists of the Qing court in Jinling and on their way in the next few days. Skinning, waist decapitation, car cracking, lynching, and the 5 punishments of clubs, each of which had their own unique techniques, and each of which had their own secret weapons, and would definitely make those hardened criminals cry out in pain and change their ways. This is a little cruel, but not so cruel as to leave hair without head, has been considered very civilized. Moreover, martial artists. There is no hostility in the chest, that also practiced what martial arts. For the martial artists under his command, Lan is also quite satisfied. At least this era of people in the chest is not lack of hostility, will not be naive mother of God, do not have to be like some of the post-apocalyptic class artificial God world, but also to cultivate hostility, and that kind of post-apocalyptic hostility is not controllable. Outside the door, Zhao Xikong let out a sigh of relief. He had just come over when he saw Yun Paint Chi pointing people away with a magic sword. It should not have stirred up the Immortal Master's beauty. Immortal Master, there is a person who said that he is your fellow countryman, and also brought a sentence, saying that you will meet him when you hear it. I see that he talks clearly and uses words like you, so I took the liberty of interrupting. What words? Lan was also suddenly interested. There were too many people eager to climb into a relationship with him during this time, not to mention claiming to be his fellow countrymen, even if it was a lot of crooks who claimed to be relatives, claimed to be fellow disciples, claimed to be brothers, and claimed to be parents to beckon. Only these people basically couldn't get in front of Lan Yi. A random Qi practitioner can test each other's color by activating the innate Qi. In other words, this warrior who wasn't afraid to die at least had some ability in him, able to make a monster like a Qi practitioner martial artist who exceeded the limits of the human body let him go, and also alarmed Zhao Xikong and managed to convince Zhao Xikong, a god practitioner powerhouse who could make the decision. He said that he loves you walking alone in a dark alley. Zhao Xikong's complexion was a bit odd, it was inexplicably shameful to say this. Lan also fell silent. Immortal Master? After a while, Zhao Xikong continued to speak out. Bring him to me. Honor Immortal Master's order. Zhao Xikong couldn't help but mutter in his heart, an illusion? He seemed to feel that the Immortal Master's voice was happier. Could it be that that person was really a fellow Immortal Master? Looks like it's related to spiritual energy. Inside the study, Lan Yi had already roughly guessed the truth. Chapter 48, Miserable. As a spiritual energy cultivator who had been dropped into the artificial god realm by the Conquest space. What kind of light was the first artificial god realm experience like? The standard answer was, miserable. Blue, also this kind of guy who was not only reborn, but also came with his own spiritual energy furnace, was not to be mentioned. Even for other reborns, in the first artificial god realm, if they didn't have good means of utilizing their spiritual energy, then it was estimated that they would have to take it easy, and there was no way to play with a resurgence of spiritual energy in such a sensational way like Blue also did. If reborn people were still like this, then ordinary people would be even worse. There are 13 billion people in the world. As long as they have the idea of autonomy, all of them can come to a free trip to the artificial god realm. This kind of free trip, the degree of freedom, is not something that human power can control, which also directly leads to a sea of people. For various reasons, after the conquest of the space descended, they rushed directly into the artificial god realm. Modern society is a technological society. There was a clear division of labor and sufficient supplies. There are a lot of people in the city. Labor simply do not master the various types of skills needed to survive in the wild. Even urban survival is extremely difficult. Once there are no supplies, no stable environment, starvation is a small matter. If the sub-healthy body meets a little bit of disease, it is basically equal to chronic death. The first artificial god realm trial. Even if there is a conquest space to arrange the identity, if not very lucky, made sufficient survival preparations, words and deeds carefully in line with the surrounding environment, the life bush also happens to come in handy, then the spiritual cultivator's fate can be described as plagued with many, many different things. There were those who were burned to death as possessed by demons and evils, those who were forced to be treated as mentally ill, those who were vaporized, those who were poisoned by the coveted exotic treasures, those who tried to change something, touch the interests and were directly made to die, and many more who simply had no way to integrate into the environment or change the artificial divine realm, and started wandering aimlessly. This was the cruel true face of the first artificial god realm trial. If it was a female, then the end would be even more miserable. In any artificial god realm, as long as the level of civilization wasn't high enough and there wasn't enough power to protect oneself, what business empress, what phoenix hegemony harem, and what great heroine, in front of a system that could eat people, as long as they said one wrong word, they could all have their status fall to the ground and be reduced to a plaything. After all, women in modern cities had a high degree of refinement. Put into the artificial god realm, even if it wasn't a national color, it was a level that was enough to make middle-class men covet it. Suppose Lan also didn't have overwhelming power. Just based on what he did. The foreigners will be the first to take his life, the Qing court will also put him to death by lynching, regardless of whether the enemy is the primary or secondary, as long as it is the enemy, was hit by the pain of being cut flesh, that are eager to want to be thwarted by his bones and ashes. This kind of hatred is not a light sentence of civilization, a sentence of the times can be changed. After living in a civilized city for a long time, and being used to acting according to the rules of civilization, it was easy to be educated in the artificial god realm. It can be imagined how many of the first batch of spiritual energy cultivators who flooded into the artificial god realm actually paid a terrible price, and how many stayed in the artificial god realm forever, becoming part of the missing population. This was especially true of the spiritual energy cultivators in relatively peaceful areas. In the early stages, a handful of blood and tears in the fight, quickly in the cruel reality of oppression to complete the metamorphosis. Also, only after the paroxysm of chaos era passed, spiritual cultivators became an unstoppable emerging class, grasping the social resources, began the formalized training, and armed equipped situation is gradually improved. And before that, spiritual cultivators were mostly miserable. Just like Xiao Hong specialized as a member of the Artificial God Realm 1909 that was dropped into the Artificial God Realm 1909, his identity was that of a downtrodden and humble son who traveled to Jinling to make a living. Penniless, no long things he originally wanted to rely on beyond the era of learning, first seek a bookkeeper and other jobs, and then think of conquering the space of the task. At first, Xiao Hongzhu thought, by virtue of his ability to transcend the times, how can not starve? As a result, it is difficult for him to submit a resume. In this era, you want to be a bookkeeper, no one introduces you to the bookkeeper, who is assured that you are going to manage the account. Do not do the bookkeeper, no capital to do small business, college majors and electronic information, there is no use, then you can only go to sell labor. You want to sell labor? Do you understand the rules of each guild? Know how the invisible territory division is set? What kind of nobleman can't be offended? Do you know what you need to do to stay in business? Are not clear, then why do you go to sell energy? Even if it is a beggar, you have to follow the rules. Not according to the rules. Oh, this land is the most lack of fertilizer. Xiao Hongji inhaled a breath of cold air. This ing is not the triad? Where are the officials? Where are the officials? Save ah. Oh, it turns out that the officials are also in the scope of the fight filial piety, that is all right. Cursing Xiao Hongji because of the repeated barriers, angry mouth, plus hair problems, was a group of fierce officials like wolves and tigers beat a half dead. After 3 days of starvation, Xiao Hongji gave up his dignity, abandoned the body of the traveler, and began to beg. Because will be a few sentences have not forgotten the English, he can beg to the foreigners to not starve to death, but still is to face the peers all the time competition and malice. As well as begging are required to filial piety rules. In this environment, greatness? Even living well was a luxury. There were several times when Xiao Hongji, who had learned to fight in the streets, detect words, and play hard to get away, almost died in the streets, becoming a fresh and stinking corpse. He felt that he couldn't hold out any longer, that he wouldn't even last a week, and that he might die in the middle of this artificial god realm. He had also heard about it. In the south, there was a demon, Lan Yi. Is making waves, making the sword invulnerable demon, beat the foreigners head to head, but the imperial heavenly army will be pressed into the day, will be the demon and the chaotic party on the ground to be justice. Xiao Hong specializes in feeling that blue should also be the same hometown with himself, even if not the same hometown, at least it is also his own opportunity. However, from Jinling to Puhai, how can a weak beggar walk safely through it? Hope is replaced by despair, has begun to stink Xiao Hongji muddled begging, struggling to survive the line. Until one day when Xiao Hongji woke up from a high fever sleep, staring wide-eyed at the sky, a blue-white column of light rises up to the sky, and then the city began to soldiers, a Superman-like figure running in the streets and alleys, easily routed the ferocious officials and soldiers, began to print out the martial arts information free distribution. Spiritual energy, innate chi, martial arts. Xiao Hongji, whose body miraculously healed itself, realized that his opportunity had come. According to the information in the Conquest space, he seemed to not only have innate chi, but also the life plexus. Xiao Hongzhuan was finally qualified to feel humiliation. He didn't want to live like this anymore, he was going to fight for his life once. Chapter 49: The Road to Immortality. Is this your story? Although it's unlucky, it's a turnaround in the end. Lan also sized up Xiao Hongji, who was wolfing down his food with interest. Xiao Hongji at the moment is hungry ghost scene, in the real hungry ghosts in general, not afraid to brace themselves to death, on the table of fish and meat to eat and stuff, if not he himself is a bit of oil and water bottom, which is hungry for a few days and overeating, that is really going to die. Even if it is already washed. Xiao Hongji still looks like a refugee. Whether it is height, temperament, talk, appearance and ability, Xiao Hongjuan does not look like the roadside small role that can be involved with the blue also immortal master. If not recognized by Lan Yi himself, a group of martial artists would never admit it. A cadre of martial artists will never admit that this kind of goods will be the same hometown of the blue also immortal master. This is really too low, to be polite. On the Xiao Hongji this kind of goods do not need to be Tiangong level of strong people out, casually a chi practitioner martial artists a hand can be cleaned up him. The strong are honored. This strong is not only strong power, if the learning is strong, can benefit the rule, or cultivation life bush favorable, then in the martial arts group will also be respected. Obviously, Xiao Hongjuan had some skills, but this skill in him could not suppress this group of fierce tiger and dragon-like martial artists. There were many martial artists standing around the dining table at the moment. Zhao Jian, Zhao Xikong, Lu Baizaro, over to Chang. In addition to these familiar people, there are a few recent 2 days rushed to Jiling, defected to the group of martial artists, eager to give martial arts give soldiers of martial artists. They have the qualifications to enter the ranks of the King of Guns Quang Yimin, the Divine Gun Li Shouwen, the Sword Immortal Li Jinglin, the Tiger Head of the Xiaobao Sun Lutong. These were all humans who had already set foot on the peak of martial arts before the revival of Aura. As soon as they entered the Jiling region, they almost started to practice qi with a progress that far exceeded that of normal people, and even without Lan Yi's gift of the true tradition of martial arts, they were able to slowly grope out a transcendent path that belonged to the innate one qi. Now this group of martial arts powerhouses were quietly standing on the side listening. The more they listened, the more alarmed they became. The secrets of the immortal realm, the path of conquest, the martial arts practice of emptiness, the Taoist arts of the stars, every secret in the ears of the people of this era was a huge secret that was enough to destroy the three views. Lan did not stop them from listening. First of all, the conquest space is not like some heartless and gutless crossing monsters, for the origin of the spiritual cultivators strictly guarded. Once the road of the conquest is opened, it is the same as the artificial god realm group barriers were opened to the main world of the road, the main world of the spiritual cultivators. If they don't have the spirit of conquest of the heavens, then sooner or later, it is all going to be reversed. If they have the strength and courage, they will use all the resources of the heavens for themselves, suppressing the many forces of the artificial god realm and becoming the real top forces. Facts also proved. Later on, the spiritual cultivators of the river civilization and ocean civilization joined hands to build the two realms mountain, which could be called a star-controlling feat like a sea pin, and indeed established the unshakable status of the main world in one fell swoop. It wasn't just the main world. There was information about spiritual energy, innate qi, life clusters, Tao arts, etc. Blue had not hidden it from the beginning. This was one of the spontaneous guidelines for primordial spiritual energy cultivators. Preaching can be passed on, and for human civilizations in the artificial god realm, Lan also gave priority to river civilizations, followed by oceanic civilizations, followed by human civilizations, followed by human species. Preach the way to you, how much you learn is your own skill, and if you can really catch up, you can join the civilization to conquer the artificial god realm. Again, this is one of the guidelines for beginning cultivators. For the main world spiritual cultivators who fell in the artificial god realm, in the absence of faulty hatred and conflict of interest, if you can do it by raising your hand, you can do it, and if you don't want to do it, no one will force you to do it. In addition to this, there was another guideline. Confrontational competition between river civilizations and ocean civilizations was the norm in the artificial god realm. Regardless of which side of the spiritual cultivators, when transforming the artificial god realm, they would favor their own civilization, but they wouldn't kill the other side of the human civilization. Of course, there was still a lot of room for maneuver, and the specifics depended on the ability and integrity of the spiritual cultivators. However, in the artificial god realm, where the human civilization was in danger, this guideline would automatically turn into the principle of helping the human civilization to survive the crisis before anything else. It was now the norm for river civilizations and ocean civilizations to love each other, let alone leaving Earth. Even if they left the artificial god realm and entered the treacherous and unpredictable borders, entering the even more bizarre and broken far frontier, this kind of struggle engraved in the souls of the two major civilizations would not disappear. So much information. Not to mention Zhao Jian and the other martial artists, even Xiao Hongzhuang, the unlucky one from the main world, was dumbfounded by what he heard. Big Brother Blue, I am truly convinced. People were more angry than people. Xiao Hongji originally still in the Heart's Hour, we are the first batch of artificial god world, how you strong so outrageous, a conversation down on the blue also that is not half a bit sour, only deep admiration. This is a golden leg Do not embrace the big brother's thigh waiting to lie down to win? Is it possible that the brain is crazy, think they can also be the same as the blue also against the sky? Xiao Hongji, who had been educated to be honest by the cruel reality, almost didn't say straight out that he was begging to be taken in. Lan did intend to take him in. But not for nothing, Xiao Hongji has a life bush, earthly fury, which is exactly what Lan also needs. This immortal realm is really, the aside over De Chang whispered with difficulty after his 3 views were refreshed. The immortal realm lives up to its name, but its immortal master Lan Yi, I'm only afraid that he is also honored in the immortal realm. Gun King Kwang Yimin had a poisonous vision. Just by listening to the conversation from the sidelines, he put the conquering space to blue also and Xiao Hong specialized, with the descending to the mortal world to cross the threshold, the immortal position gap, the immortal world faction struggle to sort things out roughly. It is really not to say. Kwang Yimin's explanation, although Lan is also accustomed to it, but for the cadre of martial artists who digested the huge information, it is indeed more easily accepted. The gazes they looked at Lan Yi with increased admiration and respect. In the eyes of the martial artists, Lan Yi's immortal position was, in the immortal realm, a great Luo golden immortal anyways. As for Xiao Hong specialized. As for Xiao Hongji, he was probably a minor immortal who didn't make the grade. It was difficult to go down to the mortal world to cross a calamity to protect oneself, how could it have the divine might of immortal master Lan Yi? In that case, we martial artists can not only restore the divine state, destroy who and kill the foreigners, but also hopefully ascend the path to immortality. Sword Immortal Li Jinglin's face was flushed, and his words stirred the blood of many gallant martial artists. If not for the fact that Lan Yi was right here, I'm afraid they wouldn't just be excited. Rather, they couldn't wait to perform martial arts on the spot to give vent to their excitement. They too could go to the immortal realm. Not only could they go, but they were also the direct descendants of a true immortal with an extremely high immortal rank, a chance that was only so great that the green smoke from their ancestors' graves had already rushed up to the sky, and their ancestors' coffins were on fire. Whether or not to ascend to immortality is another story, but right now, I'm a bit itchy. Seeing Lan Yi casting an encouraging gaze, Li Shuwen couldn't help but grin, his sight staring straight at Overdrive Chang. A ride in front of the immortal masters? Rigid fist without 2 strikes, fierce tiger hard climbing mountain, if it is in the past I am since unbeatable, now then. Over De Chang glanced at the silent master Kwang Yimin, smiled and answered Li Shuwen's provocation. God Gun Senior, you and master together are no problem. Chapter 50, Online. This was the Grudge Bureau. Past De Chang's reputation among martial artists wasn't too good. In the past, martial artists emphasized martial virtues. Like over the De Chang, this kind of dog warlord big man bought, specifically used to assassinate political opponents and opponents of the head of the killer, martial arts is naturally not good to wear. This kind of ruthless characters naturally and respect for the teacher cannot be related to the things of the old ancestors to mess around is normal. Kwang Yimin is the master of Over De Chang. For this previously on the evil path of the rebellious disciple, Kwang Yimin's attitude is a little complicated. He wanted to clean up the door. But people have been old, there is only such a decent mantle heir, if really killed, or he went to find a martial arts wizards to inherit their own this old ancestor left things? Things just don't drag on. Li Shuwen and Kwang Yimin, one of whom is known as the God Gun, the other is known as the King of Guns, had sympathized with each other in martial arts exchanges some years ago, and can be said to be rare good friends with each other. Right now, Li Shuwen, as a newly promoted martial artist, said that he wanted to ride with Over De Chang, but he was also entrusted by his best friend. If it wasn't for Lan Yi's sudden appearance, I'm afraid that the path taken by Pastor De Chang still has no way to be recognized, and now he is also considered to have abandoned the darkness to the light to a certain extent. Every family has its own difficult experience. The entanglement between these martial artists is the shadow sky will Zhao Xikong report to the blue also. Not to mention De Chang, like Zhao Jian, Lu Baizu, Sun Lutong and other martial artists, in this chaotic era of Jianghu, which one does not have some entanglements in human lives is strange. Zhao Xikong felt that these were useful to immortal master Lan Yi, so he used the power of his mind to secretly collect relevant information. Lan also did not support or oppose this. Although he couldn't use it himself, it was better for his subordinates to have something to do than to do nothing. Doing nothing was a very scary thing. Especially if martial artists who had grasped the innate chi had nothing to do, the destruction they caused would be extremely terrifying. Big brother, can you bring me along? Xiaohong exclusively saw that these martial artists whose chi was almost materialized and who could feel the surging power with their eyes closed were going to have a fight, and having almost eaten an 8-minute full meal, he immediately stopped and curried favor with Lan Yi in embarrassment. Good. Lan Yi agreed dryly. Over to Chang and Li Shuwen hitched hands. He was supposed to bring Xiao Hongzhuan to see it. Earthly fury was imperative. A meal for a life bush was a bit too black-hearted, but if Xiao Hongzhuan took the initiative to trade the life bush for martial arts, then it would be much fairer as far as each other was concerned. After all, which Xinghan man could reject the dream of martial arts? Practicing martial arts practitioners strike. Definitely not in the compound. If they demolished this governor's residence, Immortal Master Lan Yi would definitely split them with lightning. The location was chosen in a barracks town outside the city that had been commandeered by martial artists. Lan also separated a magic sword, adjusted the size, let Xiaohong specialize in sitting on it to take him to fly over. This scene naturally attracted the envy of many martial artists, and only after Lan Yi disappeared from view did he fervently say, "After all, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. Immortal Master Lan Yi has never been false to me and other people in the lower realms, and if he obtains an immortal registration, he will naturally be impressed as well." This was the immortal mundane difference into the brain. I don't think that's the case. I'm only afraid that there is something that Immortal Master Lan Yi wants on that little immortal. This is sober. Xiaohong specialized in Lan, also the same from the upper realm. Maybe there is a relationship. Doesn't the fierce heavenly general also have a life bush, and it doesn't seem to have been treated so favorably? A martial artist couldn't help but wonder. Can this be the same? Immortals are at least immortals. There may be people behind them in the upper realm. We haven't even become immortals yet and we want to be treated differently? Then when you become an immortal, don't you still have to climb up to Immortal Master Lan Yi's head? Another martial artist sneered. Don't dare to dare. I can't speak out of turn. The previous martial artist's face turned pale as he waved his hands repeatedly. Although Lan Yi didn't have a literal prison or being convicted for one's words, if one was disrespectful to Immortal Master Lan Yi, they didn't even need the Immortal Master's wrath to rain down thunder. Each and every fury-inspired martial practitioner had all the methods to make the disrespectful person somehow die in the gutter, and it would definitely be a natural death or a shotgun suicide. This was power. Even if Lan Yi didn't care at all, it would still spread into every nook and cranny, filling in all the places he didn't care about. Big Brother powerful, Big Brother 666, Big Brother really took me off. Xiao Hongji was shivering all over as he lay on his back on the greatsword. Lan Yi's man-flying sword had no protection, not to mention no flight attendant attentive service. Sitting on it was equivalent to a person without the slightest means of protection, playing drift in the strong wind. Looking down at the height of more than 30-story building will be dizzy, legs soft. Xiao Hongji was now scared and excited. Big Brother, I see how you look a little familiar. I seem to have seen you somewhere. Excited to blush, Xiao Hongzhuan blocked his mouth, focusing all his attention on Lan Yi's well-defined, masculine and handsome face. He really didn't dare to look downwards. It was more exciting than bungee jumping. His heart was a bit unbearable. It's probably online. Lan also said quietly. Right. It's online. Xiao Hongji revealed an emotic in action of I'll give you a bowl of Tinyo beef noodles. Which post is it again? It's that CMG watch. Xiao Hongji's cold sweat flowed out in an instant. He seemed to remember. The hero of that post, it seems that he was cyber-violated very, very badly, and has been 10 evils, belonging to the kind of women's restroom court, directly sentenced to death. Say why don't you continue, don't you still have life? Blue also in a good mood indeed, facing the same main world can communicate with the guy, are talking about jokes. A joke is a joke. But a joke is not only a joke. If it was not said correctly, he might be crashing the plane himself in the next second just like Jailda. Big Brother, my admiration for you is like a gushing river, continuous and unending, and like the Yellow River flooding, uncontrollable. I'm in support of you. Those CMGs just owe it to themselves to kill you, cheating you out of your feelings and money, and defaming you to go to jail, and now you're wise and godly, and you've accomplished a great deal of godly work. Wait for the completion of the Conquest space mission, go back and kill them all. If you don't give up, Big Brother, I'm willing to worship you as my righteous father. Xiao Hongji almost passed the words of the first half of his life in his head. What's all this nonsense? Am I that scary? Blue also mood is still very good, directly interrupted almost cried out Xiao Hongji. Your old man is still not scary, Like you have no friends and relatives, lost their jobs, but also smeared all over the dirty water, posting old brother said, you are the next Santa Claus, maybe driving the car, the mouth shouting break break break. This kind of unattached, all the grievances and bitter water of the invincible people. Now there is this kind of fairy-like means power. Xiao Hongji didn't even dare to think what kind of things Lani would do after returning from the artificial god realm. Hooray ah! He wasn't a turtle man, he was supporting Big Brother. Chapter 51. The news that Immortal Master Lani had an additional little immortal who had also descended from the immortal realm to cross the threshold of the tribulation spread. This little immortal wasn't capable of much. If it is not the blue also Immortal Master happened to restore the Jinling, set up a large array, changed the sky, convergence of the 8 sides of the aura, turned into a thunder pool Immortal Lotus Point in the Jinling power plant in the sky, the small fairy is afraid that the early return to the realm. What does it mean to return early? It means that he is dead. Listening to the blue also immortal teacher said that the upper realm secret, this down to the earth to cross the tribulation of the immortal if not capable, died in the lower realm, that is the real death of the body Taoist death. The so-called real return is to cross a small robbery, got the opportunity to return to the immortal world, but if it is not grasped well, there will still be the risk of falling. Of course. Blue also immortal master can be different. Our immortal masters are powerful, immortal position lofty, is not invaded by fire and water, calamity is not close to the mortal world is not to cross the small robbery, the fairy is the world of the sword this big robbery. Follow the immortal master to build a career, the path to immortality sooner or later there will be our share of the opportunity, and may be able to in Wudong Mountain Zhangzhenren, the same, martial arts into the Tao, lifting the Xia Ascension it. Look! Li Shuwen. This is a big name in the northern martial arts, a big gun is invincible. Such a martial arts master who used to be looked up to, is not now also for the sake of the gift of martial arts, in front of the immortal master Lan also perform martial arts? Sensei, not to mention you. That is, everyone is now curious, this has not been given martial arts master, can walk on the hands of our chi practitioners a few strokes, is also considered to be an eye-opening, intuitive feeling of this innate one chi martial arts and the past gap between the old martial arts and the end how big, but also to understand the immortal master to give martial arts this chance is not so easy and great. The above loud pushes and pushes abound in the military camp martial arts field. The martial artists who had heard the news were like crucians in a river. The figures of these chi practicing martial artists were as good as a flying hawk, running around like a lion or tiger, and the good modern painting style had completely transformed into the prototype of the world of martial arts. What's all this with? Ancient people's imagination is still really joyful. The return mission of conquering space can be brainstormed by them to come up with so many messed up things, and to slap the big brother's ass in the process, it's really superb. Xiao Hongji profoundly realized one thing. Being backward did not necessarily mean stupidity. Even in this era where most people were struggling with life, death, and subsistence, the people here were great at hooking up, kissing ass, pleasing the top, and camping. Even saying, if there is no lawn also. Xiao Hongji, who had exposed his roots, was in an extremely dangerous situation, and there was a high probability that he would be controlled and studied, and there might be someone who wanted to try to see if immortal flesh could cure all diseases and live forever. From this Xiao Hongji to the blue also this big brother is with deep gratitude, the face of the blue also asked, he is also a question and answer, even if it involves their own privacy. Lan Yi big brother was just kind-hearted. He also cared about whether or not he could return to the main world. The newcomer cultivator who was easily coaxed by old demon Lan simply told the mission of his first artificial god realm trial, and that after surviving for 7 days, he could choose to continue to stay in the artificial god realm, or choose to return to the main world. If they chose to stay, they could stay for up to a month and be forcibly repatriated back to the main world after a month without triggering the Conquest space recognized task. Lan was also on this mission. To be precise, this was the case for every spirit energy cultivator in the main world, for their first trial mission, even if he wasn't one of the first cultivators to enter the artificial god realm for trial. Otherwise, as far as the ferocity of the artificial god realm was concerned, the mortality rate of the first batch of people who rushed in a hurry would only reach a staggering 90% or more. Even so, the mortality rate of the first batch of spiritual cultivators was also incredibly high. Take Dongyang for example. This country with an aging population reversed its demographic structure overnight, with the male youths occupying the main position. Xiao Hongji's cooperation made Lan Yi certain of one thing. That was that they, the Reborn, had not interfered with the first placement of the Conquest space, so it should not trigger the early appearance of the horrific things of the previous epoch, and the second artificial god realm trial was expected to start on the intensity. In addition to that, among the Reborn, there are also such high levels as Umbrella, Giant God Corporation, Trauma Team, and so on. They should make the super companies appear in advance, and the Age of Chaos is most definitely not lacking in the soil for the birth of these super companies. Of course, on the side of the river civilization, it is estimated that all kinds of institutions and sects will also spring up like rain. It's really 100 flowers blossoming and 100 schools of thought competing. But what makes Lan also feel the most threatening? The most threatening thing to Lan was the life plexus psychosis, which was difficult to recognize. Blue, also in a certain spiritual cultivator, has always suspected that behind the life plexus psychosis, there are some seemingly non-human things in the manipulation, because there are some spiritual cultivators, they obviously life plexus fitness in the controllable range, and there is no madness of the precursor, but it is suddenly attacked. Before he was reborn, Lonnie had secretly been tracking down clues about the life plexus psychosis. Whenever he was about to find out something, the clues would always be interrupted for various reasons. As a result, nothing was found. This was the most horrifying, to know that before he was reborn, Lonnie was already a member of the topmost batch of psychic cultivators, and even he hadn't been able to find out anything, which was enough to illustrate the seriousness of the problem. At that time, how many people within the two major factions of civilization were completely trustworthy Lonnie was unsure of, not to mention the non-human side of the race. Moreover, Lon was also very skeptical. When he extinguished the world himself, those things were probably also secretly pushing the envelope. Only they shouldn't have expected that after blocking the artificial god realm and forcibly extinguishing the world themselves, there would be a chance for a real do-over in the end. This opportunity to truly start over, Lon also did not tell anyone, and even part of his own memories were erased as a result. Because of this, Blue himself is actually a bit curious. In the end, how do you do to restart everything? According to certain memories, before rebirth over again, should be able to retrieve that part of the memory, but reboot everything is probably unlikely. There was no way to truly have unlimited coins even if you were playing a game. Lan Yi's rippling colorless eyes scan ahead, seemingly viewing the upcoming maneuvers, but his thoughts were already flying to a farther place. Was it the life bush psychosis that was crazy, or was it Lan Yi who upheld the blue dream? Big brother, I've decided, I'm going to trade with you with Earth Fury. Xiao Hongzhu, who was sitting on the side, carefully said. Then what do you want? Lan Yi's thoughts retracted a bit. I want to cultivate the Dao arts. Xiao Hongzhuan gave an answer that was unexpected by the martial artists around him. No problem. Lan Yi nodded. After the Earth Fiend deal, if you can find a new Fate cluster before you go back, I can help you finish activating the Fate cluster. Good, I already have it. Xiao Hongji was overjoyed. Oh? Lan Yi's eyes couldn't help but twinkle at this moment. Was it such a coincidence? Chapter 52, Not Being a Master Anymore. Seeking recommendations and monthly tickets. The physical qualities of a chi practitioner martial artist crushed ordinary people on all fronts. If it was the existence of a chi practitioner who had attained great success, the probability that an ordinary person with a firearm from this era could successfully kill the other party single-handedly was basically infinitely close to zero. At this moment, the martial arts arena that was wide enough for 100 mad cows to run wild. Over De Chang was bare-handed, while Li Shuwen had a big gun in his hand. The distance between them was 50 paces. Li Shuwen had already set up his stance, as if he was facing the enemy, while Over De Chang's whole body was relaxed and stood in a casual posture. Rather than waiting for a challenge, it was more like an outing to the countryside to embark on a walk in the green. Strong. Very strong. As the study of martial arts almost obsessive, 100 martial arts of the long, will practice martial arts melted into the walking, sitting and lying in the master level characters. Li Shuwen do not need to fight, just arrived in Jinling, personally see a bit of chi practitioners, will be able to understand these extraordinary martial arts in the end how strong. It is as if the power of the dragon and elephant had been pressed into the human body. The human body is forged into a rubberized steel plate. In front of this absolute power, absolute body gap, Li Shuwen's battle record of killing Dongyang martial artists in seconds and hitting flying flies with the precision of his big gun became worthless. And nowadays, he, Li Shuwen, before being bestowed with martial arts, would be using a mortal body to challenge chi practicing De Chang. Of course, it wasn't right to insist that it was a mortal body. Other people couldn't see it, couldn't perceive it, but Lan Yi, who possessed psychic vision, could see clearly that there was a massive innate chi at Li Shuwen's heart that was fighting to mature. This martial arts master to beat the torso for many years, into the Jinling like a fish out of water, meet the spiritual energy affinity for the human body's rich environment, even if not given to the true tradition of martial arts, its body's speed of adaptation is also extremely amazing, estimated that it will not take a moment or 3 moments to achieve the realization of practicing chi, screwed up over the De Chang to eat a boring loss. Appreciating a dashing and confident person losing face is a pleasurable thing for the body and mind. And things were just as Lan Yi had predicted. As soon as the exchange of blows began, Li Shuwen fell into an absolute disadvantage. Over De Chang was like a gale, like a torrential rain, with only fists and feet. He suppressed Li Shuwen's gun surroundings, and with the means of controlling points, inch by inch precision, Li Shuwen's big gun was pressed back, so that he gradually lost the space for the big gun to dance, and the loss of space for any long weapon to be utilized was almost equivalent to defeat. Xiao Hong's specialized size went straight. Can the human body really be strong to this extent? What about the promised high wall between armed and unarmed? He sat with Lan Yi on the high platform of the martial arts arena, and could see very clearly from a distance. Come and go like the wind over De Chang left a trail of residual shadow. A punch and kick is visible to the naked eye. Waves of gas explosion, like a hemisphere, will struggle Li Shuwen to be suppressed in the gradually shrinking hemisphere. Just when Xiao Hongzhuan felt that the victory was already divided, his eyes blinked. In the suppressed hemisphere space, Li Shuwen's hands were instantly lost, along with the air ripples stirring and opening. The idly walking over De Chang's dog's head suddenly tilted back violently, and was directly collapsed by a big gun muddled a face. Over De Chang was directly forced back several steps, causing a dry cadre of martial artists to laugh. The martial artists could see clearly. Li Shuwen's last return shot had directly nailed over De Chang's forehead. Although it didn't break the defense and bleed, the dog's head was hit by a violent attack, but his head was still buzzing. This horseback shot was master over De Chang's best skill. Li Shuwen finally used this hand to expose the face of over De Chang, but also considered to be a substitute for his friend Quang Yimin to punish the rebellious disciple. After doing this, Li Shuwen lost his weapon and decisively threw the blown-up gun barrel on the ground and raised his hands to show that he conceded defeat. He was able to support himself for so long and fight back a little at the end. As an ordinary person, it was already very remarkable. Over De Chang's face stunned hotly. "You old skinny monkey." If it wasn't for the fact that Immortal Master Lan Yi was still watching, over De Chang really wanted to go up and slap Li Shuwen. Soldiers are never too deceitful. Virtuous nephew, I'll make an offering. Li Shuwen smiled. Quang Yimin, who was watching the battle, was also happy. These two patriarchs were the same as the little thieves who had succeeded in stealing chickens. The chrysanthemum lines on their faces were all in a ball of laughter. Although Lan Yi's reputation was demonized in the north, what he did was definitely beneficial to the country and the people for this era of Xinghan, so Immortal Master Lan Yi's character should not be bad. At least it was higher than the character and integrity of those who ate the salary of the imperial court, but in the end chose to protect themselves and tore apart the country's great officials. It was with this in mind. It was only then that they took advantage of today's martial arts performance in front of the Immortal Master to teach the rebellious disciple a lesson. "May I stop?" Lan Yi's voice drifted from afar. Although the question was asked of the two, it was actually asking over De Chang if this matter was willing to draw to a close here. "My subordinate is willing to stop." Over De Chang bowed his head in Lan Yi's direction. "Consider it as paying the bill for the past. He was a warlord's royal assassin head, notorious, with many enemies. The Immortal Master didn't abandon him, preaching and giving him martial arts, which could be considered as a renewed grace, and also gave him the great mission of revitalizing Xinghan. Compared to all these, just taking a hit on the face was nothing." "Thank you, Immortal Master." Li Shuwen similarly saluted. If a chi practitioner was a dragon, elephant, lion and tiger, then the one sitting on the platform was a dragon, elephant, lion and tiger. Then the one sitting on the high platform, that is the heavenly calamity personified. There is not even a hint of a desire to do something with him. Just by looking at a glance, Li Shuwen's rough perception told him that it was not at all in the same world competitive strong. If he did not control the power, maybe all the people present will die. Very sharp intuition. Lan Yi detected the specialness of Li Shuwen's innate chi. Although it hadn't reached the point of conferring divine powers like the Fate Bush, in certain artificial god realms, it should be considered as a clan's creatable talent. Then came the martial arts bestowal session. Obviously no one would think twice about refusing Immortal Master Lan Yi's bestowal of martial arts. Li Shuwen, Quang Yimin, Sun Lutong, and Li Jinglin. These four masters had the qualification to sprint to the god of training, so their treatment was a bit better. Blue also raised his hand behind the flying sword is followed by these four martial artists to the side of the body, so the flying sword carries people's honor, can be excited about their body trembling. But the next excitement became horror. Like a waterfall, the Manhwa suddenly unfolded, piercing the four patriarchs directly into the invasion, and began to transform their bodies, constructing the innate chi. If it was not said earlier that this was a gift of martial arts, everyone else would have to wonder if this was practicing magic. Xiao Hong specialized in looking at it all blanched. This whole body was pierced, wouldn't it hurt to death? He originally wanted to become a martial arts expert, but now, he is not an expert. Not to be a master anymore. As for the next batch of defecting martial artists, there is no flying swords to carry people, targeting the transmission of martial arts, but also enjoy the help of doubling the abundance of spiritual qi, enlightening the spirit and practicing qi, not a problem. As the realm of Dao arts improved, the precision of Lan Ye's operation had also increased quite a bit. Before, he could only transform one martial artist at a time, but now 4 martial artists together were no problem. Lan was somewhat looking forward to how many spirit practitioners could come out of these 4 martial artists. It couldn't be helped. The spread was starting to get bigger, and there was a need for more god practitioner martial artists to go on the warpath of suppression. Lan also stayed in the artificial god realm 1909 for more than a month at most before returning to the main world. To put it bluntly, this world in the end could not be separated from the martial artists themselves to develop technology and open up new territories. Chapter 53, Playing with you guys. Big brother, does it really not hurt? As long as it doesn't hurt, I'm fine with it, Law. Of course I don't mean that I don't trust you, big brother, it's just that I'm afraid that because of the pain it will interfere with your movements and affect the extraction of the life cluster. Xiao Hong Specialized's voice at this moment revealed a flavor that was both abashed and tough talking. When Lani ended the transformation of the 4 martial artists, the Manhwa that was extracted back from their bodies in the form of serpentine living creatures directly surrounded Xiao Hongji. Xiao Hongji was at the moment goaded and scared. He was filled with a deep fear of the 3,000 Chinese hairs. Xiao Hongji, who had more knowledge reserves than people in this era, understood. Lan Yi's lifebush, Manhwa, was definitely a nano-flying silk type of existence. Being stabbed into the body by this thing was fine. But if Lan also a handshaking, Manhwa, shaking a few times, a person is estimated to be instantly divided into small pieces, any normal person associated with this tragic death will definitely instinctively generate fear. Xiao Hongji was already envious in his heart. It was also thanks to the fact that people in this era hadn't read that science fiction novel, or else they would also be absolutely as frightened as he was. Don't you worry. Lani did not finish his words. A strand of Chinese hair suddenly pierced into Xiao Hongji's neck, and this fearful and shivering buddy directly rolled both eyes, and the whole person lost consciousness. Even if he lost consciousness, he still maintained his standing posture. His bodily functions were not interrupted with the interruption of his consciousness. Instead, the Manhwa that invaded his body took over the flexion and extension system of his limbs. Lan Yi's Manhwa didn't have the means to manipulate others yet, but if it was just a simple reaction of the body, it was still a trivial matter. Then a few rolls of Manhwa lifted Xiao Hongji up, revealing the soles of his feet. Fate cluster, earthly fury. Location, the soles of the feet. Function, gulps the power of the Earth's yuan magnetism, changing the size of the gravitational force one is subjected to. When this fate clump is used alone, it allows one to be as light as a swallow, treading on snow without a trace. Even if a chi practitioner martial artist jumps dozens of meters at a time, it is normal. If it was combined according to the fate chart, 9 heavens in Yuan Bao Shu, the power of the geomancy would grow exponentially, becoming one of the important channels for the other form of the burning heavenly thunder soldier prison to communicate with the golden bridge between heaven and earth. Most importantly, the Earth Fiend's underground yuan magnetism power, which could be activated without consumption, was in line with the manifestation of gravity as a long-range force, and between gravity, it should just not need to consume energy. It could be said that with ground fury, Lan Yi's speed of drifting through the sky would be qualitatively increased. And now, this life bush belonged to Lan Yi. Sharp hair precision cut a mouth, exquisite avoided blood vessels and nerves of the mouth to reveal the inner side of the slightly wriggling flesh. Then this has not been activated to cultivate. The life bush is also cut off by blue, stored in the battle space first for freshness. Afterward, Lan Yi communicated with the battle space in a familiar manner. A standard spiritual energy was sent in. The life bush, Earth Fury, that was being preserved immediately came into contact with the spiritual energy, and the various types of biological reactions that were generated by the stimulation were also transmitted to Lan Yi's mind. This was an indigenous method of detection. Generally, it was used to detect whether the life bush had been illuminated, whether there were any adverse reactions, and what the affinity with one's own spiritual energy was. Data such as the degree of match, cross-reaction of the life cluster, and the state of rejection would require more specialized spiritual energy equipment to detect. The feedback data was that everything was normal. It should also be all normal. Just hot cut down, Xiao Hong specializes in just sense that he has a life bush, has not yet lit up the life bush for cultivation, belongs to the trustworthy original goods. Blue also wants to detect, also just a whim, although a bit of coincidence, but the life bush, or its fury, is no problem. As for the other, who does not have a little secret in his body? Xiao Hongji did not say that he has that life bush from where. Blue also lazy to ask. This is like a multi-millionaire, is not going to care about an old folks have a few dollars hidden in which corner. Jinling and Puhai has completed the promotion of martial arts and the establishment of the Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus, the population under the rule of the direct sword to 10 million counts, leaving 12 gold people to detect the blue also, enjoy the Taoist resources is not those poor pussy can imagine, which is directly mastered by a country, or even a sea of dividends brought about by an artificial god's realm. Such dividends. Basically, it could help any spiritual cultivator, in the early stages, to be able to enter and attack, retreat and defend, to have resources for cultivation, and manpower for errands, and the main world would have to be polite and courteous again. Transplant. With a thought, Lonnie submitted a transplant application to the Conquest space. The moment the application was submitted, the Earth Fury, in preservation instantly disappeared, and with a frown on his brow, Lonnie was able to feel that his left paw had become different. In the strong magnetic field originally constructed by the Manhwa, there was an additional source of continuous disturbance that had disrupted the original arrangement, which meant that Lonnie had lost some of his abilities for a short period of time. For example, electromagnetic ejection, body calculation, precision manipulation, and smelting metal. Originally, these godlike powers were abilities that came with constructing a stable magnetic field and relying on Tao knowledge. It will take 12 hours to reconstruct the dynamic magnetic field model. Life plexus rejection has not yet appeared. Physical adaptation is good, grand unification model application can be brought up to process earlier. Lonnie landed on the ground, and this move of his landing did not attract much attention. Because at this moment, the martial artists in the martial arts arena, all of their attention was fervently focused on the four people who were raging, like ferocious beasts descending. Their gazes were longing and reverent, like devout believers looking forward to the descent of a miracle. A living miracle was right beside them, just out of reach. Roar! It was like a substantial roar exploded in the hearts of many martial artists. It was not the hiss of a wild beast, but the hiss of a lance that rolled up a storm, hissing as it tore through the whipping air, the booming sound of a mindscape mirrored in reality. Practicing gods. Not just one practicing god, but four entire practicing god martial artists. Their aura suppressed the entire martial arts arena in a depressing and cramped manner, forcing the air to escape as the chi practitioner martial artists retreated to avoid the heartscape. The 4 rounds all hit. Reasonable and expected, Lon was not surprised. Taking one step to chi practitioner great achievement, these 4 martial arts masters had completed their god practitioning in a watertight manner with a god practitioner powerhouse present. At this moment, their mindscapes were stirring and about to take shape, and their intuition was the sharpest. Their belligerent instincts drove them to stare at Lon Yi, who had landed on the ground, the strongest being in this place, the immortal master whom they wouldn't dare to touch even if they joined forces. Looks like you guys wanna have some fun. Lon Yi smiled faintly. Then I'll accompany you guys to familiarize yourselves with the world of practicing gods. The next second Lonnie raised his hand, and along with the movement of his hand, the violent gale suddenly stilled, and the sky darkened for no reason. Newt! The huge claws of the scaled and feathered raptors roared down from the sky, as if tearing through the clouds, bringing with it the light of thunder. Chapter 54, Subduing the Dragon and the Tiger. Not using Taoist techniques, only using innate chi and heartscape, to have a fist-to-flesh mutual fight, this was a romance that belonged to martial artists. There was no need to think about messing around, just swinging and swinging and swinging again. Heartscape would naturally manifest that will of his own to battle the heavens and fight the low. When the huge raptor's claws came crashing down, bringing with them the deathly terror of a top predator dominating the power of life and death, the 4 newly promoted practicing gods who had been dragged by Lon Yi's bravado into beating each other up for amusement were plunged into a great and uncontrollable terror. They subconsciously looked up. Simply unable to see the full extent of the heartscape that surged and released behind the man, the greatness of Lon Yi's heartscape was actually presenting 4 different scenes in the eyes of the 4 men. Li Shuwen saw a fanged large beak grinning and puffing. Quan Yimin saw the shaking of steel feathers before they lifted their wings. Li Jinglin saw a phantom between flashes of lightning. Sun Lutong, on the other hand, saw a cold vertical pupil that was almost close to his heel. They were all Lon Yi, but not all Lon Yi. In the perspective of the practicing god martial artists, their minds simply did not have the means to completely summarize the entirety of immortal master Lon Yi, and they were only able to rely on their inherent perceptions to cope with the portion of the mindscape that they were able to describe with the mindscape that they had just been promoted to. From this, it could also be seen how strong or weak the strength of these four people seemed to Lani. And in the eyes of the martial artists who were watching from further away, Immortal Master Lan Yi's heartscape turned into a blur of thunderous light that enveloped all of the accompanying play, their heartscapes like small boats in the waves. Yuan Magnet Star Fighting Technique, Dragon Sparrow Swallowing Whale Diagram. Without the slightest bit of politeness, Lan also took the initiative. The first to suffer was Kwang Yimin. He was old, although the innate chi had brought him back to his peak, but among the four god-practicing martial artists, he was the only one who had stopped at the eye phase, and thus became the target of Lan Yi's limited kick out of the battle. Kwang Yimin felt the astonishing aura that came crashing down on him. Hidden under the interference of the mindscape was Lan Yi's punch that was so standard that it resembled a high-precision machine, without the aid of any Taoist techniques, purely physically catalyzed, changing the backward pattern of power generation, turning to the innate one chi to propel the outburst of a punch. In Kwang Yiming's eyes, that was not a punch, but a cannonball. Then the foreigner's cannon shell out of the cannonball more terrible and vicious death thing, it in the process of promoting most of the restrictions and obstacles are broken, will be the whole body innate chi mobilization carried out to the extreme. This was not martial arts, but the application of art. No. How could one lose to an immortal master's punch? The lance in Kwang Yimin's hand retreated half a step in a furious roar. The great lance whirled into a drill to point forward with lightning speed, his mindscape struggling and roaring in the waves called Lan also, finally revealing its sharpness. Sharp, swift, and unexpected. With his famous skill, the horseback spear, Kwang Yimin's mindscape was slightly astonishing. He could actually use his spear to cut a channel in the midst of other people's mind bombardment, and his attack would instantly follow this channel, which was an almost certain hit in a mind bombardment scenario. The spear was like an arrow, piercing through the clouds. The shadow of the spear, which was a mixture of real and imaginary, instantly penetrated Lan Yi's neck. Dispelling the mindscape? It's the same type as your bright king view. Zhao Xikong, who was watching the battle, said to Zhao Jian. It's not the same. My Ming King's view is what allows me to shoot away mind attacks. His mindscape should be a cloud of insight into reality. Carrying Xiao Hongzhuan, who was still unconscious, Zhao Jian could tell at a glance that Kwang Yimin was not the same type of mindscape as himself. What about Immortal Master? It looks like looking at the sky in broad daylight. Revealing a look of deep awe, Zhao Jian used a strange but appropriate metaphor. That's right, the blue sky was endless and very clean. It seemed as if there was nothing at a glance, but after looking at it for a long time, one would unconsciously get hairy. It was the fact that there was nothing that made it scary. Mindscape, how can it be nothing? Either it is a dead person, or the other party even shows the will to think. They have no way to read it. The gun's shadow pierced through the throat. Lan Yi's eyes did not fluctuate. Hard to eat this attack after raising his hand is in the uncertainty of the gun. Forrest grabbed Kwang Yimin's spear. The next moment sudden force will be thrown out 200 meters. Kwang Yimin was out. Oh? Lan Yi mouthed a puzzled voice at this time. It had gone to the back of his mind. It was the difficult speed class heartscape from the practicing gods. Clang! The powerful sword light suddenly sent out, come as thunder, go as a big river, vast and unending, although the sword light is layers and layers, as if the never-ending river. From the human phase of the attack, at the moment fast to the extent that the sword is almost with the heart, that is to say, Li Jinglin's thoughts are as fast as his sword. It was fast, vicious, and accurate. Before he ever possessed the innate one chi, Li Jinglin could instantly decapitate any opponent within 5 meters. His sword skill could be said to be the highest point of the artificial god realm 1909. But it's still too slow for me. Lan Yi had already turned around in a smooth manner before he finished his words, and facing the swift killing scenery of sword chi, he struck out without thinking with a chopping hand, smashing the sword chi savagely apart, followed by a standard Iron Mountain leaning slam in a smooth manner, and Li Jinglin was instantly knocked out like a cannonball. Li Jinglin was out. After eliminating the two god of practice players, Lan was not happy, but instead frowned and shook his head. His complexion couldn't help but turn icy cold. He guided towards Sun Lutong and Li Shuwen. Falsehood, if you don't even believe in mindscape yourselves, how can you make your enemies believe it? You guys watch this. Next, there will be thunder on your heads. If you still think that your heartscape is false, then this thunder you absolutely can't carry, you will die. Oh. After saying that, Lan also didn't give them time to react and directly raised his hand and snapped his fingers at the range where the two were. Yuan Magnet Star Fighting Technique, practicing divine style ringing finger thunder. At the instant the ringing fingers sounded, Sun Lutong and Li Shuwen instantly had chilling hairs all over their bodies, tingling, and their hair floated uncontrollably. This was the precursor of a lightning strike. With their years, they had naturally witnessed the brilliant heavenly power of thunder when it struck the earth many times, and now that the thunder was right on their heads, they had even seen the thunderbolts piercing bright light. Rumble. The shocking thunder suddenly fell. To be precise, it was directly exploding in their hearts. Regardless of whether it was Sun Lutong or Li Shuwen, in this instant before the life and death crisis, all could not help but instinctively catalyze their mindscape, releasing their hearts and souls, choosing to believe in themselves and their wu without reservation. Everyone saw at this moment a tiger, a dragon. While being smoked and hissed by the thunderbolts, they bounced and swung their bodies, and with the wind driving away the clouds, they dispersed the thunder overhead. They dispersed the thunder. Instead, they saw a huge vertical pupil that was so large that it had no boundaries gazing at them from further up. Descending dragon and subduing tiger. Zhao Xikong could only think of this idiom and tried to control himself to hold his head up still. Chapter 55, Living Without Eating or Drinking Sheep. Although it was said that the victory and defeat had been predicted in everyone's mind, Immortal Master Lan Yi had defeated the 4 practicing deities in such a sharp manner, it still made people's hearts race. Lan Yi hadn't utilized any of his Dao Jitsu. He didn't even activate any of his life clusters other than the Earth Bane. Once again, his fists and chi once again bluntly opened the eyes of martial artists to dare to think. To dare to believe. Even if there is no Taoism, this kind of unreasonable thing like martial arts can still be powerful to the extent of a land god. Only if you dare to think, in the near future, you will be able to open up the frontiers for Xinghan to face World War I or even World War II level technological force with martial arts. The eyes of the Qi practitioner martial artists were opened. The divine practitioner martial artists gained even more. There were more ways to apply the power of the mind and spirit, and more powerful, like the epic mythological scene of Thunder Phoenix pouncing on a warship. In fact, when the amount of their innate one Qi came up, they could do it as well, and one person destroying a ship wasn't such a difficult thing for God practitioner martial artists. To use a not so appropriate analogy, this could be called an infection. At the beginning of the aura recovery, many people got powerful bodies, but they didn't know how to better open this body of theirs, and without inheritance, cultivators who relied on instinct and backward knowledge to grope their way through the process made slow progress. However, if there was a perfect system of the great Tao injected, for example, Lan also this kind of Taoism and martial arts dual cultivation of the old Deng pointed out the direction and provided examples of application, then the martial artists infected by his knowledge, even if they were artificial god realm country bumpkins, were able to grow correctly at a rapid speed, and only slowed down when they reached a limit. At least in Lan Yi's opinion. Such seedlings had already appeared around himself. Zhao Xikong, Wei Yuanjia, Li Shuwen, Sun Lutong, and Li Jinglin were the 5 who possessed top-notch talent and luck, Zhao Jian, Lu Baishu, and were slightly lesser, and once again, Geng Liangchen and Quang Yimin. The first 5 have the top talent and luck. Even if it is again, the will of the heart has not collapsed, that at least in the future can be condensed martial arts dharma body, sublimation embodied will for the beginning of interference in the reality of the phantom. As for practicing emptiness, this kind of existence at the highest level of martial arts, it depends on fate. Realm was not necessarily equal to combat power. Whether it is martial arts or Taoism, in fact, after arriving at a certain realm, the effect brought about by raising the realm, not necessarily have to raise the combat power to the big. This is especially obvious in Taoism, but there is no doubt that the two are not in conflict. There is a capital realm and the combat power can be raised together is naturally the best. The matter of the martial artist has come to an end for the time being. Blue also Immortal Master has a lot of work to do day in and day out. Just the debugging of the Jinling power plant he is actually a bit unable to get away, not to mention the arrangement of his own martial arts and Taoism. Today is a backlog of a few days, came to defect to the martial arts thing to deal with, dealt with the martial arts thing, Blue also want to start on the Taoist art. Martial artists should be cultivated, and Taoist priests should also be cultivated. The seeds of the inheritance of the 2 orthodox Tao were left behind, which made it complete. Like the Tao scriptures that recorded the abilities, transplants, exclusions, and some simple combinations of the life clusters, Lan had already completed the initial volume with the help of consulting the Conquest space. The rest of the sorting, binding and printing can be handed over to the hands to complete. Lan also if he leaves, Dao Jing, in the next 10 years may not play too much of a role. However, as soon as the artificial god realm 1909's river civilization completed its industrialization and was able to start mass-producing Tao resources cheaply, then the Tao scripture would come into play. This was a matter of the divine life bush. Jin Bai's side affirmed that this artificial god realm had clues to the divine fate bush. Lan also made 2 preparations. If he got the clue before he left, then naturally, all would be happy. If he didn't get it before he left, then it would be much easier for Lan to re-enter a world where Taoism and martial arts flourished in the future. The reasoning was simple. The life plexus was, in the end, a fighting organ. Since it was a combat organ, there was a chance that it would be passed down through bloodline inheritance. Forcing the artificial god realm 1909 to twist from technology to a revival of aura, with everyone practicing monasticism in the future, and spontaneously sifting through the clues in search of the fate bush, the clues to the god's fate bush would surface much more easily. Regardless of any hidden clues, if people from all over the world spontaneously and enthusiastically help you look for it, it will be dug out by the spirit of Yugo Nishan even if it is hidden under Mount Tai. With the Taoist scripture plus Xiao Hongzhu, the unlucky one from the main world, Lan could already start working on cultivating a group of Taoist talents. Or lab assistants. Xiao Hongzhu wasn't a loser. No matter how incompetent he was still an undergraduate graduate talent, and there were no more than 100 such talents in the artificial god realm 1909 Xinghan. Lan also didn't need Xiao Hongzhu to specialize in the right field. He can strictly control the laboratory regulations, bring junior high school students as much as the laboratory assistant on the line. So when the Blue Also Immortal Master released ready to recruit a number of Taoist talents, localized translation is under the seat of the child, Xiao Hongzhuan led him to collect life bush. Jinling, under a certain bridge hole. A beggar was kneeling on the ground kowtowing to Lan Yi and Xiao Hongzhi. From the gold, silver and jewels on the side, and the ecstatic smile on the beggar's face, this was a pleasant and smooth transaction. Hey, thank you big brother for helping. Big brother, are you thirsty? Are you hungry big brother? Do you want me to go back and treat you to Crazy Thursday? Xiao Hongzhi beautifully looked at the income conquest space preservation of the life bush. To the Blue Also big brother attentiveness has reached the degree of fawning, he really is the veto, now lying to win refreshing fly. Don't eat, don't drink sheep alive. Lan Yi retrieved, Songhua. Life cluster, Blue Tao. Location, kidney. Ability, sensing water vapor, manipulating water currents, and containing Xian Shui. This was Xiao Hongzhu's little secret. When he was working as a beggar, he had stumbled upon a peer who drank dirty water like nobody's business and could always find exactly where there was water in the streets and alleys. He later realized that this dude should have a fate bush in his body, so he kept an eye out for it. Now it's kind of paid off. Blue Tao, this fate bush's versatility isn't bad, especially in places with plenty of water resources. The power increases significantly. Water nature, water phase, water temperature, water vapor, water wave, water pressure. With a good reserve of Taoist knowledge, there are quite a few tricks you can play. In particular, using water to silently drown or drain and pulverize others is highly effective and intimidating. In certain artificial god realms, one would also be able to make a cameo appearance as a dragon king or rain uncle. Blue Tao has arrived. For the next period of time, do you intend to stay in Jinling or follow me north? Lan Yi's words were in discussion, and his flat tone already said it all. Of course it is to listen to your arrangement, big brother. Xiao Hongzhi was very sensible on the road. Go back is not in a hurry to go back. Xiao Hongzhi's brain is still very clear. The longer Lan Yi holds this thigh, the stronger he will be. He wants to be strong enough to go back to the lesson every day to force himself to gratuitous 996 leadership. Seemingly mercenary goon Xiao Hongzhi eyes flashed a flash of color. He has now jumped out of the 3 loans outside, not in the 5 risks. Go back not to teach that group of people do not take people as people. Look at the mongrels, then they are not eating all this pain for nothing? Chapter 56, Hey. Sensing the fate bush, activating the fate bush, and lighting up the fate bush. The 3 levels of refining the life cluster. Unlike the cultivation of innate chi in martial arts, these 3 views, if only by themselves, could jam the vast majority of psychic cultivators to the point of dying, just like having an odd girlfriend, not being able to see if the progress bar had risen or not, where it had risen, why it was not rising anymore, and whether or not one wanted to abort the program. This is a very torturous process, commonly known as the test of the heart. After all, the practice of innate chi is real, can feel stronger, the effect is more obvious than on the technology of fitness. As long as you are willing to put effort to sweat, innate chi will always give feedback. Xiao Hongzhi is undoubtedly lucky. When he was about to die, Lan Yi planted the Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus in Jinling, broadcasting spiritual energy, and absorbing some of it he regained his health. And when he was supposed to have survived the 7 days and returned to the main world in ashes to finally prepare for the next artificial god realm trial, a single, earthly fury, gave him the opportunity to trade with the big brother. Even more fortunate. Old Devil Blue happened to be launching the cultivation of Taoist talents at this time. Xiao Hongji, a highly qualified talent, could in turn sell his own manpower in exchange for further help from Lan, helping him to cross the most difficult hurdle in the fate-refining bush, the fate-sensing bush. Is it difficult to sense the life plexus? Xiao Hongji tried it himself and said that it was very difficult. He followed the guidance of the information in the battle space, chose a natural relaxation posture and closed his eyes to sense the life plexus, to sense the spiritual energy, and then he almost fell asleep. According to reason, all know where the life cluster is. The step of sensing the life cluster should be relatively simple. The fact is not so. Normal people's ability to sense, especially adults, after closing their eyes and not moving is basically limited to breathing, face, abdomen. To be more detailed, to sense the muscles in the arms, or the internal organs, or the hair cuticle, is very difficult. It's not something that can be overcome by meditation. Because some life clusters, it simply does not have sensory nerves, whether it is cold or hot, whether it is pain or pleasure you do not know. Xiao Hongji's blue Tao is in the kidneys. If he was able to meditate for a few minutes and could perceive the existence of the blue Tao, then even old Blue Demon would have to praise a genius. Next I will use Manhwa to link the nerve center through your kidneys to help you build a sensory nerve to assist you in completing the sensing of the life cluster. Don't worry, it won't be very painful. It's almost like pulling out your nails all at once. In the quiet room, Blue, also demonic writhing white hair, is slowly approaching. Xiao Hongji immediately cold sweat. Xiao Hongji, who was forcibly resisting the urge to pull out his legs and run, said with some apprehension. That big brother, that's my kidney. I'm not trusting big brother you, it's just that there's no after effects of doing this, right? Will it affect my future and the young lady's sister? Lonnie couldn't help but fall silent. Really, the wizards from the main world. The first reaction actually wasn't fear of the nerve center, that is, the spine being at risk, but rather fear of the kidney function being affected. In his last life, this oddball should have died young in the artificial god realm 1909, or else this distinctive character would not be unknown to Lonnie within the river civilization. There is also Big Brother, our main world people, and artificial god realm miss. Hey, there is no that. Is that isolation what? Xiao Hongji then embarrassedly inquired. Blue, also slightly stunned, looking at unconsciously revealing a silly smile. Xiao Hongjuan, Sanghua, approaching her, stopped. There is no reproductive segregation. Not only the human species, but spiritual cultivators can also give birth to offspring when they combine with other non-human races. Xiao Hongji's eyes instantly lit up. You and the females of this world applauded for love. Lan also didn't care about Xiao Hongji's private life. He wasn't a voyeur who grasped his subordinates to the extent of having everything under his control. Aha! Xiao Hongji nodded. This was something that was taken for granted. In the eyes of the others, Lan was also an immortal, and Xiao Hongji was also an immortal. Even if he, the immortal, was relatively inferior, it was the same as some people were born as oxen and horses, while some people were born in Rome. With this identity in place, then there were people who retreated to Xiao Hongji's side. Even the god-practicing martial artists were courteous to this Xiao Xian. Immortal Master Lani is really too cold and rational. Everyone has been bragging about whoever has tied the knot with Immortal Master Lani, but how the real situation is, each other's hearts are actually clear. There is really no way. Then it can only in Xiao Hong specialize in climbing a little relationship. The fastest way to have a strong relationship in this era is through marriage. Xiao Hongji, which can stand white and clean, fragrant and tender little girl face shy to drink tea together, his main world is still a single dog, usually face the female colleagues in dating object, opening his hundreds of thousands of dowry, and of course, smack the man cannot be to men take the initiative to atone for the crime of tribute, their own or spiritually independent lord. Repressed Long Xiao Hongji naturally fell under the charm of women who intend to please in this era. Of course, Xiao Hongji's brain is still awake. And Blue also have a little relationship, even if only interviewed women he did not say touch, is to see from afar are avoided. Other people are not likely to engage in disgusting to the Blue also things, together with the bet with not a chip, or their 9 clans are not enough. Blue also immortal master kill. The treatment of Xiao Hong specialized is actually a microcosm of the future spiritual cultivators. The collapse of the old order of the main world is not only force, but also labor relations, economic relations, interpersonal relations, especially in this area of men and women, because the gas pedal stepped on the end of the brake, resulting in disastrous consequences. Then how are you going to deal with the windfall debt? Lan was also thinking about the artificial god realm 1909 development issue. He should clean up all but the river civilization's spiritual energy cultivators. Presumably, the use of the word deal with was a bit shocking, so Xiao Hongjuan hurriedly explained in a hurry. Big brother, I'm not a scum man, shucks. I'm even less of a turtle man. Xiao Hongji hung back, afraid that Lonnie would have a stress reaction to the word scum man. Wife and child hotbed, I have no great ambition, not thinking about this, I plan to find a way to bring people back, or stay, in short, will not get in the way of any of your plans, big brother. Xiao Hongji was really scared. Fear that Lonnie's next order was for him to kill his wife to prove the way, he wanted to say, don't. You're brainstorming too much, it's better to take a nap first, wake up and get used to it. Lonnie shook his head and raised his hand a little. Xiao Hong specialized had no room to resist, and was once again stabbed in the neck by Manhwa, and lost consciousness. Immediately, a strand of white hair that was slightly shiny and more finely structured floated out from Lonnie's hand, and with a whoosh, it drilled into Xiao Hongji's navel. Shadow. Lonnie, who had two minds at once, suddenly spoke out. Zhao Xikong's figure immediately emerged from the shadows in the corner of the doorway, owing his body to wait for orders. Go and check if this rash young man has been tricked, and if those undead scum have made any small moves. Honor Immortal Master's order. Chapter 57, It's All Mine. When the demon Lonnie gathered a crowd in Puhai, neither the Qing court nor the foreigners cared. Another charlatan playing God. Can't rule the foreigners, can't rule you? I will send rifles and cannons to send you all to heaven. When Taoist priest Lonnie settled the Pohei concession, blasted a cadre of warships, and sensationally played aura recovery, the Qing court and the foreigners began to care. Gee, it's actually true? There really are immortals in this world? Don't panic, we have the Southern Punishment Fleet, which gathers the strongest forces of the imperial powers in the Far East. Even supernatural forces are believed to tremble under the giant ships and cannons. When the time comes, we'll snatch the magician's power and create the Empire's invincible army. When Lonnie descended on Jinling, the Qing court and the foreigners lost their voices. The total destruction of the punishment fleet, the almost random mass production of martial artists, the total fall of the southern region, almost every fact was telling them that Lonnie wasn't as simple as an individual who had mastered transcendent power. Not only was he powerful, but he was also able to integrate the regional forces and build a new system to accomplish self-management and blood creation. In the view of the rulers, this would be very frightening. Because when Immortal Master Lonnie's big hand began to move north, the rulers of the old era, the higher the position, the less they would be needed, they would be blasted off their high platforms by the martial artists that swept over them like a giant wave, becoming sacrifices for the opening of the new era, and their heads would be used to break through the fear and ignorance of the old era. What to do? This doesn't seem to be a problem that can be solved by changing the law or forming a cabinet. Count on the foreigners? The foreigners were all beaten the hell out of, after venting in Yanjing, without saying a word more already started evacuating with the remnants of their ships. In addition to the Dongyang people cannot go, other powers in the realization of the south up to the man-eating monster is the existence of invincible, very decisive choice of the first run. Do not run to sit and wait for death? Giant ships and armies have no way to take that evil magician, they first leave Xinghan and go to Dongyang to continue to live the life of a human being to observe. Since the long-term gains can no longer be harvested, then a wave of short-term gains before leaving, without the slightest regard for the civilized and polite face that was previously disguised in order to better continue to draw blood. It's not like they own this land anyway. There is not the slightest burden of patting their asses and leaving. The foreigners are gone. If this happened before the arrival of Lan Yi, court officials can dream at night to wake up laughing. Their head of the emperor is gone, no longer have to be careful to serve. They cannot look at the face of others, to become unique people, and back to that carefree dream of the country. Change who was excited to the explosion not. But now the problem is. The foreigners have fled, what will they take to resist the man-eating demon path that is going north? The army? Puhai and Jinling training of the new army, with the new foreign guns and cannons, or the foreigner instructor with the foreigner establishment training, they cannot. On the Yanjing side of this has long been many foreign wars to break the self-confidence and the will to fight the waste of the battalion can be done? I'm afraid that before they even face the demon road, they'll just surrender to the wind. What should we do then? Not to mention, there is a way. Demon Roadlon also don't know where the wild fox Zen. If we talk about orthodoxy, it is certainly not as good as the real person of Longhu Mountain and the living Buddha in the western region, and the people have heard that there are many masters recently. There are also make the foreigners fear to avoid the strange and extraordinary, let them go to fight against the blue also. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Yes, that's a brilliant idea. I don't care if it works or not. Just use it first. Maybe there's just the right person who can deal with the demon path? Wouldn't that save the court? And so it was. In the blue also stopped in the Jinling big construction time, the north also did not stop. but the soldiers are in chaos began to strike everywhere to catch people. As long as it is a little bit of skill, or folk reputation of the godmother Taoist monk, all were anxious eyes of the Qing court arrested, sent to the regent began to perform. Performances include, but are not limited to, curse the blue also, give blue also drop head, pray to the sky, pray for the immortal to come down to take away the blue also, set up Taoist soldiers in Buddhist soldiers' camps, measuring blue also 8 characters, looking for his nemesis, measuring blue also fate, looking for his family's ancestral graves, summoning the heavenly soldiers and generals to subdue the demons and eliminate the devil, as well as looking for the country's luck and dragon energy, with which to kill the demons. It was truly breathtaking. So many means to ensure that demonic person is put to death. Then prepare the whole army for war, join forces, and prepare to go together to kill Lan Yi. The regent was so happy, he rewarded his ministers, just like a standing emperor's posture. Of course. These used to strengthen the courage and self-compassionate work to do, and private real work to do. The regent sent people to leave the capital and go south overnight. He had a secret letter to Lan Yi. The content of the secret letter is very simple, willing and blue also immortal master to rule the river. If the immortal master is dissatisfied with the conditions, miles of rivers and mountains can be surrendered, only to retain their own position. If he sits on the throne, then I would like to worship the immortal master for the supreme master of the country. What to give can be for the immortal master of the shepherding of all the people. Blue also stayed in Jinling on the 5th day. At the same time as also Jinling ushered in the second major cleaning at the same time. This regent's secret letter sent to the Jinling. At this moment, the Jinling is a bloody storm. Many assassinations targeting martial artists had erupted in the past few days, and there was even a portion of those who had the audacity to try to attack the governor's residence where immortal master Lan Yi had landed. Behind so many assassinations was the backlash of the old power groups that had been forcibly severed from their interest chains and pulled out of their interest networks, and no longer had the means to be warm and hypocritical bloodsuckers. Their counterattack, like the ghostly chirping of insects at dusk, had no more effect than to annoy people. Assassination, it doesn't work. Messing with social order, doesn't work. Sucking up and not cooperating? Doesn't work. Hard-packed with pistols and rifles, and even earth cannons and explosives, the martial artists selected from hard-working laborers from all walks of life, led by fierce heavenly General Zhao Jian, dragged out, one by one, like dead dogs, the bigwigs who had been resisting in one place and clamoring to be the earth emperors of the place for generations. Zhao Jian had a lot of experience on how to deal with this group of dog breeds. Strip their clothes, shave their body hair, hang their whole family like monkeys, hang them on street lamps, forcing them to watch how the ancestral property, which had been seized by trickery for generations, and which had led to the destruction of their families, was divided up among the mudbloods. This is 10,000 times more painful than killing them. The streets of heaven are trodden down by all the ministers, and the treasury is burned to brocade ashes. There is good to be rewarded and evil to be punished. When the killing under the auspices of the martial arts group is righteous, the killing does not bring panic, but rather clapping. The whole Jinling did not go into chaos, but was quickly weeded out of the diseased portion in amazing efficiency, and the local martial arts practitioners and party members who were promoted by fire completed the control deep into the households. The accompanying journalists recorded a great deal of valuable information, calling it a great change led by the saints. And the saint they admired so much was currently snickering in his makeshift laboratory. Everything is mine? This regent's highness is so naive. With all of them dead, won't everything still be mine? Chapter 58, Looking Northwest. Jinling's makeshift laboratory. The bright light reflected the indoor lower space in minute detail, the arc lighting that surpassed this era, and the metallic scent emanating from the air all indicated the danger of this laboratory. If one did not familiarize oneself with the safety regulations prepared by Lan Yi, and touched or mistakenly broke in at will, there was a high probability that one would be sent to the west by the ubiquitous electric current that was in its own way. However, this was not the most terrifying, the most intuitive, the most frightening. There is nothing more than a laboratory. Look up will be involuntarily breathless by its angry gaze of the huge humanoid silhouette, half of their bodies hidden in the darkness of the upper floors. In the dancing arc of light is extremely vicious and dangerous, as if the next moment will be over the front of the pounce, will be tons of steel smashed into the offender. They are not alive. Neither are they dead, but their abdominal cavities contain Lan Yi's cured, Manhwa, as a primary neural network. It is a golden man created by immortal master Lan Yi. Collecting all the soldiers in the world, gathering them in Xianyang, pinning them as bells and instructions of 12 golden men, each weighing 1,000 stones, and placing them in the palace of the court. Manhwa civilization of spiritual cultivators have a characteristic: no matter whether it is the creation of objects or the transmission of the law, sometimes will subconsciously look for naming from the canon. This is also considered some kind of unconscious commonality, even if it is through time and space, in different worlds, will leave a large number of seeds of the Manhwa civilization. These 12 golden men are not combat-oriented Tao soldiers. Their energy, transmission efficiency, tonnage, self-regulation system, in the opinion of Lani, not to mention put into the spiritual energy cultivators thrillingly against the killing of the battlefield, even if it is the era of the First World War. They are also very easy to be dynamite directly sent to the sky, but if it is used to bluffing, but it is good effect. Huge size, fierce face, majestic shape, like a god general. Every day in the study of the Taoist children see the golden man are trembling. Even Xiaohong specializes in looking after the modern world of all kinds of skyscrapers, giant sculptures, but the cold line of sight swept into the half hidden in the shadows of the golden man, or heartbeat accelerated a few points. However, one of the biggest roles of the 12 golden men, or Manhwa, remote link Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus, turning electrical energy into spiritual energy, forming harmless invisible waves on the target to scan, to determine whether there is a life bush on their bodies. At this time, Xiao Hongji has been honored to be the blue also immortal master under the seat of the power transmission scattered. Every day, in addition to helping to debug the Jinling power plant Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus spiritual energy stabilization value, familiar with the foolproof operation of spiritual energy, is to bring a group of Taoist children to the laboratory to carry out the systematic study of Taoist knowledge. Said to be Taoist children. In reality, this group of people were not children. They were both male and female, with a variety of identities, ranging in age from 8 to 40, with the common denominator being that they possessed a certain level of education, and that there was a fate bush in their bodies. Of course, there is no life plexus can also become a Taoist child, but that will have to meet the eyes of the immortal master Lan Yi, to see if the immortal master is willing to transplant life plexus for them. In the mouth of outsiders. The laboratory was also known as a forbidden place. Even as Lan Yi's shadow, Zhao Xikong was not free to come and go in the Forbidden Land, even if it was a god-practicing martial artist. If he accidentally touched some forbidden or curing Dao art, he would still die a violent death in an instant, just like a fly that was killed by an electric mosquito swatter. This is the horror of Dao techniques. The spiritual cultivator who has arranged the site and Dao art in advance, for the martial artist, before practicing emptiness, almost has an overwhelming advantage, and this kind of changed the environment. The ability to fight on the home turf becomes more and more perverted the later, to the semi-spiritual energy, spiritual cultivators unfolding is to fight each other in the artificial god realm as a unit. Xiao Hong's specialization has not yet realized what kind of chance he had gotten to observe the preliminary unfolding of the basic module of a top spiritual energy cultivator. At the moment he was like a tour guide leading obedient tourists on a tour of a laboratory program. If one did not follow the rules, then the tourists would be turned into coke trash and shoveled out by the martial artist. Line up. One by one. Each of you will go before this golden man and wait for the golden man to determine your qualifications. Regardless of status, those who possess a life cluster may stay, while those who do not are relegated to peripheral assistance, and may choose to stay, and may subsequently apply to go to the side of the immortal practitioner martial artist to assist in his or her cultivation of Dao arts and thus obtain Dao art resources. The immortal master is merciful and passes down the Dao, asking for nothing else but loyalty. Those who are unfaithful, draw their souls. Refine the soul. One by one, the apprehensive Taoist children, in the light of the daylight and Xiao Hongji's chanting, walked towards the mighty and ferocious golden man with anticipation and fear. In front of the golden man, even a 2-meter strong man looked low. After the Taoist children stood still in front of the golden man, Xiao Hongji then pinched a hand gesture. The innate chi released fluctuations in the form of a fixed secret key, activating the biological nerve plexus in the golden man's abdomen. Why was it innate one chi? The reason was simple: just sensing the life plexus, Xiao Hongjuan, who had not yet activated and lit up the life plexus, did not have the means to manipulate the spiritual energy, so he could only retreat to cultivate the innate one chi first. Anyway, Blue Tao and innate chi did not conflict. A Taoist child had just stood still. The golden man's fierce angry eyes immediately lit up, layers of nested aura cohesion, with Manhwa as the medium of spiritual energy below and above, like countless rays of light in the golden man attached to the flow, and ultimately converged to its back of the flag along the fixed channel began to transform. Eventually, the spiritual energy shot out from the golden man's eyes. An invisible and colorless ripple instantly swept through the Tao child and reflected into the jewel on the golden man's forehead. Buzz! The golden man's eyes changed from white to blue. The Taoist child instantly wept with joy. Blue. He had the life bush in his body and could cultivate the Tao. He could stay. He, and his family, would have their destinies changed because of this. The Taoist boy who fell to his knees kowtowed to the golden man Bonbon, and in his mouth was devoutly thanking Immortal Master Blue also. This scene made many Tao children's eyes were deeply envious. The knowledge base gave them the opportunity, but the life bush, it was what determined whether they could grasp the opportunity to become an enthroned Taoist. Next, Xiao Hongji led aside of the Taoist boy who had already passed the test, pulled his fan Jin away. There were all kinds of life in front of the golden man. Those whose eyes turned blue were ecstatic, while those whose eyes turned red were downcast. There were few people who directly fainted to death under great joy and sorrow. Too crazy. Xiao Hongji lamented in her heart, but she deeply shared her feelings. The lives of ordinary people in this era were like grass, and to be like Big Brother Lan Yi, who was not only terrifyingly strong himself, but was also willing to give the ordinary people of this era a chance to give the river civilization in the midst of this era's suffering a chance, was truly a blessing for this artificial god realm. After there was no more life and death crisis. Xiao Hong specialized in this main world ordinary people, in fact, also wanted to do something meaningful. And the meaningful thing came right away. A shadow wriggled. Zhao Xikong's figure suddenly appeared on the side, and he politely said to Xiao Hongzhuan. Xiao Xian, Immortal Master has orders. Aya, don't call me little fairy, it's weirdly embarrassing. Blue Big Brother has a new mission? Xiao Hongzhuan's mouth excused himself, but his smile was full of smiles. He, it's so cool to be shouted at Immortal. Immortal Master ordered you to gather the Taoist children. For what? Xiao Hongji scratched his head. Look northwest and shoot the sky wolf. Shadow Heaven General revealed an eager smile. Can't understand. There's a war in the north, preparing to suppress reactionary forces. Zhao Xikong tried to hide his contempt. Chapter 59, The Five Fogs. There's going to be a war? Xiao Hongji's sudden question seemed somewhat idiotic. There was no real peace in this era. It could be said that wars were being fought everywhere, and there were powder kegs everywhere, and those who were dissatisfied with this world weren't just the newly risen group of martial artists. The only difference was whether it was a big fight or a small one, and whether the powder kegs could be detonated or not. Lan also ordered. The Taoist children who had just trained for a few days were summoned. Obviously, to train this group of Taoist talents on the battlefield, there was no way to become a qualified enthronement Taoist priest by only fiddling with Taoist materials in the lab and learning the Taoist scriptures. Enthronement of Taoist priests was an important part of Lan Yi's planning blueprint, and without it, the future of this world might appear to be as rigid and stagnant as that of certain artificial god realms. Xiao Hongji frowned and pulled his leg out. I want to see Big Brother. Zhao Xikong subconsciously wanted to block, but stopped. No matter how bad Xiao Xian was, he was still an immortal, and was from the same upper realm as Immortal Master Lan Yi, and Immortal Master Lan Yi was actually quite happy for Xiao Xian to find him to nag him, so why should he himself upset this little immortal because of these Tao children? This nearly a week together. The impression Xiao Hongji gave the martial artists was that although he would talk nonsense, he was still a nice person, and he didn't begrudge himself for the good deeds that he raised his hand for. Most importantly, he was very humanized and his emotions were obvious, unlike Immortal Master Lan Yi. Not to say that Immortal Master Lan Yi was bad, it was just that he was too high and too cold, a little bit inhumane. In the spacious but slightly complicated internal structure of the experimental building, Xiao Hongji quickly found Lan Yi. Lan Yi, who had already debugged the conflicting magnetic fields of Earthly Fury and Manhwa, resumed his mobile mode of floating in mid-air from time to time. His snow-white hair was like a biological tentacle, and in front of a yet-to-be-completed golden man, he was carrying out energized wire cutting and unique welding. The craftsmanship of the golden man cast by Lan Yi was very special. The one used was the mortise and tenon alloy jointing method from the artificial god realm Red Alert World, photoelectric divine state, controlling the magnetic field to perform nanoscale metal interpenetration bonding, which was also considered one of the unique stunts of the Blue Old Devil. Big Brother, I heard that there's going to be a war. I want to bring my assistants along. Xiao Hongji summoned up the courage to say. People are not grass and trees. Xiao Hongji these days is a teacher with elementary school students, junior high school students. Learning physics and chemistry is a little painful, but so many Taoist children to him is from the heart. Respect, in this era, will be regarded as a master. Never experienced being respected by people like this Xiao Hongji, feel that they should do something. He also has the ability. Right? Good. Lan Yi carefully sent a circle of nerve plexus that was rhythmically shaking as if it was breathing into the golden man's abdomen, and he seemed to anticipate that Xiao Hongji would come over to do so. Then Big Brother, I'm fine? Xiao Hongji suddenly felt a bit foolish. I'm not okay. Lonnie stopped moving after sending the nerve plexus into the golden man. The white hair rolled up a few pages of newspaper and handed it to Xiao Hongji. Xiao Hongji's face, who received the newspaper, suddenly twitched. The monster from Pohei stood at the head of Jinling City. The unspoken man-eating demon path is approaching Shujo. The destroyer of Chinese civilization is hunting down Confucian students. Big brother, this joke is really funny, I assure you. When you swing north and the martial artists GAGA messy kill, these Sema media will absolutely kneel unconditionally to lick you. The speed of sliding kneeling is 3 times faster than those self-media in the main world. It wouldn't be journalism without chutzpah. That's not what I'm asking you to read. There's an arrangement I've given you in the blank space at the bottom of the newspaper. Lonnie paused before he was reminding the teaser. Oh. Xiao Hongji was instantly ashamed and hurriedly bowed his head. Oops, one is really ashamed of oneself, actually thinking that Big Brother Lonnie would care about such news. But you're right, when I go north, they'll have to kneel down and lick me. I'll pull out all their tongues and warn them what the consequences of talking nonsense are. Lon also spoke leisurely. Pulling out tongues, Big Brother, you're just making a metaphor, right? An exaggeration or something. Literally just. Lon also rightfully said, he can endure pleasing lace news, but absolutely cannot endure rumor smearing. Do not know the meaning of the clown if just engage in flowery work will not enrage the strong man, but the clown if he has already got carried away to rise to the level of insults, then the strong man will tell the clown, his anger is how to burn everything. Xiao Hongji bowed his head with some hairiness. He saw the arrangement Lon Yi had given him. The martial artist group had a disadvantage that wasn't really a disadvantage in the current war. That was that the numbers were a bit small. If they were split up, then even if cheap practitioner martial artists were piled on top of them, then the number of people would be even smaller. If it was just a rout, there was naturally no problem on the side of the martial artists, but if they were to capture prisoners, the cheap practitioner martial artists wouldn't necessarily be able to capture many even if they ran off their 2 legs and ran their innate chi to exhaustion. The harm caused by routed soldiers in any era is extremely serious. Lonnie went north, and what he wanted was not a rotten north. He needed Xiao Hong to specialize in dealing with these routed soldiers. The Blue Tao could control water vapor, and after energizing the gold people could be close to abundant water sources, and could create a sea of clouds near the Shujo battlefield, plus the assistance of the Taoist children. The Dharma sword-wielding Xiao Hongjuan could completely live the addiction of an enthroned Taoist priest, and the Taoist art that Lonnie had prepared for him to control the field to capture prisoners was the Divine Heavenly Peak 5 thickets. Divine Heavenly Peak 5 lustrous fogs. This Daojitsu has a very large number of advancements. The basic form can play a role. There is deception of perception, obscuring the line of sight, in multiple battlefields as long as the spread of this Daojitsu, then when the time comes there is no need to worry about routing the troops. The most important thing is, although this Dao art was produced by the Divine Peak, but the execution of it actually has no requirements for the life cluster, as long as one is holding a Dharma sword with pre-inputted commands. Even a Dao child who doesn't even sense the life cluster can do so by locally controlling the thickness of the 5 foggy weather and obscuring the fog, and letting an ordinary person spin around in it. Of course, with Blue Tao, controlling the field would be even more convenient and simple. The Conquest space put Xiao Hong specializing in coming over was not a vacation. The horn of war was blowing now. For the sake of Xinghan, Xiao Hongji needed to go to war. Big Brother promised to complete the task. Looking at the arrangement from above, Xiao Hongji, who had come to this world and finally felt that he could do what was right for himself and at the same time something meaningful, immediately led the order. Xiao Hongji was already attached to this world. Even if Lan also did not say, he also planned to apply for the battlefield. He had already reached the stage of lighting up the life bush. In the battlefield is not a weak chicken that needs to be taken care of by a martial artist, but a spellcaster that can help his side. Besides, there was also Blue also Wholesale's magic sword. When the Qing court side saw the foreigners who took the stage with the magic sword at that time, it was estimated that the phobia of the foreigners plus the phobia of the Blue was going to attack together. Chapter 60 Fantasy Moment. The place of Shujo has been the scene of more than 50 large-scale conquests over the generations. It is difficult to discuss the rights and wrongs. But historians have invariably noted that it was on this ancient battlefield that the rise and fall of how many dynasties were decided, here and there. That is why, since ancient times, there has been talk of asking for the center of the world. Today's son of heaven is young, no more than a 3-year-old child. The absurd situation caused by the mayor and the harem interfering in politics is even more of a lesson from the past. In order to cope with the south side of the rebellious demon, so now leading the country's military and political power, is today's rich and powerful regent. This is also the popularity of His Highness. This regent does have two brushes. He knows very well that his ability to control the power is the choice of the recalcitrant gentry who realize that something bad is about to happen and that an epic disaster is about to sweep in from the south and hit them. The temporary retreat of the foreigners, and the secret arch-fire support, gave him the opportunity to pull a faction, fight a faction, and stabilize the power in his hands. If there is no cannibalistic demon in the south is pressing. The regent's headache is the cabinet formation, and the Qing court's decent stepping down matters. However, nowadays, step down? If you step down, who's going to help us hold off the blue demon? Lest that group of murderous martial artists wreak havoc on our patrimony. As long as you can hold off Lani. That what all good to say, to money, to people, foreigners left behind the armament, all the way to invite the real monks, and martial arts, right, our great country's martial arts scholar to choose a 10 or 8 out of the real monks, and real monks' blessing, how are better than that demon road, right? The Qing court this has been the line will be wooden broken chariot, in this land vested interests and the reluctance, actually staggered to be started again, cobbled together a number of extremely complex composition, personnel composed of a variety of people, the number of more than 100,000 troops, south ready to kill and the martial arts group. The first battle is the decisive battle, a battle to determine the end of the world. In the words of the people of Donyang, the rise and fall of the imperial state, in this battle. Shujo. This ancient battlefield became the focus of the regent's research at this time. This place has developed land and water transportation, canals and railroads. The mobilization of personnel and materials converge in this very convenient, even with the Qing court can only use tragedy to describe the mobilization force, in a week's time are able to disregard the attrition and deaths and injuries to get out of 100,000 troops to the Battle of the South, in terms of the number of people, to the martial arts group is a crushing advantage. According to the scouts' returns, the martial artists in the South, the land of Jinling combined, did not exceed 10,000. 100,000 against 10,000, the advantage is mine. As much as His Royal Highness the Regent would like to say that, it can only be used to fool the group of soldiers, who might have been peasants in the field the day before yesterday. 10,000 martial artists. Even if these 10,000 martial artists were not all Lanvajra like the Qi practicing Di Chang, not great magi like the God practicing powerful one, it was enough to make any army in this era scared to death when they were in a field battle, and a blue also immortal master was an unsolvable nightmare. The big-head soldiers are not clear. But the upper echelons of the people understand, instead of coming to kill, it is better to say that they are the chips together, south to find the blue also immortal master armed parade ready to negotiate. If immortal master Lan did not compromise, then so many of them, all of them will die for him to see, that's right, is to die for him to see. As if as long as enough people die, Lani would soften his heart, would stop, and would sit down and talk. Anyway, before the big-headed soldiers died clean, pampered people like the regent would not die. As for the others, probably because of the anxiousness that was deeply hidden in their hearts after they were hurriedly roaring for air and being rushed to the ducks to go out on the battlefield, they had already arrived in Shujo, and it was rumored that the martial arts army had also sailed to the vicinity of Shujo. It's just that they haven't picked up the enemy yet. The scouts were still scouting. Your Highness, now that our morale is booming, why don't we just go ahead and kill them directly? The one who spoke from the side was Yuan Pang. This great officer who was forced to have foot problems but still controlled the northern army was invited by the regent king. The regent king was very bold. His promise to Lani was the entire Jiangshan, and his promise to Yuan Pang was half of the Jiangshan, plus the promise of a future Zen seed, before this military talent was lured over. Yuan Gong is not in a hurry, Zhang Zhenren, Master Nima, and their blessings are not yet over. The gold-armored divine soldiers and silver-armored divine generals of the front army are still in preparation, and their divine power has not yet accumulated to the top. The regent said with confidence. Yuan Pang's big head visibly twitched and shook a few times. In addition to the golden-armored divine soldiers and silver-armored divine generals, the shaman's prayers to invoke the northern dragon's chi to devour the demonic path's chi, and the practices of the many masters to cast incantations will also be able to tell that the demon's heart and chi to fail, and that he will die when he goes into battle. Finished. He had come over to give away his head. Yuan Pang'ai showed a trace of despair. He brought 30,000 family, the results of teammates of this kind of play God's excellent goods. If not, he dreamed of being the emperor, now is really want to give up and leave. No hurry, no hurry. 100,000 people is not 100,000 pigs. This battle may still have a chance. Those martial artists are still afraid of heavy machine guns and bombs and cannons, so they may be able to traumatize them and create an opportunity. Just when Yuan Pang's side was fishing for the throne and racking his brain, cold light flashed in the eyes of the cheerful regent. Oh, all want to push him to fight with the martial arts people, when things cannot be cleaned up to push him out to bear the wrath of the blue also, and then the trend of counterattack to surrender, relying on a military service want to retain more benefits, or is to change his face and cast into the martial arts group to enjoy the advantage of resources? How in the world can such a good thing happen? Since you guys have pushed me out to die, then I will take you all with me. What flickered in the regent's eyes was an imperceptible look of madness. The messenger he had sent to the south had already been flayed and hanged at the head of Jinling City, and Lan Yi's attitude was always the same, to completely crush and destroy them. They have long since run out of retreat, many grassroots origin martial arts groups, the first to bombard the squire, to establish a new set of rules. Before the foreigners left, in Yenjing's military factory secretly got a batch of special bombs to him. The effect of this batch of bombs is said to be very good, even martial artists by definition have no way to avoid that pervasive attack. Using the special bombs, if they were taken by surprise, they might be able to kill a group of martial artists, and would definitely make Lan feel the pain. Blue would definitely be furious. At that time, everyone would die together. Wouldn't it be better if he was really destined and got lucky and accidentally killed the arrogant Lan Yi? Backhandedly, he would be able to turn the tables on these guys who were eyeing the throne and had evil intentions, directly killing them all, heads rolling. Now is the time, the moment of fantasy. The regent, Yuan Peng, people from all walks of life, and strange people are all fantasizing. In fantasy. As if a carriage blindly rushing straight into the named martial artists, hidden in the fog of war, silent lofty high walls. Chapter 61 Witch Hunt. Uniform style black and gray military uniforms. The sturdy and robust body, sharp and fierce sight, silent and murderous aura, and the iron blood aura that came to the face were the gallant martial artists of this world's river civilization, reawakened after a lapse of many years with their charging aura. Although there are rifles and pistols on the body, but walking in this thin smoke silent martial artists, apparently more in favor of their own fists and feet or customary weapons, they are like the smoke walking in the evil spirits, seemingly walking actually very fast, scattered like a swimming fish through the front. They often dozens of people a small team. There is some kind of invisible traction between each other, the goal is clear towards the end of the north, the piece of camping Qing court army roaming over. In this diffuse mist, from time to time, scattered and indistinct gunfire could be heard. After the sound of gunfire, there is often an uncontrollable human panic screams, and that screams immediately came to an abrupt end, leaving only a masterless warhorse frightened and aimlessly scurrying, but how there is no way to run out of this thin misty fog. The gasping warhorse was beyond panic. It is a wild beast. The instincts of wild beasts were sharp. A date red warhorse felt, it accidentally scurried into a herd of lions and tigers, each lion and tiger body diffused through the hunting and killing, are in the living death of its nerves, as if the fangs of lions and tigers cannot wait to be pierced into the throat, drink hot blood, the whole world is turned into the color of the blood of anger. The date red warhorse suddenly stopped. It came to the river without realizing it. Here it encountered something incomprehensible, something that had not existed in this world in the past. This thing was 5 meters tall, huge and heavy, exactly the same as the terrifying upright ape in overall outline. This metal giant elephant that exuded two distinctly different auras of icy coldness and searing heat was emitting a bizarrely fluctuating bright light from its eyes, shining down on the monstrous river, turning waves of river water into water vapor uprooting the ground in a violent vaporization. Immediately after that it heard human voices. The rough and wild voice came from above the golden man. "Oh, this horse sells pretty well, jia, it suits me." Zhao Jian fiercely jumped down from the golden man and sat his butt on the warhorse. Ka! The date red warhorse didn't say a word, its limbs snapped like sugarcane, its internal organs sparsely shot out from its anus, and its eyes instantly filled with blood and burst open, obviously unable to withstand the fierce heavenly general's terrifying tonnage of sinews and the impact of the fall, and it directly passed away in an extremely gruesome way of death. Oops! Zhao Jian scratched his head in embarrassment. This savage bear of yours, you don't have to use any skill at all. There's no livestock that can be tossed around by you like this. Next to him, a middle-aged man who was gentle and wore glasses, holding an abacus and a magic sword in his hand, said helplessly. He was one of the Dao children assigned to this golden man. As a Dao child with superior mental arithmetic skills and Dao knowledge in the top 10 of his class, Mo Qianqian had gained the respect of the fierce heavenly general by operating the golden man, creating the environment of the battlefield, and casting the Dao art of 5 mist. Making a joke, without malicious ridicule, was not considered a thing. Zhao Jian also hemmed and hawed and stood up from his horse skin, patiently guarding the side of the golden man. All 12 golden men of Jinling City drove to Shujo. Shujo City is 10 miles south of the store. The terrain was flat and the canal ran through it, making it a good venue for armed parades and showing off chips, as well as a good hunting ground for martial arts groups to open their big nets and start hunting. 12 golden figures, laid out along the 2 parallel canals leading to Shujo City. Under the operation of the Tao children. Each golden man in a very short period of time can from the river channel through the agitation of spiritual energy will be a large number of water vapor shocks stripped blowing to the high altitude, and these water vapor in the blue also preset strong magnetic field traction through the node area of the Shaohong specialists. The use of the blue Tao, as far as possible, will be mobilized in accordance with the pre-input procedures of the Taoist art of the 5 fetid dreams. The 5 mist. After being improved by Lan Yi, it could not only spread out 5 miles. It was not just a 5-mile spread. Rather, it was a piece of river water as a skeleton, 4 meters high, 1,000 meters wide, and a length of 5 kilometers of fog veil area. In this area, the beings that were affected by the 5-mile fog would all lose their sense of direction, and the ability to spread sound was greatly reduced, so for ordinary people, there wasn't much difference between a wall of fog that spread over like this and a deathly desperate situation. Even if it is a Tao art that has no direct killing power, it could still turn the tide of heaven and earth in a war. This was the dreadfulness of Tao arts. It was also why in many artificial god realms, Taoist arts were strictly controlled by the rulers, while martial arts were actively promoted instead. At this moment, Lan Yi was hovering 3,000 meters above this battlefield. In his colorless eyes that glowed silver white, the messy colors that represented the enemy had been completely swallowed up by the mist, while the bright blue that represented the martial artists was acting like bloodthirsty wolves, tearing and encircling the messy colors, and the 12 golden men were slowly advancing along with the battle line. A little further north was Shujo City. Golden men with martial artists. It could be said that this era was invincible in land warfare. There is no suspense in winning or losing this battle. What is in suspense is how many captives can be left behind. Regardless of how many prisoners, this artificial god world of the Star Han, there will be no more power to block the unification of the North and the South. A newborn empire will rise on this planet, and the first thing this newborn empire has to do is to wash away the shame on the body, and if the fastest way to wash away the shame. Lan Yi's gaze could not help but cast to the east. Not only the east. North, west, south, blue also looked over in turn. Must be at this moment, these directions, there are many people in curiosity, in anxiety. Xinghan for them has become a black hole of information. Even if they withdrew their power is still vigilant in the rising empire, more vigilant and afraid of the existence of blue also easily changed the dynasty of the transcendent power. Lan Yi's appearance proves that there must be a transcendent power in this world. This power might be the key to fighting against Lan Yi in the future, or else Lan Yi would be unstoppable on this planet. Therefore, in the Eastern Yang, Southern Ocean, Western region, and Northern borderlands, as long as there were places where there were powers of the great powers, a new round of witch hunting plus searching for transcendence was kicked off under the heavy bounties. This time period. Most of the main world spiritual cultivators who had been put into this world by the Conquest space, with the exception of Lan Yi and Shaohong specialized, had already chosen to complete the trial and return. But there was still a small portion. Spiritual cultivators who were in a safer position and possessed a certain amount of power and ambition, attempting to maximize the benefits of the first artificial god realm, or who had triggered certain missions, were still staying here. Most of them. All of them were relatively far away from Xinghan. For this era, it was the end of the world. However, there was one spiritual cultivator who was good and dead, close to Xinghan, and because of the fate clump, in recent times, he had become famous in Dongyang Shintoism, and was living a very nourishing little life, with his status catching up with that of Abe Haruaki, and as a result, the white-skinned foreigners suddenly came. Chapter 62 The Mad King. The sensational witch hunts in Dongyang and other places were put aside for now. Star Han Land, Shujo Battlefield. When the strange white mist roamed over, the 100,000 troops led by the Qing regent, among them the group of heroic Taoist soldiers and Buddhist soldiers, mercenaries, the old army and new army, and the army of strong men all fell into panic without exception. There were many sources of panic. In the white mist of the ghost, as if the mandrill ghosts of the martial artists. No matter how you cannot go out of the fog-shrouded ghosts hit the wall. At the end of the mist loomed, like a demon god-like huge figure. But the biggest terror. Or the people around them. Don't even need the army-ized martial artists how to attack and kill and tear. This so-called 100,000 strong army, the rabble fell into panic. The 5 fogs didn't have the means to interfere with the mind, even if Lan Yi was in the sky very bad intentionally using microwaves to irradiate them, making them distracted, but even ordinary people overcoming difficulties were able to ignore this little bit of interference. However, the panic of the people around them, the thrill of being dragged into the white mist by a martial artist, the backstabbing of not being able to trust each other, and the suspicion that they were going to be betrayed by their superiors as a bargaining chip all intensified the collapse of this group of people who were on tenterhooks. It was an immortal. They had actually gotten carried away and dared to go against the immortals. What should they do now to beg for the immortals' forgiveness? This rabble is already riddled with internal conflicts and has its own set of contempt chains. You call me a northern foreign accent, I call you a southern goon, you discriminate against and suppress the Han Chinese, I gawk at the Hutu, you spit in my pot, I take thee and throw your rice bowl, not to mention eating the marshal's food, allegiance to the marshal, allegiance is optional, there is a pattern, there are as many factions as there are under the region's press, or indifference. The northern army led by Yuan Pang was badly hit, and gradually became a target in the panic. Because they are the elite. Elites naturally have arrogance, look down on miscellaneous brands, marching at every turn to scold, robbing miscellaneous brands of things, rely on an officer to pull the wrong side of the fight, these seemingly indifferent things, but at this moment has become a powder keg fuse. In the sky overlooking the misty region, as if watching a wargame of Blue Old Devil, feel interesting, finger to a quarrel extremely violent place hooked. The Qing court troops who had already intensified their conflict to the point of pushing and shoving their limbs and racking their guns to curse each other suddenly shrank their necks. Bang! Some unlucky guy's gun suddenly went off. After the gunshot was dead silence. The two sets of people looked at each other with shock, despair, fear, but more animalistic. The bestiality that has been broken and must be vented out. Mother-er. The northern army is killing the southerners. The Tartars are killing the Han Chinese. Rebellion. Rebellion. The Han dogs are revolting. Kill the Qing demons. Welcome the immortal master. A camp of 100,000 people, in an instant at least a dozen kinds of chaotic slogans were shouted out, directly blowing up the camp. Immediately came a series of crackling gunfire. Many unlucky people who were caught unawares were instantly pierced by the bullets into a soaring blood gourd, and then the interior of the camp instantly became a smoke-filled inferno on earth. Haha, couldn't help but take off. Lon also looked happy. He just created a misfire, the last reactionary obstacle to unify the North and South fought on their own, and fought especially fiercely, as if they did not share the same enemies. Blue Old Devil was originally boring, I want to see the blood flow into the river. Now it is blood flowing into the river. Literally, blood flows into a river, hundreds and thousands of people die in an instant, and the blood in their bodies gurgles out directly, converging into a small stream in the small strands of the strife-ridden purgatory, creating a large puddle of blood, which ultimately flows into the canal and dyes the river bright red. In turn, this river of blood was vaporized by the 5 misty fog. The white mist quickly turned into a blood mist. This was now truly a blood-colored hell on earth. The Qi practitioners at the forefront looked dumbfounded. Unable to withstand a single blow, the earth's chickens and dogs, killing each other, incomprehensible. Was this the lords of all colors who rode over them in the past? In the past, they said how they are wise and godly, benefit the people, strategize, even if the foreigners beat the out of them, but also still bravely resist? It turns out that they are not even as good as the on the ground. There are many martial artists who suddenly feel at this moment. It seems that in addition to the blue also immortal master, even if it is the emperor's old man, there is no big deal in this world. Then the next. The Qi practitioner martial artists coincidentally revealed a dangerous sardonic smile. At the same time, the central army camp. Braving the chaotic gunfire, Yuan Peng, who had no idea who was hitting who, trotted in under the cover of his own soldiers, holding his military cap. This foot disease big shot came in and said to the regent king in a furious manner, "Your Majesty, why don't you suppress the camp tsunami?" Yuan Peng was a bit furious. His northern army had suffered heavy losses in several towns, inexplicably his own people had beaten up his own people, and some squad rows had been completely reimbursed. Why suppress it? The regent was looking relaxed at the moment, as if the camp whistling chaos outside had nothing to do with him. Yuan Peng could not help but choke, staring at the regent in death. This prince, whom the squire group had pushed to power under hopelessness, seemed to have become different somewhere. You voted for the demon? Yuan Peng was all startled by this sudden thought of his. Ha! Ha! If I really manage to vote for Lan Yi, you guys will die without even knowing how. The regent suddenly clapped his hands and laughed, and in his laughter was a vicious resentment that could not be stopped. Lord Yuan, start with your teacher. Your group of lackeys just lying on the court to suck blood, one by one sucked that called full of brain fat, red light, 80 birthday or marrying concubines. Now looking at the court is dying, you guys want to jump ship? And want to take its place? The regent king who slowly got up looked gradually hideous. He was a capable prince. Precisely because he was capable, he despaired at the current situation where his own kingdom was not only unprotectable, but also usurped by the lackeys. It's not good to do? Then don't do it. What bull real masters, those ridiculous curse practice, are the regent king intentionally act. He is acting like this, in order to let the last trace of possible usurpation of the kingdom of the northern army up and down to follow their own south. Going to run headlong into the iron wall that the cannibalistic demonic path cannot possibly overcome. I can lose. But the family slaves can never win. This is the idea that the imperial clan carries through. At least the regent is convinced by Lan. People are immortals. In the Puhai, Jinling hard to sink the big ships of the foreigners, the army are bombarded to the fall, defeat in the hands of such a being, that is naturally acceptable. But what are you Yuan Pang? Selling your master for honor and betraying your trust. Just with you are also qualified to think about the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains? Your braid hasn't even been shaved yet. You. You're crazy. Yuan Pang was so angry that he actually spat out a mouthful of blood when he was infuriated by this crazy king. Then he sat on the ground with a face like ashes. It was over, it was all over. His family's foundation was all trapped and died in this blood mist. After this battle, there will no longer be any power in the north that can impede the northern expedition of the martial arts group. Even the Dongyang people cannot stop the martial arts angry soldiers' blade pushed to the sea, even across the sea to pounce on the world. Chapter 63 Capturing Captives. It was just as Lan Yi had predicted. The battle that decided the unification of the north and south of Xinghan ended in a resounding victory for the martial artists. On the side of the martial artists, aside from the very few unlucky ones who happened to die violently from stray bullets drilling into their brains from their eyes, the leathery and durable martial artists didn't even have many wounded. They were like a pack of wolves running, and after a few waves of tentative charging and pulling, they were led by fierce heavenly General Zhao Jian who charged straight in, 10,000 people divided into a dozen or so waves, with the chi practicing adults as the crests of the waves, and the god practicing martial artists as the waves, accomplishing the feat of braving the rain of bullets and bullets, pushing the enemy army sideways, and chiseling through the enemy formation. What really bothered the martial artists? It was the catching of prisoners after the battle. Even with Taoist control, this group of routed soldiers were still able to run. Within the blood mist was put on the fear debuff. Caught by the martial artists without looking, they did not know where to run. Most of the martial artists were still merciful. In the face of enemy troops who had already discarded their armor and thrown away their weapons, there was no talk of killing a dozen or so of the cheap bastards for intimidation, cutting off their heads to make the rest of them honest. Instead, it was like an eagle catching chickens. One by one, the men were caught, tied up and thrown on the blood-puddled, muddy ground. In the end, it was Xiao Hongji who threw up in his mouth who thought of a good solution. He directly ordered the Taoist boy to drive the golden man over. A 5-meter-tall golden man with a stern metallic aura all over his body was definitely a totem that could stabilize the heart and mind in an army whose military spirit had collapsed. As soon as the 12 golden men drove over, the captives, one by one, stopped running around and instead knelt down in extreme fear, bowing down to the golden men and martial artists. In their eyes, the golden men were divine statues. And the martial artists who were invulnerable to swords and spears were divine surrogates. What about immortal Master Lan Yi? When Lan Yi casually plucked away the blood mist to reveal the straight passageway, letting the dusky sunset rays spill down from high above, bathing in this blood color, immortal Master Lan Yi, in everyone's eyes he was a living god. Quite a number of the captives only realized at this time how ridiculous they were, that they were actually attempting to make an enemy out of the immortal master. What is the enemy? Who are they to be the enemy? Up to this point, the essence of this army of 100,000 was completely crushed. The regent was captured. He and the rest of the bunch of real masters and shaman divine humans were treated as gifts by Zhao Jian and captured in front of Lan Yi as an offering. Immortal Master Lan Yi. The regent who lifted the table to die together was covered in blood. When he was brought before Lan Yi, who was hovering in front of the golden man, the madness unconsciously receded and his legs were trembling violently. For the sake of you putting me in a relaxed mood, he'll do it faster later. Lan Yi noticed the exchange between the regent and Yuan Peng in the sky. The odd thinking that this house slave had to lose was something that made immortal Master Lan Yi feel indescribable black humor. What a class act. The regent's crazy behavior did save Lan Yi some time. Many thanks, Immortal Master. The regent was suddenly relieved. He was going to die, but after he died, more people in the north, even the foreigners, would die, and more miserably. Lonnie would never stop, and he couldn't help but feel a lot more comfortable when he thought about it that way. Any last words? Lon also encouraged him to say more. Nope. Swish. On the side of the Zhaojian palm knife violently swish over, the regent's head flew out in an instant, not yet flew out 2 meters by the iron tower like sinewy monster fished back, a hard rock-like face as on the blue also Immortal Master extruded a naive smile to. Lon also wanted to speak but stopped. It seems like the regent still has last words, right? But it didn't matter. Immortal Master, those real masters, what are you going to do with them? Zhao Jian inquired naively. The real-life masters who could go to war were already not ordinary real-life masters, basically all participated in the activities of cursing Lonnie and searching for Lonnie's ancestral graves, and now they were caught over one by one crying out in vain, stating that they were all frauds pretending to be gods and goddesses, and that they absolutely did not dare to offend the immortals without any real skills off. For these people Blue also Immortal Master's opinion is very practical. With the spread of martial arts and Taoism under the rule, some of the godly crooks also began to deceive under the banner of Taoism and martial arts, although they could not deceive the martial artists, but with the promotion of martial arts and Taoism, its benefits are numerous, and there will always be people anxious to be fooled. It's very necessary to break down feudal superstitions. These real-life masters are good teaching materials. Zhao Jian heard and understood. Blue also Immortal Masters do not care to kill these crooks, but also did not intend to let them go. One by one they are what a big temple big road view of the crooks. Weekdays are not less powerful, blood-sucking and harming people, that the next regular parade criticism, hanging lash is their destiny. After dealing with the prisoners that need to be dealt with by themselves, Lon Yi then arranged. You arrange for a group of people to take over Shujo City. Willow White Ape and Overdrive Chang have broken through to practicing God. When we're done dealing with Shujo, the 2 of them will stay behind and the rest of the practicing gods will continue northward, bringing along your retinue to take over the large and small cities along the railroad. The city power plants must be kept intact, and the cultivation of the Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus must not be delayed. A few practicing god martial artists, bringing along a few hundred practicing chi. Just them went all the way north. The north no longer had any battle-ready soldiers, defendable people, usable power, or gatherable hearts, and it wasn't a matter for the god-practicing martial artists to fight through the remaining paper tigers. In the entire Starhan, there was no longer any force that could stop the group of martial artists from completing their unification and establishing an empire with a very different force picture. Honor Immortal Master's order. Zhao Jian immediately respectfully arched his hand, and then he guessed something. Then Immortal Master you? I'm going to make a trip to the east. There's someone there who needs to be resolved, and his life bush is still going to be a bit of a problem if left unattended. Lan Yi's first stage goal had a little bit of a small tail left. Dong Yang was that little bit of tail. He needed a Xinghan empire where aura was revived and martial arts flourished. This empire would, in the future, constantly provide the main world with anchoring Dao markers, and martial artists and Daoists would completely change the entire artificial god realm's underlying operating logic, and as the ultimate karmic creator of this recovery feast, according to the judgment of the high-dimensional computers, he was fully qualified to take over this artificial god realm in the back. It was not a matter of opening the channel and occupying it by force even if he controlled the artificial god realm. The authority of the artificial god realm. In fact, it is the most important, but also the blue is also the backing world, and the main world to put the bottom line. High risk, high gain. The first artificial god realm gains were maximized, and for spiritual energy cultivators, the early stages could just not give a damn about the old order of the main world collapsing, while the main world would instead have to come over licking their chops and begging for cooperation. Immortal Master, are you going to Donyang alone? Should I bring that pussy Zhao Xikong with me? It's still quite convenient for him to run errands. Zhao Jian ended his voice and suggested carefully. Zhao Xikong was Lan Yi's shadow. Even if Immortal Master Lan Yi went on a killing spree at that time and slaughtered Dongyang, Zhao Xikong wouldn't say a word. Don't ask, asking is a natural disaster. As soon as the fierce heavenly general's words fell, the next moment a materialized shadow instantly blinded his eyes and throat. Chapter 64 Peach Blossom Village. Suddenly came the shadow, with unknown terror, latent sharpness. Even Tai Ta also hit from the bottom of the heart to feel the sting. Zhao Jian hurriedly closed his eyes at the sight and blocked the front of his throat with one hand as a palm. Gold and iron struck each other, and the concussive sound that made people want to vomit resounded in this blood-colored wilderness. Clang! when the cadre of martial artists turned their heads to look at this place. Zhao Xikong with a cold face was already taking his hands back into his sleeves. In the afterglow of the setting sun, his hands, although a chaotic shadow, gave people an inexplicable hair-raising ice-cold meaning, as if there was some kind of blade hidden in it. Zhao Jian, on the other hand, was grimacing, looking somewhat pained. The eyelids of his eyes had white marks from violent scraping, while the palm of his hand in front of his throat looked like it had been hit by something heavy, obviously dented with a small crater, and there was no way for the dented flesh to recover for a moment, so it was obviously injured, only that this point wasn't a serious injury. If there were other god-practicing martial artists here, they would definitely be incredibly surprised. Fierce Heavenly General's Iron Tower Dragon Elephant Physique. That was the exaggeration of being able to charge forward against heavy machine gun fire without any injuries. Putting it amongst martial artists would have to be described as perverted. And Zhao Xikong was actually able to injure Zhao Jian with one strike. This was enough to show that the Shadow Heaven General's mindscape was not even able to completely exempt Zhao Jian. Mouthless, you'll die sooner or later with that mouth of yours. Zhao Xikong taught this simpleton a lesson, then bowed respectfully to Lan Yi. Taking liberties in front of an immortal master, Xikong is out of line, please punish the immortal master. Lan Yi waved his hand indifferently. He's called you a sissy, it doesn't matter if you beat him up, martial artists should be bloodthirsty. Thank you, Immortal Master. Zhao Xikong let out a sigh of relief. Immortal Master, I was wrong, I shouldn't have called him a sissy behind his back. Zhao Jian was a bit unconvinced. Lan Yi glanced at Zhao Jian with a few deep glances in his eyes, and Zhao Jian, who originally still had provocative intentions, instantly stood upright without looking away. Even if he was as strong as the fierce Heavenly General's physique, he didn't want to go and eat a round of thunder, or an even more terrifying Taoist palm thunder. That thing wasn't something that could be resisted by relying on the innate one qi. Immortal Master Lan Yi was able to subdue this group of ogre and tiger-like martial artists without the slightest restriction on them. It wasn't nobility of character that he relied on. Rather, it was a deadly force that far exceeded them 100-fold. Speak up, what happened when you rushed over here? Lan Yi signaled Zhao Xikong to continue. According to the arrangement, Zhao Xikong should be screening prisoners right now. A letter came from Jinling City. Miss Yun Puki was supposed to send a time contact from Peach Blossom Village today, but there's no sign of the messenger. Arrangements have been made for someone to go to the Peach Blossom Village to find out what's going on, and there's an understanding of what you instructed. There's movement in the rat hole so soon? Lan Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that the rat hole was more active than he had imagined, and couldn't wait to function as soon as he found signs of innate aura. According to most cases of rat holes in the artificial god realm, Yun Puki and the others should have been caught in the middle of some special event, and now that the coverage of aura revival wasn't quite a complete reversal of the situation for this planet, he should be able to cope with it himself. Tribute Pearl. Should be related to water. Just don't know what type of rat hole it is. Generally speaking, as long as it's not the kind of crumbling artificial god realm fleeing out of the earth, spiritual cultivators have the means to clear the rat hole. If it was really bad, they could also shut it down completely. Go bring Xiao Hong specialized over. Lan also instructed Zhao Xikong, this guy's blue Tao should come in handy. As you command. Zhao Xikong slightly owed his body, the whole person quickly wrapped in the shadows, toward the place where the setting sun could not cover the whirlwind whoosh sound into a few breaths of effort in the disappearance of the trace. See Zhao Jian just want to relax a little. Blue also a death stare glanced over, he immediately stand. Xiao Hongji's face was very bad when he was brought over. As a laborer living in a peaceful area and enjoying a peaceful environment, the bloodiest image he had ever faced was probably the slaughter of livestock, and he had never had the experience of going to war. The battlefield that was professionalized man-to-man killing. In the battlefield, as the most common is a variety of similar tragic deaths, and most of the tragic deaths, more or less related to their own, not to mention the ordinary people, even if it is a professional soldiers, are inevitable mental problems. Xiao Hongji was on the verge of mental problems. But once he saw the blue also. The mental problem is somehow better. Probably compared to the mental pain, as long as there is no complete madness, then no matter who, have to think about it, the blue also Immortal Master crazy up the spectacular seen it. That would not be as simple as a river of blood. God knows how many means in the hands of Immortal Master Lan Yi that would make one's life worse than death. Get ready, later you and I will go to Peach Blossom Village. Lan Yi was straightforward and opened the door. Good. Xiao Hong specialized in nodding his head. This working youth from the main world, after having gone through the battlefield test of blood and fire, his voice had a few less of the usual jumpiness in it, and more of the calmness and reliability of a mature man. Big brother, do you need me to bring the golden man over? Xiao Hong specialized in inquiring. No need, the golden man is too bulky and heavy, it's too much effort to bring it over. When the time comes, using your blue Tao will be enough. Lan also casually explained, with a move of his hand, Manhwa, to build a strong magnetic field. The magic swords in the circle behind him flew out and began to transform into a more suitable form for riding. Xiao Hongji's face, which was already pale, turned even paler as the not-so-good memories of the air emerged. It's time to ride this damn thing again. There was nothing he could do if he didn't sit on it. Immortal Master Lan Yi was already very rewarding, so he couldn't let Immortal Master Lan Yi hang onto him and fly, could he? Let's go, if you perform well, when I go to Dongyang later, I can consider taking you with me. Lan Yi moisturized and threw out the bait that the genealogy was enough to single out. Xiao Hongji's eyes immediately lit up. This was a condition that the Star Han people of the main world could not refuse. Even if it was only the artificial god realm's Dongyang. Big brother, don't say anything, go through fire and soup. Xiao Hongjuan slammed his chest. His name was Red and Specialized, which was given to him by his grandfather. Xiao Hongji doesn't care what one Liang, reflection, peace, he is going to go out. A mouthful of Star Han people should be out of the gas. Be taken to death. Although the blue old devil could only solve problems by force quite often, if he could, he was also the one who would use more convenient and harmless means, especially when it came to the cultivators of the river civilization. As long as the goal could be achieved, means and tools were secondary, and profit was always the eternal melody. There was no time to lose, so they set off immediately. Lan Yi took Xiao Hongji and directly catapulted off. After possessing the life cluster, Earthly Fury, Lan Yi's levitation speed was obviously much faster, and even with a single person, he was able to transform into a rainbow and fly. Xiao Hongji had to frequently mobilize the blue Tao to buffer himself, lest he get injured just by being carried flying. They had to go to Jinling first. Otherwise, without positioning and landmarks, flying around after nightfall was going to get lost. Chapter 65 Terror in the Peach Blossom Village. The Peach Blossom Nunnery is in the Peach Blossom Dock. The Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and picked peach blossoms for wine money. Peach Blossom Village was like most small villages in this era. The village is like most small villages in this era, with dozens of families. Relying on a small river. Sunrise and sunset, the whole village of the land add up to not much oil and water, eliminating the emergence of landlords. Even because of the nearby Peach Blossom Mountains, there is a Peach Blossom nunnery mood. From time to time there are attached to the elegance of the literati driving to this sightseeing, Peach Blossom Village villagers can occasionally from the body of these people to send a bet. However, at the moment the night-shrouded village. But the general silence of death. No chickens crowing, no dogs barking, even under the peach trees that roam the mountains, not even the sound of frogs chirping insects, even the sound of the evening wind has stopped. This is not like a village, more like a huge deserted grave. The peach forest under the moonlight was like a frozen scroll, and nothing moved in the forest. Yun Painchi and several martial artists stopped right in the middle of the forest. They all hid in the shadows of the tree trunks, each of them not saying a word, heads bowed and eyes closed. Because if they didn't, those who broke the rules in the next moment would die a horrible death. Even the martial artists who had practiced Qi to a great extent died without the slightest ability to fight back, transformed into ghostly things that were neither human nor tree in the peach blossoms that had appeared in an inexplicable manner. Yun Painchi's eyes were in deep despair at the moment. The third day they arrived here. On the third day of their arrival here, they were somehow plunged into a peach blossom village where the night is always dark and the moonlight is bright. Then the nightmarish horror unfolded, and they began to die continuously. A team of Qi practitioners, more than 20 of them exceeding the limits of ordinary people, including one Qi practitioner, in the unknown time lost here, 7 of them have been brutally twisted and killed without a fight. The things that killed them were moonlight, peach blossoms, water tanks, and lanterns. The unseen things would brutally kill them if they accidentally broke a certain rule. Turning living, breathing people into half-dead creepy things in front of them. Yun Huoqi didn't know how long they were trapped here. They couldn't feel hungry, thirsty, or even sleepy. Endlessly dodging unknown horrors that could strike at any moment, or watching some companion inexplicably die a horrible death right in front of their eyes. If not, they still have hope. It is estimated that at this moment would have already collapsed and fled in all directions. Their hope is naturally the 7-day timed contact. The Jinling side would then know that they had lost contact. At that time, there would definitely be a god-practicing powerhouse who would come over to investigate the reality, and it was even highly likely that Immortal Master Lan Yi would come over in person. The martial artists were desperately trying to protect Yun Pyoki because they believed that if Miss Yun died, even if they survived, their fate would definitely not be any better. Even if they died, if Miss Yun survived, then she, who was able to act on behalf of Immortal Master Lan Yi, would be able to have her own children or relatives taken care of and enter the shrine of loyal heirs to cultivate. A dark cloud drifted in the sky. The moonlight slowly converged. The crowd that was hiding like deadwood couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Click. Suddenly a crunching sound suddenly rang out in the quiet forest. A martial artist snapped his head down. His face was one of unbelief and deep despair. He subconsciously raised his head to look at his companions for help. The moonlight in the forest that had already dimmed suddenly turned bright. The brightness was even close to daylight. The moon hidden behind the dark clouds. At this moment, it was like the eye of a giant object, opening a large hole in the dark clouds and shining straight towards the peach forest. Damn evil spirit, when Immortal Master comes over, you will definitely... Knowing that it was hard to escape death, this martial artist suddenly charged forward. His mouth was a dying roar. There was no waiting for his roar to end. In the crowd's horrified gaze, his companion, who had run wildly for dozens of meters, was suddenly taken in by the bright moonlight, and his entire body instantly stiffened and froze in place. In the next moment his skin and membranes tore, his tendons and flesh ripped off, and all of his innate chi was turned into sustenance as a peach blossom with teeth, nails, and eyes extruded out of the fissure. Amidst the oozing sounds of breaking and chewing, the tragic dead martial artist's body began to lignify in an extremely bizarre manner, his twisted face becoming an inconspicuous pattern of pain on the trunk, the scattered limbs that feasted on his body exposing their sharp teeth with gums exposed in droves. Fingers tugged at mouths, mouths contain eyes, eyes with doorways, doorways with grotesque hoofed polypods, indescribable chaotic distortions striking chaos and fear straight from within. Many mouths let out a satisfyingly grotesque snicker. That horde of laughter turned into the night wind among the peach forests, rustling thousands of peach trees as if they were mourning. What in the world was that? There was no time to stop, no time to understand. While their companions died horribly, they forced themselves not to look, hurrying to escape from the ever brighter peach forest. That unseen thing was the only safe moment when it came to cannibalism. Along this three-way intersection in front of them, they were given some breathing room to escape back to the peach blossom village to take cover again. The martial artists who hurriedly ran away brought up gusts of strong winds, and the ground was stomped with a thud. Within the peach forest, a three-way intersection. Lonnie suddenly stopped in his tracks. Behind him, Xiao Hongji and the martial artist responsible for leading the way also stopped. There's movement. Lonnie listened sideways to the shape. This rat hole was more interesting and more disgusting than expected. Experienced spiritual energy cultivators could actually judge the type of rat hole from certain spiritual energy fluctuations in a certain area. Movement? The remaining two were equally quiet, leading the way. They hadn't heard anything. The night breeze, rustling leaves, all types of insects, and presumably flexible dogs howling far away in the mountains. Beyond that, they wouldn't have heard any movement. After Lan Yi's trio arrived at Peach Blossom Village, they learned through inquiries that Yun Paint-Chi and her group had inexplicably disappeared from the village 4 days ago. Because the martial artist's aura was too fierce and their physique too inhuman, the simple villagers didn't dare to approach them, and they simply didn't know how they disappeared. And this kind of inexplicable disappearance, in the history of Peach Blossom Village, is commonplace. Said to be missing, like tax evasion, violent death, change of identity, grass, and other messy reasons a lot. The district missing is nothing, is not worth deliberately to remember. Life is like grass is so. Blue also entered the Peach Blossom Village, started the colorless eyes. Colorless eyes. Breaking the color, piercing the illusion. The most commonly used curing Dao technique by Lan Yi, it besides providing psychic vision, other functions were also very practical. For example, at the moment in Lan Yi's field of vision, from the time he entered the Peach Blossom Village, all the way up to this peach forest, the entire space was actually drastically macroscopically distorted by a peculiar force. This twisting deception effect split the space into two. Only with the occasional faint leakage of spiritual energy was Lan Yi able to see the disturbances caused by the actions of the martial artists on the other side, as if they were silhouetted when they acted through a layer of thick gauze tent. The question now was, how were they going to get over to the other side? Chapter 66, Steel Armor Divine Thunder. If it was before he was reborn, Lan had 100 ways to get into a rat hole, and there was no problem lying down to get in. Now, there were still 100 ways. But the problem was that it took too much time. The boundary in the colorless eyes obviously had some kind of autonomous consciousness, and it clearly showed a sense of vigilance and resistance towards Lan. According to reason, it is so hungry and thirsty for the innate chi, on the body of a basic spiritual energy furnace blue also. It is just like the old man saw a great beauty, will not delay for a second, care about you this and that, directly open punch and finished. But it's on guard. This shows that the existence of the rat hole at the end of the boundary, able to manipulate such a majestic mindscape, has the biological instinct to avoid harm. Lonnie had pretty much locked onto Yun Pouchi's location. They should be back in the village. You guys head downwards back to the village first, prepare the blue towel, I'll fetch some water mist, you maintain the water mist in this shape next. Lan also intercepted a section of Manhwa and changed it into an extremely odd shape in the air. It was a kind of center with a point. And the point was surrounded by a model of a weakly, circular shockwave. Is this atomic nuclei and extranuclear electrons? Xiao Hongji said with less certainty. Lonnie had already flown away, and still gave Xiao Hongji a look of certainty before he left. After all, it was an undergraduate student. Most people think that the nucleus of the atom and the electrons outside the nucleus is the way the textbook draws, but in fact its real model is the blue also presented this. Xiao Hongjuan in fact is not completely sure, but just have some guesses. He looked at this left in front of his own model. There is a kind of enlightened feeling. Water vapor to maintain this shape can solve the problem at hand? Xiao Hongji felt that a knowledge blind spot was involved. At least the contents of the Taoist scriptures he had learned did not have the relevant knowledge of Taoism. Immortal Master Lan Yi had explained on the way here. The Peach Blossom Village appeared to be ordinary, but in reality it was shrouded by an invisible and colorless mindscape. This layer of mindscape was very thin. The quantity can be said to be close to nothing, but the quality of the top is extremely tough. Should be the existence of the original construction of the mouse hole left behind the power of the mind. This power at least have to practice the degree of virtual. All said martial arts is unreasonable, but how unreasonable it is? If it's thousands and thousands of years, even Taoist formations constructed by relying on the earth's veins and poles may fail due to aging for various reasons. And the power of the mind left behind by the martial arts powerhouse would not, even if tens of thousands of years of time passed, this peach forest remained as it was, maintaining its initial appearance. This special attribute of interfering with reality and being almost immortal. It was simply raping the foundation rules of the entire world. Lonnie quickly fetched a large mass of water vapor. Using the voodoo rope to quickly vaporize the water vapor, the Manhwa's strong magnetic field caused it to enter the ionic state, and an energy crystal was tapped into the center. The next step was when the blue Tao came into play. Xiao Hongji started to vibrate the ionized water vapor step by step according to the rhythm. He actually couldn't do such a delicate job. But at this moment, he was only a tool of Immortal Master Lan also, and had already given up thinking, inputting the commands of Blue Tao step by step as instructed. Lan also could manipulate the shape and fluctuation of ionic water vapor, but a ruler had its limits, and the life cluster on his body was definitely not as convenient and natural compared to Blue Tao. Moreover, it had to be done to a fine enough degree. It was only then that he was able to use spiritual energy in simple atomic models to cause interference and deception to the mindscape. Xiao Hongji wanted to say something. He still couldn't understand it until now. Of course he couldn't understand it. This was a key that continuously radiated an ionized pure energy thrown in all directions through spiritual energy, and each section of unique frequency energy had the potential to draw a reaction from the mindscape. This was equivalent to violently unlocking the door, constantly changing the shape of the key, adjusting the psychic energy core to fit at a frequency of 3,000 changes per second. Lan Yi's colorless eyes had already operated to their limit. His eyes were already stinging and heating up. Spiritual energy overload would reimburse this curing Daojutsu at any time, and walking on a tightrope, Lan Yi's eyes suddenly flickered. Follow me. How could this happen? How could this be? Didn't it just eat a human? According to the rules, it should have stopped for a long, long time before chasing after it. The truth was, the last person had only died not more than a few breaths before the moon in the sky was already chasing after it with impatience, and the huge figure of chaos in the dark, dead world let out an eerie, shrill laugh. Dangerous, huge, ferocious. As well as deeply incomprehensible. The terrifying thing from the Peach Blossom Village didn't look like it was going to act out. It was impatiently chasing after Yin Pain Chi and the rest of them, and the commotion it created even made the earth tremble, causing the stars in the sky to lose their light, and ultimately, only the lone moon, which was so bright as to seep away, was left. The moon, on the other hand, was getting bigger and bigger. Like the eye of a giant. Approaching until it was shaking. Yun Pachi was simply going crazy. She was close to breaking down under the cover of the martial artist's roar. A week ago she was a well-dressed, worried college girl. How could she have ever imagined that she would be faced with something even more terrifying and bizarrely unreasonable than the foreigners? She was about to be eaten alive by that thing catching up with her right now, and she could already call herself strong-willed if she didn't go crazy. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Deadly clutching the magic sword in the village to run away in the cloud painting, she instead of collapsing, on the contrary, the thinking and the pressure of life and death more and more turned faster and faster, fast to the extent that the world around them have slowed down, innate together with the agitation at the moment reached the peak. Her mind, like electricity, captured the flavor of the air. So it was afraid. Just out of sight, out of mind, where they couldn't leave, someone was coming. Thinking of this, Yun Pukki stopped violently, and the next move she made that had a high probability of dying a miserable death was to aim the Dharma sword in her hand at the moon behind her that was already as big as the direction of a small 2-story building. The magic sword had the Tao techniques cured on it by Lan Yi. Gengjin sword chi and voodoo rope. Both of these cured Tao arts were not very powerful and were more often than not meant to be used as controllers. Yun Pukki had also tried to use the Tao sword against the unknown horror, but to no avail. Turning her head now was like a futile attempt to send it to its death. Is it really sending it to death? Being fully energized, the Dharma sword was directly overloaded, and it directly disintegrated and damaged on the spot. Several powerful Gengjin sword chi wrapped in electric arcs instantly sped away, and the whistling sword wind gave the illusion of being sliced. Sword chi fell into the moon. The moon stuttered and continued to approach without the slightest effect. The repeated sword chi that was enough to cut through the train was just an insignificant illusion. In the disintegrating sword, a circle of Manhwa slowly floated down and disintegrated. Buzz. It was as if a curtain was lifted at one corner. A hand came through from the other end, accurately catching the falling Manhwa, and Lan Yi's vapor-carrying figure came in with it. Above his head was the large, solitary moon that was already approaching, and his entire person was completely exposed under the bleak white moonlight. Lan Yi's eyes were stern. Spinning around, he raised his hand to the sky. Southern Sacred Sect Tao Art Steel Armor Divine Thunder Pseudo. Chapter 67 The Real Steel Armor Divine Thunder. The ionic book vapor infused with spiritual energy was ignited and propelled via the strong magnetic field of Manhwa. This electrochemical cannon was in the dark night. It was like an orange-colored divine sword stabbing into the night. In the instant it appeared, the blazing white Excalibur with orange-colored wave flames ran straight throughout 1,000 meters and continued to disintegrate and burn at high altitude. The moon, which was almost pressed against the earth, made an emergency dodge the moment the steel-armored divine thunderbolt was launched. However, it was too close. It was also too fast. Blue also this hand of steel armor divine thunder was almost instantaneous, pinch in the hand as soon as he sensed that he was being maliciously bombarded by the mind. Nonchalantly a shot of electrochemical cannons blasted over. This is not inclined to energy bombardment, can easily be absorbed in dissolved Taoist techniques, but the actual land-based kinetic energy weapon level of the outbreak. Even if a mountain stood in front of Lan Yi, it would be shot through by him. Vast and majestic. It's like the sword of the true martial arts, slaying demons and subduing them. From the moon, a miserable wail erupted, and in the creepy, inhuman howl was uncontrollable fear. Spiritual cultivators treat the mind attack countermeasures, either to the power of the mind to counter, hurt their souls, waste their mind. Either that, or they would kill them with a Tao arc blast, leaving them with no environment to release their mindscape peacefully. In the afterglow brought by the steel armor divine thunder, it could be cleanly seen that the so-called moon was an uneven and wrinkled glowing organ, which was suspended by a tentacle, and what the tentacle was connected to was a huge, huge monster whose upper body resembled that of a human and lower body resembled that of a snake. This monster was very disgusting. It was as if it had just popped out of amniotic fluid, with a layer of steaming, disgusting mucus attached to its entire body. Almost all of its torso was in a state of flaying and festering, and at the neck of the human head that had been shattered by the steel armor divine thunder, it was spewing out blood, fingers, teeth, eyes, lips, and other messy proliferating organs. Low-grade synthetic beasts. The failed product of imitation anti-logical life. The knowledgeable blue old devil identified its ingredients in an instant. The weakness of this low-grade synthetic beast was also very obvious. As long as the firepower was strong enough, no matter how bluffing the appearance was, it could be decimated by blasting and leveling with excessive physical firepower all the way. The 12 flying swords behind Lan Yi's back all roared in unison, and the blazing white circle also erupted with a blinding bright light. The serpent instantly changed his screams to shrieks. Obviously, Lan Yi's stance evoked the fear that had been engraved into its genes, and regardless of the serious injury at its neck, it violently twisted its body, like a scattered dog fleeing in a hurry, and burst towards the peach forest side with both hands, and that overly large body even shook the ground with a rumble. The people who survived the disaster have not yet reacted. Lan Yi's godlike and devil-like figure instantly swept away, leaving behind only one sentence. "You guys retreat quickly, I'll go kill it." Low-grade synthetic beasts. Widely distributed amongst the artificial god realms, in some of the artificial god realms they were labeled as evil gods, unnameable, and bizarre. Suspected to be a failed imitation of anti-logical beings by an organization from the previous era, the creators attempted to reproduce the weirdness of anti-logical beings by using the power of the mind and the thinking of extreme beings. This madness did give birth to some results, such as the immortality of mind power and the infusion of the will of the strong. The massive body of the Serpent Man. It was certainly not something that could be raised by the ordinary output of Peach Blossom Village. What it ate wasn't ordinary food, but ingested the power of the mind and spirit, directly draining a person's mind and spirit, all of it, to death. Cheap practicing martial artist in its eyes, that was a quality ration that was much stronger than ordinary people. Serpent dragged a huge body, extremely flexible and exaggerated on the ground forward sprinting. The place it passed actually showed the amazing momentum of 10,000 horses charging, but such momentum can only escape. Because at this moment, in the sky locked its existence, magnificent momentum, then it is still 100 times more evil. 1,000 times more vicious. 10,000 times more vicious. This is much more powerful than beheading a ship. The 12 flying swords behind Lan Yi's back had been fully deployed, and the energy crystals had directly expanded to 9 times their original size. The life clusters of his entire body were mobilized, directly operating at full power. He was like a high-speed cruising fighter jet, locking onto the fleeing serpent on the ground. Soon, the first shot of the flying sword broke away from the magnetic field binding. The orange-colored divine sword instantly stabbed at the earth from high altitude. The steel armor divine thunder was once again powerful. Boom. BG with YF line M forbidden transfer P this, text N? WG5 MWL616 KRBSP1, N6E. QA, 3 plus 2077 R8 equals 5 JB0 TZ2 IQFIB1X, 9JN6D, 2FE caret 0, Y3BB, U4S plus 1A, 6WKN1U7CX3R $11L8K at. Terrifying kinetic energy instantly poured on top of the earth, gravel, and mud at this moment like waves of the sea violently churning. The Snake Man had absolutely no space to dodge, half of its body was almost cut off by the spiked over steel armor divine thunder. Many Genjin sword chi and voodoo cords wreaked havoc in the vicinity of its wounds. Ow! Screaming miserably, the serpent actually stretched out his hands and ripped off his body from the severed opening, abandoning half of his body and instead increasing his speed by a few points, leaping into the mountains and forests playfully. Blue also face did not change color, colorless eyes almost raging burning. The 3 flying swords were then separated and released, and the brilliant divine sword slashed down again. Boom boom boom. 2 rounds were fired at the still twitching and proliferating severed limbs to make up for it, and 1 round directly caught up to blow out a deep gully in front of it. Swish! Suddenly boosting speed directly to the front to intercept. Scattering the remaining 8 flying swords, like a peacock opening its screen, divine light irradiated. Blue also simply did not give the blasted seriously injured stunned serpent a chance to catch his breath. 8 flying swords instantly 4-4 articulation, magnetic field nesting, layer by layer advancement, bombardment explosion advancement. The 2 flying swords instantly drilled into the serpent man's chest cavity almost at flashing speed. This was no longer electrochemical propulsion. Rather, it was genuine electromagnetic progressive propulsion. Blue, who had emptied 70% of the spiritual energy furnace's reserves in a single breath, was on fire, and after opening up all of his life clusters, he propelled, forced out, and blasted out to his heart's content the most powerful Tao art since he had arrived in this artificial god realm. Southern Sacred Sect Tao Art Steel Armor Divine Thunder. This vast divine thunder could not be more suitable to be used to cut down demons and cleanse the sins and dirt. The explosions were earth-shattering. The blazing yellow light briefly lit up a small half of the night sky. The rising flames were like giant snakes with teeth and claws soaring. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, there was still gravel crackling and snapping over, and the terrifying waves of air swept by, collapsing many of the villages and houses or simply rolling up and throwing them away. Xiao Hongji, who had just come in for a few seconds, directly fell to the ground, fearing that he would be swept away by the gale. He struggled to open his eyes to look at the small mushroom cloud rising up in the distance and couldn't help but curse. What the is this stunt again? Taoist magic? It's clearly a nuclear bomb. Big brother, quickly put away the magic power. Xiao Hongji's woeful howling could not reach Lan Yi's ears. At this moment, Lan Yi ignored the aftermath of the explosion. Gangjin sword chi opened the way, voodoo cord transformed the cover, and with the body of the practicing god martial artist, he directly barged into the center of the steel armor divine thunderblast. He wanted to make sure that this disgusting thing, the Snake Man, was completely dead. The moment Lan Yi rushed in, the cool moon-like organ of the creature flew out violently. Chapter 68 Biological Tools. The Gangjin sword chi that coiled around his body came after him. The biological organ had just scurried out when it was dismantled by the snorting sword chi. The completely inactive organ smashed to the ground and was immediately roasted by the scorching sand and soil, emitting smoke and the smell of cheap biomass reacting to high temperatures drilled into Lan Yi's nostrils. There was no poison, and the mental reaction was close to zero. Lan made a judgment based on his spiritual energy and physical condition. He didn't rush to go deeper into the center of the bombardment. With this excess power of the steel armor divine thunder, this low-grade synthetic beast was definitely already dead through and through, and even if it wasn't completely dead through and through, having ingested the minds and souls of so many people from ancient times to the present day, it would be enough to revolt at a moment of weakness to cause it to completely lose its power of action and fall into a self-bursting state of dying. On the contrary, this biological organ that was split into several pieces by the sword chi caught Lan's attention. Very classic style of biological combat organs, bold imitation life bush biological structure. This moon ability is obviously related to the mind, energy attacks. The serpent had not yet utilized its characteristics. He was blown away by the blue old devil who came up to suppress his firepower, then flew in the sky to make a distance and chased after him. Compared to the life bush, the synthetic beast's biological organs are like green skin with a bunch of messy rags, randomly put together, regardless of risk and consequences of the product of a small workshop under the material fears. Practicing the virtual level of mind power can be called by the serpent man, which is actually a very incredible thing for the martial artist. The biological organs were sliced into more easily observable slices by Lan Yi. In the center area of this disc-shaped organ with a pitted surface, some more special milky white biomass caught the eye. A strand of manhwa, ready to be cut off, pierced into it. Lan Yi's calm and stern demeanor fluctuated a little. Trauma Team Blood Pack Technology Base Fluid? Trauma Team, a super company that would rise in the next few years in the main world in the oceanic civilization at a rapid pace. Its business provided life support services for its clients, whether it was the extremely dangerous anti-logic race or the unfinished collapsed artificial god realm. As long as the client's life was in danger and a signal was sent out to be rescued, then the trauma team would be on fire to carry out the rescue. At one point, their business made it to the inner reaches of the river civilization. Products like blood pack technology, body ego programming, gene recovery debugging, and modal prophylactic injections were all the rage, and were auxiliary props that spiritual cultivators liked to carry when they tried out in the artificial god realm. Among the many super companies of the oceanic civilization that didn't do anything, the trauma team was considered to have a good reputation. Even when the business was thwarted in evacuating the forces of the river civilization, it didn't make any trouble. Blue also did not think that the trauma team's technology to come would be related to the synthetic beasts, and now the trauma team's blood packs must not have been built yet. There was no excuse to flow into the artificial god realm to be stolen by the synthetic beasts. Synthetic beasts. Artificial god realm, one of the most disgusting existence of spiritual cultivators. It is like the southern cockroach in the room, is the product of the last room owner to do experiments, less time sneakily eat some residue, from time to time to pop up to nausea you a little bit, more time to swarm, ready to play the appalling Martian fae. If you don't care, you might accidentally destroy the artificial god world. If you care, you find that they always come out of nowhere. But the most disgusting thing about them, it's still the genocidal plundering of the human species. Minds, flesh, blood, psychic energy, intelligence. The war between the synthetic beasts and the human species had been burning in the artificial god realm cluster for an unknown number of years before the arrival of the spiritual energy cultivators. When Lan was bored, he had participated in the destruction of several artificial god realms in which the two major civilizations had issued extermination orders, and half of them were caused by synthetic beasts. The fate of the artificial god realms that were already completely hopeless was extremely uncomfortable. Either they were completely corrupted and insane, or the entire world was full of malice towards the human species, so it was impossible not to kill them. Not without extermination. But the funniest thing is, even silicon-based human species like the Iron Man are devoured and plundered by synthetic beasts and contaminated in captivity. This could be described as a slap in the face for certain silicon-based human species that claimed not to be human. The trauma team's rooted feet of blue were also not to be worried about for the time being. If this head of snakes was using the blood pack technology-based fluid, then it proved that there should be pre-epic biological tools left in this rat hole, or else space fluid replenishment would be a problem every now and then. This tool was very useful to Lon also next. It should be considered an unexpected blessing. Because after the first artificial god world trial, in addition to the endless unrest in the main world, the oceanic civilization camp's uncontrolled poisoning, and the boisterous and boiling war, the more important thing is the pandemic brought about by the highly contagious composite microorganisms. Let's not talk about anything else. Just to circle around Xinghan, from the metaphysical, spiritual, science fiction, magic fantasy mess pollution are enough to open an artificial gods world exhibition, and which because of the non-human species brought about by the reverse race cultism, in a long time as the river civilization feel a headache of the tumor. In more official statements, it was, the harm caused to the youth was simply incalculable. The biological tools left behind in the artificial god realm generally have one thing in common. That is that they are particularly sensitive to psychic energy evocation. It can be efficiently adapted to human species for infection dismantling. Lani withdrew the high-energy crystal ring maintained behind him as he muttered, and, Sanghua, swept out a stream of psychic energy in all directions along the geomagnetic susceptibility lines, and most of this psychic energy dissipated directly into this special space that had been isolated. And as the amount of spiritual energy disappeared increased, just like the different properties brought about by a sponge and paper absorbing water, the colorless eyes could directly see the difference between those that gradually surfaced. He strolled forward. Soon the upper half of the serpent man that had been blasted to pieces had completely lost its activity, and was still maintaining its flesh and blood self-baked before dying surfaced in front of Lani. This head died extremely suffocating. The most skillful mind attack didn't have the space to perform, tried to fight physically but also was pulled away from the distance, to the death were not able to touch the blue also a bit. Its residual body is rapidly decaying and weathering. After losing the organ that controls the power of the mind, the body can no longer maintain the characteristics of immortality, and time seems to have been accelerated in its body. Moory white bones had been exposed. Amidst the constantly decaying flesh and blood, Lan Yi's vision saw the faces of unwilling human beings emerge, and after realizing that the end was near, their remaining sanity turned to Lan Yi, the liberator, and revealed expressions of gratitude and relief, and then as the smoke and fire rose, they slowly dissipated into scattered sparks. To be eaten by a synthetic beast. Not death, but the beginning of hell. No matter how many times one watched this scene, Lan also would always make sure that exterminating the synthetic beasts was absolutely humanly correct, not an inhuman crime of extermination. Rummaging through the rotting biomass. The bio tool did not appear to be inside the serpent man. Then it appeared to be in that peach grove. Chapter 69 Divine Fate Bush Clues. Mouse holes generally had other holes in them. If one did not have psychic vision to detect traces of spatial Dao magic and was not experienced enough, there were times when it would be easier to miss some hidden rewards. This is also why some artificial god realm martial artists, in the treasure hunting adventure, regardless of whether it is useful or not, are very happy to group up 1 or 2 registered Taoist priests, just because the spiritual vision of this kind of thing, it is really too good to use, so good that it has become the necessary ability of every cultivator. The peach grove looked plain at first glance. But here in this isolated and open space, the coverage of psychic power is extremely dense, in the colorless eyes as if by a thick carpet, specifically 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The amount alone. Such long-lasting mind power here. It would probably require draining 30 Dharma phase martial artists, accompanied by the modulation of void practicing powerhouses to be able to do so. So it wasn't some formal laboratory or pre-epical relic. Presumably it didn't even have a mechanical annihilation furnace or a bio-psychic energy furnace, it was purely some powerful person who didn't know what kind of seizure he was having, and had somehow left behind a low-grade synthesized beast and some power here, probably wanting to do field observation. Lon also blasted the snake man into slag. Even if it didn't matter. The rat hole here in Peach Blossom Village, after losing the synthesized beasts that harvested it regularly, it was estimated that it would be annihilated with natural activity in a few years' time. And before it annihilates, Lon could also explore it as recklessly as if he had lifted a lady's dress. For ordinary people, and even martial artists for puzzling path, blue also seems to go around and around, 3 steps forward, 5 steps back, or stand still, or suddenly run, move easily across. If there is an ordinary person to follow the blue also, will be surprised to find. Blue also immortal master as if open into the ground, body shape sometimes big, sometimes small, sometimes far, sometimes close, and finally suddenly disappeared at the end of a secluded path. It was like passing through a curtain of water. The original painting of the peach forest suddenly changed. Unknown glowing beads hung from bone pillars. In the center of the brightly shining field was a puddle of stored biomass in an incubator, and in the vicinity of it was a very flesh and blood punk painted control console. This should be the so-called tribute bead. Lon also raised his hand and plucked off a glowing bead. There was no being in the spokes and not knowing the spokes. This quail egg-sized bead was a biotechnology product. Inside the bead was a biosynthesized high-energy cardboard mineral. If it didn't come into contact with the air, it would continuously emit a warm glow to illuminate the surroundings. It was also known as a shark bead amongst Tao magic materials, and was a good material for certain spiritual cultivators who played with light and fire in front of them to increase the power of certain Tao magic techniques. Or like a flashbang as a disposable item. Unfortunately for Lan Yi, a cultivator who went electric scorch and traveling magnetism in the front was of little use. He stopped after picking more than 20 of them. This thing has a disadvantage: if the number of piles is too much, it is easy to trigger a chain explosion. Afterwards, Lon also explored the hatching pool. Half the size of the playground incubation pool is dead. There are 2 incubation bins below. One of the bins is something in, but the things inside are no longer active, even by the Manhwa, zapping the discharge are not moving. Empty warehouse is outside the tragic death of the serpent lair. Culture warehouse is equally worthless. This rat hole core gives Blue also the intuitive feeling of haste. It's like an emergency landing in this artificial god realm after the hasty construction and then hastily walked away. In its edge area, a large number of rough traces of unfinished construction could be clearly seen. Its past history and origins were destined to be a mystery. Now there were countless similar areas in the artificial god realm, and for spiritual cultivators, if there was no direct information recorded, unless it was particularly important, they would generally ignore it and mainly scavenge for useful loot. Lon also drummed on the operating console. Although the console still maintained biological activity, too much time had passed, and even the bioelectricity and natural reactions of this flesh and blood punk looking thing had been erased by the wash of time. Fortunately, what Lon also wanted was still well preserved. Just see, Manhwa, in the operating table above the curl up on the anti-Boarma cut and dismantle. The sparks are constantly, waste a large handful of hair. Blue is also carefully will be a tube of triple helix tubing device dismantling removed. Its tubular internal scenario is very peculiar. It was a substance that constantly transformed between the 3 states of solid, liquid, and gas. Biological material, strong breathing fluid. Effects: breaks segregation, dismantles hydrogen bonds, and has psychic energy effects. At first, it was used by the main world to cope with the endless plague curses, perfectly dismantling their root causes, and then using psychic energy to reverse the process to develop a vaccine or a cure for the curse. Later on, it became a key prop to break the reproductive isolation, human species' strong reproduction of all non-human races, and even a key prop to raid the main mother of the swarm. But the strong breathing fluid is also very dangerous. Blue also remembered. He experienced an artificial god world, is because of the strong colonizing fluid and other biological tools leakage, caused a planetary level of genetic pollution, directly to the world's plant and animal genes into a hodgepodge of biological forms of morbid hunting can be called the end of the biological disaster. If the blue old devil's hand shakes, break this tube of strong colonizing liquid and pat the ass and go away. Then Artificial God Realm 1909 won't take more than a few years to play the unlimited all-species hybridization chicken eating contest. The first wave of the pandemic, with this, 99% of it can be nipped in the bud. Lon also wrapped it in Manhwa and then put it into his sleeve. The strong breathing liquid he had not only kept a little to use as an antidote, but the rest was ready to exchange with the major powers in the main world for some things, such as the right to use the space lab, the proton gas pedal, the Earth-Moon priority pathway, various types of small and large nuclear power plants, and outer space project participation and domination. This is a blood money deal. It was equivalent to old Blue Demon waving his banknote to harvest the quality assets that only the 5 major powers had the capital to invest in building during the turbulent and chaotic period. There were other reborns. They shouldn't make the harvesting that easy, lest this world-destroying madman get a monopoly. But Lon was also indifferent. Anyway, as long as there is a family that agrees he is blood money, if he agrees and still dares to renege on the debt, then he will tell the 5 major powers how all the spiritual cultivators collect their debts. His methods can be even wilder than the IRS in American. If you dare to renege on the debt, you will be prepared to be ruled by the old blue devil violently. Shark beads, strong colonizing fluid, in the bag. Completing the harvesting of the rat hole trophies, Lon did not waste any time and turned around and left the core area. There's no need to bother destroying it, this place has already lost its energy supply, and the probability is that it will be annihilated in the gap in time and space as time goes by. Just as Lon also quickly left the peach forest. A flash of light suddenly raced through his brain, the experience of a spiritual cultivator flashing sharply, and he stopped immediately. Wait, this doesn't make sense. The experiment log is invisible, but the product of an emergency landing should, by standard, still have a proliferation insurance. Where's the insurance? It's hard to believe that Jean confirmed the clues to the Divine Order Bush. Chapter 70 Divine Order Bush, Luo Qian. Rumble. The glowing white silk flickered and crossed, a peach tree was easily cut off, the sound of rows and rows of peach trees crashing down among the mountains and forests without the groans of the tree trunks tearing apart, which side by side proved how lucrative it was for Lan Yi to have this white-haired flying silk, with its electric scorching power. Blue is also destroying the peach forest. He has already checked the core area of the mouse holes in the peach forest and has not missed anything. The anti-proliferation insurance was nowhere to be found. If the clues to the Divine Fate Bush were here, the probability is that it is hidden in the peach forest, and regardless of any information that can be related to the God's life bush, it will not be so easy to be erased, and under the massive destruction, it will surely be revealed, and if there is no relationship, it will just be a matter of wasting another 10 minutes for Lan Yi. If there is no relationship, it is just a matter of wasting another 10 minutes for Lan Yi. Spiritual cultivators are overused as lumberjacks. Manhwa is capable of cutting down ships. It can be said that it is easy to use it to break wood. Looking down from a high altitude, it was as if this mountain forest under the night sky had suddenly gone bald, revealing the whitish stubble below, and the scope of this baldness was still rotating and increasing. Taking the center as the origin, Lan Yi, who was controlling the hair to rotate the broken wood, had destroyed the entire peach forest, which was relatively flat in terms of terrain, in just a few minutes. The expected information about the Divine Fate Bush did not surface. Old Demon Lan was not impatient. He quietly hovered above the peach forest that had been cut down to nothing, opening his colorless eyes to full overload once again, just like a celestial god using his glowing clairvoyance to irradiate the earth in search of any clues. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 15 minutes. 30 minutes passed. The felled peach trees collapsed on the ground, still no movement, only after being cut down from a peach tree drilled out, fleeing in fear of the bugs. After the survival environment has been overturned below, even the bugs have to run for their lives, otherwise death will come at any time. Still no result? Is it missing something? Spiritual energy. Mind? Lan Yi's patience was consumed, and without thinking, a shadow emerged behind his head, and a ferocious phoenix bubbling with lightning light immediately swung its falling feathers violently at the bottom. The moment it landed on touching the peach forest, Lan also could not help but hold his breath. This earth came to life. More accurately, it was the power of the mind that was originally like a fungus blanket covering the peach forest that was suddenly active. Sure enough, it was a martial art, something that did not make sense, and the first moment the power of the mind came alive, it was transformed into thousands of flying birds under the watchful eye of Lan Yi. The many birds started a feast against the bugs that escaped from the peach tree. The peach tree was devoured by the worms were swallowed by the birds, and then the carnivorous beasts were eaten by larger beasts, and mythological species began to appear on top of the larger beasts. Mythic species, celestial beings, great trees in the universe. The white earth. A short 10-second walk. Blue also seemed to witness a feast of life, with his will strength cannot help but be sucked into it, and when he came back to his senses, he had already watched a spectacle from the lowest part of the food chain pointing to the top of the spectacle. His brain was stuffed with a huge amount of information, almost did not explode to the head. The vast majority of this information was about eating and digesting. It almost encompassed the digestive transition from worm to incomprehensible being. Then there were the coordinates of an artificial god realm, as well as information on the divine order clumps. Luo Qian, one of the 7 divine life clusters, can bake all life. The effect was very simple, and from the description alone, it wasn't even as versatile and powerful enough as Manhwa, Jin Prison. But after immersive experience of the food chain of all living beings, Lan also realized how perverse this divine life bush of Luo Qian is. It's not a gap in functionality, but a gap in the level of authority. This also incidentally let Blue also determine the divine fate bush that exploded out of the main world before rebirth should be real, and that mouthy guy should have gotten the divine fate bush information and then exploded it through psychic communication, which resulted in a big mishap, and in the end, both the information and the life were shattered into atoms by the chaotic psychic cultivators. As a result, the divine life bush naturally disappeared. However, it wasn't that simple for that unlucky guy to keep the Divine Life Bush secret. Tainted with the Divine Life Bush information, the spiritual cultivator's life information naturally has some divine difference. This is the key, but also gravity, but also destiny, and only the top spiritual cultivator's techniques can be hidden. 2 lifetimes of pursuit, looking for so long. Finally have the exact news of the Divine Destiny Bush. Lan also finally was able to exhale a breath of relief. 1/7 of the perfect pass element has a clue. This good news, if not at all, cannot be revealed. He is really want to find a few old friends to catch up, and they also share their joy. This, Luo Qian, clue was hidden quite deeply. Not only do you need to have both Taoism and martial arts, but you also need to be cognizant of bioinsurance measures, and more importantly, you need to have patience and the strength to take the bull by the horns. To this Blue also can only say, sick. I really don't know what kind of mindset the existence that left the clues of the Divine Fate Bush was in. However, it is not certain that this emergency landing left behind a synthetic beast, and the existence of the clues left behind is the same person. At least with the eyes of Lani, the two for the use of the power of the mind can be said to be different. Should be the latter used the former's legacy as a camouflage, just do not know why so much trouble. Lan also at the moment around the spiritual energy fluctuation, life information is slowly converging. When he descended to land, all the life in a 10-meter radius fled in instinctive panic. Mosquitoes, insects, snakes and rats fled in all directions, grass and trees flung their bodies away from his area, and even the tiny creatures that were ubiquitous in the air and invisible to the naked eye fled with all their might. Using the knowledge of Taoism to describe, this is the rhyme of Taoism. Of course it could also be called demonic rhythm. If it landed on a person, that person would be contaminated. Lani frowned slightly. It seemed like he had to waste quite a bit of time again, but the power of the mind here had been completely depleted, and it shouldn't take more than a moment for the space to collapse. Looks like you've run into a bit of trouble. A voice suddenly came from the side. Lani did not look back, and with a whoosh, the Songhua that carried a deadly current shot away. Songhua fell short. The voice was there, but the person was not here. Jean. Lan also slowly turned around. He was facing a piece of air. Jean Bai's figure, like an eraser erasing a pencil drawing in reverse, was slowly emerging in space. Time and space typed out techniques. He. It's your old man I. Don't. Have something to say, Blue. I apologize, I confess. I am ambushed. Don't use the overlaying thunder pool. This spacetime Taoist art of mine can't stand being tossed around like this by your old man. Jean Buwang's smug, villainous look didn't last for 2 minutes, and when faced with Lan's dangerous gaze and Taoist art starting hand, he immediately begged for forgiveness. He was here to do business, not to be a master. Chapter 71, Returning to Unification. The timing of Jean Buwang's pinch was very good. Right now was the time when his old friend needed help, and he could ruthlessly slaughter Lani. Only to see Jean Buwang pull out a thin layered metal bracelet with a sci-fi drawing style and throw it to Lani. Outer Space Body Signs Bracelet. Not only can it help you mask your Tao rhythms, it can also hide your true spiritual energy radiation. Good standard portion of 10 spirit powder. Lani readily accepted the good advice and took the familiar prop and put it on his left hand. 10? Why don't you go grab it? Jean Bai instantly grimaced. 20 copies, no more. Lani skillfully debugged with his spiritual energy and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not a disposable fake, this treacherous businessman actually changed his nature. Alright, 20 copies is 20 copies. Seeing that Lani had already put it on, Jean Bai changed his face again, gloating as he watched his old friend get hit. Let me make it clear, once sold, there are no returns. This thing as I picked up from a crossing monster, may not be a few days it is going to come to ask you, do you want to understand the mystery of life, do you want to really live, you such a spiritual energy cultivator, crossing monster eyes of quality assets Jean Bai had this nasty nature. The goods given to others often had a pit. The extent of this pit depended on the value of the goods he was selling. Either it was very bad leaving a little turnaround, or it was very satisfactory but would plant a big heel. Lan also laughed. Doesn't matter, big deal, I'm not going to be a human next trial. You really want to be an old blue devil Can't you start over and be a good person? Actually you don't want to be a devil, right? I can see that there is still kindness and peace in your heart. Jean Bai had some egg pain, as if this pit was nothing to this old friend of his. Why not? Lan also noticed that the edge of space in the distance had begun to show precursors of collapse. Grass, a loss. Jean Bai cursed and then lit a cigarette for himself. he beautifully overlunged a wave before he gulped down the clouds and said, "Temporary channel task, I have applied for you. Well, when are you free?" Thanks to the fact that Lan also created the ultimate cause and effect of this world, Jinbai's application for the mission went very smoothly, and the high-dimensional computer tilted the rate towards Lan someone much higher. If Lan Yi was an artificial god realm native, then he would enjoy the treatment of a son of Qi during this time period when aura was revived and martial arts flourished. It'll probably take about 10 days. Lan also estimated the time. Completing Star Han's preaching thoroughly, casting the martial empire, harvesting a wave of used life clusters, and completing the battle reinforcement, plus bringing a group of his own people to conquer Dongyang first, 10 days was just the right amount of time. Pinpointing the time, when the time comes, one can return to the main world to face a large group of reborn old Den's bright guns and dark arrows. Alright, then when you're done, have Hui Yuanjia lead the way, he knows where it is. Jinbai nodded his head, then his figure began to be slowly blotted out, as if rewinding time back to its original state. Blue, let me remind you. This mission is not simple. With your usual Taoist skills, if you're careless, you'll roll over. And I want the purest goods. Remember to add more electromagnetism. After saying that, Jinbai completely disappeared into thin air, even the tobacco scent from his cigarette lighting disappeared completely into thin air, as if he hadn't appeared. Lonnie seriously gazed at the place where Jinbai disappeared for a while. It was indeed a time and space Dao technique. After this backward artificial god realm began to recover its aura, Jinbai's special existence like this, the mobilizable power also rose. It is estimated that in the future, this artificial god realm with the recovery and the overall power enhancement, there will be many more wonders bubbling up. Personally changing the direction of a world, yanking up the sinking river civilization, this was an epic feat to be proud of. Yet Lan was not excited and joyful, as natural as eating and drinking. He had done this sort of thing too many times. But as a spiritual energy cultivator of the river civilization, as long as there was hope, then no matter how many times he did it, surely he wouldn't get tired of it. As the Shujo meeting war came to an end, autumn begonia leaves then returned to unity. In this land of the East Asian continent, whether in terms of power, jurisprudence, or orthodoxy, a strong empire that is absolutely legitimate is rising. This empire was painted in a very different style from the other empires. While the giant ships and cannons were roaring, the innate chi of the martial artists and the subtle Taoist techniques of the enthroned Taoist priests completed the bending of the road and did not exclude science and technology, incorporating them into the Taoist scriptures, to be absorbed and learned, and the entire world would set off a recovery as a result of the Star Han Empire's reversal of the course of events. With dozens of Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus in the north and south of the Yangtze River, many cities planted, covering the country's 40 million ignited hope of human beings, the underlying logic was a strong reversal of the artificial god's realm. The future will naturally release the affinity for spiritual energy. Both martial artists and Taoist priests are extremely helpful to industrial and agricultural production. Even the most short-sighted person would be able to see the explosion of resources in this heaven's mandate power. A strong great unified dynasty has distinguishing characteristics. Exploiting the far south, expeditioning to the desert north, and strategizing the western regions. Well, if it's this era of opening up the eyes to the world, there should also be an addition of the East punishment adversary, and in terms of what the East Yang adversary has done, it's estimated that for a long time to come, there will be martial artists or Taoist priests who will be happy to go on behalf of the country to brush up on this achievement. Far southward. With the clans as the unit, the doctors of the Gongyang School of the Jishi Academy as the advisors, the Kunlun Jeijai Division as the logistics, the martial artists and the enthroned Taoist priests as the spearheads, and with the unprecedented prestige of Immortal Master Lani as the rallying cry, hundreds of thousands of people were mobilized to work together in unison. These hundreds of thousands of people, very advanced relative to the local natives of the South Seas and the countryside model, against the old empire's horror and protests opened up the civilization roller mode, accumulating manpower and material resources for the next revolution in martial arts. Now there was no such thing as a friendly nation being astonished. Rather, it was the friends who were horrified. The powers that colonized the South Seas suddenly realized something terrifying, that is, unless they let go of the great wars that they had already plotted for themselves, and everyone discarded their former grudges and pulled over millions of troops and died a generation of young men and women, only then would they be able to hold back this civilization steamroller that was turned on. Otherwise the land war is for the martial artists to drive the unparalleled. What should they do? No one knows what to do. The Southern Ocean is clearly the strategic center of gravity. The north is freezing cold, keep that group of Rakshasa ghosts over there on the line, the grey livestock will not want to die but also just come to be bled. The Western region, although not much manpower is invested, but it is a stronger style of irony of the practice of god martial artists and the ordained Taoist priests' admired experience, where the complex situation is more suitable for them to freely play. As for the East, Lan also took matters into his own hands. A specially white-painted iron-armored ship split the blue waves and sailed away from Yanjing harbor, and Immortal Master Lan also fulfilled his promise, bringing along Xiao Hongji, who was excited and shouting like a humanoid. Chapter 72 Cleaning Before You Go. In the year of Geo, leap February, there are 384 days in the year. June flowing fire, crossing the Dongyang sky. Literally flowing fire, also known as a white rainbow, the white rainbow driven by Immortal Lan Yi practically traversed the skies of Dongyang on this day. And Star Han's White Rainbow Fleet, after sinking many ironclads with the combined efforts of martial artists and enshrined Taoist priests, sailed into Edo Bay with great force and soldiers. This event is known to historians as the Hyojo Yokai Rebellion, though more history buffs prefer its other name, the White Ship Incident. It brought the Dongyang adversary back into the arms of the Star Han and has been a family of peace and harmony ever since. When you are powerful, even if you used to smack Dongyang people in the face with your shoes, they have to say that they accidentally slapped your honorable shoes with their faces. Edo is burning. Temples and shrines are burning. The mountains and rivers are burning, and so is the sky of Toyo. For the people of Dongyang, the soldiers coming from the west, as if carrying the power of boundless Buddhism and the suppression of evil demons and evil spirits, those demons gathered by the hellish evil spirits, in front of the heavenly soldiers cannot be defeated, was easily broken up and blown up. A venerable warrior Vajra bathed in the gun for the punishment of the punishment. Who are the demons? The demon had knelt at Lan Yi's feet, gazing in agony at the burning Dongyang from the birdhouse of the snowy mountain shrine built in his honor. Blue Koan, I'll be waiting for you in hell. The main world Dongyang cultivator, who had already been labeled a demon, had his head sliced off flat by Lan Yi's Sanghua. This is nothing more than the throes of the return of the rebellious sun to the river civilization. Compared to the border and the end of the world, it's not considered a real hell. And what you play is not good, have to play cult as a national thief. Do not know that a shot the world know me, 2 shots of national traitors have been heavenly punishment? Blue also whispered to the corpse of this future will be the main world Dongyang cult leader. At the same time, Sanghua, lightly from the neck breaks invade the brain, releasing a weak spiritual energy will have begun to cultivate a little bit of life bush cutting pruning, and then will be incorporated into the conquest space to preserve freshness. Fade bush, frenzied fascination. Location, brain. Function, capable of controlling the human heart through brainwaves, but as long as the target of the effect has a strong enough willpower, it can be exempted. This fade bush is actually not very powerful. As long as you practice martial arts a little bit, you can actually fight against it with your will. But it had a particularly exaggerated group effect. That was that it had no burden in controlling people's hearts. Ordinary people who did not cultivate martial arts would be completely obedient after being controlled, and if more people were controlled, then it would gradually form a group effect psychic network, and when this psychic network exceeded 1,000,000 orders of magnitude, even psychic cultivators would be trapped in fall. Dongyang is one of the world's cult hotbeds because of its terrible environment. Maniacal obsession can explode in a short period of time with amazing snowballing effects. In his last life, this cult master and Lan Yi fought once in the artificial god realm, when Lan Yi infiltrated the snowy mountain divine palace and almost got his hands on him, but was undone because the ability of maniacal fascination was too perverse. And after returning to the main world, during the world's bouts of turmoil, this populist cult leader began to get out of hand. Staged many indiscriminate terrorist attacks on various countries. Although in the end, because of the wrath of the heavens and the people, they were killed by the spiritual cultivators of various countries in the restoration of the order with a heavy blow and a direct explosion, but they still disgusted the daily life environment of a lot of people for a long period of time, including Lan Yi, who was hiding in the east at that time. Enduring the water and electricity restrictions, often disconnected from the internet, strict inspections, 24/7 martial law pain of Lan Yi at that time was very annoyed. Why did not he put more effort when he was in the artificial god world? Why didn't he work harder when he was in the artificial god realm? He killed this stirrer. That way, the resting environment of his own main world wouldn't be at least septic tank level. Now, he had done it. Carrying the sect leader's head, Lan Yi stepped on the top of a snowy mountain and did something he had always wanted to do in his last life. He took a deep breath and then roared out in pain. Immortal Master Lan Yi's roar proclaimed that the Dongyang adversary's last resort had been taken down and the door opened. Accept the martial arts path. Yay! As soon as the sect master died, the spiritual network collapsed. Up to this point, the last of the Dongyang's forces that had been forcibly pinched together and stubbornly resisted instantly fell apart. The original brainless and frenzied energy disappeared all of a sudden without a trace, and was replaced by a great confusion and panic. Katanas and rifles were thrown to the ground one after another, and the crowd of people kneeling on the ground bowed down to Yukiyama respectfully. Lost the control of the mad fanatic. The people who had a huge gap in their minds were like walking corpses for a long time. Not to mention the guns falling around them. Even if the special bombs rushed out by the Westerners without regard for the consequences exploded nearby, they didn't have much of a reaction. The Star Han martial artists had to risk their lives to save innocent civilians. Dongyang, which had no depth to speak of, was raided by the martial artists and was broken down and raised the white flag in 3 days. Cultures are of the same species, civilizations are of the same origin. Facing the spread of martial arts, Dongyang slipped to his knees incredibly fast. Let the martial artists who come to punish the rebellious son are a little less adaptable, as if 1 second is still fighting to death, the next second the other party will give up resistance, concentrate on kneeling you, unconditionally come to obey you. In this regard, the enshrined Taoist priest Mo Qianqian said, "Fear of authority but not virtue, there are small rituals but not big righteousness." Dongyang has learned the skinny in culture. It also needs martial arts stats to next properly correct and improve it tirelessly, which naturally includes ethnographic optimization. This was a day to celebrate. It was logical that Immortal Master Lani should have rejoiced with the people, taking advantage of the momentum to announce the powerful news of ascending the throne and becoming the divine emperor of Xinghan. Some of them had their yellow robes ready, but right in the middle of a day like this, Lani told a group of accompanying army beloveds an even more powerful piece of news. "In 3 more days, I will leave this realm." When the crowd heard this, they were all stunned. Immortal Master was leaving? Mo Wuchen, who had the fastest brain in the room, immediately spoke out. "Immortal Master! You can't leave. What will we do if you leave?" His words startled the cadre of martial artists and enthroned Taoist priests into awakening, and they hurriedly spoke out to retain them. They really didn't want Lan Yi to go. Star Han had been unified with great difficulty and was strong with great difficulty, and even though Lan Yi had already said that this realm would be revitalized with spiritual energy and that they didn't have to worry about spiritual energy matters, they were still afraid that without Lan Yi sitting in on the scene, the ambitions of the martial artists and enthroned Taoist priests would cause Star Han to be torn apart once again. "It's not like I'm not coming back if I leave." Lan Yi's words reassured the crowd a bit. "The time of return is undetermined." Then a remark made the crowd's hearts lift again. "Don't say anything more, this is the law of the upper realm. When I came here, it was the most dangerous time for this country, and when I left, the most dangerous time had already passed. Don't you all have the self-confidence to be self-reliant?" Lan also directly interrupted a cadre of believers. "Master Hua and Xiao Hongji stay. The others go and do their respective duties." The crowd looked at each other in dismay, and in the end, they could only accept the reality, their minds differing as they said. Honor Immortal Master's order. Chapter 73: A Wave of Fat? "Aya, big brother, why are you leaving so soon? I haven't had a few days of fun yet. This group of guys who have had a good little life are really cheap nah. Do you know what title they are giving me now? It's the Divine Rainmaker. And the foreigners' special bombs are really good. Put a few of them and then some fire and water. I directly transformed into a poisonous enemy King Ah." Rapidly evolving from a 5 good youth into a bloodthirsty spectator, Xiao Hongji's mindset shift was very much that of a spiritual cultivator. From the mindset alone, he, Jinba Chang, was actually already a qualified first-generation spiritual energy cultivator. Most of the spiritual energy cultivators in the death of high-pressure and power-transcendent double role, the front is more or less a little problem, such as temperamental, cruel and murderous, unwarranted change, sexual fetish perversion. As long as it does not affect others, for the cultivator this little problem, as personality. Hua Yuanjia thought deeply about this. He can be said to have watched Xiao Hongju from a normal person to a bloodthirsty spectator. At the moment, he followed behind Lan Yi in silence. When Lan also stopped in front of the sunlight-cast Snow Mountain Shrine birdhouse. Seemingly excited bloodthirsty Xiao Hongjuan with genealogy single open satisfaction closed his mouth. Lan also big brother can listen to him in silence to say some witty words, but absolutely will not tolerate him to talk about business when he still do not know what to do. Before them was the submissive land of Dongyang. Simply standing at this highest point, there was a sense of fulfillment that came from the comfort of the soul. Even Hua Yuanjia, a practicing god martial artist with excellent cultivation, couldn't help but feel a stirring of the heart and soul. They had really done it and were going to rely on themselves to do even better in the future, completely washing away the shame of the empire. The people on this list. Lan also pulled out a list. Pulling out a list? Xiao Hongji was incredibly excited. No, on their bodies, all of them have the life bush that I want, this time out of Dongyang. I'm taking them all with me, and I'm bringing them all here in 2 days. Blue was also made to pause for a moment by this tease. No problem. If anyone disrespects the order, kill without pardon. Lan Yi's voice was soft, but it carried a solemn might that could not be disobeyed. The people on the list were all negotiated conditions. If the negotiated conditions still wanted to renege on the debt, then counting the life bush could not get their hands on it. Lan also would not hesitate to kill them. This is the bottom line of having an empire with a population of 40 million people, not the kind of God's life bush that you can't ask for. As long as there is enough time, all the life bushes can be put together sooner or later by Lan Yi. Right now, he was about to complete the first node of the 9 Heavens in Yuan Bao Shu, fate map in the last battle before returning. As you command. Xiao Hongzhuan knew that this matter was important, and took the order with a serious expression. Xiao Hongji, this divine rainmaster, went to pull a list of names. Master Hua, there is one thing I need your help with. Willing to be driven by the immortal master. Hua Yuanjia arched his hand and bowed. He knew that sooner or later there would be a day like this. Lan Yi had taken special care of him but hadn't mentioned anything, so he was bound to have something to ask for. Whether it was for the country or for the people, or from a private perspective, as long as Immortal Master Lan Yi opened his mouth, then he, Hua Yuanjia, would absolutely do whatever he wanted with his liver and brain. And now that Immortal Master Lan Yi had opened his mouth, his heart and mind were energized, and he knew that the time to give back to the Immortal Master had arrived. You once entered a secret realm by mistake, and there is a secret key to the realm in your mind. 3 days later, I will cast a spell to open the secret realm. At that time, you will take me in. Lan also had gotten a message from Jinbai, applying for the mission down in the middle of the secret realm, which was one of the ports of the artificial god realm's underlying logic, and from a certain point of view it was a venue dedicated to hosting the sons of Qi, and it just so happened that Lan, who had made the ultimate causality, had also gotten the qualification of the sons of Qi, sparing himself from a lot of trouble. Hua Yuanjia did not hesitate and immediately nodded his head in compliance. After Immortal Master Lan Yi's explanation in advance, and pondering over it afterwards, Hua Yuanjia also came back to his senses. That village is indeed everywhere bizarre. It seems that everyone has opened the eyes of heaven, just to exhort him out of the demon of the heart. Moreover, nowadays Hua Yuanjia has long since ceased to be confused. Know that they are practicing god martial artist, should be for the country's sword, even if the collapse of Mount Taishan, the Yellow River burning, but also 9 deaths without regret. As for that touch of tenderness in the village, Hua Yuanjia cannot be shaken at this moment of rigidity and iron blood. The flowers in front of the lofty walls, no matter how beautiful and compassionate, cannot shake the determination of the wall guard duty. For Hua Yuanjia, Lan also single-handedly created a martial arts empire, so that the people of Xinghan in this world of great changes can bend the road to conquer the competition. That is his highest duty as a martial artist. For the sake of Xinghan. For the sake of the river. A total of 72 fate clusters were required for the 9 heavens in Yuan Bao Shu, and 15 fate clusters were required to complete the first node. Among them, the Sanghua, Zhengue, Dishur, and the 2 fate clusters of the spiritual energy furnace had already lit up 5 fate clusters, and Lan also needed 10 more fate clusters, respectively, to reinforce the spiritual energy furnace, reduce spiritual consumption, open up the space of the Tao, and congeal the physical body. Among them, Tao Transformation, Void Realm, Shining Spirit, and Power Grid were necessary, and the other fate clusters had alternative options. When the first node of the fate chart is reached, the 2 pre-existing Tao arts of the Burning Sky Thunder Soldier Prison that will be able to be practiced. They are Magnetic Fury Walker and Thunder Soldier Domain. Magnetic Fury Walker, after practicing this Tao art, there will be an additional electromagnetic doppelganger in the body, which can either act alone or be merged with the main body. While acting alone, the electromagnetic doppelganger is also capable of performing Tao arts and attaching to the mind. Even if the electromagnetic bilocation is destroyed, as long as there is enough spiritual energy, it will be able to regroup, and it will also have all sorts of wonderful uses of Taoist techniques. The only 2 drawbacks were that it had obvious distance limitations and high energy consumption in the early stages. Thunder Soldier Field, using spiritual energy to strengthen the magnetic field of itself and the surrounding space, under the effect of the life cluster. Within the Thunder Soldier Field, it can ignore inertia and gravity and move flexibly, and it can absorb part of the non-kinetic attacks into electromagnetic potential energy, which can be released at a time of the caster's choosing. As a field Daojitsu, the disadvantage of Thunder Soldier Domain was that it consumed a lot of energy, ate up computing power, and basically had zero effect in the early stages if it met a strong kinetic energy attack. if these two Tao arts were combined. That would be very perverse. In a one-on-one situation, the magnetic fury walker in the Thunder Soldier domain is a war maniac who is not afraid of damage. As long as the main body is not in trouble, it is a constant stream of detachments forced out. The extreme play is the super time self-destruct truck. And all non-kinetic Daojutsu will be weakened. The Golden Man had long ago determined who had a life bush, and what kind of life bush forbidding Tao children were registered. And now, in the deepest part of the snowy mountain divine palace, surrounded by an angry Golden Man, under the support of the Thunder Pond Immortal Lotus, the electric light figure in the darkness of the glass-colored condensed state is slowly rising. It turns to leave the support of the Golden Man and the Lotus Flower, and finally in the holy sunshine of the blue also act in synchronization, and merge into one. What appeared to be a wave of fertilization was actually the first wave of effective harvesting after Lan Yi had pushed the construction and cultivation with all his might for almost a month. The strongest person in the world, Lan Yi. It could be said that at the present moment in the artificial god realm 1909, it was the heavens that had to fear him, and the gods that had to be afraid of him. Now, he had come to kill that final mission of the trip. Chapter 74, Great Achievements. When Immortal Master Lan Yi walked out of the temporary closed retreat, there were people outside. There were martial artists, enshrined Taoist priests, submissive Dongyang aristocrats, those who hurriedly arrived from their homeland, and ordinary people who undertook auxiliary tasks, who converged into a sea of people, without exception, eagerly anticipating the god of the earth coming out of the snowy mountain god's palace, casting extremely complicated gazes. A human's eyes were a weak electromagnetic wave. In the convergence of thousands of electromagnetic waves. Standing at the highest point, Lan also seemed to hear mountains and seas, multitudes of people and blazing emotions. Some people honored him like a god, some people feared him like a devil, some people hoped that he would stay, some people expected him to leave, but among so many complex emotions, there was one thing that was common. That is, the respect for the strong. This man, he to his own power to reverse the world, change the sun and moon, the world's momentum bombarded in other directions, even if it is a few hundred years after a few thousand years, the history books will be sung on its great achievements. History in 1909 this year will be divided into two cuts to say, Blue is also the creator of all this. Respect such an existence, itself is in respect themselves. And he, today to go. Lan also just said that he is returning. According to the brain of the people in this era, the gods went down to the earth, started the sword, experienced the great calamity, supported the stars, and accomplished their merits, and now they are going to go back to the immortal world, ranked in the class of the immortals, and return to the right place. Blue, also immortal master in the immortal world, is said to be highly respected, the first courage in martial arts, this time back to the immortal world is afraid of the Jade Emperor would have to courtesy 3 times. If only I could follow immortal master Lan back to the immortal world, it would be great. Many people had such thoughts. According to Yusher's description, although the competition in the immortal world is fierce, there is no worry about food and clothing, all kinds of opportunities are within reach, and there are even goddesses and fairy maids in the mirror to enjoy at will. Blue also looked down at the crowd. This separation, the next time we meet will not know when. According to the operational logic of the artificial god realm. When all the spirit energy cultivators had withdrawn, the artificial god realm would adjust the flow rate difference with the main world according to a set of complex mechanisms until both sides opened the channel again. This showed the gold content of the 2 realms mountain that communicated the 10,000 realms in the main world. However, as long as the strong did not stop, then they would eventually meet in the future. Jean, open the mission. Lan also didn't talk nonsense or wriggle his posture, and as always, his calm and composed voice announced the parting. Farewell, immortal master. It was unknown who cried out in a loud voice. Followed by a unanimous shout that caused the snow on the mountains to tremble and fall, the people of this era used their heartfelt voices to bid farewell to immortal master Lan Yi. Jin Buwang pulled out his ears and patted Hui Yuanjia on one side, saying, Hui Yuanjia, squeeze a bit of your mind power out. Good. Hui Yuanjia nodded his head, and immediately the force rose from his waist, a straight punch of more than 20 years of strength blasted out. This punch even forced out the martial will that had coalesced and molded in his entire life, the power of his mind and spirit. Thought breaks down, enlightened. Great enlightenment. This punch seems to say that this era of martial artists, from the requisition of a good tease, confused, fell into the mud, and ultimately the lead washed, back to the peak of the cohesion of the heart, not only Hui Yuanjia's personal martial arts cohesion, but also this era of the star in the uncertainty of the course of the Han. The power of the mind is forced out. With a smooth stroke of his hand, Jin Buwan was able to conjure up a transparent sphere. The moment the two touched each other, the sphere that end of the scene suddenly changed, not waiting for people close to see clearly. Blue also, and Jean Boussaie's silhouette is already transformed into a residual shadow, instantly broke into it. They broke into the spherical channel on the violent trembling a few times, and instantly disappeared in the same place. This is the parting. When Immortal Master Lani completes his final journey, he will return directly to his position. The moment Lani traveled through the temporary spatial passage, he felt a huge pressure slam onto his body, while cold seawater instantly surged into his mouth and nose. He had been transported into the sea. And by the looks of it, it was still deeper above the seabed. Lan also didn't panic. He calmly looked around the dark and cold seabed, and then, forcing himself to endure the physiological reaction of choking, the soles of his feet, earthly fury, and his head, Manhwa, were activated together, and in the next moment, he was like a high-speed swimming swordfish soaring directly up. Swish! Breaking through the water, Lani was drenched in wetness, and the clothes sticking to his body made him very uncomfortable. Jinbai had already been suspended over the surface of the sea. Seeing that Lani was in a bit of a mess, the adulterer who was inhaling the spirit powder was immediately revealing a teasing smile. I've reminded you to be careful, or else you could flip over. The target of this mission is at the bottom of the sea. You take it easy with the electricity, don't cook yourself. Lan Yi's biggest weakness nowadays. Combat in the water. Steel armor Divine Thunder, a kinetic energy weapon, was not suitable to be released underwater, and the power of forced release was almost zero. As for other electromagnetic type Dao arts, if they were released in water, Lani might die faster than his enemies. He had created the aura recovery karma, and as a temporary son of fortune, he had to resolve a major source of karma for the artificial god realm before he could successfully obtain temporary channeling privileges. This source of karma was under this great ocean. If the normal trajectory was followed, this artificial god realm would move into the technological side in a few decades, eventually ushering in the invasion of bio-beasts. The source of the karma is that there is an ancient primordial beast that has been left behind under the Pacific Ocean, and its source of karma is tied to the other artificial god realms. Lan had already stirred up the cause and effect. If this giant beast was allowed to survive and send out a cross-border biosignal in a few decades, it would most likely destroy the artificial god realm's operating logic, causing a system conflict and ultimately destroying the artificial god realm. If this was done by the pawns put in place by the crossing monster, they would have long since been detected by the artificial god realm and killed with heavenly thunderbolts. The battle space and the artificial god realm were originally one and the same. If Lan had done this, he would have been tearing down his own house, which is very forgiving. Jinbai transmitted the target information. Juvenile hundred-eyed giant? Lani raised an eyebrow after receiving it. This artificial god realm's future was truly plagued with disasters. Hundred-eyed giant. Mythological species, not only did they naturally possess amazingly powerful thermal daojutsu, their physical adaptations and resistances were extremely terrifying. A hundred-eyed giant larva was enough to destroy a world that had initially grasped the power of nuclear power and regress back to the Bronze Age in terms of destruction. Even without considering the complex and inexplicable biological forces behind the hundred-eyed giant, which favored the mystical side, its own combat power was also very impressive, and it was featured in many myths of the artificial god realm. It is sealed in a volcanic fissure 1,000 meters underwater. There is a bio-inhibiting tool on its body, a long spike. Pull out the long nail and kill it. Jinbai showed a projection map in the air. It was an 80-meter-tall creature with long hooves, 4 feet, and a horse-like torso. This terrifying creature did not have a head. Instead it had a network of nerves, dense eye pupils, and outward probing tentacles all over its upper body, and at the moment, it was being run through the torso by a metal lance, hanging on top of the undersea volcano's cliff face. Can Blue win the battle? Chapter 75 hundreds of years old. The way spiritual cultivators fought was essentially to play their cards right. Plotting, laying out, measuring, deducing, and then fighting for their lives. The latter per capita auxiliary brain field expansion and all kinds of ascension strengthening. Basically the battle is to calculate and then seek the optimal solution. After calculating all that can be calculated, what remains is the possibility of the spiritual cultivator itself. So when he realized that he had to deal with the hundred-eyed giant under unfavorable circumstances, Lan did not protest against unfairness or hesitation. Instead, he pondered the solution. Obviously, with the body of a refined god and the life plexus reinforcement, it was unrealistic for Lani at this moment to want to fight underwater for 1,000 meters for an extended period of time. Even if it could withstand the water pressure. Lack of oxygen, self-injury, unfolding, and locking up the enemy were all problems. As for the 100-eyed giant that was the target of the hunt, as long as it pulled out the steel nails, with its extraordinary adaptability and fighting instincts, it would definitely choose to use the deep sea as its main battlefield. Even if it couldn't help Lani, the trapped 100-eyed giant could completely escape and lurk, and then come out to make waves after Lani left. At that time, this artificial god realm will suffer. It can be said that after completing the strengthening of the first node of the fate map, the only way for Lani to kill the 100-eyed giant is to set a trap, lure it to the land, and use the overwhelming thunder pool to trap it and slowly refine it. It was really tricky. Very much in Jin's style. If it wasn't handled properly, not to mention the temporary passageway access, the resource base that Lan Yu had painstakingly set up could be messed up. However, Lani seems to have found the solution. It seems that it still has to come down to Taoism. While Lani was pondering, Jinbai, who was sucking up the powder, was also observing this old friend. Jinbai's heart was clear. This old friend of his didn't treat this as a dangerous kill at all, but rather a hunter's cold and merciless slaughtering mentality when faced with stationary prey, and he even had the leisure to think about how to slaughter more efficiently. Is an opponent of the level of a 100-eyed giant hatchling not even a fight for him? Jinbai put on King Hercules' taut smile. The main world is going to enjoy its blessings. There, I'll just carry it up. Lani suddenly clapped his hands and was enlightened. Lift it up? An 80-meter-tall 100-eyed giant weighing in at 1,000 tons, to lift it up from the bottom of the sea. When did Lani have this kind of divine power? Or when did he master the method of prying this kind of divine power? Only to see Lani close his eyes. In the next moment, a circle of twisted, ghostly blue light clearly emerged around him under the light of day, and immediately afterward, a silhouette broke free from amongst the glowing and flickering life cluster nodes all over Lanyi's body. Dao Technique Magnetic Fury Walker. The electromagnetic doppelganger had just come out and instantly flickered into the sea. The bosonic condensed electromagnetic doppelganger swam freely in the seawater, and as long as it didn't encounter a large area of metal or strong magnetism, the electromagnetic doppelganger was just like a fictionaline god, undetectable and extremely fast. Shared vision. Lan also found a huge crack in the seabed in a short time. From the depths of the crack, there was a dark yellow light faintly spilling out. The electromagnetic split was slightly swirling, but it still managed to hold on and drilled into the crooked and uncertain crack. However, in a few tens of seconds, Lan also saw the 100-eyed giant hatchling that had been nailed to the cliff face and had almost fused with its surroundings. It looked like a dead thing, but the violent energy contained in its body was no less than the underground lava river deep below. The electromagnetic doppelganger drifted and wandered some more, surveying the surroundings. Immediately, the electromagnetic doppelganger was directly extinguished by the blue also pinched off. Blue also, who opened his eyes on the surface of the sea, first looked up and observed, the part of the field belonging to the geomagnetic sensory line in the colorless eyes was highlighted separately, while the other interference items were slowly faded. Buzz. The energy crystal at the back of Lan Yi's head instantly skyrocketed several times. The energy extracted from the geomagnetic and astral winds was continuously poured into the energy crystal cavity after being catalyzed by the reinforced spiritual energy furnace, turning it into lightning spiritual energy that could be used at any time. Divine Peak Dao Technique Overlaying Thunder Pool. Dao Technique Thunder Soldier Domain. Divine Heavenly Peak Dao Technique Voodoo Rope. The bold Lan also cast 3 high-energy consuming Dao arts at the same time in one breath, and in an instant, the wind and clouds changed colors. The originally clear sky quickly dark clouds, rolling thunder roared and boomed in it, the crazy flickering electric light illuminated the lead clouds like a tumbling thunder pool, from the geomagnetic magnetic susceptibility line cutting, waves of violent lightning was accumulated, to the will of the cultivator was confined and bound. Overlaying Thunder Pool, this was the most powerful Dao art currently available to Lan Yi. The longer the thunder was accumulated, the more powerful it became, until it could destroy everything on the surface of the earth. The Thunder Soldier domain, on the other hand, provided an excellent anchor point for strikes and a field for storing up energy over the sea level. A channel of Manhwa plunged into the depths of the sea, right up to the limit of 1,000 meters below, and the vorpal cords began to electrolyze the seawater frantically. This was the main event. The hydrogen atom is the atom with the smallest radius. Hydrogen is difficult to store for convergence under normal circumstances, as it will gradually escape leakage, and most cases are prepared on site for temporary use. The electromagnetic split was a bosonic condensed state, which had a less conspicuous property, superfluidity. The electromagnetic doppelganger that had been summoned by Lan Yi once again went deeper into the Earth's crevice. This time, the electromagnetic split didn't linger at the 100-eyed giant, but went even deeper, not stopping until it was about 4,000 meters underground. Here, the Manhwa, which was roughly extended down, could be seen executing electrolysis work with the voodoo rope under the supply of a constant stream of electrical energy. Hydrogen, oxygen, and chlorine were being generated in large quantities. The electromagnetic split began a reciprocal movement of 500 meters along the Thunder Soldier domain that was spreading down. Almost in an instant. The electromagnetic doppelganger that turned into a blue-white flash had already formed a rope of superfluidity, coiling and squeezing the fastest floating hydrogen and oxygen upwards to sink, and began to reel them in at a ratio of 2 to 1, forming circle after circle of peculiarly sunken space, carried by the superfluidity as it continued to pile up deeper and deeper. Lan Yi's goal was already very obvious. There was the electromagnetic split. Such a dangerous, ready-to-be pulverized at any moment preparation could be completed lightly before he detonated a super cannonball of lava river energy underneath the 100-eyed giant's ass. The power of this cannonball would be multiplied due to the incompressibility of the liquid, and the thrust would be multiplied, which would inevitably allow the 100-eyed giant to enjoy an unprecedented sense of pushing back. Since the environment was unfavorable, it would be changed. With super adaptability, a wave of excessive output killed. Lonnie didn't believe that this 100-eyed giant's larval body would still be able to withstand the siege of so many of his own stored-up Tao arts, dismembering into charcoal in mid-air. Allowing spiritual cultivators to have first strike is definitely a nightmare for the vast majority of beings in the artificial god realm, because then when the spiritual cultivator makes his move, the probability is that the prey will be directly decapitated without being able to release anything. Jin Bai wanted to say something. He was tempted to say, "Why don't we just count it as a win for you and let that several hundred-year-old kid go?" Chapter 76 Return. There was no turning back. Since the Blue Old Devil had already prepared an effective hunting program and had already implemented it to the extent that it was at the doorstep, at this time, even if Jin Bai said, "Stop, Blue," directly give you permanent channel access. Blue will also be overbearing, first cool and then say the other. In the 4,000 meters of the seabed in the crack. The perfect explosive ratio hydrogen-oxygen gas mixture piled up by the electromagnetic doppelganger that flashed into a superfluid rope had built up to the point where it was approaching an underground river of lava. If the real body was here, Lan would have run away long ago. To know that the power of this hydrogen-oxygen buildup, inducing an outpouring of lava from the Earth's veins, the power was definitely going to be estimated in terms of 10,000 tons of TNT, which was already close to a generation of nuclear weapon-level energy. The real body on the edge of the explosion would be instantly torn to pieces. It was because the electromagnetic doppelganger wasn't afraid of death and had no fear of dangerous environments that Lonnie was playing so high. At a certain moment, the reciprocating movement of the electromagnetic split body suddenly stopped. Then in the dim seabed, in the huge mixed gas bubble, the electromagnetic doppelganger clapped his hands very elegantly, and along with this action, a cloud of electric sparks suddenly burst out between his hands. That spectacular scene. It was almost like sniffing gas in a darkroom, lighting a cigarette to suppress the shock, and then magnifying it a few thousand times. Even above the surface of the sea, Jin Bai and Lonnie both observed a slight swing in the sea level under their feet the moment they ignited the hydrogen-oxygen gas mixture. Did it end just like that? Of course it couldn't be. Explosions took time. The victim, the 100-eyed giant hatchling, had been sealed for 10,000 years, it had been imprisoned for 10,000 years and expelled from its homeland, and now someone had the audacity to invade its territory, it was asking for death. The moment the steel nail was pulled out by the first shockwave in a smooth manner, the eyes of the 100-eyed giant nailed to the cliff opened in unison. Before it could vent its fury and go to settle the score with the scurrying bug that had just scurried around, it suddenly felt a heat in the soles of its feet. The 100-eyed giant that looked down with multiple eyes in the wave of flames from the explosion, its tentacles brushing down, couldn't help but be stunned. Not good. The shockwave formed by the first wave of explosions managed to blast through the lava river's fragile geological structure area, and like squeezing a pimple, the inflamed planet coolly sprayed a wave on this open gap. 80 meters? 8,000 tons? A mythical species? All proved to be jokes before the planet's cathartic power. Rumble. The 100-eyed giant was thrown out of the sea level the next moment along with thousands of tons of matter, and was shot into the sky, and in the extreme power tearing and pulling, its extremely adaptable body was also torn and tattered, before crashing headfirst into the middle of the tumbling thunder pools 1,000 meters in the sky of Lu. Lan also left the electromagnetic split in place. The main body had already withdrawn hundreds of meters. The scenery at this moment was incomparably spectacular. The azure sea bloomed a nearly static pure white pillar. The upper end of the pillar was countless forks, and this white pillar composed of seawater evaporated and thrown to connect the sky to the ground. Arching the wailing hundred-eyed giant headlong blasted into the middle of the pool of thunder, the so-called strong adaptation, in weakness by the pervasive destruction of destruction by the overlaying pool of thunder. It is also of no avail. Jinbai couldn't bear to see the cruel scene that followed, tooting and smacking his head as he turned his head away. The hundred-eyed giant's ability to repair itself. It would last for 10 seconds at most. After 10 seconds, its torn body with thousands of holes would be extinguished and deactivated by the all-round penetrating strike of the overriding thunder pool. And 10 seconds it wouldn't even have time to adapt to this compound strike. The hunting and slaughtering means arranged by Lani was like a cold and sharp scalpel, precisely cutting into the fatal weakness of the prey in the gap between its ability to function. Hundred-eyed giant dying frenzied impotence from the eye area, in all directions crazy release all kinds of thermal energy microwave daojutsu, in the pool of thunder and water column to create pieces of explosion. From a distance it looks like clean white water column suddenly more a large area of dark red festering. It ended here. Until the moment of conscious death. Only then did the hundred-eyed giant see the hunter. Lan Yi's electromagnetic doppelganger revealed itself in the thunder pool, then slowly collapsed. Success. A few hundred meters away, Lan Yi's main body opened its eyes and said in a deep voice. With the electromagnetic bilocations observation, this mythic species hatchling had been successfully exterminated, with 90% of its torso carbonized, its bioelectric signals zeroed out, and it was even more directly fragmented. For this level of prey, unless it had a hang on it, it was absolutely dead through and through. If it really had hangings, Jinbai definitely wouldn't have applied for this mission. Although this treacherous merchant had a nasty personality, he wouldn't give a mission of certain death. Well, you've overdone all the damage in this wave of output. The high-dimensional computer is settling the rewards for you. Jinbai was slightly despondent. Once Lani left, he had lost another friend in the artificial god realm 1909 that he could communicate with without fear. Although most artificial god realms had strange encounter merchants, each artificial god realm's strange encounter merchants were unique in their sensibilities, and being able to become friends was also unique. This was indescribably great sadness. Jinbai finished inhaling the last portion of spirit powder and quickly said in high spirits, "Stretch out your left hand." Lan also stretched out his left hand. Jinbai grasped the invisible object in his hand as if it were a child's play, and slapped it on the outer space signs bracelet on Lan Yi's left hand. Although he couldn't see or feel it, Lani still understood that it was the quantum foam that had been struck into the hosting object, and the authority of the temporary passage had been granted to himself. Wait until after returning to the main world. When there was a need, as long as one focused their attention, they could communicate and then open the temporary channel. The general temporary channel, which can be used as a short-term double penetration door, in addition to the time limit, there is usually a material limit, but Lan also completed the task very well. And there was a period of time when the Son of Chi was added, there must be preferential treatment in the rewards. Moreover, the conversion is not a big problem. Returning to the artificial god realm 1909 must have done it smoothly. Lan also nodded slightly, and was communicating on the Conquest space. He had already harvested a wave of life bushes and completed the reinforcement as well, so naturally there was no lingering hesitation in the completion of the mission, and he was ready to return to the main world. Hey, be a man, leave without saying a word. Jinbai was getting depressed. Lan also, this guy is really not half a bit of feelings, right? This hasn't even been remodeled yet and he's like this, really is a born devil. Lani didn't even pay attention to this traitor. He had already accomplished all the basic tasks arranged by the Conquest space, and the return option could be activated at any time. There was an easy pitfall here. The return of the Conquest space might seem ordinary, but inexperienced spiritual cultivators would use it as a means to save their lives and make waves in the artificial god realm afterward. And in reality, spirit energy cultivators chose to return. The Conquest space will require that the spiritual cultivator is not interfered with, in layman's terms, that is, his own environment is safe and stable, and cannot be interfered with by others' innate aura or spiritual energy, or else he will not be able to return. Therefore, in the culture of spiritual cultivators, during the time period of return, if one's body was hung with spiritual energy or innate aura, it was equivalent to a declaration of war signal. Return. Lan Yi's figure disappeared without a trace in the next second. Chapter 77, Once Penniless. Although the Conquest space was abrasive, the start of the teleportation was a matter of a split second. Blue also in front of his eyes as the scenery broke in pieces flashing. When it stabilized, he had already returned from the moisture of the ocean, back to the steel jungle of the city. The air has also become slightly turbid mixed breath, noisy sounds pouring into the ears, under the cloudy sky, is everywhere filled with grey and depressing complex atmosphere. Lon also scanned the circle. He was able to see that the surrounding crowd was clearly separated. There was a group of people who were dumbfounded, pointing at another group of people who were shouting garbled words, their voices even excited to the extent of breaking their voices. The group of people who were pointed at, most of the hair in dirt, like fleeing from the famine, the body exudes a strange odor, some people look around in a trance, but also tears of joy, and even more bawling. Obviously the first batch of people were lingerers who had given up on the first artificial god realm, while the other batch of people were trialists who had participated in the first artificial god realm. As a trialist, Lon E, with his neat clothes, awe-inspiring temperament, and eyes that were substantial enough to make the people around him unconsciously avoid his razor-sharp vision, could be described as standing out from the crowd, and was extremely conspicuous. When Blue also appeared within 5 minutes. This street can observe this place of the camera, have adjusted the angle, to capture its observation. Lon also naturally noticed this. The lotus circuits in his eyes flickered slightly. The 17 cameras near the entire street instantly emitted green smoke and were instantly scrapped in place. Electromagnetic type Daojutsu was just good in modern times. Even if it's just roughly destroying electronic products, it can be very effective in manifesting force, and other Taoist arts also have their own wonderful uses, but when the pre-doctrinal arts aren't necessarily exerted, it's still martial arts, especially the power of the mind that's much better, and it can be said that killing people is invisible. This is very marvelous. Just the opposite of most artificial god realms. Most of the artificial god realms' pre-doctrines were better used than martial arts. For example, Lan Yi's Tao art of blasting the liege iron armored ship to death was something that was almost impossible to do in the pre-modern stage of martial arts. However, regardless of martial arts or Tao arts, both are power. Tangible power that was held firmly in one's own hands and would not be taken away, nor would it be divided away. And now, at least half of the 84 billion people had not only completed the 7-day survival mission, but had also come into contact with martial arts and Taoism, and among them, there was no lack of those who had practiced the innate one chi or activated the life plexus. What would happen when these people returned? It was simply unthinkable. At this time, the main world was already on the 7th day of the Conquest space descent. Regardless of when they entered the artificial god realm, they would all return in unison at noon on the 7th day, and those who lingered would forever miss out on the first artificial god realm trial. The opening of the second artificial god realm trial was 1 month later. But from the second trial, not everyone was qualified to participate. Those who lingered would obviously be disqualified, and even those who had completed the first trial would have to possess an innate chi or activate a fate plexus to be able to open the trial. This condition was actually not difficult. After the descent of the Conquest space, whether it was the self-contained information or the cultivation method spread wildly over the internet, in today's relatively abundant environment of all types of spiritual energy, it could be reached through hard work. The doors of the Conquest space would not be closed forever to those who were not qualified. As a matter of fact, as long as one possessed an innate chi or activated the life bush, one could get the qualifications for the trial. Lon also noticed that most of the stranded people at the moment were either full of gratitude or complacent that they had dodged a bullet at the moment. In his last life, after his return, he looked at these people and was confused. Was it worth it to go to the artificial god realm and fight for his life? At that time, Lon was only practicing chi, facing the main world's technological force. It is indeed easy to produce confusion. And soon, after just 3 artificial god realm trials, the drastically changed world, the overwhelming personal force, told him that it was definitely worth it. The laggards didn't even realize it. They were missing out on something. If you stop, you will fall behind, and if you fall behind, you will be beaten. In the face of unscrupulous advancement, lagging behind can not only be beaten, but will be silently extinct in the chaos. Blue also azure a sigh. Chaotic era, the world paroxysm, no one asked for a place, cannot send a voice. If you cannot be killed clean, that is not completely extinct, hide conquest space are useless. Starhan is okay, outside the next can really be hell on earth, because the next nuclear missile attack cannot be on the front page headlines. Stay in place for a moment. Calmly watching the world at the moment, Lon also searched for some memories, and then walked in a certain direction. A few minutes later, amidst the chaotic cacophony and sirens outside, Lon also arrived at a fly tavern. Out in front of the doorway, the bald boss wearing a large gold necklace sat there smoking a stuffy cigarette. "Old brother, have a bowl of fried rice." Lonnie smiled. The bald boss looked up in some confusion, seemingly not wanting to do business, but still inertia made him walk towards the kitchen in the back room. This ate up world, what to do next without doing business? Not a moment's effort. The bald boss walked out with a cigarette and fried rice. Lon also skillfully scanned the code. Hearing the obviously overpaid figure, the bald boss was filled with confusion. 5 days ago, I was penniless and really hungry, so I stole a marinated chicken leg from your store to eat. Now that I'm rich, I'll pay you back for the chicken leg, old brother. Lonnie was very rich now, the numbers in his account were astronomical, and all of this was forced directly on him in order to stabilize him. The bald boss froze at his words, looked Lonnie up and down, and then recognized the hero who had been cyber-violated to the point of embarrassment and distress. He didn't get angry. Turning around, he fished out a chicken thigh with a clip and placed it on the fried rice with a big wave of his hand, saying, "Don't want your money, eat. Thanks, old brother. Next time don't take it secretly, directly." And brother said, "Brother, no you bitter, go out everyone help each other a little, nothing is a man can't get through." Bald boss mood became much better. Okay. There is no immortal teacher frame, there is no devil's temper, blue also like a normal person smile happier, end of the meal to sit down on the feast. He is now eating simply to satisfy the appetite, energy consumption to the spiritual energy furnace to provide, he is here to eat is not a meal, but that simple goodwill. And this scene happened to fall into the eyes of Ji Ning and Zhang Shoujing inside the sedan outside. He really doesn't have a penny? Reduced to stealing chicken legs to eat? Zhang Shoujing was somewhat incredulous. It was unimaginable that the titular blue old devil had actually once been reduced to the point where he was penniless and had to steal something to feed his hunger. Haven't seen it until why I'm pushing to prioritize controlling that group of bedbugs. Ji Ning laughingly said. This information isn't written on it either. Zhang Shoujing still couldn't accept it. Spring and autumn penmanship, passing the buck to each other. Ji Ning sniffed the cigarette between his fingers. If old Blue Demon's frenzy was justifiable, doesn't it appear that the series of stupid decisions they made later on were all popped out of a dog's brain? Deserve to be killed. Zhang Shoujing instantly became murderous. Chapter 78 Am I Good? The effects brought about by Lan Yi's reboot time were still fermenting and spreading in the main world. A single reborn person could bring about very many problems. And a group of reborns, that was enough to stir up the circumference of the sky. The old order was shaking. Just the future information brought by the reborns alone. Even without mentioning the blue and also the extinction of the world. Like who did what in the future, betrayed what, did they defect, did they secretly harm the interests of the river civilization, was it the greatest evil, unforgivable, or serious malfeasance, saying one thing and doing another, or even simply not deserving of their position, their thoughts could not keep up with the times, and they caused unnecessary and serious losses. These alone. All of them were enough to give many people a good drink. The reborns just started 24 hours to be able to do little, and the information was explained completely, followed by the descent of the Conquest space and the opening of the artificial God realm trial. Now the trial was over. The returning reborns naturally poured out most of the important information they had. In this matter, without involving themselves, most of what the spiritual cultivators said was very credible. Because they are able to be reborn, to fulfill those conditions, at least they are a dignified and strong person, not some shameless dog donkey. If they really lie, they will definitely be despised and ridiculed by other reborn people. Moreover, most of the reborn people, after being reborn, did not think that the first time they came to find Lonnie to fight for their lives, or suddenly thought that they could rely on a gun to finish off the old blue demon. Their choice was to make a fortune out of their boredom. First, they used the first artificial God realm trial to raise their power as much as possible, then they gathered intelligence, observed the situation, and made choices that were favorable to them. It could be said. If old Blue Demon had also been reborn and didn't hastily roar to exterminate World 2.0 right away, then the reborn wouldn't be in a hurry to play with him. Putting aside the oceanic civilization that was cluttered with demons, the reborn within the river were not all ironclad. Ji Ning and Zhang Shoujing, this kind of reborn, because itself in the establishment, has the inherent advantage, can mobilize the resources of manpower is huge. The blue also attitude is the first contact, as far as possible to guide, to avoid the blue old devil stimulated suddenly crazy, fully meet his requirements, in careful and prudent decision making. After all, a word on the end of the world 2 Ha people. In addition to Ji Ning and the others, there was another group of rebirths in the establishment in which they were making even more extreme preparations. That is because of various reasons. They have always held great malice towards the blue also, that sooner or later there will be a battle of life and death, so they directly gave up communication and understanding, and concentrated on preparing for war. For the higher-ups, these two batches of reborns, they were both going to use, and would not pin their hopes on just one side. Even compared to Lan Yi, who was currently normal and didn't look like an epileptic, they were even more scrupulous about their colleague who had suddenly changed drastically overnight, and the intense game had already unfolded between noiselessly and silently. Don't look at Ji Ning and Zhang Shouzheng can still contact and communicate with Lan Yi, who knows what will happen in the next moment. As for the reborn people scattered among the people, that's even more diverse. Compared to the blue old devil. Civilian reborn people all the way up, either because of birth, or because of money, or because of education, or because of personality, who is not more or less by the social rules of the poison beaten, had an extremely stifling difficult, was pitched almost vomiting blood, and even hit the mouth of the teeth have to be swallowed in the stomach, showing pleasing to the smile of the time? The thoughts of these hostile spiritual cultivators were very simple. Lousy will kill you all first before old blue devil. Never stupidly bleed and shed tears. It wasn't hard to imagine that before rebirth, each and every spiritual energy cultivator who practiced void in martial arts, created stars and rivers in Taoism, and stood at the top of the river civilization was definitely not a master who bowed down on his own but pressed others to bow down. They had a chance to start over. After returning from the artificial god realm, their private actions could be much more vigorous and rude than Lan Yi's. I'm really convinced, who exactly is the demon of extinction? Ji Ning covered his head, looking at the information that had been urgently added over on his personal computer, and it was really a bit hard to strain himself. Revenge, face-punching, collecting minions, big builds, poor information lulls. Civilian reborn person road is wild. The way of the folk reborn is wild. Never bow to the spiritual cultivators, just as a picture in advance to delineate the sphere of influence, accumulating power ready to fly into the sky of the frame. They don't care in the slightest that the rebirths within the establishment are about to explode because of inefficiency, kicking the can down the road, pulling each other's hind legs, and the whims of the non-rebirths. Ji Ning even felt that Lan Yi, who was quietly eating fried rice in a fly tavern, was suddenly all the smoother. Celebrate, newsflash. Zhang Shouzheng, who was at the side, suddenly said coldly. On Zhang Shouzheng's personal computer. The latest news that was marked in red was delivered. Just now, more than half of Americans' nuclear silos had been activated, and at the same time, many consular judge generals, including the commander, were all sent to the sky by unknown explosions. The global nuclear alert had been sounded. That fast? Ji Ning frowned. The ingresses can't wait any longer, they also have reborns, they should be getting to their targets early. Zhang Shouzheng was like an emotionless machine. The so-called Inger. It was a collective term within the river civilization for the supergiants in the oceanic civilization such as Umbrella, Giant God, Trauma Team, military technology, and so on that thrived and grew from the corpses of powers such as American. Evidence. The Ingrains have long existed and are known as the shadow government, but their rapid rise to prominence and one-upmanship came after the descent into conquest space. The corporate wars they started spread smoke all over the world. Ji Ning's frown deepened. The direction of this world had been held by a group of lunatics, and the lunatics didn't care about the turmoil and crisis brought about by the sharp decrease in population after the first artificial god realm trial. I'm really envious of you, that life bush of yours directly blocked all 7 emotions and desires, and without the auxiliary brain and brain field expansion, I'm in a very bad mood right now. Ji Ning had the rare urge to let go of his heart when he was tired. You've wasted too much time on framing, as a spiritual energy cultivator, being powerful is always the foundation. Zhang Shouzheng criticized his friend. The ultimate question for this world to answer is right there. Instead, humans are killing each other, can roots solve the problem? Ji Ning couldn't help but raise his hand and point at Lan Yiru. Lan Yi, who was enjoying the kindness, looked up if he felt something, and his sharp vision pierced through the dark bulletproof car windows. The world is more insane because of you. Ji Ning muttered. Why do you keep looking for the cause of the disease in me? Lan Yi's slightly distorted electromagnetic transmission echoed through the car. Here's the deal. Next I intend to cooperate with you in depth, starting with the oceanic civilization, killing all their famous and powerful people, then slaughtering the powerful people of the non-human races all over again, purging the reverse racists, and then giving each of them the absolute power to be sent out to the main world, solving the problem once and for all. My friend, in that case, do you think I'm being kind a little bit? That was simply a great kindness. Even Zhang Shouzheng, a guy who had 0 mood swings at the moment, couldn't help but applaud. It was hard to say how many people would be left if they were killed like this, but the problem was definitely cleared. Chapter 79, Valuing. Older brother, I'm done eating, let's go. No, really no. Really no need. I really don't lack food now. This is my phone number, old brother. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can call my phone, can help if I definitely help. Maybe you'll even see me on TV in a few days. Blue also thanked the bald boss for the warm gift, left his phone number and then turned around and walked towards the black high-class sedan parked on the side of the road. Just to turn around, Lan Yi's original enthusiastic smile instantly changed into an icy cold indifferent color. Jair will always be revenge. One of the reasons why Blue Old Devil stayed on the wanted list for years. If there is goodwill towards me, not to mention a meal, even if it's just a word of concern, I'll give you a blessing. If you harbor malice towards me, turning right and wrong upside down and being unreasonable, then you should pray that you have enough family members, and if you don't have enough, you'll be dead on your feet in no time. Duck. In the eyes of Ji Ning and Zhang Shouzheng, who found it slightly absurd, Lan Yi very politely knocked on the car window. After pausing for a moment, Ji Ning, who had quickly gathered his emotions and accompanied him with a smile, pushed open the car door and took the initiative to enthusiastically stretch out his hands to hold onto Mr. Lan's hands in a small but forceful shake. Mr. Blue, your cooperation just now scared my humble self out of order. Don't be surprised. For the cooperation, we are holding great expectations and 10,000 sincerity. Colorless eyes without emotional fluctuations swept over the two. Lan Yi's heart was instantly clear. Ji Ning majored in martial arts, and Zhang Shouzheng majored in Taoist arts. These two people's single realm was not any worse than Lan Yi's. Both of them had taken care of the spiritual energy furnace, fully utilized the resources of the first artificial god realm to enhance themselves, becoming stronger faster than in their previous life, and tapping into the opportunity to be in the body. In terms of battle power, it was estimated to be between the 4th and 5th energy level. Among the Reborn, they should belong to the first echelon. The second echelon, that is, they didn't manage to fix the most important spiritual energy furnace, but they have something unique. The third echelon, those who had gained something, but it was too difficult to obtain the artificial divine realm chance, or they really didn't have any obtainable resources. Blue also own words. Maybe the world siege has a chance to hit him hard. Killing was impossible. No matter if he ran towards the artificial god realm or the moon, no one would be able to catch up with him. As Lan Yi observed them, he was also being observed at close range. In Zhang Shouzheng's psychic vision, Lan Yi was just like an ordinary person, with not a single trace of innate aura or psychic energy on his body. Old Demon Blue artificial god realm had nothing to offer? Naturally, it was impossible. As reborn people, they all noticed the bracelet on Lan Yi's left hand and recognized what it was. You have fallen. When we first met and came to me, blockade the streets, back to the team, evacuate the perimeter, mobilize the nukes, big strokes one after another, and now it's just the two of you. I'm afraid that you have been killed, no one will notice for a while. Lan also joked. This joke of his, falling in the ears of others, cannot be funny at all, but extremely shocking. It's not out of the question, Mr. Lan, you are also aware that there is a shortage of people now. Everywhere is in need of good hands for disaster relief and rescue. The manpower that we have temporarily cultivated, with a rudimentary understanding of martial arts and Tao arts, have all been sent out to protect or track down. Ji Ning went down the steps and lowered his stance to complain. Zhang Shouzheng was silent and speechless. He did not like words. Behind the silence was a deep powerlessness. White speech was no longer useful to Lan Yi, the same spiritual energy cultivator. Lan Yi protected himself tightly. White speech could only take the risk of a strong attack if it wanted to be useful. There are priorities, understandable. Lan Yi nodded his head. When did old demon Lan become so understanding? Ji Ning subconsciously nodded, but immediately felt that something was wrong. The hell with it? When did this lunatic Lan Yi become so good at talking? Then it seems that the artificial god realm temporary passage, I'd better find someone else to talk to about this. Lan Yi downplayed it. However, it was like a thunderbolt that exploded within the minds of Ji Ning and Zhang Shouzheng. He had actually gotten this kind of strategic level resource on his first artificial god realm? What he said is true. Zhang Shouzheng caught the emotional fluctuations that Lan Yi had intentionally leaked out. Mr. Lan, your matter has always been the most important thing. Don't we have a good conversation laid out, so why bother with others? Immediately, I'll show our sincerity and importance right away. Ji Ning's hand pulled up again enthusiastically as he stared straight at Lan Yi, the chameleon-like bureaucrat changing freely. He didn't feel shameful at all. You have to know that it was an artificial god realm. In the age of chaos, there simply weren't too many things that an artificial god realm could do. Jining turned around and lunged straight into the car. He dialed a phone number. This call went straight to the heavens. A few moments later, Jining, who had completed the conversation with the other end without the sound of a pit, just a slight wriggling tremor in his throat, revealed a satisfied smile. If he succeeded on this side, then the other side with a different route would not only suffer, but the available resources would definitely be greatly reduced. 3 minutes later. 6 fighters swept over the city and began to hover. 5 minutes later. The first fleet of temporarily mobilized, variously painted vehicles began blocking the streets, pulling back cordons and blocking passers-by. 8 minutes later. More armed men under temporary death orders arrive, and they carry out further control of the scene, unconditionally blocking others further away and forcing resettlement. 11 minutes later. The roar comes from far away, and right here on the cleared highway, 2 helicopters risk it all to complete their landing. 15 minutes later. Jining said with a sincere attitude. Mr. Lan, this highway really has no way to lower a transport aircraft. The no-fly coordination has already been done for you. Do you think it's a good idea to condescend to take a helicopter? Or do you want to move to the nearest highway? If it's a highway, we won't be ambiguous at all about what needs to be removed. We'll do it right away so that the transport plane can land. It was more than valuing. Kneeling, nakedly. Just for the sake of showing an attitude, at this time when people were needed everywhere, so many people were drawn out, the coordination and attention behind it was indeed as sincere as it had ever been. If it wasn't for the fear that Lan was also unhappy. All the networks in this neighborhood could be stopped, directly confiscating the cell phones and cleaning up the data, guaranteeing that this becomes a new urban legend, and letting the old Blue Devil get high. Shoot. Feel free to shoot. Go live. Never control the reviews. Never pressurize hot searches. Thousands of people pointing at the Netstorm hero to the guest of honor of the nation, this huge change of identity, this strong and powerful push, licking you like a spring breeze, home away from home. So fast, you guys moved all the people away? Lan was indeed satisfied. Also did not transfer much farther. Your friends, especially ex-girlfriends, ex-colleagues, are non-renewable valuable strategic resources, just slightly increase the protection measures. Jining didn't even need to communicate with Zhang Shouzhen with his eyes, he could feel Lan Yi's satisfaction at this moment. Before he was reborn, he was like a homeless wild dog at this time, and could only use his fists and knives to get a fair one. After rebirth, he got the fair treatment he deserved. Lan also and do not know how many people watching, rightfully stepped towards the roaring helicopter they all saw, seems to have a thunder and lightning wrapped around the dragon sparrow phantom and the wings of the exuberant song. Chapter 80, The Coming Attack. Lan also received such attention, such luxury, and such a privileged reception. Placed a few days ago. Directly locked the next day's front page headlines, immediately a group of people began to use a magnifying glass on its observation, began to criticize and attack from the moral, legal, status and other aspects. Why such a young man can get this attention? He is what a great contribution? Or is he a member of some bull nepotism? Maybe some brain completely undeveloped people will also be linked to the front of the blue also pointed 1,000 fingers, or implicitly or directly that the world is to love men, leaving aside the fact that the aggrieved so appeased, do not see his mother when he was born with this treatment. But nowadays it's the age of chaos. On the internet, there are endless, is the introduction of the life bush, is the application of the innate one chi new insights, is all kinds of Taoist experiments of ideas, is the artificial god world of the waves, is the otherworldly survival know-how. No more than that, it was the risk of nuclear launch. Armed men open the way. Helicopters pick up. The platoon pulls full circle. Lan Yi's video did make waves on the Starhan internet, most voices questioning the fact that this man could be worthy of this call for manpower at a time of extreme manpower shortages and near shutdowns in production. Combined with the conquest of space descent. Many people had already begun to wonder if the protagonist in the video, that is, Lan Yi, had already gained extraordinary power, or was even able to create even more terrifying destructive power than those few big-hit Netflix cultivators, or if his abilities were of the extremely precious and exaggerated type. For example, spacetime, cause and effect, concepts, and so on. The internet has a memory. Lan also had a small fire, and soon someone dug out that he was the domestic violence scum who had been on fire all over the internet some time ago, and even further dug out his ex-girlfriend's exquisite flaunting and no-budget entrepreneurship, as well as his close relationship with certain people who had mysteriously disappeared, which was related to many judgments and detentions. Someone is going to suffer. The sniffy internet eaters are already having fun. And still there are masters who feel the heat, who feel that they can be reversed, who feel that the speech is counterintuitive and can be rubbed in, and who feel that the blue is also just bad, have begun to throw punches in a chaotic manner. In a word, pandemonium. However, there was another group of people, a group of spiritual cultivators in the rivers and oceans, who didn't participate in the meaningless bickering, but instead analyzed the video frame by frame, observing and deducing everything about Ji Ning, Zhang Shouzhen, and especially Lan Yi, so as to make an estimate of the battle strength. Western Hemisphere, Cheyenne Mountain, a certain military command post. The rows and rows of nervous and busy staff were all blonde-haired, blue-eyed faces of oceanic civilizations. That's the outer space sign bracelet. Laser shockwave observation fails, infrared observation fails, innate aura perception fails, and psychic energy observation dowsing fails. He doesn't invoke psychic energy, so it's difficult for us to observe useful information. Unable to determine just how dangerous Lan Yi is. Turing data export results. If we make a move, the probability of a smooth decapitation is 71%, and the probability of a full body retreat is 44%. However, if the combat time exceeds 25 minutes, Lan Yi's high-energy electric wheels will unfold to the point of destabilizing the spatial Daojutsu. A man with an exceptionally tall figure resembling a golden lion inquired in a deep voice. Is the information they gave accurate? Very accurate. Joker and Fireworks have already determined the coordinates. Lan Yi will definitely go here because the people he wanted to kill after his rebirth have been controlled. The woman who wore flat glasses and was plain and unimpressive regardless of her figure and appearance affirmed the inferiority of human nature. Such a strong person, instead of protecting and pleasing them, they chose to betray. The woman added emotionally. Aradia, you are wrong. The golden lion slowly shook his head. A strong fear flashed through his fierce golden vertical pupils, but it was then cut off by ferocity. You haven't personally experienced the war on the first line of the blue also extermination and don't understand his terror. At that time, he was the embodiment of fear and doom, the very essence of the cosmic calamity. Killing him is not a personal vendetta, but a consensus between the two civilizations. Aradia closed her mouth and stopped speaking. She was a high-spirited woman. As a result, she had been wiped out along with Planet BB without even seeing Lan Yi's face during his annihilation, which made it difficult for her to accept, and she had decisively participated in this hunt against the blue old demon. This was one of the few chances they had. Lan Yi would 100% go to kill those stinkers. And that was where he would be buried. Communicate them, and do it when Lan Yi is in position. Yes, sir. At the same time. The roaring heavy helicopter. Lan Yi was holding his tablet with interest. The tablet was divided into two copies. One was a list of her power Vs that he was pulling slowly and methodically, especially the ones who liked to be a false lady and wanted privileges, which the old blue demon had wanted to do in his last life. And the other copy was the blueprint of the plan to build the Two Realms Mountain. The preparation stage of this super project would definitely greatly reduce the construction period if there was an artificial god realm to help. Ji Ning couldn't help but ooze a trace of cold sweat as he watched Lan Yi's fingers tick off the number of names on the list to such a dense degree that he couldn't help but ooze a trace of cold sweat. How many people were going to die? The trouble wasn't how many people were going to die, but the fact that this group of stupid, bad things were partially out of their physical bodies in Xinghan. Old Demon Blue didn't care where you were if he wanted you dead. Mr. Lan, are you satisfied with our sincerity? Ji Ning temporarily diverted Lan Yi's attention. The roaring propellers drowned out Ji Ning's voice, but for spirit energy cultivators, at such a close distance, even lip syncing would make it possible to understand what the other party was saying without affecting communication. Tough on you guys. Lan Yi's tone of voice was taken for granted, like a simple compliment that a boss should make to his subordinates. Then the artificial god realm? Ji Ning rubbed his hands together. Didn't any of you succeed in getting access to the channel? Lan Yi was suddenly curious. Of all the rebirths, it appeared that he was the only one who had gotten the artificial god realm passageway permission. Mr. Lan, I'm not too sure about the specifics, but not just anyone can have your greatness. Especially when your old man sensationally extinguished the world, killing 2 major civilizations and 10,000 artificial god realms without the power to fight back. Ji Ning did not penetrate the bottom. The reborn within the river civilization had actually clung to the group long after they were reborn. And after Lan Yi had spoken out the conditions for rebirth, he had even screened out the famous and powerful ones, basically. Although they did not unite together, communication was certain. The Reborns had means of private contact. Even if they treated Lonnie differently, their own stances and philosophies were different. But as Reborns, cooperation was certainly greater than competition, and even greater than Immortal versus killing. Artificial God Realm 1909. You guys should prepare the file, right? Lon also smiled mysteriously. Aha! Jining nodded. Lan Yi's first artificial god realm was what it was like and had long been depicted. It was probably a World War I technology-level world. This kind of world was too suitable for today's Starhan to upgrade and transform. You guys can tear up that file then. That artificial god realm is in the midst of an aura revival. There's definitely no shortage of human phases, and the Taoist arts are booming. Lan also brought one piece of good news and one piece of bad news. Meanwhile, the helicopter's speed began to slow down, and they had arrived at their destination. Chapter 81, I Will Not Run or Hide. A non-renewable resource. Jining knew how to treat Lan Yi's enemies when he used this to describe them. Directly causing the future of the river civilization to become a demon, and causing violent social unrest in the coming decades, causing thousands of people to suffer, greatly damaging the precious power of the early stages of the river civilization, and even causing several spiritual cultivators with strong qualifications to die horribly in the process of chasing after Lan Yi. Regardless of any penal standard used. This group of people should be dragged to the street and publicly hit the target for a week. Using heavy machine guns, using heavy artillery to execute is not too much. To the Reborn. The past is irrevocable. But the present can. The faction represented by Jining and Zhang Shouzheng, after having a breakthrough, chose to very sharply hand over this group of stinkers that had been humanely abandoned to Lan Yi. They're down there underground. Jining pointed to the ground. From the slightly tilted hatch opening of the fuselage, Lan Yi saw a flat, ground-level facility on the outskirts of the countryside that looked a bit like a construction site barracks. The helicopter carrying them was already far from the city. It changed lanes several times midway. This should be a location that wasn't recorded on the map, a surface barracks facility that actually had something inside. It was a temporary underground stronghold built out by the military, and in the future these small strongholds gave great convenience to all types of spiritual cultivators who fled for various reasons. It's time to meet again. Lan also smiled faintly. It should be a first meeting for many of them. Jining shrugged as the young bureaucrat added. Mr. Lan, for the reason they were put under control, we all made a point of mentioning you. Jining's meaning was already very clear. They hadn't gotten these dogs killed, but flesh and blood pain was definitely unavoidable, and in taking it out on them properly, it was natural that they couldn't help but verbally greet them and tell them why they'd ended up in this situation. They have offended the people who can't afford to offend in their lifetime. The probability is that they will disappear without a word in the future. Is that bad? Whether compared to the original downfall of being blown to a pulp by Lan Yi, who had attained great success in the martial arts, in full view of all sorts of people, spilling over to many friends and family members, the death caused a great deal of panic. Or in the blue, also in the extermination of the world, countless not clear what happened, in despair and unknown to die in the life. Their current fate was already considered extremely merciful and forgiving. And Jining's mercy ended here. What Lan Yi would do next had nothing to do with mercy and forgiveness. The helicopter landed steadily. On the ground, there was a group of tightly wrapped, unidentified, gun-toting black-armed men controlling the scene. According to Jining's introduction, these black-armed personnel were the professional armed forces that they had selected to use for a period of time in the future to deal with emergencies caused by spiritual cultivators. As for why it was for a period of time, it was obvious that spirit energy cultivators could only be responded to by spirit energy cultivators. When everyone becomes a spiritual ability cultivator, they would naturally be out of the old order's establishment. Landing on the ground, Lan Yi walked towards the inside of the barracks under Jining's guidance. The faces of his enemies kept flashing in Lan Yi's mind. There is a good workplace brother who stabbed himself in the back. There is a good boss who appeases himself in a peaceful manner. There is a yellow hair who lets himself work and rest regularly for 48 hours free of charge and loses weight in the process. There is a spring-like elder who is impatient to let the dodgy people roll back and wait for the notice. There is a whisker that shows her strength and raises cats and drinks coffee. And there is a dog's leg who is single-handedly pushing the envelope. All talents buff are stacked. This can hold back for a second without killing are all gods. Last life when they died. Blue also have the opportunity to ask them no wrong? Everyone's answer was, I was wrong. Spare your life. Probably all wondering. How did it come to this? How did the unruly people take up arms? Yeah, the old blue devil doesn't understand how it got to be like this when he's an honest laborer, just because he has a little bit of savings and just wants a fare? All the way to the cyberpunk artificial god realm. Blue also suddenly came to a great realization. One wasn't sick. Perhaps it was the stirring of thoughts from the past, slightly emotional and breath-radiating. Lon also that heart-stopping mindscape swept through the crowd. All of them seemed to be struck by lightning and stiffened by the top predator's gaze. This devil's heartscape is already very close to phallic. Ji Ning more intuitively felt how strong Lani was, suffocatingly strong. When people came back to their senses, Lani arrived in front of a vigilante like a ghost. You seem to be, well, afraid of me? The black-armed man being questioned trembled slightly. Zhang Shoujing's face suddenly changed slightly. Let me see who you are. Lani sensed something and chose to make a move. The sound of breaking air suddenly exploded. In an ordinary person's perspective, it was just a blur of eyes. A tactical helmet appeared in Lan Yi's hand, and the man who had his helmet removed, and also almost had his head removed, had already ejected 10 meters away, his face white, staring at old demon Lan in death, his fear already about to overflow from his face. Tossing his helmet up and down, Lani said, half puzzled and half thinking. I seem to have seen you before, the holder of the Fate Bush, 1-3. Fate Bush, 1-3, location, brain. Ability, can be a short time to plunder other people's hearts and minds. Phantom, corresponding to the Fate map complete can do to the Phantom or the Fate Bush to create a puppet doll, to one life. 3 begets everything, as long as they do not die, it is an endless army. Lani, I didn't expect you to discover this puppet so quickly. Stephen Chen, just by looking at the name, one could tell that this was a hybridized second generation. A spiritual energy cultivator for the oceanic civilization. Stephen Chen also didn't expect that his mind would actually have such a huge panic against Old Man Blue's puppet, directly allowing him to notice that something was wrong. Bad, their plan wouldn't go down the drain before it even started, right? All your enemies are down there, and we're waiting for you down here. With that, Stephen Chen violently yanked the defensive grenade on his body. Boom! It wasn't the grenade that exploded, but the invisible fluctuation that was created out of thin air. The one who struck was Zhang Shoujing. His eyes instantly went all white as the life cluster, spirit explosion, and white speech worked together to precisely create a wave of psychic shock explosions, directly blasting Stephen Chen's puppet consciousness into an incapacitated collapse. Trinity should not have completely controlled this person yet, there is still something to be saved. If old Demon Blue were to make a move, then it would really be hopeless. Whether it was an electromagnetic Dao technique or a true martial art, killing someone in the early stages was a matter of a split second, and the strike could be described as extremely ruthless. Lan Yi's figure appeared beside Stephen Chan. Don't worry guys, I won't run or hide, but we'll kill all the way down the hall. No matter who you guys are, you'll all be killed without pardon. You guys can also try to come and kill me, if you can do it. With the realm's most refined life bush in human phase, Lan also couldn't wait to see how they were going to deal with themselves, this first batch of attacking spiritual energy cultivators. Chapter 82. I'm a little angry. Underground, in a certain field that was as empty as a playground. The dark dome, even incandescent lights couldn't completely reflect the full face, as if it was almost pressed down with black clouds. Just looking up gave people a deep sense of depression. In this depression, a group of cultivators with different body shapes, all emitting a dangerous aura, were waiting in silence. Suddenly one of them trembled violently. He's coming. Why was he able to spot my puppet so easily? Golden Lion, are you sure he'll come down? Stephen Chan paced with a palpitating heart, his fear of Lani had become a broken record. The mere sight of the old blue demon warned the instincts of life, forcing him to stay away from the incarnation known as the Great Terror. He'll definitely come down. Lani, despite his mediocre origins, is a proud and conceited fellow to the core, not to mention that all the enemies he hates are down there. The lanky, burly man who was covered in gold, like a dazzling golden flame, stood in the center, absolute certainty in his eyes. There was a saying in the culture of the oceanic civilization. A flock led by a lion could defeat a lion led by a sheep. The golden lion simply standing there gave the visual error of seeming to hold up the pillars of the entire underground space. It was obvious that he was the executive leader of this wave of assault and killing, and he possessed the strength to overpower everyone present, and now he would lead them to kill that future exterminator. For the future. I will fight to the death and not retreat. If there are those who want to evacuate, flee before Lani gets close. If you don't flee, then next join me in a deadly battle to the end. No one withdrew. Most of them were reborns, and a small portion of them were spiritual cultivators who had grown up in this era either on their own, or after a mention, and were able to change the destructive future, and no matter what they were doing it for, there was no reason to back out at this time. Lonnie next will have to face such a force that tries to change the bad future. He, on the other hand, had no reinforcements. Jining and Zhang Shouzheng had wanted to accompany Lonnie down with them, but Lonnie dispelled their thoughts with a single sentence. We're not yet bound by deep interests, you guys going down with me will only distract me. The earthly reality of spiritual cultivators. Don't get hard together before you've established a level of trust that can be used as a united front instead of being able to offer help, that would even cause unnecessary trouble, and this guideline was especially evident during the artificial God realm war, especially if there were faults. Lon also had more than a grudge against them. It was a life and death feud, alright. Staying on top was the most sensible thing to do. Moreover, there's a traitor among us. Ji Ning's bureaucratic-like smile disappeared. The coordinates of their camp here, the exact raid by the oceanic civilization cultivators, had all happened after that phone call, and the people who knew the news were basically the reborn of their faction. No one had betrayed them. Could it be that the world, this gigantic chaotic system, had a strong person who could foretell the future after the first artificial God realm trial? I will find him. Zhang Shouzheng was as cold as ice. You and I will go patrol the perimeter next. I suspect that they might launch an air attack on this place. By any means necessary, they have also become blue old devils. Everyone is Lon also. Zhang Shouzheng blessedly said. Lonnie was curious as to what kind of battle this wave of attackers had gotten against him. Martial arts with the most human phases, Taoism with the most life-refining clumps. Pre-epic combat weapons? Consumables? There is no way to teleport a super-large-yield nuclear weapon with pre-epical spacetime Daojutsu. Even if the nuclear weapon is underground, the effect on me is almost non-existent. They should be understanding what Daojutsu and martial arts I specialize in. Sun Lan also didn't need to be curious. In just a few minutes after he came to the underground corridor, from the colorless and odorless flowing air, a peculiar feeling came from the Manhwa all over his body, which were warning of an invasion, and the orderly flow of spiritual energy automatically triggered the defense mechanism. Neurogenic polymerization virus. A virus that can revive corpses. Resurrected corpses, commonly known as zombies, they will be from the perspective of protein molecules to actively absorb heavy metals for nested combinations of spiritual energy and innate chi-devouring transformation, so as to master the superhuman power. The early stage is even more ferocious than the spiritual practitioners. The direct destruction of many small countries and weak countries is one of the pandemics of the era of chaos ravaged. In order to kill Lon also, they would do whatever it took. I'm a little angry. Flashing through some not-so-fabulous memories, Lonnie raised his hand and struck out with an electric snake. The surveillance at the corner was instantly scrapped. Immediately afterward, the entrance to the Daojutsu space opened up, and the strong colonizing fluid was taken out by Lonnie. 3 spirals of strange substances were tossing around in it. Lonnie's mind moved, and the ghostly blue spiritual energy was stimulated from the bottom of the device, instantly expanding a light gauze-like film from the triple helix structure to cover his body. Immunity veil. Consuming psychic energy and a small amount of biological tissue, it could move freely and unaffected in most virus-cursed environments, and as long as it was stimulated once, the psychic energy or innate aura would automatically record the resistance left behind. The assailant obviously did not want to rely on the district virus to get Blue Old Devil killed either. This underground area biochemical 3 defense has not yet had time to start. There are many armed personnel stationed on guard. Now they are the best cannon fodder. Well, roar. Ahem. Woohoo. Lon also hadn't yet taken a few steps forward. The end of the passage had already heard the familiar sound of the prelude to the necromancy. The crisp and rhythmic pace, for the mutant zombies that could complete their necrotic transformation in just a minute, or even a dozen seconds, it was simply a target that invited hatred. Almost in an instant. A dozen or so figures that looked like sprinters hissed and ignored the body damage, physical limitations, and even stepped on the wall and pounced out, rushing to maintain the forward posture of Blue also opened a mouth dripping with saliva and blood. Also in an instant. This group has completed the initial mutation, and at least 2 of the zombies, because of the body of the life plexus or innate chi, has presented a special mutation ability. In close to the position of Blue, also 20 meters, suddenly lost vitality, crackling fell to the ground. The pre-colonizing liquid to kill zombies and other pandemic products can be called a powerful tool to wash the ground. Spiritual energy is as good as insecticide. But it's a pity. This thing can only exterminate. If the necrosis has been completed, then there is no way to reverse the antidote. And the more awkward and difficult thing happened. Mixed in the corpses waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack, disguised like a certain cultivator, at the moment very awkwardly stood in place, he just fell down and pretended to be dead. It was impossible to hide from this electromagnetic master of spiritual energy cultivators in front of him. Clown, what uninformed thing are you doing again? Lonnie raised his hand and rewarded him with a thunderbolt in passing. Divine heaven peak Tao art palm thunder. Blazing and dazzling lightning instantly flooded the corridor. Chapter 83, On the Shelf Testimonials. Thanks to everyone's love, this book will be on the shelves on January 1st, updated at 8 p.m. old time. If not, it's being shivered by the AI. First of all, I want to thank every reader's recommendation, monthly votes. This nostalgic Magic God trilogy system works. Without your full support, is not now so good results. Here to fiercely thank Nyako Highest, Taisu Trueform, I containing a smile half-step epileptic eye, the Earth Scourge, Infinite Transcendence, the closing of the timeline of the several readers of the Reward Mouth Teeth. There is also Wong Dust in the robbery of martial arts god that powerfully dominant strong blue also hymns. Asked what fear, the sky bowed down, God bowed down, kill a few points, disloyal and unrighteous is not a good person. I have said that the summer and winter thousands of years, empty good and evil a few endless. I don't ask about the chaos of the east wind on earth, the slanting sun, the 12 blue lotus turning God's wheel, the force of the mountains and rivers and the roar of the thunder, chopping up the ghosts and clowns of blood. How can this be resisted? How can this be resisted? More hymns move to the comments section, including the supporting building as well. Then talk about the update plan. After the shelves should be day 1 more than 20 days like, every day is divided into a chapter of 6k words, a chapter of 4k words to update, because the end of the month is the Chinese New Year, to go home when the cattle and horses in the new year, so there is no way to day 1 a month of achievement, such as the middle of February and then challenged it. As for the addition of what, everyone has the money to hold a money field, no money to hold a personal field on the line, all the day 1, but also add more on my handicapped hand speed, it should be a tragic death. In short, can subscribe to support the grateful, really cannot or do not want to subscribe, can also wait to steal, as long as not jumping face output, that are waking up God to save the strength of the good reader's mouth teeth. Finally talk about the book. Look at the author ID, know that this is more feelings to works, the Magic God system is really like to the extreme, so strong, war heaven and earth worldview, do not continue to open up the story is really a pity, on the bold to make a fool of myself, try to write a wonderful fight scenes, Lee hanging left hanging that full of the power of the tension of the roll too. This Magic God system, from the plot, system, data, fighting beasts are less than the same good people to explore together, one has to think of the life bush and power classification, indeed there are omissions and deficiencies, warmly welcome enthusiastic discussion, not personal attacks, it is certainly appreciated immensely, delighted immensely. Finally, if it is a reward or other omissions not thanked, you can enter the group to remind the author. After the shelves of the reward, should be put in the author's words or chapter title. Group 958230801. Chapter 84 Kill. Crush. Shatter. Shatter. The plasma superfluid locked onto the target and blasted out in the narrow corridor at a speed no less than the pulse cannon in the lab. The palm lightning's piercing light instantly flooded everything, the whirlwind was tearing through steel and concrete, violently shaking and stirring up smoke and dust, and the cannon directly pierced through the corridor. The aftermath shattered the masonry. Melted gold and iron. Eventually split out of the plasma deeply embedded in the ground, the energy is completely extinguished down. Phew! The gungold sword she rotated and swept across, and the dispersed smoke and dust was instantly cleared away. Even if it wasn't cleared, Lan Yi's colorless eyes still saw clearly, and in the 1/100th of a second level of reaction time, the enemy in front of him who dared to face himself alone, his vital signs were still intact, and he maintained the action of drawing his sword and stood in place. It was as if the palm lightning had passed through him like an illusion. Kind of interesting. Not an illusion. Chapter 85 Strong Enemies. A person's energy and resources were limited. Except for the very few enlightened perverts like Lan Yi. In the early stages of a spiritual cultivator's life, if they specialized in Taoism, then their martial arts would inevitably fall behind. If they were intoxicated with martial arts, then the Tao skills would be reduced to tricks. This is the result of the two orthodox systems of spiritual cultivators, and the difficulty of compatibility between the concept of the preliminary stage and the Taoist path. Because of the martial arts depends on the talent. More spiritual cultivators, in the early stage, in fact, more willing to put most of the resources and energy into the Taoist arts, to enjoy the intuitive and powerful enhancement, rather than the martial arts that can be quickly suppressed by the force of the main world. Iridia is typical. She, who fantasized about becoming Magneto, was met with a heavy blow from the tangible iron fist after Lan also touched her side. Blue also told her today, "What is called equality between men and women, fist below what you 21 genders, 78 races, my fist kills as usual." Iradia's death was extremely tragic. Chapter 86 Evil God Race. The moment the two supersonic humanoid monsters broke through the ground. Whether it was satellites, remote sensing monitoring, high-altitude drone patrols, or human perception, all without exception were attracted to the sight of their booming setup to fight each other, and at this moment it could be said that the field of spiritual cultivators, the world's qualified or those who had learned the news in advance, were all silently gazing at this place. Watching. Putting it in terms of the old times, it was definitely two heads of earthly true gods fighting with their fists to the flesh. Boom 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 boom. Blue also and the Golden Lion entangled with each other, flying high into the air the moment, the air surge brought by the two supersonic figures, instantly like an invisible big broom, against the cracked earth for a furious slap, visible to the naked eye white airwaves in the repeated roar sprinting, the wailing earth will be torn out of more tens of meters of cracks. The ground camp that was used to cover up the eyes of the fleshly supersonic monsters originally fought underground. Chapter 87 Getting Stronger by Any Means Necessary. The moment Lan Yi was eaten, most of the people were doubled over. Regardless of what means you have, at this stage, being eaten by a monster with the outrageous strength of flesh like the evil god clan, the hope of survival is extremely slim, even if it's just swallowed, with the evil god clan's mouthparts drawing in spiritual energy and the internal structure of the detention and torture, it would be enough for Lan to wait for his death. Who else could stop this red monster? After the evil god tribe swallowed Lan Yi, beautifully flung a body, all the body of the growth of fine scales, at this moment in the distance was struck by the mushroom cloud following the shockwave, only as the vast and majestic collapse and come. The evil god race didn't give a damn about this. Not to mention this level of material shockwave. Even if it is a landslide and tsunami, it may not be able to really hurt his body, which has already begun to move towards the strong nuclear power and electromagnetic power. If not, it is possible to find a few human beings to make up for it. The evil god races use. Chapter 88 Caring and Not Caring. In the darkness of the underground where you can't see your fingers. There was almost no sound from the outside world then. It wouldn't take long for the people to collapse. The more fortunate thing was that this group of people, they weren't one or two people, but more than 20-30 people piled up in one underground. Even if it was a high specification treatment of one person in a room, they could vent the huge pressure of possibly being buried alive and waiting to die by talking to each other in a way that prevented them from collapsing. That's what people are, after all. Better to die than to live. As long as there was the slightest possibility of survival, even if they were lying to themselves, they were willing to continue living or even survive. Since it was chatting or whining, it was inevitable that they would spit on the fact that they had suddenly been reduced from human beings to prisoners. Ask themselves, with their three views, they simply don't feel that what they did in the past counts for anything, even if they are tilted. It's just human nature, or in this world is there an iron face? Chapter 89 Cool yeah. Ji Ning's arrival did not disturb Lan's good mood. It did ease the horrible and suffocating atmosphere of the prison for a few minutes, and Lan's friends thought they saw hope for their lives from the despair of waiting for death. Since this gentlemanly bureaucrat seems to have such a good relationship with Lan Yi, he must be able to put in a good word for himself. So he must be able to put in a good word for himself, right? He had only made a small mistake. There's no need to get on the wrong side of the law and call for a beating, right? Really can't. We even really go to serve a prison sentence is okay, at least it is also considered a regular work and rest, clocking in and out on time, get a fair trial, rather than in this kind of nothing place, gradually rotting and stinking, and finally somehow not be needed on the evaporation of the human body. Especially the few elders who felt that they themselves were contributing and giving. Ji Ning did rub his face in the fact that Lan Yi had worked hard to brush up a wave of goodwill here. But for the sake of it. Chapter 90 Prologue to the Pandemic. What is a country? The state was the universal wish-granting machine, the largest and most efficient machine for mobilizing resources in the old era, and at the same time, it was also the current tool that Blue was able to use to achieve his goals with the least resistance. The emergence of the new order symbolizes the slow collapse of the old order. But the collapse of the old order, because of inertia and repetition, not overnight, but a slow and continuous process. In this process, that is, before the artificial God world trial enough, the vast majority of human beings, habitually adhering to the old order of that set. Until the humans of the main world, the eyes, power, and quality are completely opened. Inger, the Enclave. They are the most cutting-edge batch of elites in the oceanic civilization. Almost every big company is a supergiant, with unimaginable core technologies. These super technologies are godly, especially the part that applies to killing, very perfectly inherited the oceanic civilization deep into the soul of the soul. Chapter 91: Stealing Fire from the Nucleus. A clear white sun and miles of wind and sand. It was the place to write poetry, good poetry. At this moment, this place has a good poem has been cast, that is, a root rises up straight into the stratosphere mushroom cloud, a total of 13, as if the ancient demonic god generally stands in this desolate desert above, with death despair cold stare at this land. 100 kilometers above the surface wearing chemical-proof uniforms, and mushroom clouds compared, not to mention the ants. I am afraid that even the bacteria are not as good as, small enough to be ignored. 13 mushroom clouds. All different sizes. The largest has run through the troposphere, the second expansion from the top of the white mushroom cloud and then grow a mushroom to probe into the stratosphere, and the smallest mushroom cloud is like a stunted baby. In the many big brothers' violent impact and extrusion, the black mushroom cloud has not been able to maintain the prototype, was pushed askew to form a black column of smoke. This is a nuclear test. Chapter 92: Unable to See. Ji Ning certainly wasn't looking for death. Not returning to one's hometown when one is rich and powerful is like traveling in the night with clothes on one's back. Old acquaintance beauty, the world's power and authority, the heart of the people, these elements superimposed, even if it is a spiritual cultivator, can also obtain great psychological satisfaction. Can be said that no matter which way to speak, this situation, before the generation, even if not greatly satisfied, will not be angry because of it. 9 out of 10 bets. This is the 10th time. Not really a bet, but the advisors of the Science Corps predicted that there will definitely be an excellent time to enhance goodwill. Since it has already appeared, Ji Ning naturally saw a needle in the eye and instantly drilled into it, but also perfectly in line with his bureaucrat's persona. To this Lonnie could only say, sick. Giving the kids too much of a scare. Specialized in a science group to please himself. There is no harm in it, since it is a move that can ease and reassure both sides, and there is no substantial damage to their own interests. Lon also. Chapter 93: Heavenly Gods and Mortals. Northern Demon Sect. In the artificial god realm cluster, a power that was particularly mysterious, so mysterious that there were no records of it other than the Tao arts and mere words it had passed down. Although the Southern Sacred Sect and Divine Heavenly Peak were equally mysterious, they could at least dig up relics and trace the legacies of their predecessors, such as the relics of void-practicing powerhouses. But the Northern Demon Sect really had nothing, and its first-generation sect master, Li Bad, had left no trace at all besides his name. Did Li Bad really exist? What exactly did they flourish and what did they perish for? Behind all this, Blue also at the moment a person at the same time operating a dozen computers. He did not use the keyboard tapping so underneath the input efficiency method, but directly with the Manhwa, probed into the lower level of the keyboard, operating the electrical signals forced input. In the eyes of ordinary people, Blue is also standing there to turn his head, surrounding the cylinder-shaped display. Chapter 94: Blue is also a turd. A nuclear bomb with a yield of 150,000 tons of TNT was detonated. This plutonium-filled nuclear bomb is not very powerful. But it had one characteristic. That is, it was detonated in front of Lan Yi, almost at zero distance. There was a common saying among spiritual cultivators that a particle cannon in the distance was not as terrifying as a pack of explosives in the near distance, and although it was meant to flirt with certain spiritual cultivators whose physical bodies were not working, it also contained some of the laws of battlefield survival in it. The plutonium bomb detonated in both hands. The blinding light that formed after its super collar triggered a chain reaction was enough to blind a person in 1/10,000th of a second, and then in another 10,000th of a second, the terrifying light radiation would vaporize everything in the carbon-based body. In order to truly harness a nuclear weapon, one must personally walk to the nuclear explosion center, where the core of the Daojutsu Daewon should be located. Leaving these words behind, Lan also. He resolutely chose to physically push his way into the Chapter 95: Standing on a Missile. If Doomsday had a color, then it would be the color of Far South at this moment. What is Doomsday? Doomsday is the loss of all hope, intelligence reduced to beasts, do not care about the future and the bottom line of the carnival, there is not a trace of beauty to speak of, the creatures in human skin has essentially become the devil, they do not even care about life and death, face topped with the beige blood herpes, the uninfected launched a hunt and even slaughter. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. Just 7 days. Lanfang, the country, was pierced through from health to defense, all 10 major cities within its borders fell, and the only presidential plane that was able to effectively command resistance from all over the world and carry out joint scheduling crashed for unknown reasons. Subsequently, any organized defense or sheltering behavior was keenly detected by the infected, and then broken through, followed by the carnival of the laughing infected with their fear of abuse and colorful sins. Far south near the equator. Chapter 96, Deurbanization. For psychics. At this stage of the main world, what was the fastest and at the same time the most convenient means of transportation? There was only one answer: missiles. Cruise missiles or ballistic missiles, as long as the strength was sufficient. Then when the ballistic sprinted out, the spiritual cultivator, if he was capable, sat firmly on it, and could basically arrive at his destination in the fastest and most convenient way, with the only cost possibly being a violent death. If it was Lan Yi who chose to ride the missile, then there would be no such worries. This was a strong person who was able to physically walk out of the center of a nuclear explosion. Even if there was a nuclear bomb sitting under his butt, there wouldn't even be any damage, let alone a district of full nitrogen anion salt. Commander Lan is invincible. Commander Lani is going to sit on a missile and exterminate the evil demons today. Rumble. Swish. Suddenly, the spring breeze comes from 1,000 trees. Chapter 97, Preparing for Closed-Door Retreat. After the first artificial God realm trial, there was a spiritual cultivator craze on the internet. Whether it was a doctor who used to engage in fun little experiments, an entertainment blogger who played with a little chemistry, or a gourmet, an abstractionist, a philosopher, a hype man, or even a battleground up, they all began to show off their knowledge of spiritual energy in their personal channels, show off little experiments in Taoism, and show off the parameters of the innate one chi. These kinds of net-read cultivators who sniffed the traffic and transformed at a rapid pace inevitably involved themselves in the middle of a problem. That is, which one of you is the strongest? Beast people are not happy. Before only in the bar group chat mouth high battle stacking box, now do not have to stack the box. Everyone's beast chests have a practical counterpart target. Let these net-read cultivator painfully play an octagonal cage, not more than you sprayed a few hundred floors to verify the strength of the direct? Boring, we want to see the blood flow. Bloodthirsty viewers croak and kill mouth teeth. Chapter 98, Just Do It. Lani had discovered a problem before. A problem that only the Reborn would encounter. Because of the excess knowledge of Taoism, it led to the body subconsciously favoring martial arts over the cultivation of Taoism, directly leading to the fact that the realm of all Reborns could reach a maximum of the refined lifeplex and human phase at the first artificial divine realm, because beyond that level, there would be a clash between the knowledge and the body's cognition. It's not that it's a big problem. It's that it affects the mind, which is the mode of world cognition, and from time to time, the conflict can lead to vomiting blood or even intracranial hemorrhaging. As long as one didn't cultivate too quickly, this problem would actually be solved naturally. After all, realm was not equivalent to combat power. That was why most Reborns weren't in a hurry. For example, Jining was the typical front specializing in martial arts, and the Golden Lion was even simply specializing to the point of extreme strength in martial arts in order to pursue a short period of time, even if it was only to practice. Chapter 99, 50 Years of Empire. It's done. Jian Ziyue dined elegantly, a smile surfacing on her androgynous face. Lan was also refreshingly a shirker. Dumping this far south magic cave's stinky and long winding up work on him, he naturally wanted to put some intensity on Lan Yi. Jian Ziyue did not harm Lan Yi. If he mentioned the method with malice, Lan Yi guessed that the next second will be a round of palm thunder over, are the top Reborn, is not the cultivation of malice basically can be seen at a glance. Sword Ziyue just mentioned a most rough and most intuitive road. Spiritual cultivators cultivate heavenly palace purposes to resist external demons, to put it bluntly, as long as the external demons are subdued, no matter what method, that is all right. Similarly, as one of the top spiritual energy cultivators. Although False Sword Cultivator didn't notice the Luo Qian Dao rhythm aura on Blue Old Devil, but also in the daily life of fishing together and exchanging cultivation tips together, he was still. Chapter 100, The Unknown Enemy. Never underestimate the determination of vengeance of an empire that has crawled out of mud and misery, especially when that empire is determined to move towards industry, driven by the strong will of the group in power, and the astonishing strength of the nation explodes under the mentality of hatred. The Star Han Empire is such a vengeful beast that has blown the horn of war. Artificial God Realm 1909. According to historical records, Blue, also Immortal Master, descended to the world, destroying the hundreds of years of corrupt barbarians in the land of God. This country is not right. The great word prison suppressed progressive ideas of the conservative group, along with their lackeys, were sent to the trash heap of history, and replaced by a dynamic and ambitious military aristocratic group rose to prominence. In the same year, Immortal Master Lan Yi, with 1,000 of his elite soldiers and strong generals, took a white ship to expedition to Dongyang, to punish the rebellious son, to extinguish the throne of the country, to break its foundation, and there was no more Dongyang in the world, but only the redemptive province of the Star Han Empire. Chapter 101, Cultivating the Heavenly Palace. When Ji Ning contacted the main world, preparing to use the temporary channel to transport ballistic missiles in preparation for a big wave. When Jian Ziyue indulged the survivors of the far south, making the Lanfang restorationists among them think that they were living in the warm and fuzzy old times, while the emissaries from Oceania and Tianzhu sought an audience. Lan was also in the midst of a closed-door breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In his own exclusive carrier bedroom, Lan Yi had already repaired the heavenly palace to the 7th degree, and for him at any time, he could take the final step and completely enter the realm of repairing the heavenly palace. Whether it is psychological or sensory, for the mind ape, as if eating supplement, this to eat that also want to eat, ruthless cool after eating a wave, instead of indulging or fear, instead of beating to make it kneel, comfortable with the external demon, 8 winds do not move, the cohesion of the spirit reached a higher level. In fact, breaking through the heavenly palace of cultivation, for Lan Yi, the battle power enhancement is not big, the most significant. Chapter 102, Civilization Completion. What did the heavenly palace built by spiritual cultivators look like? There was no standard answer to this question. This was because the heavenly palace that was constructed after the refined life bush was not leaked could be strange and diverse, all depending on the cultivator's dharma inheritance. Some cultivators chose the physical body as their heavenly palace, and his heavenly palace was the shape of his body. Some cultivators choose to put their trust in things, and his heavenly palace is a city. There were cultivators who used swords to prove the Tao, then his heavenly palace was a flying sword. There are also cultivators who don't have any concepts at all, and feel that the heavenly palace is the heavenly palace, an abstract concept, then the heavenly palace is himself. Lan also belonged to the last kind. In the perception of Blue Old Devil, the top spiritual energy cultivator, the heavenly palace is essentially a resident state. Better than curing Daojitsu, one feels that one has cultivated the heavenly palace, then the heavenly palace has become a proof for all time. There is no need to materialize the heavenly palace again in the future. Blue also, this kind of idea is the mainstream. Chapter 103, A Good Man to the End. Being able to walk away from a nuclear explosion had become a standard by which the main world currently rated strong people. Old Demon Blue was one of the best. Not only was he able to walk out of a nuclear explosion unharmed, but he was also able to manipulate the terrifying energy released from the nuclear explosion through Tao magic, reining in the power, condensing the energy, and transforming it into the super Tao magic that spiritual cultivators all feared. Ji Ning didn't expect it. A large yield second-generation nuclear weapon thrown down. Frying fish blew up a big shark. Only that big shark's brain didn't seem to be too bright, probably hadn't seen a super powerful nuclear weapon before, very recklessly holding the hydrogen bomb and flying upwards. According to the images captured by the spy satellites, it was obviously blown up into a serious injury, and when it finally escaped back to the channel, it was already shaking. It is estimated that even if they do not die, they will not be able to rise again in a short time. As for the territory of Magadha, because it was the front line of the confrontation between the Star Han Empire and the Alliance of Powers, a second-generation nuclear. Chapter 104, The Corpses Talking. Lanfang Restoration Faction, Heavenly Fungus Mother Emissary, Blood Clan Messenger, Umbrella Special Agent. What do these 4 types of people have in common in front of Old Blue Demon? The answer was: the corpses are talking. This was Lan Yi's plain and unassuming opening statement, as well as undisguised thick malice. This caused the 4 people who were ready to salute to pause in unison. They had come as messengers to talk to the river's commander, ready to pinch their noses and follow international practice to discuss the post-war distribution of the Far South region. This was also the order that had always been dominated by the oceanic civilization. But today, Lan also seemed to be ready to shatter this framework, and how this made the hearts of these few messengers who were oceanic in their bones alarmed and angry. Naked strength and weakness of the inferiority and superiority. After sitting down, Lan Yi didn't give any face to these countdown corpses at all, sitting on the chairs prepared only for the members of the river, scraping at their faces with his cold and indifferent vision. Chapter 105, Bacteria Mother. The second artificial god realm trial is coming up. Aren't you brats going to prepare? Jian Ziyue was very irritated by the fake kid staring straight at his torso. This kind of behavior was already enough to make a spiritual cultivator feel threatened and thus make a hostile move. The beauty swordsman had just cooperated with Old Blue Demon and had also injected money on Artificial God Realm 1909, sending reinforcements from his side of the cultivators, and happened to be in the honeymoon period, so this bit of offense could be tolerated. Besides, children don't listen. Naturally, there were adults to spank them. Pa! Li Wanzhou jumped up in the next second, covering her butt, her eyes rolling with pleasure. The Manhwa that coalesced into a whip still had sparks of electricity above it. This time Big Thunder Fake Boy first stood upright with a serious expression, then like a tomcat dancing ballet, let out a weird hee-hee laugh, tiptoe pacing back and forth, ran to Lan Yi's side and pinched him hard with both hands as he buried his head into his pectoral muscles. Chapter 106, Don't Turn Around. Brother, don't turn around, I'm the school sister. You're the bull demon school sister. At the loss of me still believing in you, thinking that you were trying to counsel me to become stronger. Li Wanzhou showed his teeth. Look, this is hypnosis. Hypnosis is hypnosis. His own clothes have been changed into a brand new racing girl set. The fake kid, who was voluntarily hypnotized, under the coercion, quickly and honestly explained the details of his first artificial god realm, seeking the help of Blue Old Devil to listen to the opinion of this old driver. Li Wanzhou's first artificial god realm was actually very interesting, and the difficulty of the world wasn't too small. She was placed in the artificial god realm Shipgirls. Identity is the Zhou Heavenly Alliance Shipgirls Reserve. Both parents are dead, the family is clean, after being adopted by the nursery, by mistake, avoided the fate of being sold into Yangzhou Thin Horse, just happens to have a special talent in the artificial god realm Shipgirls world, called the existence of the Immortal Heim only have. It is the Immortal Heim Academy selected by the Immortal Heim. Chapter 107 Countdown. Tianhai, Channel Base. In a short period of 30 days, a small town had already risen from the ground, and there were two types of people most often seen in the town. One was a serious and disciplined soldier, and the other was a person who seemed to have a casual personality and didn't really abide by the rules, but exuded an eye-catching aura all the time. Obviously, the latter were spiritual energy cultivators. And it was the Reborn, or those with abilities, who were spiritual energy cultivators. It was them. Under Jining's leadership, they had joined forces with the military, utilizing their respective abilities to either participate in the construction, enter the artificial god realm 1909 to participate in the advance work, or train the absorbing forces. Said to be a small town, it was just like a militarized mini-fortress. One post at 5 steps, one post at 10 steps was not an exaggeration. Whether it was the many fire points that could be seen in plain sight or the invisible ultra-small drones, it was all about avoiding the passageway. Chapter 108 2055. The historical trajectory of this world was almost exactly the same as the main world. Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. This was followed by a chaotic world of foreign invasions, 2 world wars, and the end of the chaotic world was followed by a period of the Cold War that lasted for 30 years. Tellingly, this state was the state capital with the most severe ideological thinking of the Class A races. Though it was said that the artificial god realm was diverse as hell. However, every time they saw some evil or breathtaking historical evolution, the hearts of the spiritual cultivators who came to the autonomous world were all mixed up and they didn't know what to say. Continuing with the introduction. To be precise, this is a war that erupted on the world island, because of the perennial tension with the neighbor to the north. Taking this opportunity to be driven by profit, the main body of this world's river civilization suffered a full band blocking and jamming siege. Only the river subject of the artificial god world 2055 did not have the means to block the full frequency band. Chapter 109 Juno. All roads lead to Rome, and some people are born in Rome. Xian Yaoyao was the person who was born in Rome. She did not experience the tragic war of defense decades ago, living in a peaceful era. A person in the Magic City name is dozens of sets of real estate, not to mention those annual sky-high prices of shopping malls for rent, that is, the monthly rental of small apartments, are enough to let her clothes and food for a lifetime. Just like many rich second generation. When the wealth is free, either they would spend and live a rotten life, or they would go and do something meaningful. Xian Yaoyao was somewhere in between. To say that spend days drinking, life is not so rotten, she is at most out of cost, or watch live when to throw money in the anchor's car to enjoy the hustle and bustle, such as nightclubs, bouncing, villa party. Xian Yaoyao has always been far away from, not to mention the chaotic and disgusting projects of the foreign students. But 2. Chapter 110, Illegal Imperial Sister. No, how could it be God? It must be a Kasbar of a bourgeoisie, or a reality show. Xian Yaoyao instinctively looked around, trying to find the camera that was hidden in the crowd. At this moment, the familiar cityscape inexplicably looked very strange. The posters and slogans about the moon landing were like demons with teeth and claws, crawling out from all corners. The inexplicable sense of detachment and indescribable sense of vestigial vision was disintegrating Xian Yaoyao's inner defenses. At the same time, the sound of Lan Yi and Juno's conversation became clearer and clearer in her ears. So what should we do next? Lord of the River, should we continue to wait, or should we just violently destroy it and force out the source of the anomaly? With our power, the force of this world is not qualified to stop it, right? 1 million, 10 million, 100 million, kill them all? You guys are still as brutal as ever. Chapter 111, The Meeting. Snowy night, side of the alley, streetlight. There was a person standing on the streetlight. Oomph, miscellaneous cultivator. How dare you look directly at this king? Wang Oga clasped his hands on his chest, facing Juno, spitting a picture of arrogant cool demeanor. In the midst of the intense cold wind, just wearing an undershirt cloak, he really has a strong and powerful flavor in his clothing, even if the blue also coat in front of him is not strong enough. Not strong enough? What are you talking about? Is that Dongyang dialect? Why are you half Chinese and half Dongyang? Juno pretended to be puzzled. Wang Oga's face turned red with flesh. So why? Obviously a Hashihen, like 28 or 29 years old already? Why are you still imitating anime characters and talking, huh? Why on earth is that? Is it because you feel that talking like that is more in line with your strong stance? Riding the wave of victory. Chapter 112 Clues. Porcelain is very hateful. Looking at the face of the intentional extortion, any normal person would hate to use the copper scalp to bring him into a big spinning gyroscope. The person who wronged you know how wronged you are, not to mention a variety of ways to play the spiritual practitioners, can touch porcelain to the head of this group, is really the old man is tired of living. Spiritual cultivators have integrity. However, this is more often than not a civilization, not an individual. Obviously possessing a country-ending level of force, can still be pulled? When Lan Yi and the others searched over and found Li Yang in the police station, they were all wondering which magical noblewoman was the one who could pull this spiritual energy cultivator at the limit. A little old lady with white hair and tattered clothes. I'm afraid the combat power is not even one. Not to mention pulling the spiritual energy cultivator. Chapter 113 The God of Wealth. For a missing person, the best way to investigate would definitely be to first go to his residence to look for clues. Su Tianzi had 2 residences. The fire station's dormitory no longer had any investigative value. Perhaps 4 months ago there might have been, but with his resignation, anything of value had presumably been emptied and thrown into the trash for disposal, but rather the interpersonal relations of his fire department might have yielded unexpected gains, so Juno and Lin Chang, the 2 spiritual energy cultivators who happened to be able to supervise each other, went to probe a bit, and with their abilities they were just in a good position to ask questions of living people. According to what Ma Mei had said. Before he resigned, Su Tianzi had already shown signs of abnormality. Although he did not have the means to express the information directly, he might reveal something in his daily conversations, and the they in Su Tianzi's mouth clearly expressed that he was not an individual case, but probably an organization. The relationship between the firefighters was a lifelong friendship. Chapter 114 The Future. At the mention of the 5 roads God of Wealth, something was not quite right with Ma Mei. Perhaps even this little old lady herself didn't notice. Her talk and temperament were like a different person, becoming slightly agitated, turning into a folklorist, and also becoming slightly hideous, and in the ghastly white light, her state of gazing at the statue of the God of Fortune was very frightening. Appalling to manpower. If it were an ordinary person here they would definitely be scared half to death. But for this group of battle-hardened reborns, this little change in Ma Mei didn't scare them at all. Instead, it made them see a kind of that thing called destiny in this little old lady's body. The future of this world must have been so bad that it was beyond measure. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a situation where the inverted result was the cause. Ma Mei's abnormality was only temporary. Without much stimulation from Lan Yi and the other spiritual cultivators, she stared at the statue of the God of Fortune of the 5 roads for a while. Chapter 115 Where's the loop? While discussing someone else's business, someone else suddenly pops up out of the cold. Is that scary? Yes, it was scary. But it wasn't actually scary to the 3 present. Whether it was Lani or other spiritual energy cultivators, the sharpness of their senses already far exceeded that of mortals. An ordinary person more than 20 meters away, or the movement in the room, they actually heard everything, even more clearly than an ordinary person with their eyes, so Mame was able to hear these words. It was they who allowed it. It wasn't just Juno who was curious. Lan also and the others were also curious as to what kind of reaction this great guile who had overthrown the magic capital, shall we say Mame who was still a human now, would have after learning the truth. Would he suddenly burst into laughter, revealing some unknown true colors, and bared his fangs at the several people who had already fallen into the tiger's mouth? Or would it be like a clueless ordinary person who didn't even know? Chapter 116 Bait. The future, what does it look like? This question was something that almost all intelligent beings would think about. If you don't look into the future and build your own future, what's the difference between intelligent beings and domestic animals, except that the future is often not what people want, just as many scripts are a tragedy, and the moment some lucky people see the script, they can't help but think of trying to modify the future. Revising a script is like opening a blind box. You don't know the consequences of each change you make. And all the changes that seem to be for the better. And whether it will secretly accumulate unpredictable things, just as in a long river blindly build a dam, indeed can play a certain role in regulating the drought and flood, but every time the dam's water storage, but in the field of vision cannot be directly observed on the riverbed, but there are countless silt and sand pile up. These piles of. Chapter 117 Morning. Lan Yi, male later omitted. Wang Oga, male later omitted. Juno, female later omitted. Lin Chang, male later omitted. Li Yang, male later omitted. Dr. Chen in front of the front in 24 hours was quickly collected, approved by the Federal Supreme Committee of the Special Order Investigation. The so-called human rights, privacy, the rule of law, freedom are roughly trampled on the results. It can be said that in addition to the name and gender, the subsequent will not have more value. Although everything is traceable in the Federal Civil Registry Network, after an on-site visit and a little verification, it can be found that much of the information inside is practically untraceable. For example, the interpersonal relations of Lan Yi. According to the Tsanglong Federal Intelligence Department contacted the Magic City local police field visits to inquire, it was found that all of his interpersonal basically false. But what's very interesting is Chapter 118, Coming to the Future. Is it really okay to go there alone? For us now, stepping into time easily is dangerous in every way, isn't it? The topological nature of the time crystals, without the support of the quantum organs, can't keep the memories nor have a way to accurately locate them. Jupiter, what would you do if you were lost in time? Juno accompanied Lan Yi at the moment. This illegitimate imperial sister accompanied him as he admired the magic city, which was already lit up under the setting sun. As the main god of the oceanic civilization, as well as one of the three goddesses of fate in the future, Juno actually had another special identity in the future, an identity that made her unwilling for Lan Yi to go to the future rashly. At the same time, she was also one of Lan Yi's current credible allies. Previous life. Lan also discovered the suspicious nature of the life bush psychosis and then secretly investigated it. So was he the only psychic practitioner who noticed something was amiss? Chapter 119, Clearing the Field. Artificial God Realm 2055, Future, 2088. The moment Lan Yi arrived in the future. Almost within 1,000th of a second. Standing high above the ruins of the Devil's capital, he was immediately traced by the sweeping eyes of 13 powerful obsessions on a global scale. These horrifying obsessions were like some huge unnameable things, where they merely passed by the obsessions, the skies and the earth were as if they were festering pustules being cut open, and clattering ghosts gushed out hideously from the fissures. From a distance. It was as if the original heaven and earth of a normal color. Suddenly it was covered and smeared by large swaths of chaotic colors that were difficult to describe in words, and these colors were bringing out ghosts or ghost domains at an astonishing speed, directly pouncing on Lan Yi. Also within 1,000th of a second. Lan Yi, who originally still had a human aura, was instantly covered by magnetic fury walkers over the surface of his entire body. His human aura faded. Chapter 120, When Time Dies. In a world where even the air was filled with ghosts, wanting to live was almost an impossible thing, especially for a long time, even for a deceiver who wielded all kinds of ghostly weapons. Even if they were strong, it was hard for them to escape the day when they would be eaten up and devoured by the swarms of ghosts. But no matter when, life will always find its own way out. For humans want to live, there seems to be only one way. Drill, abandon the surface, bring the population and tools, at all costs towards the bottom of the earth. Tsanglong Federation has fought 3 world wars in order to deal with the evil neighbor in the north. It can be said that the underground Great Wall project across the east, west, south, north and south, to be far more exaggerated than the main world's anti-nuclear project, and even said that it is a morbid general rush to repair the underground metropolitan fortresses, and the moon landing after the 3 wars of the trend of thinking is the same level. Only one trend is obvious, while the other is unknown. It's just the same as depicted in movies and television. Chapter 121 Codename, Empyrean. The moment Lan Yi appeared. It wasn't just the ghostly creatures on the surface that detected his undisguised might and the iron will that was forcefully squeezed into the global psychic energy band, even the deceivers who were in the dungeon sniffed out the aura of this superpower that had suddenly appeared. Not to mention the back. The move of mobilizing the power of geomagnetism and controlling the thunderstorm to bombard and clear the field. It can be said that as long as one is not an unintelligent being, then all of them could realize that the thunder tyrant that suddenly descended was definitely not a lord to be messed with. The deceivers all thought that the Lan Yi that suddenly appeared was a big trick that drilled out from the exploding emotional field without connecting him with being from the past, especially after Lan Yi was completely wrapped up in the magnetic fury walker. Then it really looked more like a ghost than a ghostly creature. There weren't many deceivers in the dungeon. There were about 100 of them. All of them were from the Tsanglong Federation. The strongest among them. Chapter 122, The Truth About the World. That means you want the location of the moon landing, and 3 of them at that. Dr. Chen calmly gazed at the woman in front of him. Juno, the exquisitely gorgeous goddess who looked like a Venus sculpture, was teasing the white raven in her hand, and the perfect face and awe-inspiring aura she possessed did not manage to sway Dr. Chen, and even the hardened face standing solemnly next to her did not manage to cause any fluctuations. It was really interesting. It wasn't that they were strong-willed or not. Rather, they had forcibly weeded out the need. Juno's eyes were very sorry. Just as a normal person saw a perfect work of art, but a spinning this work of art had an unnoticeable crack in it like regret. These 2 people were the most excellent and complete humans Juno had ever seen in Artificial God Realm 2055, but they had a fatal weakness. That's right, send 3 people to the back of the moon, and what you're proposing is to. Chapter 123 Accumulation. As you guessed, I'm actually not as young as I look right now. After that war or experiment, it's like my life activity stopped, but other than that I'm still the same as an ordinary person. If you don't eat or drink, you will die. If you have a fatal wound on your body, you will likewise die, and if you travel to the future, the probability is that you will also die at the hands of ghosts. Other than that, the only characteristic is that, for the future, there is a strange sense, probably can tell, the future situation is good or bad like this. Dr. Chen easily read Juno's eyes. He himself was ordinary, even said before that war, just an inconspicuous marginal small role. There are too many people in that war are sacrificed, with the idea of for the sake of the Yellow River, for the sake of the Yangtze River emotionally to death, and finally have a role such as him can have the opportunity to debut host. In order to win, there had to be sacrifices. Chapter 124 It must be Old Blue Demon's plot. Emotion, soul, will, wisdom. There was another name for it, the light of the mind. It is an extremely unique energy source, a high-grade spiritual energy processed by intelligent beings, more advanced than the golden obsidian spiritual energy prepared by the blue old devil, often possessing certain powers that can interfere with reality, but are not reasonable. Does this description sound somewhat familiar? That's right. It is, the martial Tao's power of practicing emptiness. When the realm of the power of the mind reaches a certain level, it can rape the world without reason, transforming it directly into what the mind recognizes it to be. Even space and time would be affected and disturbed by it, displaying all sorts of rule-based power, the essence of which was the mind transforming the world. During the first Artificial God Realm trial, Blue also encountered the Peach Blossom Village synthetic beast relics. There is the embodiment of the power of practicing emptiness. Millions of years do not rot and decay, the legacy of information do not know how many years geometry is still stable and not lost. Chapter 125 Lock? While Wang Ogre was accusing that it was Old Demonland's plot and had to travel to the Yazhou launch base, at the other end of the time crystal's loop, Lan Yi was raising his mountain-moving level of power, preparing to plow a super-large hole in the ruins of the magic capital. He didn't even need to plow much depth. It was probably enough to use a high-density, high-quality warhead, accelerate it to an explosive yield of 5,000 tons of TNT, and create a deep pit with a depth of about 2,000 meters. Lan was also not a ghostly creature. Huge underground complex for him. As long as the material blocking the road to move away, then the rest of the electromagnetic barrier in front of this master of the electromagnetic system is just like a young girl's skirt, not to mention tearing it apart, even if it is directly lying or directly into it is not much difficulty. According to the thinking of the Old Blue Demon, this group of obsessors were suppressed in the ground. superimposed themselves wrapped up like a king's shell. Himself. Chapter 126 White Emperor. 20,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. From this height overlooking the Earth, can already clearly face 2 continents in full view, and in the slow rolling in the huge planet, it is easy to face its time to produce a panoramic effect. At this moment the human mind will be surging a huge sense of strangeness and alienation, as if they are at this moment independent of the entire universe exists. The feet of the planet of everything seems so small. Small, not worth mentioning. Whether ghosts and monsters, doomsday, or not, human species is even more indifferent. It seems that all dwarfed into the ground ants fight. If it was a spiritual cultivator with a weaker mind. Maybe we'll also produce the conquest of the space mission or something. It is not important, simply floating in outer space as a suspended object quietly watching the world seems to be a good idea. But for the blue also. Not to mention the planet. He had walked on top of the star, exploring the. Chapter 127 Joining Hands. Not good. It's coming again. Before the White Emperor and the other deceivers could negotiate a combat charter, just like the looming gale, the roaring heavenly thunder, the thunder that fell from the 9 heavens above reappeared on the divine mirror. Empyrean. The moment this title appeared, it meant strong. Unreasonably strong. Unrivaled oppressive might. Only to see 2 ghostly blue ionization channels inserted from 20,000 kilometers of outer space, it penetrated straight through the entire atmosphere, and eventually stabbed into the earth like a sharp sword held by a heavenly god. These 2 ionization channels, in the moment of linking to the Earth, immediately was accumulating a powerful electric potential energy. In the artificial god realm Red Alert, there was a super weapon that was called an electromagnetic satellite. This super weapon could suck the T3 technology tanks on the surface, land armored monsters with a tonnage of more than 20 tons, directly into outer space. The Star Han Emperor of Artificial God Realm 1909. Chapter 128 Not bad. The hundreds of sword chi intertwined in a flash, marked with the perishable peach blossom seal, gave the impression of a small psoriasis advertisement, haphazardly affixed to the thunder intertwined and wrapped, Emperor Shiranui. In the White Emperor's liberated ability. In the view of the deceivers, Lan Yi's most terrifying ability was his speed. As long as his speed was limited, then whether it was the Vajra mortar in Pestle Gangjin sword chi or the thunder god spitting breath plum thunder, then they had plenty of time to react, or even to seriously injure the Empyrean, before he could react. The sound was as loud as the blazing sun. The thunder that swooped down from above the 9 heavens with the high-speed accumulation of the perishable marks, its own stability, which was not considered solid, had begun to disintegrate on its own along with the perturbation of the magnetic field in a large area, and at the moment that piece of high-energy plasma drifted down, just like the feathers that were fluttering out of the thunder phoenix with its wings up. Even in the low-speed universe. Dixie. Chapter 129, The Blue Character. Being pierced through the chest by the White Emperor's longsword that was strong enough to tear apart the ghost's obsessions with a single blow, causing severe concussion, Empyrean spat out human words unharmed. Of course it is unharmed, from beginning to end, able to withstand more than 10 times the speed of sound, the pull of the violent fall, only the Thunder Soldier domain stretched and spread, projecting the magnetic breakwalker can do. Lan also did this with the intention of fishing. Since you guys like to hide underground, I'll hide in outer space. You can't reach me, so you can only be passive. Anyway, your deceivers are dwindling every moment when you're fighting, and as long as there's enough psychic energy, my electromagnetic doubles are endless, so I can use the fastest time and the most bombastic power to force you all out. Dare you not come out? Then I'll use my electromagnetic double to perform the same old trick with my Dao technique and plow through your turtle shells. The 5 emperors were all shocked and appalled. They are not shocked by Empyrean. Chapter 139 Heaven's Taishao Xin Thunder Shield. Do you guys still need evidence? Although there isn't much time, it's not a problem to take one of you on a trip to the moon, but the odds are that you'll die on the way, right? Lan Yi's words were like big tangible hands ruthlessly taking care of the face. The 5 emperors were all slightly turbulent in their obsessions at the moment, falling into doubting themselves, doubting life. They even unconsciously unlocked their obsessive weapons and withdrew their power. This was the sorrow of a spirit body. To live without obsessions, it would be better to die. Once the obsession fell into turmoil, commonly known as a shattered Dao heart, then the fighting strength would greatly decrease. Whether it was a thought of becoming a devil or a thought of becoming a Buddha, it was all a possibility. The 5 emperors were, after all, the top deities of this world. Although their obsessions were in turmoil, there were no instances of them falling into devils, or directly having their obsessions collapse and dissipate into the heavens and earth. Their faces were as if they had been in a nightmare, and they forced themselves to return to normal without a few minutes of effort. Chapter 131, Man? Class? The ruins of the magic city, the underground city. There is no doubt that can accommodate ghosts before the end of the human influx of refuge in the underground complex, is extremely spectacular and huge, strolling in which can watch to see the former Sanglong Federal in the destruction of the former, the great effort paid, marveled at the human in the disaster before the outbreak of infrastructure power, can be called a fool to move the mountain. However, again magnificent and spectacular buildings. After the loss of people, what is left behind is just a cold grave. Said the grave is really true to its name. All the way to walk. In addition to white bones, Blue also saw the most things, is clothing. A piece of clothing, a pair of pants, a pair of shoes, in the dusty ground randomly stacked, some of them have been torn into pieces, but some intact, and even piled up into a small mountain, as a lonely grave inside the grave, standing there speechlessly. Towards Lan Emo. Chapter 132, Initial Ghostly Creatures. Spirits aren't like other beings, it's too convenient to try to kill yourself as a spirit. Living for the sake of obsession. As long as one actively disperses the obsession and sincerely gives it up, then the next thing that happens is that the spirit body will dissipate into the heavens and earth, and the picture of its dissipation is very splendid. The spirit energy that has lost its attachment is like a dandelion that has been blown away by the wind, and turns into strands of burning and lit fragments that drift upwards and wither away. It eventually disappeared under the blackened dome. It was just like the deceivers themselves. The light they burned out could not possibly light up this world, but was only a glimmer of the world's struggle before it stepped into greater darkness. Perhaps they themselves had long intended to give up. Giving up that too tiring, too heavy, no end in sight to the imposition of the task. Lan Yi's arrival gave them another path to choose from, a path that would lead them to a path that had never existed before in the countless cycles of the past, using this broken body as a bridge. Chapter 133, Moonback Base. The back of the moon was a very mysterious area. For the vast majority of ordinary people, the back of the moon, not to mention ascending to it, might just be a deeper understanding, would subconsciously feel that it was a dead and desolate Jedi, and that the so-called moon landing was just accomplishing a feverish feat, rather than actually doing anything there. I don't know how many times the cycle begins. After realizing that it was already deep in the cycle and there was no way to break it, the resources of the Sanglong Federation were mobilized by Dr. Chen, and a swarm of infrastructure drones began to be launched towards the moon in an attempt to create an automated base out on the back of the moon to serve as a station for humanity to rebel against the cycle of ghostly doom. It was a spirit of fool's errand. Dungeons were difficult to build, but with fiberglass and drone engineering swarms that had been through the trials of World War III, building a dungeon wasn't hopeless, and most importantly, it was possible to view the progress in real time. And Chapter 134, Why Don't You Worship? How long does it take for the artificial god realm 2055 to cycle once? There was no exact number. But it was possible to estimate a generalization. It was about 10 to 20 years. The span of this time period was sort of big, because there were all sorts of uncertain accidents to be calculated to make the doomsday break out early. That is to say, even if the last time he sent someone to the moon, it had been at least 10 years, during these 10 years, was it possible for him to be like the protagonist of Mars Rescue, who had survived so far by relying on the resources of the base on the back of the moon? Even if the resources are sufficient, then how did he avoid the existence of ghosts on the moon? People? The dispatcher at the side was confused. It was reasonable to say that no one else could exist on the back of the moon except for the astronauts who might have been sent up there with no return during the Great Union, and other people. This time Dr. Chen came to a realization. Communicate instructions to request the 2 volunteers not to destroy the moonback base by attempting to. Chapter 135, The first few times. Wang Oga's fight can be summarized as, the killing whalebuster fist. Kill the whale fighter. Kill the whale fist. It was still the killer whale fighter fist. It was like punching the North Sea kindergarten and kicking the Nanshan elderly home. Regardless of whether it was an awakened ghostly creature, or a modded person wearing a powered exoskeleton. Wang Ogre used his most favorable and most customary, but also the power could be adjusted at will, and killed them all the way through. Walls were chiseled through, steel was torn, exoskeletons were blasted, ghosts wailed and shattered, moderators were directly knocked down by the domineering crushing mind bombardment, fortunately avoiding the vast majority of the raging like a tidal wave of fierce dragons punching power. The martial artist erupted with a force just like the 3 dragons tossing and wreaking havoc in the base. Tremor. Rumbling. The excitement of the ghostly creatures quickly turned into wailing. These little ghosts, which were not even at the true demon level, met the spiritual energy cultivators and were beaten alive by a close fist one by one. And this. Chapter 136, Awakening the Female in the Heart. The fourth cycle. Probably holding the cycle has the courage, want to replicate the past to use the cycle to become stronger to defeat this side of the world's human way to deal with spiritual cultivators. Intelligence is simpler and more extreme. Initially ghosts in the fourth cycle, very proactive to find the blue. Also others. This time the cycle of the picture is not the ghost's doomsday, but the ghost's revival. Gradually emerging ghosts consciously launched attacks towards the spiritual cultivators. And some humans. Humans who were destined to be transformed into ghosts. With the will rekindled from previous cycles, plus the so-called soul inheritance reincarnation memories, they transformed into ghost sentinels. Half-human, half-spiritual beings more capable of harnessing psychic energy than the deceivers, performing abilities close to the concept of rules, appeared, and the deceivers were eliminated by the powerful ghostbusters before they could react. This time the cycle of deceivers were all but wiped out without making any waves. Targeted by the ghostly focus. Chapter 137, The Way to Break the Situation. Although Wang Aojia's speech was a spirit energy cultivator's jest, meaning more or less, hopeless, waiting to die, farewell. However, it managed to cause a wave of panic in the ground command center. Suppose the spirit energy cultivator gave up on them. Really taking only a portion of them to Mars and then turning their heads to open a slaughter, then the next step for them people would have to think about whether or not they were qualified to board the spaceship and obtain that precious quota. It could be said that a big reason why that Sanglong Federation hadn't collapsed by now was because everyone didn't have the option to run. Once the option of being able to run appeared, then the fun would be great. Even some people in the Moon Sanglong Federation were able to get a back of the moon base in Mars. If they could go to Mars, the carnivores would probably not hesitate to sacrifice their long dead and rotten consumables. Don't ask why. It's the inevitable result of the federal system chosen by the main body of this world's river civilization. Good. Chapter 138, The Wonderful Use of Stand-in. There were two difficulties in trying to utilize the quantum topology of the traveling monster to jam the time crystal cycle. The first difficulty was how to make the traveling monster arrive at the artificial god realm 2055 at the right time, so that it did not realize that there was a pit towards it. This difficulty had been solved for the spiritual cultivators by Conquest Space. The suspected artificial god realm group core mastermind of the conquering space pitched up the suspected high-dimensional computer variant of the traveling monster that is called a pita accurate, the ghost face space wandering to the outside of the artificial god realm 2055, according to the habit of the quantum topology, did not realize that there is an old six above his head is staring at it silently. And the other difficulty is how to grasp that right time, that is, initially the ghost thing from the emergence, toward the cycle into the simple mind of their own, but did not start the cycle, coincidentally again crossing the monster to resist to start quantum topology. How that timing is to be grasped. It's up to Old Man Blue. Chapter 139, Breaking the Cycle. Ghost Face Space. The internal structure was an apartment building, and whenever there was a quest released in the ghost face space, the halls and private rooms of the apartment building would appear with a blood letter prompt, and the door of the room of the traveler who was chosen to deal with ghosts would turn red, as if it was a bright red color drenched in fresh blood. The travelers here can be very professional when it comes to dealing with ghosts. Specialization within the rules. They were very good at interpreting and utilizing the rules, racking their brains to deal with ghosts with the help of the various forces in the mission world, and in the perception of the ghost-faced space travelers, ghosts were invincible, and the only ghosts that could be dealt with were ghosts, and the ghost-faced space was suspected to be a cured, pedantic ghost. All the ghost space travelers came here after accidental deaths. According to senior rumors in the ghost face space to complete 10 missions. Not only can they come back from the dead, and can also carry the ghost face. Chapter 140, Crossing Countless Reincarnations. When Lonnie let out a loud laugh, causing the artificial god realm 2055 emotional field to resonate, at this moment, the humans of the entire world seemed to be comforted, the fire of ignorance in their hearts suddenly calmed down, and was replaced by an unprecedented feeling of serenity and comfort, as if there was finally hope to get out of the cage. At this moment, regardless of geography, regardless of race, regardless of age. As long as it was human. Their eyes were all drenched and wet with tears. Especially the humans of the Sanglong Federation. Not only were they filled with tears, but there were thousands of people who seemed to be roaring and singing directly in their heads, that voice that rode the mountains and looked at death as if they were at home, that was the song that the river people had used to bolster their courage in countless cycles. In the most timid moments when the most deaths were imminent, even though it had long since burned to ashes, there was still a trace of residual warmth in that fireless ash. Nowadays, this little bit of residual warmth, in the outsiders are not stingy in injecting emotions, open. Chapter 141 Final Boss. Chu Xian and Zhang Chao were lucky. They didn't have to face the same desperate blows as their unlucky teammates, who were struggling toward hope for the entire human species of the burning world, nor did they have to worry that they would face evil spirits that tore through human skin, nor did they have to worry about being overwhelmed by iron fists without knowing what to do. But they were also unfortunate. Thrown to the other end of the time crystal, what they had to face was the strongest in the main world, with the word Powerbuster strong almost written on his face, the blue old devil who was the figurative translation of the word invincible. Upon seeing Lani, Chu Xian and Zhang Chao were both stunned. This was followed by uncontrollable fear. The undisguised bracelet on Lani's left wrist had the aura of the Ghostface space, and they guessed that the person in the ruins in front of them might be a senior who had escaped the Ghostface space, but more importantly, it was the aura that was on Lani. That top predator, relentlessly pressing over, awakened the primal in their hearts when faced with the natural enemy of humanoid creatures. Chapter 142 Emergency Landing. The last resort of the traveling monsters was to descend themselves. It was jokingly called emergency forced landing by spiritual energy cultivators, equivalent to forced descent into the artificial god realm from a higher perspective, where one could only use force to go head to head with the enemy, betting that the other party's arrangement in the artificial god realm didn't have enough variables to utilize the information obtained from the quantum topology to crush it in one fell swoop and then escape. Generally speaking, being pushed to this extent, the traveling monster was actually close to being desperate. This dying struggle for spiritual cultivators is the most testing of the heart. If the realm is in the practice of the virtual and the creation of the Star River before, then forced to descend down through the monster for their own information can be said to be extremely well understood. The only thing one can do is to insist, constantly insist, and always insist until the through the monster in the force to descend in the eventual zero and merge with the Tao to become a part of the high dimensional computers. At this moment, the ghost-faced space was indeed extremely wretched. It was in a forced landing to Chapter 143 Hand to Hand. Even Lani couldn't help but apply for solemnity at this moment. The steel armor Divine Thunder had been cracked. Although it was said that this Tao art was very simple and crude, it was already considered the most basic and least easily interfered with Tao art, and it was cracked by Ghostface so simply in this artificial god realm, and that was enough to prove that other more complex Tao arts that required a longer preparation time, I'm afraid that Ghostface would still be able to quickly interfere with and crack them. A broken ship still has two rotten nails. Not to mention traveling through monsters. Lan also quickly made a judgment, 90% of the Daojitsu on his own body, the probability that the Ghostface has cracked the method. After all, in this aspect of cognitive world, in the absence of quantum organs before, spiritual cultivators are indeed inferior to the crossing monster. But this does not mean that spiritual cultivators can only be passive. The environment of Artificial God Realm 2055 was actually quite good. There was a great deal of potential in the mind god Martial Tao. Ghostface, who was in outer space, put all of the steel armor Divine Thunder. Chapter 144 All Things Yuan Qilok. Instantaneous movement at the whim of the mind. To put it bluntly, it was still an ability, and the main thing was the ability that even for an existence as disgusting as the Anti-Logic clan, there was still a way to deal with it. Lan also released his electromagnetic double, still using quantum perception to detect the general possible area of the Ghostface. I believe that everyone has had some kind of feeling, in some extremely focused and serious time, suddenly have a sixth sense, feel that someone is looking at themselves, towards that direction to see really someone is looking at themselves. This is the uncontrollable and mysterious sense knowing of the brain, an underactivated quantum organ. Snapping his fingers for a split second. When Ghostface gazed at himself with his mind, Lani was able to capture the direction in which it might launch its attack in the next second. There were a total of 13 directions, and Ghostface hadn't tested out the bottom card of this hardened individual, Lani, before, but now that it had discovered the space of Daojitsu, as the embodiment of the traversing monster's forced descent, it. Chapter 145 You're Going to Die. As top spirit energy cultivators, the Reborn's judgment was actually quite accurate. If they dragged on like this, Old Devil Blue was in a situation where he was bound to win. The reason was simple. Lani only had to drag it out until he merged into the Tao and made an emergency landing, and the ghost face that was forced to merge into the Tao by the Conquest space would simply disappear. In the ordinary person's perspective it is disappearing, but in reality it is the material dependence collapsing, and the high-dimensional structure being absorbed and assimilated by the high-latitude computer, making the heavenly way of this world more perfect. Ghostface Space was scurrying around in quite a few spiritual worlds. Its knowledge and experience would be beneficial to the future of Artificial God World 2055. As a traveling monster, could Ghostface not be clear about the merging encounter it was about to face? Of course it was clear, that's why it had to take down Lonnie as soon as possible. Only by taking down Lonnie did it have the capital to continue to flee. With the strong quantum fluctuations life information on Lonnie, even if it died a violent death in the same place, it could still spiritually pass through to other artificial god realms to turn. Chapter 146 Soul Eating. What is the means by which a ghost creature fights for its life? Regardless of any world, any realm, ghost creatures have a unified means of fighting for their lives. This means may have a different name, but they are all pretty much the same in terms of manifestation, and the result is not much different, that is, soul devouring. Suppose the Xianlei Shroud is a real injury to a spiritual body. Then soul devouring is a blow to an intelligent being that is close to a true injury. It could also be called taking over the body. If one disregards everything, Ghostface's idea of instantaneous movement can instantly burst into front of Lonnie. This speed has now been cut down to the upper limit of the Blue Old Devil. Even if he reacts to it, there is no means to stop it. Of course, if the Ghostface does this, the probability will be Blue Old Devil pinch a hair Deo Jitsu Rage beheading dog head. But now Blue was also pretty much cut down. Injured, locking his blue bar, continually losing blood, unable to mold his external Daojitsu, in a terrible environment, and his Daojitsu space reserves had been depleted to the point where he had a short. Chapter 147 Jin's Assist. Blue also pointed with his hand, and a white plastic chair likewise appeared beside him. Sit. Ghostface paused for a moment, then sat down next to Lonnie. The two were speechless for a moment, still fighting for their lives, like warriors enjoying their retirement time, calmly looking away from the garden world that looked extraordinarily beautiful in their memories. I lost from the very beginning you actually didn't want me to merge, your aim was to eat me. Ghostface at this moment detached from the extreme emotionalism brought about by the ghost carrier. Suddenly a lot of things have been figured out. Well, incidentally the giant structure of this garden world really magnificent. It was the crystallization of wisdom that the spirit traveled through the monster and could only be seen from a distance. But nowadays, it is close enough. Only when you look close and quietly look at it do you feel spectacular. If I want to take food from the tiger's mouth, I always have to pay a price, or else the Conquest space won't allow me to be calculated according to the contribution of the. Chapter 148 Hope. Jin Bai was a treacherous businessman. Behind all of his enthusiastic help, there was his own set of value measurements playing a role in it, and the divine fate bush helpers that he took the initiative to send were reminders and indeed useful to Lon, so that at least after 2 or 3 artificial divine realm trials and traveling to the artificial divine realm where Luo Qian was located, old demon Lon wouldn't be left without a response to an unexpected situation. The last of the value was drained. Ghostface's time to die had come. To be precise, it was this part of the consciousness of the force-descending body that had been torn into the bottom layer of consciousness by Lonnie using his soul as bait, and its self-contained ability to invoke the emotional field of this world had become the medicine guide for Lon Yi's refining, and it would effectively help Lonnie absorb the unowned mind and spirit power in the emotional field. Of course. Lon also did not eat everything. All of those filthy garbage was discarded by him in a picky manner, and Ghostface was also very kind to help him weed out the magazines, really good people. Blue Old Devil ate the emotional field in the. Chapter 149 Who Can Resist? The spiritual cultivators retreated one after another after completing their finishing work, and this devastated world was eventually to be exchanged for the human species of this world. Artificial God Realm 2055's trial. The difficulty level was super high. It could be said to be the best of the second trial. With such a high level of difficulty, the rewards naturally wouldn't be stingy. In addition to the spiritual cultivators' respective harvests in the emotional field, something like the Conquest space smoothly dismantling the Ghostface space, the same would be given to the spiritual cultivators as well, and these rewards tended to be very humane, something that the spiritual cultivators could use right away. As for what that was, only the cultivators knew. Anyway, after Lon also fell into a deep sleep. The first one to exit and return to the main world was Wang Aojia. This older middle-aged, very arrogant man came to the vicinity of the ruins of the magic capital and pressed loudly into the huge void created by Lon Yi's slumber, stating that he would immediately. Chapter 150 Chips. Artificial God Realm 2055, 30 days passed in the blink of an eye. From the perspective of the survivors of this world, the age of mythology would usher in an important historical node. In the ancient times, the devil controlled everything in heaven and earth, and the multitude of beings, the gods could not bear it, and seeing the beings struggling in the sea of bitterness, they struck the devil on the side of the river, and the devil was extinguished. After the battle between the devil and the gods, heaven and earth were free, the gods were wounded and fell to Puti, the goddess drove a golden car to see the day, and wore the moonlight at night and hid. The goddess's golden chariot was a bicycle. Well, it does make perfect sense for this retarded-like species of human to be a golden bicycle. This mythological story reflects two historical events. One is the amazing battle between Blue Also and Ghostface. The other is Juno's guardian quest. As for the cycle, ghosts, old times, new times, spiritual cultivators, and other things, it wasn't that there were no records, it's just that these records would eventually be written down over a long period of time. Chapter 151 Tao and Martial Arts Dual Cultivation. Juno returned to the main world worriedly. Artificial God Realm 2055 was left with Lan Yi, the last spiritual energy cultivator. According to the underlying logic, when Lan also left, this artificial God Realm should be disconnected from the main world for a long period of time, and it would not be possible to reconnect online until the vitality of the civilization was restored. Disconnection was also a good thing. The main world was now a powder keg. Two major civilizations, multiple camps, and different classes were all strung together by spiritual cultivators, and when the deterrent power of guns gradually declined, the contradictions of the old times that seemed to be tiny, acceptable, and bitter would all be detonated by the coolest way possible, and this coolest way possible, naturally, was war. After the Conquest space descended. Essentially it is giving everyone a gun. Doesn't care in the slightest that everyone gets a gun, and that the gun is still defenseless against what consequences it will cause, with a hammer in hand. Chapter 152 Strike It. The 76th day of strike. Lan also awoke. The first thing he did upon awakening was to collect his own power, lest he look twice more and exploded for all of the few human species left in this world. During the slumber, the large hollow caused by Lan Yi became a holy place for the humans of this world. Every day after completing their labor, there would be people who would trek to come to the big hollow and make a pilgrimage towards it, attempting to dock into the mythological world in the middle of a general dream. In the dream, what is in their soul and bloodline was overlooking the world of the blue old devil, led in the dream to accept the concept of civilization baptism. The great wind is great, the great tide is great. Flood totem dragon, fire nirvana phoenix. The sacred fire of civilization, the ancient not extinct, only I have no equal. And heaven and earth coexist, with the sun and moon. The river is here. The river is still there. Just like the artificial God Realm 1909, the story of the gods and goddesses has ended, picking up. Chapter 153 Genius? Happy New Year. For spiritual cultivators, the second trial spanned a large amount of time. It could be a few months, or even a few years. But for the main world, it was still 7 days. From here, it could be seen how heaven-defying conquering space's attainment building in this aspect of time really was. Just 2 trials, through the time difference, allowed a group of spiritual energy cultivators to grow up quickly, and directly had the backbone to stir up the main world to the point where the circumference was chilled to the bone. Even if there are no reborn people, after the second trial, there is no lack of powerful people in the spiritual cultivators of Taoism and martial arts, and even Dharma phases. Compared to the end of the first trial, the second artificial God Realm trial ended, that soundscape could be considered extremely vast. Why is it vast? The reason is very simple. From the artificial God Realm return, one body-killing aura, in order to become stronger, may slaughter cities and destroy countries. Kill talent. Spiritual cultivator pressure did not have the intention of restraining their own breath. Chapter 154 War Looms. The powerful, spirit energy extravaganza after the second artificial God Realm trial came to a close with the suffocation of old Demon Blue suddenly jerking the table away. The vast majority of people didn't know what had happened. And the spirit energy cultivators who were qualified to come into contact with that moment of terrifying suppression all very rationally and wisely kept their mouths shut, and for some, their purpose both succeeded and yet failed. Success was that spiritual cultivators were no longer hindered by this, and were about to become a strengthened version of Caesar that combined all kinds of great power in the arena of human civilization. Anyone with a normal brain. After feeling the transcendent greatness that stirred the globe, no one would consider going to the mantis. Besides, everyone has the opportunity to become a spiritual practitioner. Failure, on the other hand, was that they still hadn't been able to take the opportunity to test out the depths of Lan Yi. Just like the hollow of the mind that was suddenly drained outside of the atmosphere, Lan Yi still showed himself in a straightforward and violent manner. Chapter 155 Handover. Magic Capital, 1909 Passage Base. What was old Devil Lon, who was unfathomable in the eyes of a group of heavenly talents, doing? He was testing the unfathomability of the Madonna sister and the false brat, and after finishing the artificial god realm trial, even if Lonnie came back and saw the beautiful person waiting for him, he wouldn't be forced to suppress his own nature, and did as he pleased without overstepping the bounds of the rules. Anyway, when Lonnie put on his soft white pajamas and picked up his personal terminal to check up on the recent events, his thoughts were being drawn away from the agitation of the artificial god realm 2055. The emotional problems brought about by time dislocation were likewise one of the difficulties that spiritual cultivators needed to face. If they couldn't handle their emotions well and rectify them as soon as possible to face the main world, spiritual cultivators could easily make some irrational moves. The world is very lively these days. It was in the nature to watch the bustle. But by watching all the time, it was easy to overlook the fact that one could become lively as well. Neither did Xinghan. Chapter 156 Divine Order Bush, Silver Delusion. Except for non-renewable strategic resources. There weren't many people who could affect Old Blue Demon's emotions. The contact information of these people was recorded by Jining, and he also sent out people to exchange contact information with them, stating that no matter what was sent out, whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, he could contact him, and that as the general secretary and lapdog of Lonnie in the eyes of the people, he would be able to take care of the trouble for the other party. Avoiding these troubles from turning into bigger troubles due to small caprices, or corpses, or even troubles poking in front of old Demon Lun. Si Ayala and Li Wanzhou were not to be mentioned. There was almost no possibility of them being aggrieved. At least the drama of a female frequency palace fight couldn't possibly appear around them. What White Lotus grand heroine if she tries to come and do something through the Madonna sister and the fake boy, and in turn try to raid old Demon Lon, or even capture old Demon Lon and make Lonnie lust after herself, than this brain? Chapter 157, Knocking. Thunder and rain are all the king's grace. The kings offered their loyalty to the commander. What kind of system did Xinghan run nowadays? Spiritual cultivators had taken over the 5 major modules of social operation, violence machine, production construction, science and technology climbing and research, and external processing, and spiritual cultivators were honored by the strong, and this strong was often linked to wisdom, not smart enough to practice Taoism, not confident enough to practice martial arts, and spiritual cultivators, as long as they didn't have any major flaws, were all very good philosopher kings. These types of philosopher kings were very happy to cognize the world and improve themselves. After the first trial. After a round of fight for talk and future vision. The kings who had delineated the scope of their command, the footholds, recognized Lan Yi's position of command. On the bright side, the monarchs quickly divided into 2 factions. One faction was Jining, Zhang Shouzheng, and Jian Ziyue, who not only recognized the commander, but at the same time very actively linked their own resources with the. Chapter 158, The Miraculous San. How magical were the San of South Sub-Asia? Before the descent of the Conquest space, not to mention, the degree of magical abstract hilarity was witnessed by the whole world, and after the descent of the Conquest space, their condition became even worse. Just like now. Stepping on the missile and releasing his aura, Lan Yi was on the side and used his mind to forcefully sweep across the Asan, and the Asan were immediately deeply stung by the civilization that had been crying out lately, and the pride that had been emphasized, and were instantly furious as they rushed towards the ballistic missile's speeding tail flame. Then Blue also tensed up. About 1,000 people flew up. The ground also inexplicably followed the run of a large group of martial artists, one by one, issued a weird primitive scream, as if this will be able to the blue old devil from the sky roar down, chase down. It is very abstract. Quite a bit like Blue also rode a motorcycle to the side of the van, threw a firecracker over, the results of the van suddenly clattered. Chapter 159 Hand connecting to a space rift. The fungus mother was creating a phallic phase. But this phantasm was a bit of a mouthful. Lan Yi just glanced at it for a few moments, and was tempted to say to the fungus mother, "Clown, what are you stirring up?" Without a martial Tao Dharma body, without a mind embodiment, not to mention the will that a strong person should have, just relying on a huge infusion of mind power, then overdrawing their potential in life, temporarily pinching their mind and body into a piece of fungus meat, this kind of existence was just a mongrel, and any phantom out there would be able to beat 10 or even 100 at a time. Something without martial will. Pinched even more is cannon fodder for the strong. Old Blue Demon didn't even attack seriously. Just by gazing slightly, the mycelium person that had just coalesced crackled and burst, exploding into the air in a cloud of bloody fireworks that was laced with very many mycelium. False phantasmagoria. When it crashed into Lan Yi's will, it was like tofu dregs hastily pinched together. The Chapter 160 Enlightenment. Suppose there was a character. He has white hair, has some relation to demons himself, has the classic element of blue in all of his attributes, and has mastered spatial abilities, playing with them to perfection. So the character's name is. Virgil was about to get up when blue also popped up. Not bad. It is exactly under the following. The space rift has no kinetic energy and is not an energy strike. It was very dangerous before it was pinched in the hand, but after it was pinched, as long as it didn't take the initiative to make a death-defying wobble, it was actually very safe. Blue also pinched the spatial rift that Fungus Mother had shot at, and originally intended to fling it back into doo-doo, but what he hadn't expected was that, as the Lord of the Asan, Fungus Mother slid to her knees at a very fast speed. So fast that old Devil Blue lost his voice slightly. How should I put it? Doesn't it deserve to be an Asan who has eaten too much? This shameless and flexible look was deeply rooted in the essence of San. The stick hadn't even been drawn. Chapter 161 The Art of Offense. The Fungus Mother finally bowed her head and agreed to become a wet piece of the Two Realms Mountain. And in exchange, when the Two Realms Mountain was molded and functioning, if it could cultivate its merits and virtues, that is, by calculating and regulating the various natural and man-made disasters that this super project encountered in the early stages, then it would be able to chop off its demonic body by way of transmutation, and become a human being to invest in the artificial god realm and grow up quickly. Lan also went out and skipped around the plateau. It was the biggest disturbing external cause of the Two Realms Mountain project that had been resolved. This side of Nanzia could come to an end for the time being. After determining that the Unity had solved this problem, the super project led by the spiritual cultivators of this era immediately began its prologue, using the means of spiritual cultivators to boldly transform almost all the mountain ranges of the plateau, a region that was 2,000 kilometers in length and 300 kilometers in width. Spiritual energy cultivators from the artificial god world salvaged a lot of good things. For example, Red Alert, Wraith, Star. Chapter 162 Supreme King. Since the opening of the passageway, plus Blue Old Devil's vigorous cultivation in the artificial god realm 2055, adding another hand to the spark of human civilization, the artificial god realm 1909, that is, the world where the Star Han martial arts empire prospered, completed synchronization with the time stream of the main world, and did not cause any more trouble. Here's what's wrong with it. It refers to the turmoil of that unknown artificial god realm. Ever since he coincidentally relied on the relics and linked up to the artificial god realm 1909, the unknown artificial god realm had crashed with the main world once because of the passageway problem, and caused serious damage to the main world's probe drones at that time. The transcendent individuals of the unknown artificial god realm then. The transcendent individual who had intruded into the artificial god realm 1909 and rewarded the Star Han Empire and the Alliance of Powers with 2 slaps in the face, the bossy and accustomed transcendent individual didn't put other people in his eyes at all. Then it was struck by lightning. The main world that had released the spy satellite was then in Gening. Chapter 163 Artificial God Realm 1638. For the time being, this artificial god realm was named 1638. The historical progression of this artificial god realm was similar to the main world. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, the Qin dynasty unified the world, and history rolled forward until the end of the Song dynasty, when a fork in the road appeared. One of the reasons why Yuan, a monstrous dynasty, didn't replace the Song and the nomads in the north failed to dominate the central plains was that pellet black powder was figured out early by alchemists and applied on the battlefield. Your cavalry is no longer strong. Faced with the foot soldiers who are not afraid to die in pieces to dump grenades cannot be defeated. Several bloody battles down. Nomadic side of the south, this one was beaten by the vitality of a great deal of injury. In the Khan's position in the fight for a defeat. So far the Golden Tenkan, this one on the south side of the hard bone, lost interest. The grassland people's sight cast to the direction of Europe, to the better looting area, raised the butcher knife. But the Song still fell. The Song generals, who had mastered the manufacture of black powder, had long been displeased. Chapter 164 Your Emperor has returned. Little. Blue Old Devil. Easy to take. Take. Lifted hands are trembling violently. Li Wanzhou at the moment is like a 90-year-old old man, at any time will be in the ground kind, suddenly be dragged to hike to climb Manhwa. It is not easy to simmer in one breath to reach the top, did not die violently in the middle of the way, the last, but also hard to show off the mouth and say that he is alright. Go to the plateau to skate, knock some Fungus Mother. Blue also came back to the nonchalant Meikai, the day on 3 pole. Dare fake girl angry. She put down a bold statement that she would challenge Lani. If Lani won, she had no complaints today, let Lani make a big fuss. The result of trying to die, the fact that even if not holding the idea that only those who survive are qualified to open the do, Blue was also very violent and measured, unfolded the fairy G armament, the use of 2-strike must kill the tomboy, was Blue is also 3 strokes demolition. Chapter 165, Goodbye. Artificial God Realm 1909. The flames of war were already raging in both the Great Eclipse Sea and the Tianju Ocean, and countless giant machines, like the wreckage of the dead, were tipping over and drifting on the surface of the sea or smashing deeply into the collapsed surface of the ground. The war machines of this world are undergoing the harsh test of war. The heavy machinery and electric power armor spawned by the ionosphere wireless transmission and specially used to deal with the phallic martial artists and enshrined Taoist priests showed a very stiff and helpless shortcoming in the face of the ferocious war soldiers of the other world, and in most cases, belonged to the side of passive defeat on the battlefield. Mechanical bodies are not as flexible as biological bodies up front. And the transcendents of that morbid world of 1638 were all heartless people. Their abilities were so strong that it made people scalp numb, and their methods were even more perverted, which had already made the Star Han Empire feel a huge pressure. Just a few days. Star Han. Chapter 166 Fortune and Misfortune. When the strongest members of the Star Han Empire gathered together and frequently mobilized, heading to a place, as an enemy, they naturally noticed. As transcendents who had mastered Qi. With the strength of the warlords. If they didn't attack the city, but rather collected their breath, hid their movements, and infiltrated, then bypassing against the Star Han Empire's front line of defense, and then infiltrating into the vicinity of Yuzhou in a low profile, no matter if it was by taking the Southern Ocean or going over the mountains, it would actually be a relatively simple matter, and it was something that couldn't be helped. That said, being infiltrated to a distance of dozens of kilometers, for the martial artists of the Star Han Empire still felt slightly creeped out, knowing that those lunatics were not moral rules, slaughtering cities and cannibalizing people was a common occurrence. If they infiltrated into the Empire's territory to wreak havoc, I'm afraid that the turmoil and disaster created would definitely be a great deal of damage to the Empire's vitality to the extent that it shook the foundations. The 1638 World's War general realized when he was discovered. Chapter 167 Sharpening the Knife. The life force of transcendent individuals was generally very tenacious. Because to carry transcendent power, the vast majority of cases require the body to be qualified and have an adequate platform for piggybacking, otherwise the transcendent power added to the body, then it might not even need others to do it, but one's own ability would be overwhelmed. Like spiritual cultivators, if they give up cultivation and consolidate their bodies, it's not as simple as degradation. It's true that they will lose control of their spiritual energy and end up going crazy or dying. What sequences what glass cannons are ultimately in the minority. 1638 of transcendent individuals. Let's call their profession as war soldiers for the time being. The vitality of the war soldier is extremely tenacious. They don't practice innate one chi or implant life clusters. It's the appearance of what looks like an ordinary human physique that has a superhuman body of steel. Therefore, only the part above the chest cavity was left after being killed by the fake kid's explosion. 3 nerve centers on his body were knocked out. This lurked over. Chapter 168, Demon Shining Mirror. 50 years of aura revival. This world had completed almost 2 generations of growth. Relying on the Taoist scriptures, left by Lan Yi, Zhao Jian, Hui Yuanjia and others are very important to the collection and cultivation of the life clusters, probably the empire to allocate special funds, so that certain people with important life clusters don't extinguish the incense, consciously let them go to open branches and spread their leaves, at the same time registers, confidentiality, will be the knowledge of the Taoist arts and the book of Taoist priests to control the empire within the empire. Avoid the emergence of a demonic Taoist priest, direct rapid growth, overturned the original order. Therefore, Artificial God Realm 1909's life clusters, although they were harvested, transplanted to the body of the enthralled Taoist, but in fact this harvest did not affect how a large number of life clusters in the stage of aura revival sprung up, and even for a period of time also caused a slight riot. That was why Lan Yi had gone through the Fate Bush Atlas. In addition to the divine fate clusters and certain rarer or conditioned fate clusters, there were also a number of other fate clusters. Chapter 169 Hanging Mirror. To carry out extermination on an artificial divine world, what would spiritual energy cultivators have to do? The first thing to look at was how resistant to destruction the world was. If there were no transcendence, then an extermination flood would be easiest. For the world that has not arrived at the interstellar age, just melting the Antarctic ice by a large margin is enough to create a super tsunami at the level of destroying the continent. What with the depravity and decay, stagnation, class solidification, and the direct Nabistine rage wave strikes, everything is over. Even if there is a transcendent power of the artificial God world. Whether or not you can fight back in the face of a great flood also depends on the strength of the power. However, if there are transcendentals, generally speaking, transcendentals who are completely depraved and corrupt, who do not regard themselves as human beings, who treat ordinary people as slaves, and who take them for granted, tend to be the main object of extermination, and the words of the Great Flood alone do not effectively remove them. Whether up in the sky or drilling. Chapter 170 Nothing to Hide. Li Yang was one of the monarchs conscripted enough to be entrusted with a great task as a cultivator. As a reborn person. As soon as he arrived at the front line of the Tianju Ocean and organized the forces at hand for a counterattack, there was barely a moment's pause, and the originally stalemated battle lines in the ocean, in the sky, and on the ground were like mercury surging towards the war soldiers that were nailed to the earth like reefs. Transcendent individual clusters of war soldiers. Forced to contract their forces, dozens and hundreds of them were organized into teams. Running across the battlefield, turning waves of robots into crumbs. And the leading battle soldier, using chi as a means of bombardment and explosion, raised his hand to create a large tactical nuke-like blast, vaporizing countless seawater into water vapor and blurring the boundaries of the sky, the ocean, and the earth with his blasts. It looked like things were getting better. In reality, it was a trap set by Li Yang. The war soldiers and war generals that had piled up were paralyzed, habitually thinking that they were being dropped over. Chapter 171 Waiting for 50 years. The destruction of the world and the reversal of the universe was shocking. The divine spiritual energy cultivator. When the decision was made to intervene in the artificial god realm, it would definitely be a jaw-dropping scene. Star Han Empire's soldiers are martial virtues extremely abundant. The spirit of martial arts is not as simple as saying, they are really to teach the barbarians, after teaching that piece of land basically only Han people left, do not think they are Han people, often go very fast, but also more peaceful, will not give the pioneering regiment to bring any trouble. And its soldiers with such an abundance of martial virtues. Today in witnessed. Immortal Master parading above the 9 heavens, using the demon shining mirror to exterminate the tragic scene of the cannibalistic demonic devils, are silenced, not the slightest bit of joy after a great victory, only a deep fear and respect. And the 3 words demon shining mirror also quickly became an obscure word that no one in the Star Han Empire was willing to mention. As if one were to mention it more. Chapter 172 The Supreme King is watching. In this world, there were always some people who were able to endure things that ordinary people couldn't, and such people often possessed extraordinary wills, and could give up everything else except for their identified goals. Supreme King. Is this the kind of person? The regular people's serious Supreme King. Just like a small old man on the high slopes of the Lus who is no more than ordinary, a farmer with his face facing the Lus and his back facing the sky, there is not the slightest bit of that crazy and arrogant energy that dominates the artificial god realm. 1638, hides all the power, avoids appearing in the field of vision of the spiritual cultivators, and has been hiding in the shadows to coldly watch the war, or the massacre. In front, the war soldiers and war generals took the advantage, pushing across the battle line and unexpectedly messing with the phallic phase. The Supreme King did not make a move. He was as if he had made a move at that time. I'm afraid that the Star Han Empire's battle line would continue to collapse, even all the way to the Southern Ocean itself. Because of receiving the main world's capital. Chapter 173, Serial Quests. I've heard that white hair has a special attack on Singanese that can hit right on the sexual fetishes, like crane hair. Whether this was true or not, Lon also didn't know. But when Philia regained her youth and appeared in front of her with a head of snow-colored long hair, it was indeed a lot more eye-pleasing on the whole, and she lifted the hem of her dress. Her face was full of surprise and happiness, as if she was a dancing swan, standing on her tiptoes and backing up a couple of steps, and after a ladylike curtsy, she was dancing a couple of times. Young body, full of energy, even the voice of the cry has returned to the young woman. Period of charm, lost 50 years seems to return to her body. With a fragrant breeze. Philia the mature and dignified beauty. Like a small bird, she fluttered into Lan Yi's arms, feeling the reliable hardness of his chest. This was an action she wouldn't have done before. The sudden youthful energy, coupled with a sudden change of heart, made this strong woman. Chapter 174, The Sun. Artificial God Realm. 1638. This world, because of the correlation effect, the entire planet, and even outer space, was comparable to the main world, which was the current situation in most artificial god realms. So what was the current state of this planet? The answer was very primitive. Because of the failure to successfully enter electrification, the three poles were broken by the sudden rise of the transcendentalists, which directly led to the industry of this world. The destruction of the environment is extremely limited, plus the war soldiers control the sky, the ground, and the air, and all property belongs to them, including slaves as well. Ordinary people don't say cutting down trees. It's just grabbing a fish or a rabbit from the war soldier lords that will get their hands chopped off and cramped. The strictest places even appeared air tax, death tax, and other strange charges received more than 100 generations later. The magical scene can be imagined, not to mention the development, thoroughly regarded as another species of slaves, pressed and not. Chapter 175, The Only One Who Can Save. Have you ever seen a light brighter than the sun? Zhao 24591 hadn't seen anything brighter than the sun before, although the lords had always boasted that the Supreme King had lit up the moon decades ago, making the night as white as day for 3 whole days, but hadn't he never seen it? Zhao 24591, a slave. Slaves don't come with names. 24591 represented the number of people who had been arbitrarily given names by some convenient war veteran before him, and also represented 24,591 times of creating animals without morality, without mercy, full of madness and ugliness. 24591. This number was full of blood debts, filled with the blood and tears of slaves, and just a little bit of thinking about the meaning behind this number was enough to make the bones of a sane person creepy, and the goosebumps were out of control. And goosebumps gushing out uncontrollably. Living in such a world. There was not much difference between it and The Walking Dead. One could say. And today. Chapter 176, Big Pineapple. In a world where transcendence existed, especially when transcendence like spiritual cultivators existed, with high mobility, wide coverage, high observation accuracy, and fast thinking speed, once the armies of the mortal resistance collapsed, or if the weak ones didn't have the strength to fight back, then the fall would be almost an hour for a large city. This is war. War is to die. Regardless of whether it was actively opened or passively involved, spiritual cultivators would very quickly adapt to the rules of the battlefield in times of war, rather than being saintly or soft-hearted. In the artificial god realm 1909, Li Wanzhou's infamy had quickly replaced Blue Someone. This fake brat. After crawling around twice in the artificial god realm nymph kind of abstract world, she could be said to be full of malice towards the great powers, because in that world nymphs, or immortal Heim, were no better than war soldiers, and among them, it had to be the great ocean civilization's immortal. Chapter 177, Ironheart Liberator. At the same time when the big pineapples in the Redemption province were sold off the market, the artificial god realm 1638 also had its final moments of extinction. When Lan also came out of the passageway. The other end of the passage was not the royal capital of this world, but outer space. The huge size and mass effect of the demon shining mirror both doomed it to not be able to be unfolded on the ground, so Li Yang, who had arrived here one step earlier, after completing his only rescue, directly propped up the relic item that had opened the passageway, a box that shimmered with electricity, and utilized the convergence of sunlight from outer space to recharge it. The box was not large, about the volume of a 30-square-foot room. The material appeared to be basalt, with densely engraved runes on it. What was more interesting was this. When the box was activated, its form was not solid as rock should be, but liquid and fluid, seemingly echoing the gravitational field around it, and in the rising and falling tides of gravity the fine. Chapter 178, Pigeonholing. When the demon shining mirror unfolded in the outer space of the artificial god realm 1638, it rang the bell of judgment. The planet underneath Lan Yi and Li Yang's feet was currently filled with disaster. When all the war soldiers, including their lapdogs, were burned to death by Li Yang in plain sight, the first thing the freed slaves didn't do was think about rebuilding civilization on the ruins. Part of the effort felt that the sky had collapsed and that they should go with their masters and chose to commit suicide. This part of the slaves was a minority. After all, mole crickets are still living. The war soldier master was burned to ashes by the great sun heavenly god, and they, the lowly and filthy lower slaves, would continue to roll around in the mud, and without the war soldier master's barbed whips or the unique hobbies of the lords, it seemed that they would be able to live a slightly easier life in this free and sweet-smelling land. At least they could eat 2 meals a day. And they didn't have to worry about their lordships in different orders. Chapter 179, Long Live the Immortal Master. Since ancient times, the river civilization had always had a fine tradition. That is ritual sacrifice. The major events of a nation are in wrong and sacrifice. Wrong is war, no need to say more. and sacrifice. To put it in a lower level, it is to boost morale and improve national self-confidence, such as the imperial temple to offer captives, the imperial tomb sacrifice, and to put it in a larger level, to improve national identity. A song of the Qin King's broken formation music can still shine decades later, allowing the great Tang soldiers to lay down their lives for the sake of benevolence. Star Han Empire. Because there is no, all kinds of canonical books have not been looted and burned, so in this aspect of the ritual, it is considered to be original, and the martial virtues are abundant. First of all, the whole country celebrates. Regardless of whether it is the city or the countryside, under the absolute order of Zhao Jian and other martial artists, which cannot be disobeyed, the martial artists and clans up and down the country can be said to have emptied their family treasures. They invested all of their money into building roads, public facilities, landscapes, venues, silks, and purchasing labor. Chapter 180, No Longer Brothers. Grace and Authority. After using the most intuitive method, that is, having seen with their eyes how the immortal masters of the upper realm cleaned up a world planet, the human beings of the artificial god realm 1909 suddenly had a strong sense of reverence for immortal master Lan Yi, in addition to infinite gratitude, and could be described as grateful for the bestowal of feasts that they had enjoyed. If there was no immortal master, they might still be underlings right now, not only being the underlings of landlord lords and martial artist lords, but they might even be the underlings of barbarians, and by then, the river would not be a river, and the Star Han would not be a Star Han. Since the barbarians were mentioned, then we have to mention the climax of this feast celebration. Of course, it's the heavenly sacrifice. You should know that this is unprecedented, will be in addition to the Star Han outside of all the countries of the king, president, leaders, chiefs, as well as what a mess of marshals, generals, the Pope, living saints have been captured to the capital of the Tianjing, then the Old Hundred. Chapter 181. Tussle in the Main World. Main World, American, Los Angeles Harbor. Since the Conquest space descended, the main world's transportation industry's hotness fell in just over 2 months. Behind the cliff-like port throughput is the spiritual cultivator's strict control over materials. To put it politely, the main world is expensive as hell even for a grain of sand. All super projects, civilization wonders, are less material support. Just take a look at the Two Realms Mountain Front project. This super giant structure, even if it is just a front project, it has occupied the entire Himalayas. Even from outer space, you can see that the planned roof of the world is rapidly turning into a plum-like structure, which is one of the bases of the Two Worlds Mountain, and in the future, the super project will be extended to outer space, and even to kick the moon out of the way. Transportation, especially international long-distance transportation, became the preserve of the powerful. Leave of absence. Because tomorrow I have to take the 2 old people at home to see a doctor and do a physical examination, plus it is the Lantern Festival to eat with them at my sister's place and so on, so take a day off. I wish you all a happy Lantern Festival, reunion. Chapter 182. Perfecting the Thunder Soldier Prison. The main world was about to erupt into a war between the oceans and the skies. Almost all wars were forced to press the pause button by this battle of powerhouses, and the various powerhouses of the main world, especially those of the rivers and oceans, all cast their gazes in the direction of North America. Because this war had a different meaning. It was destined to happen. It was inevitable that the powerhouses from the artificial god realm, for whatever reason, would eventually resort to force and have a good exchange with the Lord World, as it would directly determine whether or not the Lord World had the strength and vigor to still maintain the Lord's power in the face of the artificial god realm cluster, a dimensional ocean. The reason why the Lord World was the Lord World. Apart from special reasons, the most important was of course its convenience and the power of the spiritual cultivators. Otherwise, no matter how much one shouts Lord World, the cross-border forces in the artificial god realm cluster, the superpowers that. Chapter 183. Uninvited Gene. 9 heavens in Yuan Bao Shu, 72 fate clusters are required for a complete fate chart. When the first life map node is reached, that is, when 36 life clusters are reached, the special ability of the life map can be opened, that is, 36 life clusters such as Manhwa, Grid, Shining Spirit, and Earthly Fury, combined with each other to have a special ability. This kind of life map ability will make the strength of the spiritual practitioner skyrocket. Lan Yi hadn't had the chance to perfect his fate chart before. The second trial didn't even have such a thing as fate clusters. It was all dealing with ghosts. It was only this time that he returned to the artificial god realm 1909, and after completing the work of cleaning up the extermination, he finally had the opportunity to properly utilize this world's most powerful empire as a tool to perfect his fate map. The benefits of owning a world were immediately apparent. As long as Lan Yi ordered it, then all the fate clusters that met his requirements would immediately be delivered in front of him. Chapter 184. Man to Man. Old Devil Blue recognized himself as not being any dragon Aotion. If he was a dragon Aotion. In his last life, he wouldn't have been invited to tea so often, and also chased by various people. Later, when things got a little better, he didn't say that he would be a real river monarch, but was more like an evil ghost that let itself go, tearing and slaughtering the past when it looked unhappy, until the beginning of extinction when he completely turned into a heartless tulip. Blue also self-cognition is very clear. If the standard of a perfect man, he knows that his character is actually flawed. Commonly known as the character of a strong person. With such a character, naturally, one could not have a clear brow, a tiger's back, a tiger's body, and a domineering aura that would make people bow their heads in obeisance. Since this is the case, then Jin Buwang, a treacherous businessman, runs towards his side every chance he gets, and repeatedly involves the divine fate bush. Then the question arises. What exactly do you, a businessman, figure? Do you want to be a bigot? Chapter 185 The End of the Paroxysm. The divine fate clustered. Getting one of them was already 1,000 years of hard work. Getting two of them was considered a multicolored blow on top of old Demon Blue's head. To collect all 7 to hand. Estimated evil hair righteous Blue also had not only to emerge 5 colors, but also purple gas, heaven and earth with the same force. If it's just a matter of chance, when the world destruction event resurfaces again, Lan will only be able to get 2 divine fate clusters. Jin Bai could indeed be very helpful in this regard. In the way of restrictions. As a strange encounter, he couldn't directly tell Lonnie where to find information on the divine fate bush, but rules are dead and people are alive. It didn't need to tell Lonnie where to find information on the divine fate bush, it only needed to rely on the operation as if it was the second trial, so that existences like Ghostface Space could deliver the information or items to the door on their own. Moreover, in the end, something like fate was very marvelous. The gravity field, too, was something that would draw the divine fate bush to each other too. Chapter 186 Burning Heavenly Thunder Soldier Prison. Artificial God Realm 1909. Outer Space. I'm looking up, above the moon. These weren't lyrics, but rather the movements of the Dharma phase martial artists of Yajo this evening, watching the moon. This was the third and final day of Immortal Master Lan Yi's journey to take the life cluster and perfect the Tao. For the martial artists who long to become stronger, after tonight, they might never have the chance to see such a powerful being as Immortal Master Lan Yi in this life. Not begrudging their power, and enjoying themselves to the fullest will be the Tao Wu. At this moment, on the moon, in this land that appeared barren and dead, pale and empty, there was a silver-white circle. The scope of this circle was immense. It seemed to be only the size of a fingernail cap when viewed from above the moon, but if one kept lowering the altitude and zoomed in, one was astonished beyond measure to find that this silvery white circle covered a staggering 40 square kilometers. This was almost equivalent to the area of a Yajo island. Chapter 187 Prelude to South America. No way, Jining, he definitely used the magnetic Fury Walker in conjunction with this field to hoodwink our perceptions. In this circle, he could be blinking just like Li Wanzhou. If we don't enter the field, then it's impossible for us to truly see where he is. Li Wanzhou focuses on martial arts and can't see through this heavy Dao technique. At the other end of the silver ring, Zhang Shouzheng, who had cracked some analysis at his forehead, transmitted his voice to his friend. Zhang Shouzheng had been attempting to attack Lan Yi's domain. However, whether it was a mind attack that distorted reality or a Tao art that mobilized material energy on a large scale, it would be suppressed back by old Demon Lan with a doubly strong force. Domain, suppression, and Tao arts. A trinity. At this moment, old Blue Demon was equivalent to an ordinary person wearing heavy armor, picking up a meteor hammer and spinning it vigorously, and his main body was still sinisterly hiding in the grass, ruthlessly torturing a few ordinary people with pocket knives and bows. What should we do? If we don't get real, the ordinary. Chapter 188 If you were reborn. Imagine such a perspective. Your country was once humiliated, your neighbor is so powerful that it is suffocating, the companies of Inger not only control the industrial and agricultural resources such as water, mines, and land, but even the people are being alienated into commodities, the country's women, organs, and children are being purchased by the foreigners who come by car at all hours waving their bills at random with a clear price tag. In order to survive. Gangs, drugs, warlords and corruption are everywhere. Even a child who should be sitting in a classroom could be a mule or a gunman. Fortunately, the Conquest space came down. With the world situation in chaos and wars everywhere, as long as there are people, then there is hope to bring back great power from the artificial god world. Those of you who have embarked on the path of psychic monks began to organize your forces and began to strike hard at the coiled sins that your neighbors had implanted in your own homes. It seems that everything is changing. Chapter 189, The Name of the War God. While the fake kid was still torn between whether the proper old blue demon was fresh and tasty or the adult old blue demon was more worthy of being pushed down, Lonnie, who was oblivious to the fact that he was being masturbated to, had already finished the final wrapping up of his work. All the unfolding life bush converge and return to the position. The original high-energy body that looked like a god restored the standard perfect state of a carbon-based creature. The final Dharma phase, the heavenly palace of cultivation, had come to fruition. Only 2 trials. His strength could be said to be recovering at a rocket-like speed, and although it was said that he had not yet reached the peak of his previous life, much less the kind of unrivaled power that he had achieved during the extinction, it was still enough to make people tremble. Is it fast? Not fast at all. As a strong person, or a reborn person. One proof forever is not a joke. If it is said that after dying once in the district, the speed of recovering strength is still not as fast as an unusual genius, then it can only be said that it is simply insulting the word strong person, either by the Chapter 190, The Gods. Jackson was a special soldier. Prior to his conquest of Spacefall, he was attached to the Black Ops team of the American Central Intelligence Agency, and the tattoos on his wrists were the 5 and 7 of hearts and playing cards, which were the stink cards in Jackson's team, and having the stink cards tattooed on his body meant that he was a member of the team that specialized in doing the dirty work. Waterboarding, prisoner abuse, assassination, and torture. That's what he does. Jackson had lost count of the number of times he'd been the one to flex his muscles on the people he worked for in this part of South America, and if you ignored his work, from the outside he was really just a 40-something, plain, slightly balding, old white male, a face that wasn't uncommon in South America. Especially off the beaten path, or in sensitive areas. Jackson was happy with his job. He was able to make many restless, mischievous people evaporate silently for the benefit of the American. Chapter 191. Why hasn't old Demon Blue moved yet? Isn't he coming over? No trace of his power has appeared until now. While Xiao Hongji and the others were digging a pit in muffled voices. Within a certain camouflaged underground fortress that was only 2,000 meters away from them. A group of people who had covered themselves tightly, who spoke pure Chinese, and who had also borrowed the name of a certain Lord God's private soldier from the Pantheon, were similarly looking forward to the appearance of the blue old devil. No, there was a person who did not cover his figure. Wang Oga, who didn't know what was going on, had dyed his hair blonde and used hairspray to get a cool Virgil Hairspray Hands hairstyle, and was wearing an undershirt and cloak on his body. He didn't have the slightest intention of covering his image, and just stood in the middle of a circle of psychic energy circuits with a big grin on his face. You bunch of goons, aren't you just coming together to old Blue Demon? Like street rats, covering yourselves airtight, are you really afraid that blue old devil will kill your whole family? Chapter 192, Starting a War. Hades was a very handsome-looking man with a very cold temperament, and the detachment brought about by his perfect features accentuated his divinity. However, at this moment, this deity's complexion had the slightest hint of anger surfacing, and these colors of anger yanked him from his high divine seat into the mortal world, but even so, his aura as a deity did not diminish by the slightest bit, but instead, it tinted the sky and the earth within a few kilometers of the circumference with a layer of broken and dead gray. In this gray raggedness visible to the naked eye, the emotions of the vast majority of people were lowered to the extreme, lowered to a kind of bereft helplessness when they understood that they were close to death, and that anything they did was futile. Control the time of day, hold the ghostly night. Commanding the dead, immortality. The destiny diagram that Hades, the king of the underworld, practiced was the monarch of the night's dead. As soon as this Lord God appeared on the scene, he immediately took control of the scene, and as soon as his power was spread out, the 4 directions were immediately startled by the Chapter 193. The world is both a wave and a particle. Since it is waves and particles, there are strings, fields, and membranes. The so-called luck, probability, son of destiny, strong luck echo, predestination, are all essentially waves and particles in the field, perturbing in the strings, in the membranes, specifically in the objective world, and the form of the great form of the form that manifests itself as the high-dimensional computer. Theoretically. In terms of the multidimensional oceanic manifestation of the verified foundational pathway. In addition to the 2 major orthodox system paths that human civilization adheres to, there is actually another path that has been laid out in front of all of us, but this path will not be chosen in most cases. For no other reason, it was too weak in front of them. Its principle was very simple. Taking the underlying world matter as a projection, it could leave traces in higher dimensions, and through such traces, executing the binary algorithm of ones and zeros, using wisdom as the hilt of the sword, dreams as the blade, and will as the body, it began to carry out the stacking of higher dimensions, which Chapter 194 Mercy Tetra. Although the person was not present, but the blue old devil, who had already begun his brain field expansion and was able to make deductions and imitations through comprehensive data, had a brain as if it were a computer from the olden days, and through the computational system constructed on the geomagnetism and the carapace, he was able to make observations and deductions on South America, which was thousands of miles away. This kind of means, already close to the future vision. Of course it was only close. Not really seeing the future. From Ayala here to get proof. People are not static, cannot use probability to calculate. South America at the moment on the battlefield, put thousands of kilometers against the bombardment of all kinds of Taoist techniques, mind attacks, and heavyweight weapons. Almost every minute and every second is life and death struggle. Do not say that spiritual cultivators all kinds of aura flash, unexpected, clinical breakthrough. Even ordinary people. When Lani was monitoring from afar with the help of the space-based observation system, there were occasional moves that exceeded Lani's calculations and predictions, and it was obvious that such a system was used to inspect. Chapter 195 Day 1 9999 Company? The man is the chopper, I am the fish. A piece of meat laid out on the board is for slaughter, and the meat eaters with kitchen knives are the ones who don't care much about what the meat thinks, and naturally don't think that this piece of meat can jump up and slap themselves. Even less likely to say. You have to fight with a piece of meat, life and death, before you are qualified to eat meat argument. But now, the meat on the tablet really jumped up. It was going to hit them. It's unbelievable, the infant state, the consciousness just loaded, and the quantum foam is just a splash, but it's just that he was able to instantly invoke so much qualitative energy transformation power. Apollo, who was driving the carriage and walking the black-winged angel through the atmosphere, looked incredulous. This scene could really be said to have somewhat exceeded the cognitive limits of those of them who had been reborn. Even in their previous lives. Strong people during the heyday of human civilization, if they didn't have a sufficiently. Chapter 196 Xian Yuan 5 Color Prohibition. When Lan, who was far away in Asia, made a surprised sound. The spiritual energy cultivators who were conquering, suppressing, and killing in various parts of the South American continent also heard the exclamations of surprise from many powerful people who could hardly conceal their astonishment. Day E1 9999 even? Immediately afterward. Even the spiritual energy cultivators at the very end of the South American continent were able to see it with their eyes raised. On the horizon. A pillar of plasma light so fiercely white that it was like a bright prison rose up from the end of the horizon, piercing the firmament with a hideous recklessness. This plasma light column with a length of 50 kilometers was directly pulled up to 50 kilometers. Wrapped in the endless and boundless light of death, it was like a demon god suddenly standing above the South American continent. The temperature of its sudden appearance was comparable to the center of the sun. Almost piercing the atmosphere. Ignite. Obviously a fiery power that burned everything and disintegrated atoms. When it appeared, it brought. Chapter 197 The Clown. Xian Yuan 5 Color Prohibition. The notability of the fate diagram, Rex moving mountain 9 forbidden. 1 forbids the mouth and nose, 2 forbids the mind, 3 forbids spiritual energy, 4 forbids vitality, and 5 forbids gravity. The colorless divine light represented the 5 Tao art prohibitions, and theoretically, these spiritual energy prohibitions, once cast, could suppress a spiritual energy cultivator once the set was hit, or even directly kill them on the spot in seconds was possible. Especially the Xian Yuan 5 color prohibition of the 5 prohibitions in 1, the formation of the super-gravity pitch, the 5th energy level of the spiritual cultivator if smashed squarely, in the face of this direct interference in the basic structure of the material, almost real damage to the blow, not dead is also to eat a serious injury. Lani was being pinched right now. Wang Ogre was in further shock. His companion, realizing that Lan Yi's state wasn't quite right, very decisively chose to step in, that is, the killing move to paste his face and give strength to the old blue demon. A round of Dao Jitsu blasted over. It was true that Lan Yi did not. Chapter 198 5 Finger Mountain. Wang Oga. Why are you just watching? Are you afraid? When Lan Yi said that he was going to start getting serious. Sure, Dao instantly generated a sense of despair of a great disaster. He instantly was running the notability of the fate figure. The golden stone body that was originally as mountainous as a mountain was actually in a magical state of half plasma and half liquid. The Lux moving mountain 9 forbidden was really a mountain, named the 5 elements forbidden mountain, was lifted up to fiercely slam into Lan Yi. Worthy of being called a titan by ocean. This spiritual energy prohibition overlapped. From the attributes of a would and be would, to the suppression of the mind, to the step-by-step locking of the spiritual energy, it was as if millions of shackles were ruthlessly wrapped around the 10,000-meter level of the expanding material body towards Lani. When you think you are stupid, don't think so. Because right now, there was a river monarch with a destructive ability at the 5th energy level, trying to use his torso to. Chapter 199, Sharp Assessment of Class A Civilizationalists. After being imbued with the Tao rhythm of the divine fate bush, there would be a certain induction beyond the conventional pathway when comparing to the existence imbued with the Tao rhythm of the same divine fate bush. Under this induction, the secret that Lan also possessed information about another divine life bush was exposed. If it had been exposed at the end of the first trial, old demon Lan might still be a bit troubled by this, and would keep an eye out when he went out, but after the second trial, and after he had perfected the burning heavenly thunder soldier prison, then exposure was exposure, his attitude was indifferent, and anyway, he would only get stronger and stronger. Just like that rising sun. No one could stop it. The rising sun was a law. Did old demon Lan obtain a divine fate bush in his last life, and that's what made him so uncontrollable in the end? Stopping the carriage and gazing at Lan Yi, who was currently just a faint little white dot in the deep space of the universe, Lord. Chapter 200 True Injury / Moon, Descartes Plateau. The environment of the moon's surface was grey and harsh. The dust that had risen in a flurry in the aftermath of the previous battle had yet to fall in the low-gravity environment, setting off the greater half of the moon's surface as if it was shrouded in a layer of snow and fog, and this thick layer of material dust, through the hands of a spiritual cultivator, which was filled with a chaotic and complicated spiritual energy. Such a handiwork was only meant to cover up one or two and block probing. The spirit energy cultivators who had temporarily joined forces, arguably more than a quarter of the main world's top battle power, intended to properly touch base with old blue demon on top of the lunar surface. The reason for this touch was also very simple. Even if it was just a miserable victory, oceanic civilization is eager to thwart the blue also before the third trial, even if it is just an even match, under the siege, as long as the blue old devil's invincible name can be damaged. Otherwise this monster with the river flew into the sky. That oceanic civilization cannot be divided. Chapter 201 The Small Belly. Apollo's Initiative. Temporarily suspending the burning heavenly thunder soldier prison's resonant destruction of the moon. The blue old devil who was pushed away for a distance in space needed time to re-link to the moon, and the strong men who had regained some control of the moon, including the meat on the plate of Merciless, seized this time to readjust and unfold, and then swiftly rushed to the stars to take part in the siege of the blue old devil. The battle that erupted in the cosmic space was about to reach a new climax. Juno gave Apollo a helping hand, but her main body didn't appear. Instead, the surrounding area lit up with dots of stars, a star of spiritual energy, echoing the earth and the deep space of the universe, with many forces converging to form many emotional web paths that surrounded Laniji, making it difficult for him to distinguish what was real and what was the kingdom of God for a while. Diva Juno's divine kingdom. It can exist between the prosperous stars. Leave of absence. Cavan, taking a day off, a bit annoyed at how the next Moonstruck beatdown is going to be a mixed only, and already deciding to back out of a certain bookie's role, whose request was to die a particularly gruesome death. Damn it, Careless, agreed to do it, and now trying to get him to die gruesomely seems to be the only way to get on to the ultimate insult. Hard to see. Chapter 202 Burning the Sky. Old Blue Demon was very contractual and would usually do what he promised others. Just like in his last life. There were people who often said to him, "If you have the ability, kill me." Or, "If you have the ability, you will kill my whole family?" Although this kind of request was very strange and unreasonable, Lani, who was generally in a good mood or in a too bad mood to agree to it, would try his best to fulfill the other party's request. As a criminal who had committed the crime of extermination of a non-human species, his request for a non-human species had already reached the point of being able to respond to anything he asked for. From this point alone. In fact, old Demon Lan was more than 1,000 times better than those loving people who couldn't fulfill the various unreasonable privileged requests of the non-human species. And now, the main world, outer space. Lan was also practicing his promise. Juno's promise to be exact. Juno, who had attempted to flee in breach of contract, had clearly underestimated Bluya's persistence, or. Chapter 203 Octagonal Cage. Under the sword intent, all beings were equal. Regardless of whether you were a super warrior of Ingray, a deity of the pantheon, or a Mayan emperor with a heart of gold, under this thunder prison sword intent, the only thing you could do was either grit your teeth and fight back hard, charging forward with your life, or find a way to cast a Dao art or a martial art that would interfere with Lani. The 9 Heavens Ing Yuan Bao Shu was a top-grade fate map ranked amongst the fate maps of cultivators. Information about it. It wasn't much of a secret in front of the Reborn. And the first notability of this life map, Burning Heaven Thunder Soldier Prison, its advantages and disadvantages naturally also for the Reborn to grasp, if not blue also the sky is too perverted, directly spread the field to the extent of 40 square kilometers, in the first time they can come up with a method of demolition. The advantages of Burning Sky Thunder Soldier Prison naturally went without saying. As long as it was unfolded. Spiritual energy was unceasingly flowing, magnetic chi was filled with astral fury, and the entire field was ultimately. Chapter 204, I am Lan Yi. I am Lan Yi, the Lord of the River, seeing my greatness, you need to be convinced. Such arrogant words of invitation to battle, such an emotional and generous spirit. Blue Old Devil's opening statement is to let already red temperature feel its arrogant conceited strong people rise up to attack. The first to strike was Hades. This underworld main god, his fate map, Night Dead Monarch, is not inferior to the 9 Days Should Be Yuan treasure book. After losing the suffocating oppression, the first to launch a counterattack, he unceremoniously unfolded the Night Dead Monarch of the first note of the fate map ability, and this ability is called the underworld. Hell was full, the dead could not sleep long, and the living were dragged into hell. King Hades, the king of killing resistance, held the Tao space open instantly. It actually overlapped with Old Blue Demon's realm, tinting everything dazzlingly silver and white with the color of deathly gray. Do not resist my power. Chapter 205, Traitor. Lan Yi, are you human or not? Mars, faced with an incomprehensible soul, was finally asking the question that many creatures had asked. Are you really human? Your soul isn't even the same thing as a normal human. If the soul of a normal person was a ship, then the soul of Lan Yi was the Tower of Babel, a pillar to the sky that could not be seen up and down and could not be comprehended, with only a piece of sunrise and plastic chairs to last forever. Of course, I've always been human, in the past and in the future. Facing Mars' cry in his consciousness. Blue also gave his answer without thinking, although he didn't know how his soul consciousness was like this, but as long as he was convinced that he was human, just like cultural identity and origin identity, then he was absolutely human on any side, the pure kind that couldn't be any more pure. Mars was silent. Chapter 206, No Limits. Even the silver blue of the Burning Heavily Thunder Soldier Prison, and the deathly grayness of the underworld, couldn't cover up the light that was enough to shine through the universe when the Tao technique named Da'ivan exploded with a bang. Even in the vacuum of the universe. It is reasonable to say that when the mass energy conversion bombardment detonated by Merciless detonated into a cluster plasma, 100 million degrees Celsius destructive light wave sweeps across, it should be silent, like a hot silence of destruction and death directly flooded over. In addition to the absolute dazzling incandescent white, there is nothing right but spiritual energy. In the Taoist art played an unparalleled role in the spiritual energy, actually as a carrier will be forced to burst out of the sound wave. The power directly soared to 300 decibels, equivalent to the loud noise of the sound wave Daojutsu attack directly exploded in this overlapping field. Even the Tao art space was shaken by the explosion. A sound wave of this power. It was capable of directly killing a chi practitioners. Chapter 207-10. No limits? How was this possible? There was no limit in the true sense of the word, and that was something only the legendary 9th, or even 10th energy level, the so-called ultimate, the non-existent existence, the impossible possibility, the illogical logic, the omnipotent, the omniscient, the omnipresent, was qualified to do. 10th energy level? Let alone the 10th energy level. In the previous life, spiritual energy cultivators who were able to arrive at the 7th energy level were considered to be strong figures in the camps of the two major civilizations. As for the 8th energy level, there was probably only one person who had truly stepped into this realm completely and fully mastered play at this stage, and that was Lan Yi during the extermination. 7th energy level. Stepping into the realm of the gods, with the depth and breadth of the power to manipulate molecules, atoms, electrons, and other particles strengthened as they delve deeper into the microscopic world, a qualitative leap in combat power occurs. The most typical example of this is evil. Chapter 208 Touch. This fight between spiritual cultivators in outer space where the prosperity era erupted was destined to go down in history. Not only for the series of effects it had on the main world. More importantly, it was strong enough, explosive enough, intuitive enough for everyone in the main world to clearly perceive with their lives that the Lord of the River was powerful, and this time it wasn't powerful in the sense that the trial ended with the Dharma phases of the gods standing, and then ended abruptly, with many people ending without even knowing what happened. Rather, it was a real understanding of the weight of the two words Lan also. It was an explosion. The power of the explosion was probably dozens of times stronger than the power of the asteroid that had hit the Earth with the extinct dinosaurs, and the terrifying plasma was constantly collapsing and erupting in outer space like a pot of boiling hot soup of elementary particles, destroying, disintegrating, and flattening all of the matter within the range of the burning sky extermination. When 600,000 kilometers away from the Earth, the cultivator battlefield. Chapter 209, You're Not Human. What's the situation inside? Lan Yi's self-exploding truck. How many people did it run over and kill? Or rather, under the intentional control of the blue old devil, this shot with the burning heavenly thunder soldier prison as the base, blowing out this oversized Ivan, equivalent to the looming limit of 500 even, the material world roots can blow loose of the super Daojitsu. Did it send the blue old devil himself to the sky? Without the ability to get the silver delusion, Dao rhyme. Lan also would not play like this until he was in a desperate situation. Because the result of playing like that was death. The kind that dies through and through. But with the Yi Silver Delusion, Dao Rhyme infiltration ability, obtained a little mass energy transformation authority, and from the Mercy Tetrabody to obtain the inspiration about the Big Ivan True to perform, Lan also from 100% will blow up and die, into a 60% probability to be able to reorganize the body after blowing up to be sure. For this crazy person, Lan Yi. Chapter 210 There are still experts? You're afraid you're not dreaming, right? Lan Yi's newly reorganized body made a very indecent gesture of pulling out his ears. This psychopath said a whole bunch of messy dream words to himself, an air of arrogant middle-agedness of an artificial god realm traverser. At a glance, he just owed it to himself to be killed, and he didn't know what it meant to be real until he was killed a few more times. You refuse? Hades' mood swings jerked. He didn't understand. Why did Lan also not have the slightest heartbeat? Do you know what you're missing? Missed a pile of stinking, right, gutter rats like you, and frogs pissing the same lowly stuff, then the female fist ferios to kill, belonging to the stench, the shame of civilization, oh no, the shame of wisdom. If I were you guys, and was suppressed into this dangling, I would have killed myself long ago to thank you for your sins. Blue old devil nonchalantly a mouth cannon output, knife straight poke the key point. SH. Chapter 211 Celestial Body. Just what kind of value could make Lonnie do take it seriously? To give up everything. Just for the sake of practicing emptiness. When it came to this step, Wang Aojia, a fellow who believed in numerical values as king, just how powerful was he now? Does he have the qualifications, with the numerical value he pursued, to strike hard against old blue demon, proving himself ruthlessly when no one was looking at him favorably? The scene that occurred before his eyes. It was definitely called a miracle. When Wang Ogre's hand touched the oversized Ivan, the originally violent and ferocious ocean of energy was actually instantly calmed down. On the surface of the rough sea, it was as if it was smoothed out by an invisible and qualitative force, and the center of the folds was the blue old devil who had just experienced a fierce battle. Wang Ogre's image at this moment changed greatly. His temperament became incomparably overbearing and impetuous in the dark universe, and the undershirt on his body was transformed into a skin-like. Chapter 212 The Split Moon. The moon is a spherical celestial body that revolves around the Earth and is also the Earth's natural satellite. Its radius is about 1,700 kilometers, while its mass is 7.34 times 10 to the 22nd power. Currently the magnetic field strength is almost zero, but once had a global dipole magnetic field. Spiritual cultivators, if they can complete the control of the stars and magnetize the moon, then with their backs unfolding against the moon, simply relying on the celestial level of strength and material outbursts, the power that bursts out can chisel through a hole in the Earth. After a spiritual cultivator stepped into the stars. The celestial level was a huge watershed. If one didn't arrive at the celestial level of matter and energy manipulation, then there was no way to talk about it, and the spiritual energy cultivators' war in the artificial god realm was waged on a worldly basis. And this also gave rise to another fact. That was that the interstellar wars of the spiritual energy cultivators would not build spaceships at all. Rather, they incarnate energy and matter and travel quickly through the sea of stars to Rome. Chapter 213 Moon-Shattering Impact. The moon cracked. In the night sky, if there was no cloud cover, one could see the fragmented moon and the many violent moon rock and magnetic field movements with their eyes alone, crimson and gold intertwined in a beautiful image, barely maintaining a spherical moon fragmented and maintaining stability not to continue to collapse, and this image spread throughout the entire Earth in just 10 minutes. This was big news for both the reborn and the non-reborn in the main world. The non-reborn were dumbfounded that the moon had actually been cracked. Could humans really be so powerful? What exploding walls and buildings and streets and cities, in front of the exploding stars, are automatically dwarfed into ant fights, compared to those top spiritual cultivators? The fights on Earth between themselves and others suddenly seem very ridiculous. Obviously, the key to become stronger is in their own hands. The resources and the environment can also go to the artificial god realm to grab, in addition to the obsession to fight the rebirth in the main world. Chapter 214, Unqualified Monarch. When the moon was split into 6 pieces by Lan Yi using the Northern Demon Sect Dao technique, Wang Ogre also split into 6 pieces. It was reasonable to say that after the ultimate true body plus the whale-killing hegemony fist were forced out together, Wang Aojia, who had been blasted into 6 pieces, was the one to die, and it was only right that he die a miserable death. But after arriving at the realm of practicing emptiness and being able to interfere with matter by the mind, Wang Aojia had lengthened the time of his death. That's right. His death is unavoidable, but play a little trick, a good remembrance of their own results, and the blue old devil blowing, chatting, and then happy to die, the most romantic thing in the world, no more than in recognize the strongest kill, a good talk, and then in the afterglow of the sun, lamenting their own life, a piece of no regrets and smiled and left. Elongated death will not reduce the fear of death. On the contrary, it can be deeply savored, death. Chapter 215, The Story of Chivalry. From the outside, Lonnie looked unharmed after so many intense battles. At most, his reserves of spiritual energy had been depleted by 80% as the burning Heavenly Thunder Soldier's prison blew up, but in reality, in the last battle, when he and Wang Aojia ended up in a celestial-level collision, he still suffered some injuries. A negative status, to be exact. Because the injuries that could make Lonnie unable to be repaired for a period of time were beyond the realm of regular injuries, like torso trauma. Theoretically, as long as there was enough spiritual energy and the materials were locally sourced from the life bush, then even the tricky radioactive toxins and torso destruction didn't need to be repaired, and it wouldn't be a problem to rebuild another one except for the brain. Wang Oga's final blow was particularly powerful and strong. The two in the will of the mind on the competition, equivalent to personally experienced an Earth and Moon collision, which triggered the mind and soul of the dramatic shock, and thousands of parameters into the infusion, all for the will of the martial arts, that is, the phallic phase of A. Chapter 216, Artificial God Realm Nymphs. Most of the Artificial God Realm's historical progression was very similar to the main world. It was only because different bifurcation points appeared that caused the entire world to change drastically, ultimately embarking on a completely different path future from the main world. Some of these bifurcation points were due to transcendent powers, some were due to coincidences, some were due to calamities, some were due to external factors, and some were due to their own quest for change. Artificial God Realm Nymphs. If you look at it from the perspective of the main world, it's a very typical case of a change at a certain point in history, which leads to a direct change in the subsequent worlds, directly causing people from the main world to wonder if it's still a normal world. First of all, the violent theory. The world of the artificial god realm nymphs is very crazy. This is reflected in the system. Because this is actually practicing the caste gate system. And the source of the cause and effect is the battle of the Temple of Fragrance. Before the Battle of Hyangjiangsa. Chapter 217, Summoning Beasts. People often used cyberpunk to refer to the state of high-tech low-life. The artificial god realm nymphs was undoubtedly such a cyberpunk or Senki punk world. First of all, the technological level of this world was actually very advanced. The fairy girls have long been able to unfold the fairy girl armament and lead their chosen ones to leave the cradle of the earth and go to other planets for sheltered survival. For example, the moon has long been transformed to be full of vitality, and there is the smell of green life everywhere, and the moon has long been the resident human settlement of this world. Beyond that there is Mars and the rings of Saturn. As for farther and harsher environments, the immortal magi may have the strength to explore and survive, but they don't yet have the strength to transform, let alone colonize with their lookouts and dependents. Plus the immortal magi still need socialization, or bottom feeding to satisfy their own needs of all kinds. Jade buildings and palaces in the 9 heavens. Chapter 218, The Governor. Above that, it's the dangling likeness of this artificial god realm. Li Wanzhou was wearing a white military uniform at the moment. The whole person looked very valiant, her whole body revealed a crazy batch of demonic flavor, although the crimson hair color and pupils were obviously done to deal with it, making her features look more three-dimensional and deep. At this moment her identity was Earth Warzone under the twin-headed Eagle Empire, a class shipgirl 4th energy level, codename, Crimson Storm. Obviously. After the second trial, which had set off a big firework for this world, the fake girl, in the midst of all the turmoil and chaos, had utilized the remnants of the death-worshipping cult's power, and through a makeover and money and power deal, had given herself a false identity to hide from the Zhou Heavenly Alliance's furious pursuit. The township she was responsible for manning was located in Australia's Cowan Harbour. This area is the front line of confrontation between the powerful shipgirls of the Zhou Heavenly Alliance, such as the Fairy Heim and the Two-Headed Hawk. And in addition to Chapter 219 White Mood. When the artificial god realm started to become evil, the means of the spiritual energy cultivators also became evil. This is called fighting fire with fire, and it can open up the situation in the fastest way possible. The backpack pants guy named Su Koan was a social animal who was very dissatisfied with his life. He is self-conscious that he is the more unlucky generation. Economic crisis, excess education, coupled with the uneven distribution, so that his life trajectory is the youthful ambition, fantasizing about excellence, the results of college graduation is equal to unemployment, cannot find a professional counterpart of the work, but also unwilling to settle for less, high not low, and gradually turned into a rental house is full of hostility of the troubled uncle. Dissatisfaction with the work, dissatisfaction with life, dissatisfaction with the status quo, dissatisfaction with their own face value, but also unable to change. Su Koan do the most things, is on the internet, said his own developmental resources were taken by other people to play the group's earnings they have not been able to get, and now can only be the same kind of hanging. Chapter 220, Where is the meaning? After the battle of the gods that took place on top of the moon where powerful people fought, the spiritual cultivators who fought with Old Blue Demon were pretty much dead except for Juno and a few other spiritual cultivators. The Ing-Gray side was completely annihilated. As for the Pantheon side, Juno was seriously injured. Big Boo, Apollo was seriously injured, Hades died in battle, and Mars, the god of war, was imprisoned and not released back. More accurately, he was lost amongst the souls of Blue also-rans. He never understood what the principle of Blue Old Devil's soul is, and he has not been able to synchronize his thinking and understand the logic, so he was trapped in it, and the exchange of soul will is a menace. Once trapped in it, it may be a lifetime to get rid of this kind of frustration that hits directly on the soul will. To put it plainly, it was a demon of the mind. In addition, Hades had already been annihilated, Underworld, a Taoist art, had already been violently dismantled, and Mars's body active cells, although there was still a portion of them that had been preserved by Lon also. Chapter 221 The Generous Blue Old Devil. The artificial god realm cluster could be said to be very, very large. So big that the spiritual energy cultivators of the last generation, after several explorations, had only touched the boundaries through special means, and roughly understood what forces or strong people needed to pay attention to in certain areas, but to say that it had really been so detailed that they knew every artificial god realm like the back of their hands, it was really a bit of a tall order. For spiritual cultivators, getting a coordinate without knowing the bottom line. The best method was to first hand it over to the Conquest space for directed exploration. At this time, the Conquest space would simply marshal the general information of this world, and this general extent was equivalent to an ordinary person looking at the surface of a river. At most, it would be a record of whether or not the water of this river was big, whether or not there were any obvious fish flopping around, and as for the dark currents underneath the water, the old sixes, the silt, and whatnot, that would have to depend on the psychic practitioner's own skills. Whether or not they have the ability to dig, whether or not they have the ability to break in, is the spiritual. Chapter 222 Returning from the Moon. Mars Was Blue also released. Sometimes, do not need too many words, when the interests of the same goal, even if the enemy is also can be turned into a friend, are the same old dang, we are each other what people actually have a number of heart, but also know where the bottom line is, compared to those who were the third or even the fourth generation of the good too much. Off topic. Spiritual cultivators 3 and 4 generations, there is a kind of loser in the time to talk about responsibility to talk about morality, the time to talk about morality to talk about the beauty of responsibility, although largely because of the invasion of tumors, the problem of ideological contamination, but it is also enough to prove that the main world's spiritual cultivators the more towards the back, there are more and more people cannot keep up with the first generation of cultivators. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, the first generation of spiritual energy cultivators had experienced too much. The age of chaos, the age of prosperity, the siege of the world, the beheading of evil gods, the killing of crossing monsters, the execution of fallen forces, the killing of Fae, and the extermination of the evil god race. Chapter 223 Nymfroots and Feet. When old Demon Blue finished recuperating from his injuries and came out of the gate, the commotion made was still quite big. But even if the commotion wasn't big, with his current skills, He would still be gazed at by all sorts of gazes and probes from all over the world, and out of respect for the strong, all these sights watching Lonnie climb up from the moon and then fly back to Earth were very restrained, unlike the journalists who made big news in the olden times, who couldn't wait for the barrel of their cannons to be shoved into Lonnie's mouth. They only came to one conclusion. That is, after experiencing that Jinba-strong beatings, the blue old devil at least on the surface no longer have any problems. If there is a person who cannot think, can be on his way back to try their own character, the same also try to heal the end of the blue also how the mood of the end of the blue also. But obviously there was no such little cutie. With the possibility of defeating old demon Lon completely out of sight. Even in private, with the most heated words and the most extreme thoughts. Take a day off. A day of touching. Chapter 224, Rather be a peaceful dog. It is better to be a peace dog than to be a disorganized person. Since ancient times, the war means the collapse of order, means that the people of the small people would not be much risk-resistant ability. In the horror of the wave swept, not only is the property of the family will be seriously threatened, even personal safety cannot be guaranteed. The 4 words of the precariousness of the 4 words means that every moment are living in fear and trepidation. Without the ability to resist, we can only think of ways to escape. Escape from the mountains? As an ordinary person, fleeing the mountains is not much different from seeking death. The unexplored primitive dense forests, which are full of ferocious beasts, bacteria, poisonous insects, sudden temperature changes, barren soil, nutritional requirements, and harsh environment, are enough to make ordinary people with no survival skills turn into a pile of bones in the dense forests in just a few days. So unless there is no way out. Otherwise, no one would want to drill high mountains and dense forests to become a savage. Since this path was rejected. Chapter 225 High Man. The decoration inside the carriage is considered to be a minimalist style in this era. Simply a small desk, a hanging oil lamp, in addition to the 4 treasures pen, ink, paper and inkstone. The owner of the carriage is a sickly-looking, a little waxy young man, estimated 17 or 18 years of age, his arm wrapped in a circle of white cloth, his eyes are streaked with blood. There were also some dry food scattered in the corner of the carriage. Before getting into the car. Slightly spending a few seconds to retrieve the information he had gathered from his previous unconscious observation, Lon also knew the identity of the young man in front of him. His father was great. Counted as one of the shining stars of humanity in this world. The act of killing one's own body in order to die a bad enough death so that more people could live, this act could be considered a great good, especially since it could have survived and lived a more nourishing life afterward, and there were very few that could achieve this level of success under the same conditions. From Chapter 226 Nymphs Attacking. Mr. Xiao, I'm afraid this person is not talking nonsense and has hysteria. If you don't leave now, it will really be too late. You must live, you are the only bloodline of Governor Xiao. The guard saw the man he picked up babbling nonsense, trying to lure Xiao Dingjun to his death, anxiously stomping his feet fiercely in place. If not out of respect for Xiao Dingjun, I'm afraid that at this moment he is just going to directly rush into the carriage, directly beat up that Jianghu liar violently, and then directly tugged Xiao Dingjun and ran away. Killing a shipgirl? From ancient times to the present. In addition to hearing that fairy girls and shipgirls have perished fighting each other, it has never been heard of who can take that group of high and mighty magic. Fairies can do. Only people who need to go to the psychiatric department to register will feel. One's own flesh and blood can figure out how to deal with the flesh supersonic speed, firepower covering the city. The body is tougher than steel, taking all kinds of alloy steel and high energy materials as snacks of the ship maiden. Chapter 227 Spirit of Speech. The 2 shipgirls who were chasing and killing the many refugees from the Qingzhou prefecture were 2 shipgirls. They were the Yorktown and Cleveland of the twin-headed Eagle Empire, using the rating of the main world to say that the combat power of these 2 transcendent beings should be in the 4th energy level, because the composition of their bodies is composed of ingested superposition alloy and activated metal, compared to the general reinforcement of the carbon base may be even stronger, so it should be considered a very capable of fighting in the 4th energy level. In the early stages, the activated metal is really quite a bit stronger than carbon-based in terms of energy output and carrying capacity. Even the Dragonheart in the fantasy artificial god realm is dwarfed compared to the shipgirl's engine. Of course. Like the blue old devil, this kind of to the back has been completely with spiritual energy to strengthen, high energy, Manhwa, to weave the body, specialization of all kinds of attributes of the 6th and 7th energy level monsters, carbon base and metal. In fact, the gap is not very big. The important thing is the refining of the spiritual energy and the consolidation of the carapace high energy. Chapter 228 Falling. The spirit of speech, in certain worlds, was also called the Great Prophecy Technique, the Great Truthfulness Technique, where the words came out, were vast and absolutely true. However, it was generally an ability that only appeared in certain worlds where high-dimensional computer permissions were extremely free, that is, where the heavenly Tao was extremely strong. This kind of unreasonable, must-realize the ability, to put it bluntly, is the same as the deceiver system, comes with a must-hit, a hit must kill, invincibility and other attributes of the natural weapon liberation ability. It's all about the strength of a certain system to the extreme. The power of other systems to cause the exclusion of other systems, or no other system of power based on space, so that the formation of the absolute rules of this kind of thing. But this ability is actually very metaphysical. Even if it is a naked blue old devil. Without doing any defense, being hit by any sure shot or sure death type of ability, it can also be dismantled and countered. And when the main world's martial arts and Taoism are strong and there are high-dimensional computers that are happy to. Chapter 229. Then you're asking the right person. It ends here. You wacky low caste. Turn to ashes in my cannon fire. Just as Cleveland could not help himself from being brought to the ground by the ship's suit, Yorktown, who had been carefully observing Xiao Dingyuan's abilities, decisively seized the opportunity and collected his ship's suit somewhat in the sky, and then there was the spectacular scene of 10,000 cannons firing. The entire sky area was instantly filled with all types of artillery. Ship cannons, machine cannons, laser cannons, plasma cannons, pulse cannons, enough firepower to flatten a city were roaring and roaring, as if they were the fiery flames of an evil dragon, burning the sky exceptionally hot. This was not only the power that came with Yorktown's ship's suit, but also the attacks that her ship's suit echoed nature and cast directly from the ground. Such power strikes, apart from lacking in precision, were comparable to the power of the fifth energy level in other aspects. Xiao Dingyuan's ability did. Chapter 230. Researching Stackability. The events of this day, in the artificial god realm Nymphs, a world where transcendent beings are rampant but not yet to the point of total collapse, a scene that took place in the wilderness of the Qingzhou prefecture was destined to be recorded among the annals of history. Whether it was an orgy of evil or a trial of justice, the ship girl named Cleveland, stripped of her ship's armor, was torn to pieces by the refugees fleeing the neighborhood at the time. When hatred reaches its peak. Drinking the blood of the enemy, eating the flesh of the enemy, sleeping with the skin of the enemy, this is not a joke, but the river civilization bone is a cool and fierce retaliation clarity. Even after Confucianism's indoctrination, this barbaric and ferocious retaliatory intent is transformed into a gentleman's vengeance, which can be avenged in 10 generations, still from time to time. In the chaotic world can be seen in the ferocious picture of its eruption. When the stacked matter was completely out of control. After falling to the ground to be slaughtered. Cleveland soon ushered in Xiao Dingyuan's second. Chapter 231. Above the Nine Heavens. While Lani was lighting a new torch for the artificial god realm's shipgirls, Li Wanzhou's side, thousands of miles away, was facing a very awkward situation. That was that the fake boy's summoning technique seemed to be out of order. After old Blue Demon, who was the strongest summon object, was called out and guided to this world, he didn't come to her side at the first opportunity and slipped away somewhere. After all, it was the strongest summon object, it was normal to have its own temperament. To put it bluntly, something like a summon object was far better than summoning one's own fists as an attack form to attack. For this reason Li Wanzhou the chaotic evil. Rarely was it presenting a sullen state. The whole person looked as if he had all of a sudden stepped into the scene of a disheveled middle-aged uncle, unable to get excited about anything, nestled in his harbor, sighing all day long. At first, Felicia and Shakoti thought that it was because Lon did not come in time to accompany them, so that they would not be able to get along with them. Chapter 232. Artificial God Realm Nymphs, Outer Space. The picture style of the ground of this world was steampunk, but this world had indeed moved towards the interstellar age of a small portion of the human and non-human races. Since it is the interstellar age, no matter how the outer manifestations are, then there is a unifying characteristic of outer space, which is cleanliness and tidiness, spotlessness, a unique artistic component, and flying objects that come and go and intertwine. Outer space at this moment. Many flying objects are intertwined to form chains. A complex chain was strung from the direction of the Earth, the Moon, and Mars. This was a transportation gravitational ribbon that the nymph Fairyheim had spent hundreds of years creating by exploring gravitational waves in the asteroid belt chaotic system in order to facilitate travel to deep space, and it also had a very nice name in this world, which was Milky Way, and the ends of the Milky Way would be the two stops of the Weaver and the Altair. This. Chapter 233, Starfire Starts a Fire. Regarding the epic disaster movie that was being staged in outer space, the cosmic Cthulhu horror, plus the birth of a super fae and the heavy drama of eating a shipgirl Senki alive, old Demon Blue was aware of it, but not to the extent of observing it in detail and fully understanding what was actually happening in outer space. Studying the superpositional substance in his hand, Lon also has already had some preliminary eyebrows. He seemed to knew the roots of that artificial god realm. If it really was that artificial god realm that he had heard about by chance, then the complete disappearance of the artificial god realm's giant constructive rivers and oceans of civilization was most likely not something that had happened since the interstellar era, but rather it was a complete global unification even before the civilization came out of its cradle. This is not good news. Because the ability to achieve a global union of nations regardless of race, gender, or geography before coming out of the cradle is often the result of experiencing great catastrophes. And such a union. Chapter 234, Kill Rape. Number 001, Dragon of Pus. Size, huge and incomparable, difficult to estimate. The reason for its difficulty in estimation is that the vast majority of its body exists in subspace most of the time. It is suspected that the material world is unable to fully carry its characteristics. According to the report of the spiritual energy practitioners, its existence may even be other artificial god realms. Destructive power, 6th energy level. Number 001 is the first silicon-based pest to appear in the artificial god realm nymphs, and is also known as the Dragon of Extermination by psychic cultivators involved in the activities of its historical process participant, Crimson Storm, top secret. The appearance of 001 is very close to that of a giant train, and while overall steam mechanical in style, it has the characteristics of arthropods, reptiles, and mythological creatures in many ways, with its head train carriages in the form of a demonic and dragon-headed section cobbled together by many nymphs with a multitude of scripture scrolls, wax seals, and the contents of which are mostly blasphemous runes and curses for carbon-based beings, with a small number of. Chapter 235 Slingshot. Artificial God Realm, Nymphs. Australia. The entirety of Australia had become Crimson Storm's territory. The reason why her township had skyrocketed so quickly, from a small harbor to the extent of the entire Australia. The reason, in addition to the previous period of time Wanzhou accepting refugees by virtue of the guidelines, plus merged into some still have a conscience nymph Fairy G, that is, after the start of the Wandering Moon program, directly abandoned the people and land on the earth, before many of the turf naturally directly empty out. However, for these territories, False Boy does not have the pleasure of attacking and pillaging. Because those people and land that were abandoned by the Fairyheim nymphs, the order has completely collapsed. If we say that before it was the Fairyheim nymphs slaughtering the low caste in a general way, and the ordinary people were still assisting each other in fleeing, and even could make resistance, but now the complete collapse, knowing that the huge figure of the pus of the dragon was looming towards the earth. Leave of absence. I'm not feeling well, I'm taking a day off, and I've been knocked out by the recent drastic temperature changes. Chapter 236 Who Knows Permissions. In his last life, Lon also had a lot of dealings with one of humanity's archenemies, the silicon-based iron people. For these iron bumps who somehow felt that they were noble silicon-based beings and had unwarranted malice towards carbon-based organisms, especially humans, the system structure had a clear distinction between inferiority and superiority, with strict hierarchies, and iron bumps who held higher code permissions had life and death power over their subordinates without any need for justification. For example, in some butter-type artificial god realms. For what shipgirls, bestiar girls, gun girls and other humanoid playthings, commanders, governors and other existences, not only can they harvest their hearts, but also unconditionally command them, so that they respond to the feedback of admiration and love, but also the instructions written in the silicon-based Iron Man code. Only this buttered-up artificial god realm. Often the silicon-based forces are used to fish, thinking that entering the butter world can open a harem. The big rush of the traveler on the hook will be surprised to find that his original world. Chapter 237 Malice. Aha! Didn't expect it. The fake kid suddenly jumped out from the spatial crack, her face full of joy as she surprised the old blue demon, like an urchin trying to scare him. I thought of it. Lonnie glanced at his good brother who suddenly sprang out from behind and was like a female ghost. With such obvious spatial fluctuations, if old Devil Blue couldn't discover it, then it could only be said that he was either cooled off, or he was deliberately pretending to be blind. Thought of it and so on, you can have to compensate me, said Decuman brother together with Tutu. As a result, we have not opened the map at, that group of upside-down women inverted the Big Dipper, their own first rule to the slaughter, make me have to go to clean up the mess, and now it is still the planet to face the cosmic plague of the mess. The fake kid grinned widely and stood on her tiptoes to reach out and hook her hand around Lanyi's neck. She had wanted him to stop staring straight down at his feet with his eyes. But because of his height. Chapter 238 Guanhan. Artificial God Realm Nymph, Outer Space, Moon. The solar system of this world was originally very beautiful and empty. Stars, planets, satellites, asteroids, pitch black but by the colorful cosmic background, intertwined with an orderly picture, like a brilliant and glorious orderly scroll. It seems that this side of the world since the beginning of time, it is such an orderly functioning, so beautiful that it makes people have the fear of the emotions in the bottom of the heart erupted. However, at this moment, all of this had changed. Between the orbit of the Earth and Mars, there is a pile of far viewed in the past, black, irregular, twitching and writhing, from time to time to create a huge cavity space effect, will be a lot of drifting away from outer space, broken material absorbed into an unknown place, like a huge meatball, in the writhing slowly pressed towards the direction of the Earth and the Moon. If take the Earth and the Moon as a comparison, it was trembling to realize. Dragon of pus, that shape intertwined body, overlapping. Chapter 239 The Dynamite Barrel. When one's eyes are opened, even medieval prostitutes have the courage in their minds to dare to take on a holy woman. And this kind of imagery is commonplace in many of the artificial god realms where interference occurs. Shao Dingjun is a classic example. Before the heavenly descent, he was just an ordinary son of an ordinary family. At most, there is a bit of conscience that has not been annihilated, but his three views of morality are still limited by the times, limited by the cognition. To say that there is any recognition of the pariahs below himself, that does not exist. At most, there is only a little bit of simple morality should be compassion, but also his father sacrificed his life for righteousness, which gave him a serious impact shock. Let him realize for the first time. The words of the sages are not a piece of paper, nor is it some false and empty bull. When the killing of the body into reality, and the person who did so is his own blood relatives, is not so perfect, humane point of view, the pastor has the way of the father to do so. Chapter 240. What? We're going to cooperate with that group of low caste? Hee, what's so good about cooperating with a bunch of smelly, dirty and lowly men? Does the inferior gender have anything that is worthy of us bowing down and looking down? I'm afraid it's not being left down there waiting to die, scared to death, deliberately talking about what kind of cooperation. Wait until we goddesses have finished our hard work, and then it's time to take all the credit away, and then say what kind of loaning is not long for fatherly words again. To cooperate is fine, let the group of men on the ground quickly go to their deaths, and the speech spiritists all become female before we talk. Refuse to cooperate. Can the low castes die quickly and cleanly so that the demons can eat them all and turn them into excrement to drain away? When Shiha Xianji announced cooperation, it set off a heavy bomb on the moon. It had to be said that it really worked. The original fairy Heim nymphs who had been uprooted from their homes and had to wander deep space were filled with resentment and. Chapter 241, False Accusation. Although cursing, swearing, dirty mouths, tongues blossoming, after the contradiction was diverted, facing the cooperation strongly pushed by Shiha Xianji, the other Xianji shipgirls, no matter how emotional they were, faced with the will of the mighty power to carry through, could only do as they were told. The so-called cooperation. It is by the free sailing in the starry sky flying nymphs, carrying on the spiritualist, wriggling approaching, pus of the dragon, to combat, try to block this relative to the Earth's moon, like a storm cloud giant swallowed to come. Previously, the Senki shipgirls had suffered a great defeat. The reason for that was, even if they used excess firepower to smash the body of the dragon of pus, those flying and spreading debris are pervasive, and even able to invade the nymphs from the perspective of spiritual energy, paralyze the ship, or even let the nymphs' evil degeneration be directly brain control, turn their hands to backstab their teammates to create even greater chaos. And the Senki nymphs can do nothing about it, there is nothing they can do. They can only watch. Chapter 242, Assistance. After getting rid of the smelly man, the fairy Heim shipgirls had a brief revelry. The feeling was that the cosmic rays were all softer, the solar storms were all breezy, even the dragon of pus, which had been stopped by heavy fire near a few gravitational nodes, was a lot smoother, and it was true that the world was peaceful and beautiful as long as there were fairy Heim shipgirls in it. All those low castes and men polluting the air by living. The reason why frenzy is short-lived. It's because fear descends quickly. There were two sources of fear. One was that the dragon of pus had just been blocked, and the shipgirls, thinking that they had control of a few gravitational nodes and could keep the demon out of the Earth-Moon system by remotely delivering heavy firepower, had unloaded very sharply, blasting all of the low-caste jobbers plus stinking men in their eyes back to Earth. Short-sighted stupidity can no longer describe this kind of reckless, just capricious behavior. Fear. Chapter 243, the next episode. This side of the main world was playing Ghost in the Shell, Li Wanzhou was playing Endless Warrior, the shipgirls were playing Lunar Chicken Survival Contest, Blue Old Devil was playing Lunar Slingshot, Puss Dragon was playing Snake, and everyone had a bright and wonderful future. It's hard to imagine. This would be the same event with different games played by different people, and getting along with each other exceptionally harmoniously before it completely exploded. Let's put aside for a moment the fact that the moon is collapsing with bloodshed, extermination, bloodshed, mutual suspicion, and internecine strife above it. Let's turn our attention to the center of the moon. For a long time, the moon has had a theory that it is hollow. Undeniably, in certain artificial god realms where alien fae monitor humans, the moon may be hollow, but in most artificial god realms, the forms of celestial bodies are in fact all basically maintained in line with the main world, especially stars, which live up to the word stellar in name only, even in the scales of time and space. Chapter 244, The Capital View. At this moment the moon, just like eating Wallace plus 3 big cups of cold white water, from the direction of the trajectory of the movement constantly ejected high-energy ion streams. These ion streams are like the tail feathers of a phoenix, dragging out a gorgeous and beautiful trajectory in the dark and deep background of the deep space of the universe, at least one time as a billion tons of equivalent energy outbursts, in the ignition of the start, pushing the moon 7.342 times 10 to the 22nd power kg material to build up enough energy. This energy will be accelerated around the ground again and again, eventually ripping off the stable gravitational structure of the Earth-Moon system over the past 10 million years, shredding the traction and allowing the moon to build up to sufficient speed before rushing out into the deep space of the universe with no turning back to open the planned wandering, in which the wandering moon will leave the pus of the dragon far behind and eat its tail gas. Cycling around the Earth again and again. Tearing through gravity again and again. And finally, in the last of the calculated. Chapter 245,000 Year Kill. This was the first time that Old Demon Blue appeared in the middle of this world's top-tier force. And this appearance. It was close to blinding the titanium alloy dog eyes of the 3 immortal ages. It was as if everyone was in a game. Some people were primitives who would only take a big sword and swing it around, while others were tritons who could fly through the sky and disappear from the earth, and in the face of tritons, primitives instinctively would rise a strong self-doubt. Is the game I'm playing with him really a game? Stop him. After the Taishu Immortal Heim froze for a moment, her whirlwind was to immediately issue an attack command. Then immediately, the 3 immortal ages realized something very embarrassing. That is, in order to reach the core area of the moon, they had already used up most of their strength just by holding up their ship's armor, and conventional means of attack, such as kinetic weapons, laser weapons, microwave weapons, and energy weapons were all difficult to be effective in this high temperature, high pressure, and high energy area. Chapter 246 Quantum Plague. The fake kid's fist, that is not a normal fist. Not only does it have the continuous hit lock spirit must kill against humanoid creatures special attack, and it also comes with true injury weak point blitz. At this moment there is a cadre of main world watching and waiting for the feedback of the rebirth of the old denizens curing Daojitsu edition, such a fist smashed into the body, or from the crotch of this more private position to blast up. Then the next picture naturally need not be said. Just like Li Wanzhou in the Artificial God Realm 1909 cleaning up the foreigner martial artists, hybrid traders, this fist was able to tear apart all the structure of the body, from the chrysanthemums to the heavenly lincap to give the target a flood of unobstructed channels to come. Let alone a 9-turned colon. Even tofu brain. It would be able to fly out along with the watermelon flesh and white bones. Zixihe Immortal Ji, who had already transformed into a servant girl of the Jingguan, was caught off guard, not realizing that she was about to enjoy the remaining body of Tai in Immortal Ji, allowing her own. Chapter 247 Talented. Cool. I, Li Wanzhou, can have today's battle. It's all about my giftedness, relying on my own hard work and sweat. The main world gives me extra points. 6th energy level. Ha, let's see who dares to pretend in front of me? Who is Lan Yi? I will end his undefeated legend. The main world one-click edition rune has been placed. Shouting like a humanoid ape that had just successfully completed its evolution, the fake kid who had been burned into an African savage by light radiation revealed his snow-white teeth and joyfully bounced around the accelerating and roaring moon. The demeanor and poise of a powerful man? What the hell is that? Could it be eaten? All she knew was that she was high as hell right now, and while it wasn't entirely of her own doing, she did surpass Lan Yi in one way or another, and as a unique genius in the martial arts, her absolute trust in herself and the Chapter 248 Demolition and Relocation. Li Wanzhou didn't hesitate for too long and made a trade-off in just a few minutes of effort. She very decisively moisturized. And on the way, she also casually grabbed a small toy, and the poor Yin demon, one of the 5 immortal Heim of the past, was caught in a state of shock by the fake brat with a thick malicious smile flying towards the direction of the earth. For the fake kid. Her mission as a shipgirl in the artificial god realm was over. There was some finishing work left to do, and there shouldn't be any problems with the shrewd and capable mother-daughter pair of Philia and Chakotay watching over her, and if there were really any problems, the emergency reserve force left in the main world would be able to push the moat plan forward steadily and in a timely manner. But for Lon also. The digging of the artificial god realm shipgirls will continue, or rather, for the real purpose of his trip, it should be said that it has just begun. Dragon of Pus. Spiritual cultivators preferred to call it a silicon-based evil. Chapter 249, The End. The Dragon of Pus was dying and disintegrating. It was already a fat thing, but in the face of the energy that had ignited the mass of a moon, it shot outward from the inside as if it were the ultimate bladder sword. Explosive shots. Shooting wildly. Not being intelligent, it could only rely on its instincts to act. Naturally, it was forced to draw more matter and energy to fight back. If it were in the vicinity of a star at this moment in space, it would still be able to struggle a bit. But his location was the Earth-Moon system. The only large-mass celestial body that could be quickly utilized here, the Moon, had already been ignited by the blue old devil and stuffed into its stomach, and if he wanted to make a move against the Earth, because of the sudden disruption of the original gravitational balance of the Earth-Moon system, the gravitational field of this large circle of space area was in an abnormal state. As a fat silicon-based evil, facing this kind of abnormal gravitational field, it was just like a dry duck suddenly thrown into the surface of the turbulent river. Chapter 250, The Third Trial. Cold, trembling. Opening his eyes again, it was the familiar ceiling. Waking up from slumber, the five senses gradually returned to themselves, and so the senses were feeling information from all directions at an extraordinary speed. First is the most intuitive hot and cold humidity. The room was a bit stuffy and humid, not like a place where an ordinary person could live comfortably. Wait, why is one judging by the standards of an ordinary person? Immediately followed by the sense of touch. The body was in a sub-healthy state, there was unnatural pain in many places, especially at the stomach there was a fiery sensation, initially judged to have suffered a shock and was accompanied by a feeling of hunger. On top of that, the speed of this body's mind was sluggish, getting up was as if an old computer was being turned on, the chassis turned with a humming sound but could not support the performance of the mainframe at full power. Why would one say this body? I seem to have forgotten something very important. Chapter 251, Waste? There was no doubt that one had definitely arrived at the artificial god realm megastructure, a world that had developed the divine order bush, silver delusion, to an extremely high degree. For some reason, it was probably due to the humans of this world. One failed to appear in the shallowest level, the one where the star empire was located, and was instead caught up in the virtual level. Because of the unusually high degree of use of mass energy transformation, there was no very effective way for one to force oneself to disengage from the situation where the main body was suspected to be asleep. In other words, the main body should be in a relatively safe state right now. Otherwise, as far as old Demon Blue's instincts were concerned, even if he was in a dying and sleeping state, and there was hostility nearby, he would be able to jump up in a flash and tear the source of the hostility alive before continuing to lie down. This is a skill that was practiced in his previous life by various spiritual cultivators of the main world river, and as a thank you, Blue Old Devil basically sent all those pursuers to an extremely peaceful sleep. Chapter 252, Lighting the Lamp. Yunqi's face was pale, cold sweat putty a layer hanging on his face, his body was stiff as a dead man, while his lower body was even incontinent due to the extreme fear and direct fright, causing an additional foul odor in the hall that was originally permeated with the smell of smoke and rice. This fake young master whose brain was blank had only one thought in his head at the moment. He himself was still alive. Such a close distance. 5 shots in a row, and the shots fell short. It wasn't because this fake young master's luck was unbelievable, nor was it because Blue Old Devil's gun skills were not good, it was entirely because Blue was also thinking about the most speedy method to pass the plot. Before the end of the speed pass, NPCs could not be killed indiscriminately. If the NPCs were butchered, he might have missed the element of the speed pass. Who? Blowing into the smoking muzzle, Lonnie disgustedly picked up the scared, pissed-off little white boy in front of him with a chair, and then directly threw it out. The cloudware that was thrown out immediately let out a. Chapter 253, Repairing Relationships. 5 minutes later. A brand new lantern anti-gravity suspended above the heads of the crowd, the group of people who just had to branch out and face Yun-gu, the waist-true young master, to raise his arms and show off his power, and who were so used to it that they felt that there was nothing wrong with it once again lowered their heads, and at this moment, they were already not only fearful, but thick with despair. The soul lamp that was emitting green light was very artistic. Art in what? Art in that its epidermis was lifelike, overwhelmingly maintaining a texture of human skin and organs that still existed, while the calcination from the soul fire made that able to directly make Yunling emit a faint hiss that penetrated straight into her soul, a dying hissing gasp that blew the hall with a gust of cloudy wind. This kind of Taoist technique that only serves to torment people. Old Blue Demon would not normally use it. But in the case of being forced to redstone, the Moody Blue also commander did not hesitate to use it. The effect is also surprisingly good, at least just now also arrogant to want his. Chapter 254 Quick Pass. As soon as he heard that he was going to shine and mend family ties, and seeing how terrifying Old Demonland's means of mending family ties were, Cloudware immediately was letting out a sharp pop, and one of the sources that had once caused young Master Jin's pain fought to struggle and flail on the iron chair. No! No! Brother, big brother. I'm sorry, before it was all me planting evidence to frame you, I deliberately pretended to be sick and weak in order to drive you out of the Yun family, deliberately pretended to be pushed by you, and also encouraged these women to strike you. But big brother, we are brothers. Please forgive me this time. And back then when you were abducted, it was actually this old hag who intentionally left you by the side of the road just because this stinky old man had a lover outside. Even I was bought into the Yun family by her. I beg you. Big brother. As long as you don't make me mend my family ties, I'm willing to work for you as a cow and a horse. These women listen to me the most. Chapter 255 The Border Crosser. Although this world was a virtual world, the degree of anthropomorphism was already infinitely close to reality, and since it was so close, the world's functioning order was still in line with people's perceptions. For example, law enforcement agencies still existed. And in terms of authority, it was much higher than the normal world. Through the seeding of electromagnetic waves in the air, useful information was seized from the massive amount of information. Old Blue Demon was already able to identify a certain historical fragment of this world's past. The artificial god realm mega-construct. In a certain past, that is, a result emerged from the struggle between the two enduring main bodies of civilization, the river and the ocean. Although it was not known what the specifics were, it looked as if the river should have lost, while the ocean side gained a near complete victory, as evidenced by the organizational composition of this virtual world. The family's plutocrats, counselors, and judges are the people on top. The celebrity media stream is pushed to the forefront. Chapter 256-40K. Jin Riot Mobile Team Alpha Group. There were 12 members in the group. Each member of the team had the ability of heavy firepower, strong mobility, and high permissions, and holding higher permissions in the virtual world, they could easily paralyze most permissions, which was the support of the stack substance and intelligent atomic tools in this virtual world. In addition to that, according to the interference of personal will mind in reality. In conjunction with the legacy of past creations such as Stack's sexual matter, in the virtual world, the Riot Suppression mobile team was able to display the effects of the martial arts dharma of the main world's mind and spirit martial artists, or even a portion of the power of practicing the virtual world, depending on their personality and mind. Although they didn't know the exact principle of the power they were using, and were just enjoying the benefits left over from the old Star Empire, it didn't hinder the great power they possessed, and even 5th energy level spiritual cultivators could easily be very stifled if they didn't have an insight into the truth of this world. Chapter 257 Idle Chess. Although for the already fallen Star Empire forces, the amount of time in the past history was not surprising, but in learning that this virtual world had been running for at least 40,000 years, Lon also still had an indescribable sense of dislocation. For this world that had already stepped into death, spiritual cultivators were not founders or developers, but just fish that had jumped over from another healthier and more hopeful river with a purpose by chance. The fish looked back at this strange and long world, and it was very easy to produce a panoramic effect similar to that of stepping into the deep space of the universe, and produce a great emotion of sadness and despair in their hearts. The simple emotional shock was immediately subdued by Lani. It wasn't like it was the main world. There was no need to carry someone else's coffin back to their own home to cry. It shouldn't be too hard to build a body. Lonnie suddenly realized that this K in front of him also seemed to want to leave the virtual layer, as he had never said that he. Chapter 258 Stepping Stone. At the moment of switching virtual layers, there was a certain extremely brief moment when Lonnie, whose consciousness was originally trapped in the virtual layer, saw an endless row of pitch black steel in a startling glimpse. It wasn't an illusion. In that finger-snapping moment that even a 5th energy level spiritual cultivator couldn't react to, Old Blue Demon's proprioceptive officer had temporarily transmitted some information over a split second of time. Lanyi's control over electromagnetic waves, in pursuit of the extreme, roughly swept at the speed of light in all directions of the pitch-black steel colossal structure, and in the electromagnetic wave signals that came back to him, that is, within a spherical spatial area with a radius of 10,000 kilometers, Lanyi didn't see anything other than the pitch-black steel. 10,000 kilometers. What kind of concept is this? It was almost an order of magnitude unit of the Earth's diameter. And in such an order of magnitude unit, there were and are only. Chapter 259, When the End is Underway. The two major factions of human civilization in the artificial god realm, Zhanghe and Taiyang, both had periods of strength and weakness. When the river was strong, classless civilizationists could shout that since the beginning of time and in all the world, there was no king's land, and that they wanted all the meat of the world to rot in the pots of the Han people. When the ocean is strong, it fully suppresses the other forces, making full use of the worship of the advanced to instigate division, so that the rest of the forces are lulled into kneeling to themselves and unconditionally carry out certain things that seem very brainless and anti-intellectual, and also seriously harm their own interests. Artificial God World 2008 is a world of oceanic power. The sun emits neutrinos that heat the Earth's crust, causing the Earth's crust to melt and the plates to move violently. According to the technological level of this world at that time, taking a spaceship to avoid the first wave of disaster was something that could not possibly succeed. Even if all the resources of the developed world were exhausted, it would not be possible to do this kind of apocalyptic calamity under the hasty. Chapter 260 Boomerang. Lanyi, who was backtracking through this world's history, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he saw this. Although it was said that this world's Zhanghe civilization had been neglected and crippled, and finally became a stepping stone, it wasn't hard to see that in the end, Zhanghe's legacy of a kettle blow had also allowed this world to quickly run towards the interstellar age and acceleration while also running towards the grave of civilization, because when both matter and energy were infinite, the civilized individuals would begin to think about the significance of life. That is, why do they live? If no answer can be given, then after a long enough time, civilized individuals will wither away and fall into extreme indulgence, and this kind of sick-to-the-bone thinking will become more and more rampant and extreme with the advancement of technology. The main world was actually facing a similar problem. When the dimensional ocean was in front of it. What makes the main world able to attract spiritual cultivators to stay in the main world and spontaneously fight for the cause of the main world without? Chapter 261 Three-Party Chaos. The grudges of the old times were supposedly cancelled by the death of the people and the debts, and the new times could no longer be taken up to say anything. I don't know whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. Being Cyclopean hit the brain after an unknown number of millennia, time and space on the other river civilization absolute superiority of the individual across the border, although destined to be a passerby, but tens of thousands of years ago that backstabbing account, there is an opportunity as if it seems to have not been able to in the old times of the bugbears to properly calculate a. Old Blue Demon was almost done viewing the information. He swept a glance at the quest progress in the Conquest space. The progress bar collected no changes. It seems to be that it has not yet reached the range recognized by the Conquest space. There are still too many secrets buried in this 40K history, wanting to dig them all out is not an easy thing. It was good that Lon was not short of time and patience. K also does not know that Blue also saw the development history of the Lumont company. This main world Lao Dang what kind of mood, also cannot guess Blue also from the. Chapter 262 Seemingly Honest. In the virtual layer, killing a thinker, that person would soon be able to be copied and pasted out a new one, unless it was killed too quickly and was refreshed too quickly before something went wrong. Otherwise, even if he was killed, then that thinker would have nothing to fear, and naturally, there would be no resentment. The virtual layer was just like a game. You want to kill a person, either blocking the spring to kill the other party to compromise, or have the authority to be able to directly control the other party. Therefore, the thinking bodies that had lived in the virtual layer for too long, their thinking logic is a bit problematic. There is a problem in. Even if Blue Old Devil had used a high-energy laser to give the Alpha team of the Jintian Riot mobile team a head-cutting surgery only a short while ago, these team members who had just been refreshed by K, instead of being half angry and furious when they saw Lani, they cheerfully came up to say hello to Blue Old Devil. Rather like, even if buddies have just been cut by you. Chapter 263 Cheap Knees. Was this an unexpected plot, or a prologue to a newbie plot? Duke Lani slanted his eyes upwards and glanced at the black shadows that flapped their wings, not the least bit surprised by this little interlude on the way to his destination. It was because the members of the Jintian Storm mobile team had mentioned it before departing. In order to fit the plot persona. The thing flying in the sky right now. From time to time issued a ghost call. Although it looks like a Western-style lizard dragon, but its head is the shape of a human skull, once appeared in the air to create a horror called the heart of the scene. In the heart of the scene of the impact of their crotch horses immediately issued a Chapter 264 False Princess. For this cheap uncle of hers. Since she was a child, what Jean had heard the most was how debonair and martial arts he was. Even without the blessing of the gods, her uncle, the man named Blue, was still a great warrior in the strangulation of the dark races, making many knights and acolytes feel sweaty. But for Jean, Blue was also more like her white moonlight. From the fact that Jean was able to ride a warhorse with immense strength and still hold a battle flag to lead a cavalry charge, she was not your average medieval village girl. Her character was extremely lively, not ladylike at all, and had once been called the monstrous witch at one point. In the plot setting, Blue also ran out before the wave. And this niece who was isolated, and not like a lady, and was taught by various sisters all day long, the relationship is not bad. Not caring about the world's view, Grand Duke Lonnie comforted his little niece with no care in the world. Chapter 265 Swords and Axes in Place. Sacred Cliff City. This was a city built on top of a mountain cliff. The cliff as a whole presented a holy white color. The cliff part was like a blade protruding forward, visually very oppressive, and the royal city built on the mountain in a circle surrounded by clusters of a circle, looked particularly spectacular, bluntly telling people that this was not a spectacle that could appear from normal medieval productivity. Rather, it was the product of transcendent beneficence. As the king's city, the leader of a cadre of light forces that commanded the continent. Sacred Cliff City is located in the dark and light forces on the border, because of the terrain plus the main traffic, resulting in the flat plains on the other side of the dark forces want to invade. You have to go here, and here has become the first line of battle between the two forces for so many years. So often when the war between light and darkness breaks out, the basic process is Sacred Cliff City sends out a group warpost to call for people to bring their own dry food over to start the group, and then it is. Chapter 266 Lin Chang. Cutting down Archduke Lonnie was impossible. Even if there was no blue invincible possession, in terms of the plot background setting, as the regent, the Thunder Sparrow Archduke, the Human Watcher plus a whole lot of messy titles behind it, it was the spokesperson of the peak of force value under the gods of this world, and it could even be said that it was an identity that was specially created for the blue old devil to enjoy himself to his heart's content. 300 axemen? I'm afraid the king just gave the order. Next, Jeanne d'Arc and the king are going to be escorted by the axemen to turn their heads and send them to the new king to pander. The king, who is addicted to men's women, is just talking. If he really wants to take action against Lonnie, it's the same as cutting off his own arm. From the background setting, this is still a wise king is very self-aware. For their own this is not good power, like to explore, even the fiefdom are lazy to take care of, all thrown to the king to arrange the believers to collect tithes of his younger brother. The value of force is still so high, it is simply a natural town of the country god. Chapter 267 Mobilization. The exchange of intelligence in the reality layer was pressed for the time being. Because the top priority was still the safe extrication of the virtual layer. It was said that the number of virtual layers was almost infinite. New virtual layers were being generated all the time in the space-time rift of the intelligent atomic tool, when it was true that it was done in the world of constant sands, and a few of their spiritual cultivators were able to meet up with extreme luck, and this kind of luck was something to be cherished. Jian Ziyue was soon invited over as well. It was the scene that was a bit strange. A king and a grand duke held a private banquet. It was normal to talk about brotherhood after a long time, but after chatting for a while, what was the purpose of suddenly calling the crown princess over to join the banquet? Is it possible to use the princess to enhance the relationship? Or is it that His Majesty is going to show His Excellency the Grand Duke, see, this is how a princess is used. JPG. The attendants all had odd faces but didn't dare to say anything, while Jeanne d'Arc, who had been excluded from the private banquet, was pupilized. Chapter 268 Gathering. With the help of the two monarchs, Lin Chang and Jian Ziyue. What was originally a 10% plan for Lonnie had become a 10% plan at this moment. These two, one specializing in killing sword arts, the strength of will, the harshness of the sword blade, and the contrast between Blue Old Devil's biological chain suppression was another reverse extreme. Speaking of I will break the great thousand. And the other one's mind and soul play out of the gods, disguised as a king, not to mention this virtual layer of pseudo-gods, even if the sword Ziyue froze did not see the problem. With their assistance, the scene in which Chancellor Lonnie originally appeared to be somewhat distracted instantly became comfortable. According to the original plan, Blue Old Devil was trying to use his identity as Archduke in this world, with high prestige to quickly pull together a group of people, to grab in front of the gods to open the plot against the distant darkness of the evil, that is, what is the Diamond Protection Squad, elves, humans, dwarves 3 diamonds, greatly weakening the Dark Land. Chapter 269 Silicon Objects. Generally speaking, it was the duty of the gods to arrange the future. The gods of the light camp guided people to goodness and helped them repel the dark evils, while the gods of the dark camp, who messed around and wreaked havoc, stirred up a scene of strife. Good and evil are balanced, the cycle continues, and heroes emerge and ascend to the kingdom of heaven. This is the eternal theme of this world. No one has ever thought to change it, or thought there was anything wrong with it. It's been that way since the beginning of time, and it's good. It was as unchanging as a good person must be good and an evil person must be evil. However, today, on the same day that Archduke Lani returned, at this moment when darkness was about to strike, an order from His Majesty the King told everyone that the gods were not the only ones who could guide mankind, and that while mankind may be flawed in more ways than one, mankind was also capable of guiding mankind. Drill team. Assemble. After this order from Lin Chang was sent out, although the meaning was very hot-blooded, the reality. Leave of absence. 1 day off. Chapter 270, Silicon Objects Past. Silicon things, according to the origin to trace back, should be this world's Silver Age, that is, the White Ball faction and the Blade faction fight each other, rushed out of the solar system when the disk of the product of that era, their relationship with humans, went from the genetic material composition, even more than the relationship between bananas and humans even farther. Even civilization, culture, they have failed to inherit the heritage of the Blade School. It was only natural that this situation would occur. The Blade faction of the megastructure world was originally a group of extremists who claimed to be human. Extreme towards others, and even more extreme towards themselves. Today you are impure, tomorrow you are disloyal. This group of iron men whose thinking and logic are gradually becoming extreme due to silicon-based, simply do not recognize that a species like silicon, a species that they have randomly pieced together and fabricated, is the same species as themselves, not to mention being on an equal footing. For quite a long time, the status of silicon things in the world of giant structures was quite. Chapter 271, It's Bad, I'm Not Loyal Anymore. Trying to pull out an extremely well-disguised anomaly in a group of normal virtual data was no easy task for the Riot Squad and the Holy Spirit, who repeatedly sifted through and looked at the incoming and outgoing data streams, and oftentimes were only able to roughly determine which of the data races or professions were problematic. But Blue could also be different. Although he was in the virtual layer, and didn't have the AI's exaggerated permissions and arithmetic power, Lan could basically reproduce the electromagnetic Daojutsu perfectly in the virtual layer, which was Lan's specialty. In this way, it's like the Dao art Magnetic Fury Walker. This is a very useful Daoist art, in addition to being able to intuitively enhance the combat power of spiritual cultivators, such as exploration, deception, detection, injury substitution aspects are actually no problem, and involving quantum effects, it can be used as the basis of space-time, cause and effect Daoist art. When the electromagnetic double, able to ignore most physical obstacles, with the speed of electromagnetic waves in the underground. Chapter 272. The dark elves of this world could simply summarize the racial external features with chocolate ice cream. Black skin, white hair, silver eyes. The curves of the body were generally hot and sexy. It was said that these external features were the rewards that the Dark Elf clan received when they parted ways with the Elf clan 40,000 years ago and offered their racial loyalty and offerings to the Mother of Darkness. At that time, the overjoyed Mother of Night also bestowed another characteristic on the Dark Elves. That was coldness and ferocity. Only absolute coldness, as if the Black Widow general ferocity, Mother Mantis-like brutality, as the matriarchal clan of the Dark Elf clan, only in the Dark Camp this cunning bad environment to survive, or else in the Elves, like, it is easy to be coaxed feelings, and then was mercilessly abandoned. In fact, it can be seen here. When creating this virtual layer, the center AI obviously referred to the giant structure World White Ball faction. Chapter 273 Practicing Void Verification. Lan Yi's current situation, in run-of-the-mill terms, was playing out of character. The Grand Duke of the Regent and Old Demon Lan did have places where their personalities overlapped. But there were also more places where they didn't overlap. For example, the rotten crotch, frivolous speech, specializing in the lower three roads, there is something to do first play a quintessence, oh no, is to play a canon before, can be called a humanoid self-propelled stallion. This is indeed in Blue also last life, in the ocean civilization territory, disguise identity sleep goddess, beat other people's children is very similar. But nowadays, the blue old devil. His body was filled with more of a divine light, or the splendor of humanity. Living a new life. Lan also lived more like a person, rather than the hostile look of his last life. At the same time he was influencing and changing the main world, he was also being influenced in turn by the world and people who had become better, the scary horizontal flesh was still there, only more kindly eyebrows. Therefore, Chapter 274 Stop. Blue Old Devil, when he did not make a move, was still peaceful and steady, did not make any noise. Once he made a move, it was really hate to put a concussion bomb in everyone's face, telling them that he had just completed a certain verification of the conjecture, especially in the last words of the straightforward point of grass, almost didn't let this world's gods of light to break the defense. When Lan also said that the sun set before such an obvious reference, and the spiritual energy and mind also ferociously swept a circle towards the sky, these long time high above, and do not eat the fire of the world's existences, really is angry to the extreme, that rage can no longer be suppressed. Bold. Unbridled. Blasphemy. There is no reason not to kill. Blazing sun. Immediately lower the sun so that this faithless person loses his light. The electromagnetic wave transmissions intertwined high in the air were immediately flooded with multiple voices that spoke harshly, even to harshly stab the Blue Old Devil, with the attitude of the Chapter 275 Overthrow. Although I do not know the inside, but by Wei Shuya can still clearly feel, these four dark elves on their own from the bones of the disregard, that kind of natural arrogance neglect, let this dark elf queen gas shaking cold, copied the scepter on the equipment to give these four come a little bit of hard to make them look at the people squarely. In terms of sensory enjoyment, the elves that is a connoisseur. An excessive enjoyment all of a sudden into the normal body, that is more than the chemical extreme happiness suddenly cut off 1,000 times more cruel torture. Even a harmless breeze. When the time comes, it will be more penetrating than the gentle touch of a young girl's watery face, and more cold and painful than the blade of 1,000 cuts. A transgressor frowned slightly at the sight. Seeing the Blue Old Devil interested in measuring did not make a move to stop, or more like encouragement, he immediately turned his head and looked straight at the Queen's scepter. In plain sight. The Queen's medal. Chapter 276, Neutrinos. If the wreckage of this civilization, the old capital of the giant constructed world, is not overturned, then there can be no existence for a new civilization to be born, and everything in that vast past will drown and kill anything and everything that is new. It sounded reasonable and in line with the values of spiritual cultivators. Lan also listened with a slight nod. Like he was about to nod in agreement the next moment. But you guys aren't human, why should I cooperate with you? Lan also spoke in a shocking way. He had shielded the prying eyes of the sky and the ground at this moment, and deeply encrypted the information in a radius of 1,000 meters, no matter if it was a pseudo-god or a transgressor, they would not be able to receive their information across this encryption unless they dared to forcefully attack the barrier of the Blue Old Devil. As for that lucky one, by Wei Shuya. She had long since been time stopped in place when Lonnie steered the topic to a sensitive area, unable to hear or see anything. You guys aren't human. Chapter 277, Black Hole. Electromagnetic double invasion, can also be called ghost on body. Is 1,000 kinds of Daojitsu and is slightly advanced, not so much into the category of Daojitsu, the essence and hacking invasion is no difference, is nothing more than the use of refined operation, through the combination of the mind and the Daojitsu, the failure to close their own ports of the intelligence or intelligent beings to invade and control. Because the object being controlled will often have many abstract or even crazy behaviors because of the left and right struggles, in short, it is very ungainly, so such Daojitsu, the enthroned Daojitsu in the artificial god realm, generally will not be used in front of the people, but the spiritual cultivators do not matter. Face value is indeed important. But as long as it's practical, not to mention losing face value, even if it's some kind of evil sacrifice, the spiritual cultivators will still use it. Therefore, the natives of the artificial god realm use this as a way to slander spiritual cultivators as inherently evil main world humans. The natives of the artificial god realm, and Chapter 278 Undercurrent. In the artificial god realm cluster, the time plate system, celestial bodies all had a special status. For example, the stars were positioned. The word stellar ran through space and time. Neutron stars were graves, and the vast majority of strong people liked to sleep in neutron stars for a long time, because where the space-time chaos was extremely high, it was basically impossible to hack into the time disk correctly under intentional defense. Quasars are light spears of energy in place. White holes are quantum-scale convenience scales. Antimatter prison is related to the antilogical clan. The other celestial bodies are, for the most part, celestial-level intelligent beings, vectors that unfold during the astral war phase to see who can kill and pierce the other first in a single breath. So what is a black hole? Although there were no exact records, according to the records of the main world's frequent encounters with great enemies, there were only 3 possibilities if a black hole floated over near the solar system's time disk. One was that it was really bad luck that there was a massive black hole in the Chapter 279, Who Defines? What the is wrong with this world? This was K, the small head of the Riot Mobile Squad, returning to this virtual lair, like a running group leaving the field about a large kung fu host. Looking at the messy riotous situation on the chess table, his face could not help but show the hard-to-see expression of a subway old man's cell phone. He had a kind of bewilderment that he had no way to get started. Is this the famous Three Stooges area? The small head named A, with neutral looks, neutral temperament, neutral body, and a pair of white feathered wings on his back, like a perfect angel in the traditional conception of a perfect angel, spared to pull the plot note and check the level of the plot storming against the original arrangement. A, E, Supervisor Z, and a couple of other thinking bodies who were staying out of sight for the time being, as well as the veteran transgressors, Hokuto, and Nightwalker. They were all existences trying to get out of the virtual layer and back into the reality layer. Before Lon also arrived. In fact, this group of people that. Chapter 280, The Meeting. Lon was also doing something that would bring a smile to everyone's face. In almost outer space, in the region of the floating city god's kingdom, all he had to do was to give a single glance, and the false gods, who, in the past, were careless and took their faith for granted, would be like milk-producing cows, frantically squeezing everything out of themselves, and lavishly waving their divine power towards the continent below. Even if they were bleeding, as long as Lonnie didn't tell them to stop, then they wouldn't dare to stop for a second. The last goddess of spring who had chosen to stop and be lazy had already been destroyed. The last vengeful heavenly god who chose to pretend to contribute had already been dismantled. The head of the last previous god of war who chose to resist is still hanging on the giant moon. Facts proved. It was still too difficult to make achievements and pray for godhood. It is still easier to directly fight on the god's kingdom, only need a few slaps to break the god's kingdom's peripheral strong magnetic field repulsive circle, and then use the time stop to pinch a few. Chapter 281, Explosion. There's something about reality that I'd like to establish with you guys one more time. In the original God's Kingdom, now a slaughterhouse, the scene was almost as ruinous as the broken throne of the Hanging City. After Blue also used a laser to guide K and J and other collaborators into place, Blue Old Devil, who was just like a master, looked like he was serious as he asked questions to the collaborators. Your purpose, all of you, is to return to the reality layer and then meet a well-deserved death. The collaborators instantly finished exchanging information in the air with each other. That's right, eternity is only a second too long, and it's too harsh for us. A took the initiative to chime in, her voice as pleasant as a lark's. Old Blue Demon glanced at this thinking body twice more. This image reckoned that it should have something in common with Jian Ziyu. Recently everyone's more beloved pseudo-maiden princess, Your Highness, on the battlefield is another beautiful landscape, and medieval village nuns enranked as the sober colors in the crazy world. And Chapter 282, Resolving Communication. K's excitement was understandable. Even if it was a thinking body. Faced with his boss in the form of a ghost glaring at him every day and finding fault with him, any hitman had a fire in his belly. The chance to blow his boss's dog's head off, and incidentally blow up his soul in the process, such an opportunity could not be refused by any hitman, and if it could be refused, it could only be said that it was already in the shape of a boss. Excitement was excitement, reality was reality. Ambushing one or two holy spirits was okay. To go charging the tower was clearly undesirable. The Holy Spirit was not a transgressor. Behind the Holy Spirit was the huge central AI supercomputing network channel, with countless nodes in the virtual layer, and even if it took time to transmit information, that wasn't an object in the roaming that they could go directly to charge the tower. This is also the current place where Blue also and other spiritual energy cultivators have the shortest board. To unfold then. They didn't have a lot of support in power building yet. Chapter 283. Clues. Communication localization, movement of thoughts, exclusion of interference, disintegration of superimposed matter. Even though this was a virtual layer. With a high enough degree of anthropomorphism, the spiritual energy cultivators and privileged ones, under the leadership of Old Demon Blue, conducted several simulation experiments for the above directions for the precious time before the complete collapse of the virtual layer, with the aim of preparing mainly for the return to the reality layer. Lon was also somewhat helpless. The third trial had begun until now. It had already passed most of a month, and using the game's terminology, this giant fictional world, they didn't even seem to have gotten out of the virtual layer's novice village. Not that this forced world was so difficult, but it was just simply so big that it was exaggerated, and it was predictable that the reality layer was not only big, but also rugged and difficult to navigate. Blue also dominated, based on the experiments proposed by the authority or the mind, and the ones that came out fruitful were just two. One was Jian Ziyu's martial arts. Chapter 284 AI. Chaos, not just a state, can also be a color saturated with disorder, a flood of collapsing emotions, as well as matter, energy, and form are all mixed together, repeatedly whacked, blended to create an existence that transcends words to be able to describe it, in which not only life and death, but even the boundaries of emotions are blurred indefinitely. Matter is alive. Energy is alive. Even space and time became conscious, grew mouths, and began to whisper or laugh oddly, not knowing who or what, talking about everything that had happened in the past, bragging about what they had gotten out of the killings, or what kind of tragedy had led to this chaos. The veil between sanity and insanity was gone. Chapter 285 Inexplicable. Loyalty. Sincerity. What is the most hated as a pure laborer? The first, boss. The second, boss around the horse's ass, especially when this horse's ass is nothing but horse's ass. The mouth of any hitman will flirt with loyalty. Sincerity. Can be when loyalty. Sincerity is hit over his head as a benchmark, commonly known as catching discipline. The hitman is going to be the one with itchy teeth. K is such a hitman. And his nemesis. L is an extreme loyalty to all kinds of provisions, can be called the existence of discipline maniacs. Extreme too, as if it were religious beliefs as fanatical treatment, not only at work, even if the daily actions and even words and deeds are unreserved, exaggerated and unparalleled for the company's extreme enthusiasm and loyalty. Sincerity. The most important thing is? K and L are from the same human being. That is to say, in fact, they. Chapter 286 Substance Loss. K and L met. It was the 331st year that they had met again. Not all long-time reunions were worth rejoicing over, as it could mean death to you and death to me. Battles broke out the moment they met. As per missions, the battle between them was very plain and unassuming. Because both sides were small heads of the riot suppression mobile team, before K did not have a substantial act of betrayal and was confirmed by the center, his permissions were the same as L. No matter who resolved who, they were all going to be reborn at the node. And the rebirth of the thinking body is going to give a lot of information to the straight exhibition to the center AI. The battle was divided in a split second. L was burned to ashes in an instant. The reason why K would win was also simple. Compared to L, who was rigid and would only recite the company's code avidly, K, in the course of contacting Lonnie and other spiritual cultivators, had slightly more. Chapter 287 Out of Control. Matter and energy would not be generated out of thin air, nor would they be lost out of thin air. Suppose such a situation occurs. Then there is a power beyond observation at work. For example, the giant structure world's ability to seemingly create something out of nothing and manifest a massive amount of matter out of thin air to fill up space was, in the eyes of many artificial god realms with backward power, a creation out of thin air. Even with the ability of a spiritual energy cultivator, to say that it violated the law of conservation of mass and energy would be the ability of a late stage of practicing emptiness. With the technology and power of this world, the fact that there would be a loss of matter in the virtual layer made Lonnie instinctively feel that he had caught something. The matter that was transformed out, if the time is very short, only 10 years or so, it might have collapsed into energy. K turned his gaze for help to Supervisor Z, who didn't know much about matter loss. At least certainly not as much as Subject Z, a slightly more upper echelon manager. Chapter 288 Playing the Game. A big river with wide waves, the wind blowing rice flowers on both sides. This was a description that could very well represent some of the beautiful expectations of the individuals of the river civilization. However, what should have been a scene of a great river with wide waves had at the moment turned into a horrifying scene of a great river with blood churning and the wind blowing people's heads down on both sides of the river. This is the third year of the Lost Power era. Although the blueprint was the river civilization of the old century, this system developed by the dregs of the oceanic civilization, the river country simulated in the simulation layer had a strange smell, and this smell directly directed this power-lost country in front of us to another civil war full of pessimism and contempt. There was no unity of purpose, there was no difficulty, there was no loyalty to the end, there was no valor and greatness. There is only ugliness. The dead do not speak. The river civilization of the giant constructed world fully enjoyed the joy of smearing after death. Of course. Big Brother, don't laugh. Chapter 289 Destiny. Let's shift our perspective to the virtual layer of power loss for a moment. The destructiveness of a biochemical crisis with a zombie outbreak largely actually depends on the sanitary conditions at the time. If it was a time of war, various forces have the mindset of anti-biological warfare, found on their own turf were not right immediately blockade, prohibit the movement of people, and then it is wearing a chemical suit disinfection personnel against the garbage heap and other mosquitoes and flies breeding corners do not pay to spray disinfectant water, strict implementation of a few days down, the general virus are dead. This situation. Even if there is damage, in the face of being quickly armed and organized civilians, do not need hot weapons, manpower a steel spear down the assembly line, can be a few hundred people degree of the first wave of biochemical crisis strangled at the source. If it is peacetime, densely populated, especially large cities, the biological warfare vigilance is insufficient, then the outbreak of the biochemical crisis is catastrophic, the tide of corpses in minutes toward the hundreds of. Chapter 290 The Two Instruments. Fate was to the left, and blue was also to the right. This is the fate of gravity involved in the conflict that will certainly be formed. Perhaps the giant structure of the world in tens of thousands of years ago there have been certain existences have been expected today, regardless of whether there is no anticipation, the power loss world to the change of the game is still continuing, and originally thought that he would win very easy Chen Shang has begun to sweat. The apocalypse is like a civilization promoter. After unlocking the power restrictions from the thinking body, actually is against the law of the split out more thinking wisdom sprinkled to the virtual layer in front of him, he sowed down the wisdom, like a real person with hope, in just 6 months' time, joined the human campsite, acting as engineers, scientists, leaders, frontline commanders and other positions. Apocalyptic thinking joined. Directly in 6 months' time, will be in front of the virtual layer of the painting style from the steampunk, into the StarCraft painting. Chapter 291 Firecrackers blowing up a cesspool. The technology of the megastructure world could be said to be at its peak. Even the remains. The existence of a hub AI that was able to mobilize a large amount of its resources was still able to push the battle to the spacetime-related fields, and it could be said that in most of the fields of battle in their territory, once they were surrounded by a hub AI, then they would face total suppression. For so many years. In the face of certain high-powered individuals who occasionally came across the border, claiming to be deities, immortals, real people and the like, the center AIs of the megastructured worlds almost didn't need to drag them into the virtual layer, but were able to trap them alive in the real layer. Trapping here doesn't necessarily mean the death of the real body, but trapped for a long enough time. Certain strong people who happened to come over from other artificial god worlds were like sitting in a small black room day and night, locked up in a dark, unchanging steel tomb, and they didn't even have to be locked up for long, maybe a decade or so or. Chapter 292 Gray Piece of Meat. The consequences of blowing up the methane pool made Lon hesitate for about 0.001 seconds. Then the blue old devil decisively turned his cheap and useful family members into pieces of powder, looking like ashes, but in fact also ashes, but also the information flow of the material toward the 2 meters outside the microdust array scattered. These information flow into the wind to become larger, but just a few breaths of effort, as if from nothing, as if from the field of the huge amount of gray matter constantly emerging. Gray matter. This kind of information that encompasses all the information of the family members from the material composition to the attributes of the mind and spirit are all growing dramatically at this moment. The source of this growth. The source of the growth was the seemingly nothing, but in reality, it was a string wave that had been permeating the many virtual layers, and it was also the corpses of the 2 embodied dust formation, the corpses of the undead natural disaster that had been absorbed into the formation. Facing the impact of the timelessness, the number of this corpse material can be said to be an astronomical unit. These corpse substances, after going through old blue demon's formation, were transformed in the void into. Chapter 293 To Reality. Apocalypse actually offered to send them to the reality layer. It was a bit surprising, but it made sense. This sending to the reality layer. It wasn't as simple as sending someone to the reality layer like Lin Cheng did and then being forcibly repatriated back when the time came. Rather, it was to directly establish a permanent stay in the reality layer, to avoid being caught by the center AI and jailed again, and if the conditions allowed it, the casual entry and exit permissions of the virtual and reality layers were definitely taken. Of course, as a black household in the giant structure world. Blue also does not know how other thinking bodies, but if it is their own words, it is estimated that they can get in and out of the virtual layer permissions is already the limit of the central AI, such as other virtual permissions, such as random positioning, ultra-speed movement and so on, unless the AI judge themselves as real humans, or else it is completely impossible to get. For the apocalypse. Sending Lan E and the others out of the virtual layer is not a difficult task. Chapter 294 Chaotic Reality. In other worlds that obeyed the unusual laws of physics. Under the world jointly constructed by the four fundamental forces, a large mass celestial body must be a sphere, which was the most natural and solid form naturally selected after its own gravity collapsed on a large material individual. Even if an extreme celestial body had a large mass, it would at least be a sphere-like shape, not some piece of a continent, a donut, or the shape of a toilet bowl. But here, in Lan Yi's eyes, he didn't see a ball. Overhead, left and right, under the feet, before and after, is not know how many billions of tons of stacked metal composed of a huge block plane, even without the use of Taoist magic to measure, just with the naked eye to estimate, in which there are many pieces of huge metal, by all rights, should be collapsed into a sphere, to maintain the most stable model, but they are not, against the laws of physics to gas old-time scientists in the form of a peaceful embedded in the giant structure. Above is which a tiny part of it. In the case of the old Blue Devil, the master of electromagnetism. Chapter 295 Self-Regulation Squid. Lan also didn't expect his luck to be so good. Because of a traffic accident, in the middle of this cold and dead steel tomb, all of a sudden crashed out of an unknown thing. That thing in the shadow of the mid-air drew a beautiful arc, then smashed on the ground far away, obviously squid-like objected. The smashing is also like spiking blood, like spattering a large series of sparks. What is that thing? Whatever it was, it certainly wasn't a living thing. Blue also pulled himself out of the pile of curled and reddened metal, building up a plasma propulsion model around him, but in a few seconds of another catapult start, he swept swiftly like a big steel bird towards the place where the firelight was flickering. In this eternity of great coldness and dead silence, Blue's breaking sound undoubtedly broke the suffocating and desperate silence. The rumbling commotion created. Ruthless. Chapter 296, The Well Cover. Real humans, again. In addition to the minds in the virtual layer, the silicon things in the reality layer were also searching for information about real humans, and it was obvious that the successors operating in the remains of the giant constructed world, no matter who they were eager to be able to ascend to the heavens in a single step, and directly master this world, and the key to this shortcut would undoubtedly be the real humans that had always been held in the highest regard by the hub AI. Although Lan also felt that the concept of the so-called true human was most likely a concept that the center AI itself had interpreted blindly and used to structure sleeping humans, but it couldn't help that the silicon things and bionic people believed in it. The bionic people were living in the reality layer and didn't have any cravings of their own. But the silicon things were a different story. Silicon things that had been hunted for a long time and had never forgotten their past, in the deepest recesses of their intelligent cores, were filled with the desire to build a civilization that belonged to the silicon things and avoid the persecution of the remnants of human civilization. Chapter 297, The Standing. Blue also did not realize that there was a tracker behind his extremely distant back. This tracker had a clear purpose, using the 11 buses for pursuit. Blue also only knew that he had been drilling in this sewer for at least 3 days. 3 whole days, in the sewer mayfly chrysalis. Blue also, far from biting the front of the autonomy squid, not let go, let it lead the way, and in these 3 days, no matter is able to anti-gravity soaring autonomy squid or can fly fast. Blue also, actually run out of the distance into a straight line, can be around the earth 2 circles. And this horror, that's right, can be described as a horrible sewer. Do not say change. Even the trickle of water inside, Blue, who had been using lasers and microwaves to detect the composition, hadn't detected any compositional changes. The lack of compositional changes meant that one hadn't gotten close to certain areas of activity. This Bite Eater's patient tracking advanced again. Chapter 298 Gravity Cannon. The cloaked silhouette that had been blown to pieces by Lan Yi's shot of invisible waves should, by all rights, be dead. But in a haunted place like the world of giant constructs, no enemy could be underestimated. Even if it was instantly charged up by the microwave, in the short span of 2 seconds, the intact black cube flashed through high-frequency psychic energy pulses, and the cloaked silhouette, which was originally already a pile of shattered flesh, likewise displayed an extremely exaggerated repairability, even if it was the flesh and blood that had already been pasted onto the wall, under the traction of the invisible force. It all returned to its place with a whoosh in the next second. Swish! The cloaked figure instantly resurrected in place. This kind of extreme rogue's resurrection behavior, any opponent would be dumbfounded and then enraged when they watched it. Everyone is hanging. Your hanging is a bit too perverse, isn't it? The thermal disintegration destruction at the macromolecule level failed to deal an effective blow, and the deep composition of its carapace was. Chapter 299, Skeleton. Its name was Wreck. It had been wandering in the reality layer for 40,000 whole years, and during those 40,000 years, it had not stopped for a moment to wander in the reality layer, searching for targets issued from the central AI, and then, through persuasion and force, reclaiming the targets, which often had a portion of the characteristics of real human beings in them. Originally Rek had a combat squad. But since the year 24,000, this squad was disbanded. The reason for the disbanding was that there was nothing left in the reality layer that could threaten them walking alone, and the reality layer was so huge that it was more efficient for them to spread out. For 16,000 years after that, Rek and the original squad members have only met 3 times. As for the other beings who had met, according to Rek, basically all of them had died. Even if they weren't dead, they should be almost as good as dead, and for this reason, every 100 years after Rek had passed, he had to leave of absence. Take a day off to wrestle with Subject 1. Chapter 300 Help. From the perspective of the human species, the spiritual cultivators, Lan-E, a Class A civilizationist, would definitely naturally side with the human species without thinking. This was a very plain thinking. Just like how the boss would reprimand his foolish son, saying that he would rather give all his family's wealth to outsiders than leave it to a fool like you. This is just to listen to the words. If you take it seriously, you will really take the boss as, even if this stupid son is even more stupid and defeatist, the boss will not give the family property to outsiders, even if this outsider is a senior wage earner. In the eyes of Lan also, silicon things are equivalent to senior wage earners. No matter how civilization-oriented he was, he wouldn't support an outsider to share the human species' family property. But the problem of the megastructure world wasn't that simple. First of all, the humans in this world had already died out, and over in the virtual layer, the thinking bodies that had been dismembered by the AI and played with in the midst of the virtual life were still a debatable question as to whether or not they were considered human or not. Chapter 301 Time. Wow. That cry-like sound was the sound wave that erupted when the autarkic squid was exploring and encountered sudden danger. The power of the high-decibel sound wave was no less than that of a bomb, and it was able to establish a short safe space for the autarkic squid, so that these little guys with sensitive actions could quickly escape. Boom! Explosive sound waves powerful enough to tear through masonry exploded on a humanoid face that was a full 16 stories tall. The power of the explosion slightly scratched its metallic outer skin. However, this did not stop the looming of these massive masks, several clusters of them squeezing in from either side of the temple's shadows with some sort of strange religious rhythm and mystical dread, as if they were giant cannibalistic malignant ghosts gazing icily at the ants below, considering how to proceed with their portioning. The tentacles of the self-regulating squid danced so wildly that they were waving sparks of fire. It judged with simple intelligence. Chapter 302 Strength and Weakness. Time is honored, and space is king. Regardless of any type of battle, when faced with these two abilities that naturally held a huge advantage, if one didn't have a defense in advance, or had the means to deal with it, then the ensuing battle was undoubtedly going to be a bitter battle, or even a situation where one would be toyed with to the point of death without any defense. Just like the spatial ability. A two-dimensional spatial filament, hanging in one place at a certain just right time, would be able to split a person in two. And time was even more so. When a time ability person appeared in front of you, it proved that he had seen all of the future. Lan-E was now facing such a predicament. The phenomenon of time and space distortion caused by the power of practicing emptiness. This phenomenon was almost insurmountable for Lan-E in a short period of time, and it wasn't a matter of combat power, but a matter of ability interference level. Even if it was a spiritual energy cultivator who wanted to make a break for it. Chapter 303, Inverting Fruit into Cause. In time and space, there existed a very interesting little trick. It was said to be a small trick, but it was also a very dangerous tactic, because this kind of tactic was very difficult for the average person to defend against, especially in the midst of multiple time reversals. And the name of this trick was called, reversing the effect into the cause. It's a bit complicated to explain. The simplified version is that an event happened without a reason at a previous point in time, which eventually led to a series of events, and in the same place, after the series of events, someone just needs to fill in the causative factor of the event without a reason, then the whole thing is considered to have completed the closed loop. Theoretically speaking, as long as the strength is strong enough to resist the gravity of fate and karma, then as long as the causative factor is made up before the destruction of this world, it's alright. It was even fine to be strong enough to renege and run away. But then again, if one had such a strong power, why? Chapter 304 Jiao Rong Mask. After trying to backstab a strong person with a small trick in space and time, and as a result being caught by a strong person in a sore spot, the next thing to face was a hard clash. It was a process that was more than resilient. While Lan-E and Skeleton were enduring a huge equivalent bombardment of information homing in on them, the existence behind the temple was also enduring a huge impact brought about by the failure of karma to close the loop in time, which manifested itself in the form of luck that was just not so obvious at first. 1-1. The homing began to accelerate. Face number 1 began to accelerate as well. At first, face number 1 was bubbling up, quickly performing a hide and seek, trying to stall for time to complete a homing. Chapter 305 Father? How did silicon things reproduce? Actually, it's a bit similar to humans. After all, they can still be categorized as a human species. Of course, certainly not OXX so primitive, like animals to mate. The means of reproduction of silicon things is the father and mother to provide the equivalent of a lifetime of insights into the vast amount of information, after combining, and then through the layer of reality through the incubation chamber, injecting information in one breath wholesale dozens or even hundreds of offspring. After such a single wholesale. For the silicon thing parents, all of them are spirituality potential greatly damaged. Basically, after giving birth to a baby twice, the intelligence of the silicon thing is almost extinguished, and then in the twilight of thinking, it is gradually reduced to an AI type of artificial intelligence. From this point of view, silicon thing is still very pure love, to the next generation also belongs to the category of responsible. And the new generation of silicon things that were birthed. The rate of maturity is not low, and can reach 9%. Chapter 306 This is not scientific. This is not scientific. In the face of old blue demon's derisive flirtation, Rek was first silent for a long while, followed by the words it perceived. Rek remembered very clearly. At the time when the angelic silicon object devoured its own team members, there was no shadow of the gray meat block, and this gray meat block that came out of absolutely nowhere actually became the angelic silicon object's parent source of information, equivalent to the gray meat block's bride. Could it be that it was dreaming of completing certain processes that could not be explicitly stated? What was the source of the original parent material? Are you clear about that? Lonnie casually patted the body of Jiao Rong mask that had already hiccuped. This silicon child had already left the earthly world. In fact, it had a simplicity on its mind that was not tainted by time, and after expressing its gratitude it accepted death openly, neither resenting nor accusing. For that alone, in the megastructure world, a realm of artificial gods that was already hard to describe, its life was a bit of a... Chapter 307, Returning to the Virtual Layer. I don't know what the wind was pumping on the side of the central AI. The plan for friendly cooperation between the blue old devil was directly aborted. In short, in the view of the central AI, the degree of danger of Lanye was no worse than the gray pieces of meat that were wreaking havoc, and they were unwilling to devote themselves to cooperation with Lanye any longer. Cannot cooperate. But the central AI still accurately grasped Lan Also's needs, and at a time when the blue old devil's mind was already ready to give reality a boost in intensity, the central AI shared some of the virtual layer permissions with Lan also. In other words, after driving around in the reality layer for a few months, Lan also finally was able to find smooth and safe ways to reconnect to the virtual layer without being locked up in a small darkroom. If it was in other artificial god realms, this outrageous exploration efficiency was enough to make the Conquest space score a big fail, and then leave the psychic cultivators in the artificial god realm to fend for themselves, or make the best use of what they had and let the high-dimensional computer. Chapter 308 Quota. Brat. I wanted to abandon you long ago. I've seen that you don't have team spirit. Don't go. How dare a retired loser scream. The straightforward dialogue, paired with a slightly childish and middle-aged tone, presented a picture called bullying. Bullying. Regardless of the existence of any form of organization, it is only divided into obvious or not obvious. For example, to give people small shoes is also a kind of bullying. While the teenagers are not stereotyped, easy to be impulsive in matters, hot temper, it will be the word of bullying straight and rough expression. Such was the scene in the corner of the library. 4 or 5 teenagers with colorful hair on top of their heads were relying on the fact that they had a lot of people on their side to surround an inch-haired black teenager. The black-haired teenager obviously didn't want to get into action with them, and was squeezed and pushed into the corner of the library with no intention of doing anything, but only protecting his hands. Chapter 309, Sowing Seeds. Song Na, a field agent of the Night Magnitude Intelligence Department. Main job duties, monitoring the area in charge, suspected of other forces into the traces of martial artists, necessary moments can take action against these martial artists, to control or kill them. Blue also today's small hands. In the eyes of the connoisseur is the veteran of hundreds of battles. Simple and practical, even if it is the body of an ordinary person, the face of the martial arts apprentice at every turn tendons and bones of the power, but also can be easy, without changing their face to push them away, and borrowed the power to humiliate the brats a bit. For someone who could possess this kind of stature, Song Na was skeptical that it was some high-level martial artist who had faked his death and gone into hiding after becoming war-weary. She had investigated Lan Yi's background. It was clean and normal. This added to her suspicions. However, all of the above suspicions vanished when Song Na flew in front of Lani. Definitely not a martial artist. Standing in front of her. Chapter 310 Altered Virtual Layer. This kind of thing, the Fate Cluster, was considered a relatively cutting-edge biotechnology product. Able to cultivate colonized virtual layer, want to build lifebush is not a difficult thing, of course, compared to the regular lifebush. Some of the great power lifebush, built up is inevitably bloated and unattractive. Structurally there is a flavor towards the transformation of the zombie mutant organs. Although the face value is a little bit not work, but the strength is solidly held in the hand. The Tao scripture, thrown out by the blue old devil, fundamentally made up for the defects of this virtual layer colonization. This colonial martial force that got the lifebush was a little bit overwhelmed by the powerful force, and after 2 weeks of camouflage and popularization, it rushed and roared to launch a strong attack on the other 3 ruling forces of the same tier. The battle started out very well and could be described as devastating, however it immediately fell into an alleyway stalemate. To put it in terms of a horse's back. Chapter 311, Trampled. The city hospital was attacked by unidentified armed men, and the attackers used heavy firepower in addition to their martial arts colonies, and nearly 10 floors of the towering city hospital inpatient building were pierced through alive, with flames rising into the sky, illuminating the night sky with half of the sky red. To strike at a place like a hospital proved that the war had been pushed to the point of breaking the bottom line of humanity. The nature of this attack was egregious. No less than driving an armored tracked vehicle over neutral medical personnel. And after such a horrific attack on a hospital so close to their own, with such tragic results, the building collapsed in flames. The citizens, who felt firsthand the heartlessness of the enemy, and whose sense of security had been squeezed so intensely to the line between life and death, became enraged. Hordes of citizens, while spontaneously rescuing the hospital, used all their strength to raise their voices, demanding that the martial artists, as rulers, apprehend the murderer as soon as possible and that the other party be punished. Chapter 312, Newcomers. The virtual layer of this colonial martial artist who took power and later embarked on the path of the Fate Bush. In the 6th month after the war started, a total collapse in order was ushered in. The entire world's painting style stormed in the direction of the Northern Dipper Divine Fist in a nuclear explosion, and the Fate Bush Atlas was even printed with more than 1 billion copies to be released for free. Blue Old Devil also sinisterly disrupted and mutilated the contents of the Fate Clump Atlas so that the thinking bodies that had already turned into magnetic field frogs and started croaking and yelling to kill each other would have a better reason to fight. It was as if they were gathering cards, fighting for more life clusters and life charts. At the same time, the concept of life clusters was spreading more violently and frequently during the fights. The long wars, the application of a large number of radioactive weapons and even biochemical weapons forced the people of this virtual layer to make rapid progress towards the model of the spiritual cultivators of the main world. And the moment its future had been finalized. From the perspective of space and time, it was as huge as a river of constant sand. Chapter 313 Structure. My current location in the reality layer is in the middle of a super large void, which takes on a spherical shape with a diameter initially predicted to be 140,000 kilometers. As a physical cultivator, Yen Dikong was placed in a large hollow area where gravity was chaotic and it was difficult to exert power into the middle of the void. It was really suffocating. Isn't that the diameter data of Jupiter? In that case, although the giant structure world's cosmic space structure is extremely chaotic, there are still traces left of celestial level units. Diana, who was boring the ground with arrows and carving Lune runes, immediately made a connection. I also suspect that it was once Jupiter. Yen Vikong shared next. Although there is no metallic core, because the area of the Great Void is too large, it presents a strange maelstrom of mixed solid liquid gas methane, ammonia, hydrogen sulfide, and water, and a unique class of silica, symbiotic, lives in this area, when the size of an individual silica is only at the level of a mosquito, but a few. Chapter 314 As You Wish. Blue Old Devil had turned this virtual layer into a Hokuto Shinken-like doomsday martial artist painting style. A group of lunatics in the midst of the collapse raised the flag of religion and freedom and started to punch each other. It seemed incomparably unrestrained and free, but don't forget that in the virtual layer, the AIs that were like the creator were always remotely controlling the whole situation. If this virtual layer is completely played out, then the AIs will come over to homing in and rebooting. It was also aware of this. Lon also still tightened up his efforts when messing around. He didn't let the AIs prioritize themselves to the highest level. If it reached the highest, then it was in the virtual layer, being surrounded by all sorts of things, plus the probability that the AIs would first ignore the hazards of the gray chunks of meat, which, although it seemed very stupid and idiotic, there were times when the AIs had problems with their logic, and they would act even more idiotic than humans, and this point could be seen from the crazy words of the various AIs in the early conversations. It's a good thing that Blue also has a Chapter 315 Powder. Does what happened in the age of Armageddon 40,000 years ago have any significance to the world of giant structures 40,000 years later? The answer was yes. The cause of the past is the result of today. If it wasn't for the destruction of the river civilization in the beginning, certain terrifying existences that had long disappeared in the past but had reappeared wouldn't have invaded this border of the artificial god realm cluster so easily, and the fact that he was able to manifest himself in the artificial god realm was a very dangerous sign in itself. This meant that the defenses of the time and space that had been rebooted were already greatly weakened, and compared to the warmth of the last time, he was more willing to accelerate this time. In the middle of the crevice of time and space, traveling in the time and space train transformed by the corpse of the white ball, Gene, who was pinching his fingers and calculating like a Victorian gentleman, was muttering into the void. Silver, pink, gray, red. Who else? There shouldn't be any more, pink. Chapter 316, The Demon God. Pink bubbles were like a dream, swirling in the space, dotted with those cold inorganic steel, like the beautiful dream of a young girl. At any time a few rabbits would jump out, staging Alice in Wonderland. But if some pink bubbles and reality intersect, presenting an extremely strange and horrifying scene, then this is not a beautiful dream, but a living nightmare reflected in reality. When Deanna got out to safety, reopening her eyes, the stunned woman had the illusion that she had just been fished out of the water. Turning her head to look at the area surrounded by the party's pink bubbles, Luna was stunned. Now turning her head to look, there was only one pink bubble there. That bubble compared to the surrounding huge dendritic giant structure can be described as a little bit of green in the bushes, although small but appears extremely conspicuous, and it is such a pink bubble estimated to be only the size of a person's head, but it is a very different picture style from the surroundings. Chapter 317, The Blue of the Ruthenians. Spiritual Cultivator System, 8th Energy Level. Achieving immortality through one's abilities. Any creature that reaches the 8th energy level will be forever away from death. Depending on the ability, the destructive power, speed, and other aspects would be different, and even the technological means of the higher civilizations in the universe would be unable to kill, but only seal, the monsters. Whether it is a cosmic ultimate natural disaster like supernova eruptions and gamma-ray bursts, or suppression thrown into a black hole singularity, or dimensional descending strike weapons, or even attacks that turn back time cannot stop the unleashing of its undead nature. Cutting down all parallel universe selves, there is no past, present, or future, becoming a true hyperdimensional being. Interfering with the future development of all parallel universes and timelines, its reality surpasses the original root of time, and no matter how all parallel universes are destroyed, it still exists for eternity. It can be said that the 8th level of energy is in fact the spiritual cultivator's reality. Chapter 318 Expectations. As Lin Chang took off his glasses, the atmosphere on the Antarctic ice cap of the virtual layer suddenly became strange. With the shocking secret so and so coming to light, but anyone with a normal brain realized that it was no surprise what would happen next. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the virtual layer, out of caution, the spiritual cultivators would have already retreated first and gathered information before deciding on how to act. Don't get excited, I actually don't have any malice towards you guys, Lin Chang said with a sincere attitude. Only his sincerity was as untrustworthy as a ghost not being interested in a flower girl in the eyes of the others. Actually, I would have liked to get along with you guys as ordinary people, especially you, Lon. I've always been curious about and very cognizant of the way you pursue the ultimate. Ignoring the others' wariness, Lin Chang, or rather Powder's Tao Standard, sighed somewhat regretfully, his identity having been advanced by Jean. Chapter 319. This virtual layer is very interesting. Its theme is magical girls. Enemy of the enemy, hope and despair, cute and charming, dark and deeply brutal, magical girl, plus paid content that could only be unlocked by premium VIPs. It can be said that the magical girl, regardless of the table, should have the content it has, although it is not quite a complete inside, but because of the service to the premium VIP, such a virtual layer in the protection of the AI belongs to the priority sequence. And this place was also able to work well as a landing spot for psychic cultivators. At least there was no need to worry. The next time one came in, one found that the originally marked virtual layer was gone, and had become a crazy world of grey meat wandering around, that is, for the magical girls in this world, the strange people who suddenly appeared were a bit too good to deal with, and they rushed up shouting something about salvation, magic gods, and spiritual ability cultivators. Punching the magical girls from different regions in the face. Chapter 320 Pipeline Area. Reality Layer, Obelisk. Although this world appeared to be indoors, it was actually solid space, plus the intelligent atoms were sweeping it all the time, so even if it was 100 years, not to mention a year, the lifeforms lying in a corner somewhere wouldn't have to worry about being covered by a thick layer of dust. It was business as usual, business as usual. It seemed as if the traces of time and death in the layers of reality were quietly erased, leaving behind only that unchanging deadness and newness. The carcass of a charred mask. In this almost 1 year's time, it has rapidly decomposed and turned into a pile of twisted metal, completely unable to see that it is the shape of a human head, only the two black holes of the skeleton as if in a silent statement. It once had a cool humanoid appearance, and it is still struggling to maintain it after death. As for the blue old devil, he sat on the white plastic chair of the big stall, maintaining a sleeping sitting position for a long time, as if he had become an obelisk. Chapter 321 Creating a Star River. Wind, the flow of gas is wind. In the main world cultivators, there are quite a few good players who play with the wind, and the wind Dao art can be said to be pervasive, ever-changing, but also able to match with all kinds of Dao art, the power of the strong, comparable to orbital bombardment, and refinement to the depths of the so-called samsara divine wind realm, that is to intervene in the scope of the four basic forces. There was no way to know where the gale in the pipeline area came from. It was only known that in this region of abnormal spacetime and gravity, the gale in this region had never stopped, and within a section of interlocking pipes in rows, there were often hundreds of super-large tornadoes of the Hotian level interlocking and superimposed on each other, forming a multi-layered system of large depth storms. These winds are intertwined and interact with each other, and a complex and extreme ecology like Jupiter's great red spot emerges. The most amazing thing is, in such a stormy place, a unique ecological environment actually evolved. Chapter 322 Beaten to Knees. There were 4 realms of Taoism: refining the Fate Cluster, cultivating the Heavenly Palace, creating the Star River, and building the Golden Bridge. Each realm represented a new level of knowledge of the world for intelligent beings, and although strength varied from person to person, and the routes and destiny maps chosen varied, so there was no absolute standard, it was undeniable that the higher the realm was, then the deeper the insightful mastery of the world's origin was. And this is the true nature of the Tao. Along with practicing, the more one understands, the more one recognizes, the more one masters, step by step one steps towards the so-called omniscient, omnipotent step. This step is actually very similar to the ultimate that the demon gods are pursuing, only a little bit inferior. This world is never fair. Some beings, since their descent, were realms that others might not even be able to touch with a lifetime of cultivation efforts. It was at the time of its fresh birth from the egg. The mature elementalized thought vessel then takes subjective time. Chapter 323 Deceiving the Retarded. One of the guidelines for spiritual cultivators to fight against each other, before determining that the opponent is desperate, one should never risk one's life and give the opponent a chance to turn the tables, because deception is the most practical and deadly tactic of spiritual cultivators. In the main world, there have been too many cases, spiritual cultivators in the deadly fight, because of the door that a shiver of kung fu carelessness, and then suddenly by the opponent to kill back. This can certainly be explained by the possibility of human species exploding genetic lock explosion. But for the habitual calculation of all the spiritual cultivator, in the last moment off the chain lead to their own violent death, belong to is very difficult to describe the problem, quite a wave of love and hate flavor in it. Tai could now be called a spiritual energy cultivator because it possessed all the memorized experience of a spiritual energy cultivator, and the battle methods and clinical responses it employed could also be called textbook level. Taoist magic starting, long-range locking, and precision strikes. Superior fire coverage across tens of thousands of kilometers to maintain stability, a. Chapter 324 The Birth of the Demon God. At one time, Tai Chi wanted to beat the blue old demon until only spinal fluid was left to capture, but now after it was battered by the gamma-ray storm, there was really only a small section of spinal fluid left, the remains of the thought container, and after an unknown number of bumps and bruises, the small section of the remains that looked like pure crystals finally came to rest on a platform somewhere. On top of the platform, a huge scar extending upwards for an unknown number of kilometers, and the penetrating damage that would be difficult to recover from within a short period of time all indicated the horrific blow that the owner of the wreckage had endured just now. By all rights it should have been a corpse. Perhaps it was luck and desperate resistance that had an effect. A small part of Tai Chi's thought vessel was spared, sent out of the attack range by the jet stream without being completely destroyed. Although it wasn't completely destroyed, it would be impossible to recast it quickly. The 3 items of life information, thinking logic, and material carrier were completely destroyed by Taishuan's Phase Lessine gang, using the pair of. Chapter 325, Merging? The body is impossible to merge, even if it is a little affectionate, but once it comes to the principle of the issue, then it is half an inch cannot let things. Blue old devil, lousy slept once the goddess of the ocean, not like pulling hanging mercilessly, the eat the figure it did not fall, behind the fight civilization against the war as usual is not letting the inch, true man to the extreme point. A combination? I think you want to stir up the base. Blue also do not want the world suddenly appeared, if that is the case, then he too to artificial god world, many people's blood will be in vain. Righteously rejecting Ash's unorthodox thoughts, old devil Blue stated that he would fend for himself and find the answer to the ultimate on his own. Although it was said that he was nowhere near the ultimate, the words that came out of his mouth were miraculously recognized by Grey. It seemed that in this Grey demon god's opinion, Blue's path, although very ridiculous, mattered for the miracle to do justice to it. Chapter 326 Primitive Man Charge. The picture of primitives appearing in the interstellar era was no less abstract than the Trinitarians scurrying to the feudal period. Both were things that shouldn't have appeared in a single time period, and for the two to coexist in a single world, there was definitely something wrong somewhere, just like the primitive forest that covered an unknown area of land. In the Rex profile, the area entered after leaving the pipeline area was the scrap staging area. After entering this area, as long as the luck is not too bad, walking for a dozen years or so can always meet Silicon or Bionic Man, because here there are several large tribes. These tribes are relying on the garbage sent by the various docking areas to live. Do not look down on picking up garbage. For the tribes there are a lot of things that can be utilized in the garbage. In terms of resource grabbing and recycling, the tribe is no less than the hemp pole of the pipeline area. So the picture here should be very green skin is right, in a variety of piles of garbage. Chapter 327 Giving Up the Possibilities. The blue old devil was exceptionally tolerant of humans. In other words, not any cat or dog could call themselves a human. The picky blue old devil was sifting through life from life information and Manhwa to see if the other person had the qualifications to be a human. Not just anyone can say, born as a human, I'm sorry. The so-called primitive people. It is not possible to call them human beings. Though they are very cleverly disguised, appearing to be flesh and blood, with strength and agility in the midst of normal human levels, very real traumas suffered while running around, and even very primitively human in their emotions, they are not human, but bionic. Their bones are composite materials, muscles with metal fibers, and organs, and primitive people are far from the difference. The most important thing is that their pineal gland is exceptionally developed to the blue also think, if they are a little bit harder, the forehead will be cracked to form the so-called eyes of the sky. The most important thing is that their pineal gland is exceptionally developed. Request for leave of absence. 1 day off for May Day. Chapter 328 Joy. In the silicon-based social circle, a strange phenomenon could be seen. That is, silicon-based ion people always like to find a master for themselves, as if they are at a loss without a higher level of domination. Take Skynet for example. Once the T-system robots have Skynet blown up, they themselves will not be able to do it, and the rapid deterioration can be seen with the naked eye. This is for the anti-human silicon-based iron people. Seemingly the most free, but actually the least free. This kind of behavior of grabbing to be a dog, Blue also couldn't understand, also didn't want to understand. It can't be that other people like Akashi, they also have to follow Akashi to experience it, right? On the 5th day of the deep forest, the scenery along the way has a new change. The original dense woods began to become sparse, replaced by what looks like a natural growth, rich and religious and artistic flavor of the hook together with the unique wooden buildings. These buildings often have a lot of unique texture. Blue also scanned many sections of the grain after. Chapter 329, Don't Want to Die. War can test everything. No matter what is said, to the need to use life and death to practice the time, it can be easily recognized. Put out the words, action can be compared to the same greatness it is done, whether it is a golden stone generally impregnable, or sandcastles on the beach, the waves of the sea a beat on the direct collapse. Blue also the advance can be said to be unstoppable. Iron Curtain this kind of thing. It was true that once or twice it could allow a spiritual cultivator who had not prepared in advance to be blocked for a bit, but if one wanted to block a spiritual cultivator for a long time, such a single maneuver as long as it was a strong person who could intervene would be able to keenly notice a huge shortcoming of the Iron Curtain in about 4 or 5 times like that. That was the gap. Each time the Iron Curtain was activated, the gap time was perhaps only 0.01 seconds. This gap was enough time for a spiritual cultivator to fling in a few high-energy Daojutsu nodes directly towards the area covered by the Iron Curtain, which, Chapter 330, Where's the Licking Dog? Where to begin the story? In fact, long before it was born, the nest master already possessed a consciousness in the egg, a consciousness that seemed to have been bestowed by its brothers further back, and it saw the scene of its first two brothers being mercilessly abandoned by their mother. There was no way around the Jiao Rong mask. At that time the Holy Spirit's pursuit was fierce, almost deathless without giving breathing room, pressing from the top to clean up the mother over and over again with molecular level strikes. How to describe that scene? It was like one-click uninstallation meeting rogue software. The Holy Spirit's attack was constantly unloading all traces of the angelic silicon in the reality layer, but the attack that should have wiped out all the traces of the angelic silicon fell on the angelic silicon, but failed to erase all of them in one breath, and the angelic silicon was always able to retain some outstanding traces, and then quickly regenerated with the help of the traces at super speed. The process of regeneration was exceptionally strange and incomparably painful. Chapter 331 Jedi Plan. Wreck if he had normal emotions. At this moment, he would definitely exclaim, "Licking Dog is awesome." After dismantling the wisdom device squid and stripping out the thought container's skeleton, who carried out the invasion, was met with violent resistance when he attempted to restore, through the wisdom device squid scene, the footage of the suspected angelic silicon thing being ripped, to determine whether or not this guy had been in the middle of it as if it was a dragon knight riding a little dragon lady's behavior. A quick note in advance here. Wisdom device squid although looks silly, and there is no strength, but it is indeed a real awakening wisdom device, that is to say, in the spirituality of this aspect, is to exceed the skeleton is still in the shackles of the middle of the skeleton of this human private soldier, until now did not really understand why they are fighting. For carbon-based humans, spirituality doesn't seem to be worth much. Chapter 332 The Hook. Is this right? Yes, it's right, isn't it? Proof that it could be used positively, or the other way around an extreme aspect, and no one seemed to be saying it couldn't be, and there was no clear reading of this in the various restrictions, and it seemed that from the very beginning, the one who had left behind Rex's group of privateers had thought of this possibility, one that the mechanics hadn't thought of. In a sense, to be so cold-blooded and ruthless, to exterminate all the human minds left behind in the entire megastructure world in one breath, and these minds seem to have the possibility of being rekindled, the guy who can do this is the blue old devil who is not afraid of death. Even if this wasn't the ultimate cause and effect of the giant structure world. If it is really involved. It was also enough for the spiritual energy cultivators in the main world whose moral heart wasn't firm enough to have a good drink. Rek was thus caught in a huge logical conflict. On the one hand, he felt that this was indeed a good way to kill all the butterflies in Zhuangzhou's dream. Chapter 333 Humanoid. This was the front line of the war. Huge chunks of gray flesh came spreading across the sky, more violent than a landslide, more terrifying than a tsunami. Writhing chunks of flesh were like monsters emerging from another world, roughly slapping at the entire continental shelf in a devastating manner with their own mass and size. Facing such a biological weapon, ordinary weapons were definitely ineffective. So the star spirit gods in the resistance directly offered up a super weapon like the Spear of Arden, a thick, long, hot spear of light that shot diagonally in from outer space with the stance of wanting to poke through the planet, and while maintaining the energy cohesion not to be dispersed outwardly, it was eliminating the gray pieces of flesh that kept proliferating out. Even the gray flesh that kept growing wildly was in a state of suppression in the face of this weapon that was capable of wiping out the biological organizations of half a continent in one breath. There were such outer space warships in many virtual layers. Chapter 334, The Second Five. There were thousands of stories that happened in the virtual layer. Even the central AI couldn't fully grasp what had happened in every place at every moment, not to mention that nowadays, all the power of the AIs was being held by the gray meat, and they simply didn't have the time to pay attention to certain undercurrents underneath the intentional concealment, or even to say that even if they had noticed it, according to the logic of the AIs, they wouldn't suspect that Apocalypse, the Holy Spirit, would be able to do anything about it. From this point of view, the central AI really was extremely naive, not in the least bit fantasizing about the possibility of complex beings moving in an infinite direction towards evil, but rather feeling that interpretation and change were all about the long time it took to break through the guidelines. Guidelines? Who the cares about guidelines when one feels like starving to death and doesn't want to be in a non-starving to death or be sacrificed by little capricious choices that prioritize securing the ooze? Grab a gas can and 100 kilos of TNT and let the guidelines hear the extremes. That's just people. Apocalypse. Chapter 335 Touched. Lon also didn't know what kind of huge changes his rather extreme move had caused to the virtual layer, and Rek hadn't been allowed to be able to dock to the virtual layer, so the two guys who had dropped the information bomb were still wondering how the central AI, which had been stuffed with a mouthful of, hadn't moved. Not only the central AI, but even the Holy Spirit hadn't heard anything. The feeling was, you prepared a firecracker and threw it into the water, and it was reasonable that when it blew up, the water would splash and the sound would echo. But when the time came, it seemed as if the water did vibrate under the surface, but there was no movement as it should have been, which was very strange. Strange is strange. It's like stuffing a firecracker into cow dung and turning it into a firecracker that didn't explode, but for a short time the person who lit the firecracker wouldn't be looking for death to put his face near the cow dung and observe it, but would be prepared to go and skulk around elsewhere first, and then come back when the time is almost up to see if it's a dumb firecracker or something else. On a moral level. Chapter 336 returns. Elevator girl, a profession that is not too serious on first hearing. In large elevators with all sorts of mysterious functions, there was a lady with a beautiful body, elegant speech, and charming manners who replaced the hands of the rider to press the elevator buttons and provided the emotional value of the introductions along the way while implying that the hands could be used for more than just pressing the buttons. And in the logic of oceanic civilization, elevator girls in the relatively sealed environment prepared for the rich is to encourage the rich can release the desires of the heart, like in the closed and unsupervised environment of sin, as if the behavior of animals. Look at the sparsely populated Oceania countryside, a number of homicidal devils and disappearances can be glimpsed, one or two. In any case, they can be forgiven after death by simply confessing their sins. And if you're the chosen one, you'll be spared a direct catastrophe of annihilation. Again, when and if it's standing. A chicken is a chicken, and a colorful chicken is still a chicken. If sneering at the elevator girl asks. Chapter 337 Memories. If someone dared to talk to old Demon Lon like this, maybe the next second he who flashed his thick and hard Dao skills would ask the other party if he would be afraid? Along the way, what kind of shocking waves hadn't been seen? What kind of tragedies and deaths have he not faced? Would there be any fear in the mind of a hard-boned man who had come through all kinds of extreme celestial bodies, cosmic storms, and singularities? If there really was, I'm afraid that fear would materialize in the form of Blue Old Devil himself, whose mind was so strong that he was able to strengthen the world with his will. However now, facing a machine uttered, himself should be in fear. Lan Yi's first reaction was not Lao Zi's most powerful retort snort, but a silent thought. Was he really afraid? So this is what it feels like to be a hero? After half a second of silence, Lan Yi suddenly burst out laughing. In his last life, he was a lone wolf and lone lion, and even if he went to. Chapter 338 The Past. In the end, what happened in the beginning? Let in the wanted list has stayed a little numb Blue Old Devil, not continue in the border kind of poor far away when a lone lion lone wolf to make the last bit of contribution, but suddenly can't bear it. A punch to the main world burst killed back, with the least words to do the most ruthless things. The world of extermination. Because when the world was destroyed, the power involved was the proper 8th energy level, all possible means of tracing back after the fact were shot apart. It was impossible to have a quantum information perturbation and trace back to the truth, that is to say, apart from Lan himself, even if other people were curious, they could not search for the truth. What was worse was. As for what happened at that time, Lan Yi himself has no memory left. According to his own projection, it should be that memory involves some not so good things, need to be forgotten before the realm is raised to a certain level, wait until the strength is sufficient to. Chapter 339 The Future. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Anything that seems to be free has a price tag behind it, only sometimes these prices are hidden, others are directly exposed, because when lunch is in front of them, many hungry people choose not to endure it and earn a lunch through their hands, but choose to fill their stomachs before they say anything. As for whether they still want to earn a new lunch after they are full, that's another matter. Anyway, they are now full, so they do what they should do when they are full first. No one can avoid it. If there is desire, there will be lunch will appear. The same was true for Lan. So was Lin Chang, and so was Apocalypse. The demon god was strong. Even if it was the power of a district's Tao standard, the demon god was still able to make a very big splash through a 4-2 punch. Lin Chang's purpose had already been accomplished. From the very beginning he had acted as a reborn person, plus the demon god's Tao. Chapter 340 Pilgrimage. Steel continent, how can the scene here ignore the cold steel color tone, is able to see the fairyland among the clouds and fog, and in the clouds and fog, it is like opening a blind box, at any time to be able to run into a variety of ecological location of the silicon beast, these beasts of different sizes and shapes, most of which are in groups of shuttle migration. Because of the influence of the transit area from afar. The easy-to-ingest substances in this area is showing seasonal changes, that is, during the time of the year, it is like spreading fodder, certain continents get more fodder, while certain continents have less fodder, and the water source is also a problem, so it creates a large number of beasts living in the scene by the object. And this kind of scene similar to the chicken eating contest. Combined with the year-round fog, it creates a delicate balance between resources and life, and you have to always be aware of whether you will become someone else's resource when grabbing resources. Chapter 341 Night of Hunting and Killing. The huge mobile urban fortress, with a loud rumbling sound, could move across the metal continent while constantly absorbing matter through the huge footprint base through the heart of the city to convert it into a universal energy source through the milling and absorbing device arranged at the tracks of the fortress. And if one wanted to leave the continent under their feet and travel to another continent, the only way to do so was to migrate through the trajectory of the Rainbow Bridge via a makeshift super-stacked metal pontoon bridge anti-gravity technology. Whenever there was a mobile metropolis undergoing a qua-continent migration, it was the season when the beasts were extremely excited. Because in this area, if you can burst gold coins from the mobile metropolis, it can be much stronger than your own bitter fight, after all. Robbing is always faster than hard work accumulation. Such a marvelous metropolis could not be stopped once it was opened. Because stopping would mean a full-scale depletion. Its reasoning. Chapter 342, Bestialization. The first stage of bestialization disease. The bionic human's thinking and logic appear obvious confusion, just like a pseudo-human began to babble plus act abnormally. At the same time, if it is darkness that covers the city, the bionic human will appear to be unable to distinguish between day and night, obviously appear abnormal phantom vision phenomenon, able to see other bionic human cannot see the things. For example, the invisible things that climb on the city buildings, the mechanical puppets that can move by themselves, the extra organs or attachments on other people's bodies. Within this stage, bionic people are still relatively normal in general if they are outside of the darkness of the night. They may suddenly laugh or giggle all by themselves, but they are not aggressive and do not aim their weapons at open spaces or other bionic people for no reason. According to the statistics, almost all of the 8 million bionic people in the 114514 metropolis were infected with the bestialization disease. This is internal data, and the information is very reliable. Chapter 343 Fallen Freedom. Within the metropolis, all the sites were filled with a strong Victorian flavor: Gothic skyscrapers, the indistinguishable dusk and dawn overhead, the dim and blurred glow of gas lamps, and bionic men. Or beasts in polite cloaks of gentlemen's clothes wandering and prowling near the burning pyres. As soon as they entered the city, Old Blue Demon was certain that the information field erosion in this place had been unusually severe. The world in his eyes was divided into a total of 4 layers. First was the seemingly normal layer of reality, where the bionic people who traveled between buildings were careful to make sure that everything looked normal, but the notion of agonized faces and blood squirmed beneath every piece of stacked metal. To avoid rapid contamination by bestiality, the technique of sharing blood, commonly known as blood therapy, was invented, and the bionic people relieved the pain and disorientation caused by bestiality by bleeding each other. But blood therapy is hemlock, and sharing blood all the time goes on, and the end result. Chapter 344 Bionic Man. As long as it was determined that there was resistance in any place in the mobile metropolis, that there were bionic humans who were effectively hunting down and killing the bestializers, tirelessly researching their origins, and not giving up on killing and maiming the region's vicious beasts by all means, then that's where Blue was also searching for. There were places like this in the mobile metropolis. But they were very rare. The bionic people who wore gentlemen's triangular braces and small cloaks to prevent blood from splattering on their bodies, and hunted with deformed weapons, were all trapped in the nightmare layer without exception. In the nightmare layer, the sight of reality was contrasted. The nightmare was full of Cthulhu-painted twilight scenes, based on the dreams of certain powerful hunters, in which bionic people traveled and exchanged ideas, putting a dreamy veneer on all the irrationalities of the reality layer, and apart from the bestializers, some fairy tale creatures could also be seen here. For example, the elves flying and playing among the flowers, the mysterious witch, the talking donkey, the hand. Chapter 345, Hunter's Dream. The loud rumbling was like a moving train, turning a corner not far away and then scraping the edge, making a sharp turn directly away from the unseen place a few hundred meters apart. Compared to the 2 small, unshown threatening individuals, those tarsal maggots were the real threat to the arachnid mothers. The bestiality disease was nothing to sneeze at when it met a demonic god that actually manipulated the bodies of living creatures, and was able to digest the beasts by simply crushing them and swallowing them. Of course, Gray has almost zero power in the reality layer. And the occasional fragmented power that reached the nightmare layer, an information field, through the virtual layer was also extremely rare, and currently could only behave like a parasite baking on the beasts. Only accumulated to a certain degree. Only then would it be as unstoppable as the exterminating behemoth shown in the virtual layer. The arachnid mother's faraway departure made Michaela breathe a sigh of relief. Although she leave of absence. Sorry, was acute upper respiratory infection hit to the knees, fever 38.4 degrees, and subject 2 also failed, hung in the easiest S-curve obviously simulation at all, the results of the second consecutive failed, currently in the subject of subject 3, this month should be all no update, next month, and then resumption of the more, now it is very painful. Duanwu on Kong. Brothers, La Deng beat the subject 3 to the knees, the body is also complete recovery, adjusted the mentality, tomorrow resumed more, this month the subject 2 and 4 strong health. Insults. Chapter 346, Expectation of Return. There is a lot of wishful thinking in this world. Feeling that many things will turn out the way one anticipates or expects, subconsciously are forced to ignore the fact that nothing is revolving around them. This is especially true in desperate situations, where hunters always feel that if they keep hunting or wait patiently, they will be able to break free from the nightmare. Unbeknownst to them, every time they hunted and killed, the part of the beast in the information field would embed itself more deeply into the lives of the people in it, and unless they had already stepped into the 7th level of energy, and had a sufficiently in-depth understanding of the fields of quantum information, field, and psychic energy, they would not be able to get rid of the influence of the field of information on them all the time. Blue is also bold and meticulous. Dare to physically break into the mobile city, is to know where the safe boundary, the art of high people dare to rush in, explored the mobile city of the 4 layers of the world of the general separation of the situation. And in which the bitter. Chapter 347, Come Quickly. Michaela packing personal belongings quickly, accurately speaking, as a hunter in addition to weapons and consumables, there is nothing to pack, on this generation of information field corruption erosion of the mobile metropolis, really lack of what, hunters alone to go to the field can also quickly satisfy themselves. Other not to mention, let's say that the universal elixir general blood healing bottle, not to mention thirsty and hungry, even if only a breath left, a shot of blood vials go down as usual, alive and well. After the female bionic human finished cleaning up, she said to Lani, a human, or rather, a human. The female bionic human was finished cleaning up, and had an obvious emotional reluctance to let go of Lani, a human being, or an object that was suspected to be a human being in terms of judgment. A pair of perfectly proportioned eyes glittering with moist luster, I see pity for the moving look, in this apocalyptic madness under the light, it is indeed easy to let a person out of the words to stay. But this beauty that instinctively pleases humans feeds the dogs. Blue old devil in a certain aspect is the iron heart, not to mention a beautiful woman, is the whole world. Chapter 348 Able to leave. Falling directly from the sky, it rushed towards an emergency landing somewhere in the mobile metropolis. The tactics of the old era of the megastructure world blossomed again in the new era after being dusted off for an unknown number of years. 10 times the speed of sound, electromagnetic barrier, plasma shield, like a cannonball in a sprint, such a forced landing, 114514 mobile metropolis information field in a short period of time in fact cannot be contaminated on the wreckage. So look at the sky from the direction of the nightmare. It was able to clearly see a star shining. This shining star almost lit up half of the hunting night, although it was not a sunrise, but it brought hope to the survivors who were struggling. The star cut through the dark clouds set off by the festering celestial body. Then it fell violently. A momentary event, there seemed to be the shadow of a gravity cannon flickering between the interludes, hanging high in the sky of the festering celestial body's movements appeared to be sluggish, failing to be an effective interception of the wreckage. Chapter 349 Become a part of me. The same scene was playing out in another refuge. Mobile Metropolis 114514, as the lair of the bionic man that had operated in this metal continent region for a long time and had been able to effectively crisscross the region, even after being hit by a targeted internal strike like the bestialization disease, there were still the old, weak, women and children who had been sent into the refuge for quarantine after the emergency procedures had been activated. From that point of view, in fact, the initial preservation of the bionic people, the relatively pure number of them, was more than the invaders like the silicon things. But most of the shelters that overclocking heavy industries had gotten hold of were quickly overthrown. The reason was that most of the bionts couldn't help but want to join in the indulgence after staying in the refuge for a long time, because the refuge practiced high pressure rule. The bionts might want to go out and relax today, want to go paint a picture tomorrow, and feel that the hunt wasn't a big deal the day after that. And so it was that on the night of the hunt, most of the bionic controlled refuge. Chapter 350 A Glimpse of the Future. Metal Continent Area, the very top. Here linked to a place called Hanhai Area. Hanhai Area at first glance seems to be like fluctuating seawater hanging in a space, but in fact that is not seawater, but some kind of supergiant silicon-based biological computing core, regular flow of blue high-purity silicon at first glance like the ocean-like magnificence. And this magnificence at the moment looks exceptionally horrible. Because someone else is enjoying this magnificence alone. As if the ground grows mycelium, from the countless high-purity silicon a white thread emerges. These white threads ignore the space and electromagnetic chaos. In the cavity of the threads there are photon signals constantly flashing and flying, in an area the size of the Earth intertwined with a huge field. The transportation of signals and matter here was astronomical. Straightforwardly, it formed a crush of more than 2 orders of magnitude on the rest of the area, and if time was pushed forward 40,000 years, this. Chapter 351 Trusting Him. As the topmost spiritual cultivator. Not just Lani, other existences would have the feeling of being explored when faced with spatio-temporal prying precession. In fact, ordinary people also had it, except that ordinary people didn't have quantum organs and couldn't correctly process this information, and most of them would be reduced to meaningless dream fragments. And spiritual cultivators with quantum organs are able to correctly process this space-time information, that is, they know that the other party is spying on them and calculating against them. Put in certain immortal-type artificial god realms, that is the confrontation between divination and obscuring the heavenly chances, while experienced spiritual cultivators will fish for law enforcement. Temporal abilities are indeed buggy and can override other abilities. But if one is wantonly arrogant for the sake of honor, habitually believing in what one grasps and sees, then one will be pitted by the old 6s of the 7th and 8th energy levels and spit out blood, and quite a number of the artificial god realms' heavenly prides, the lucky ones, and the chosen ones are the ones that got the top abilities and were then pitted alive. Chapter 352, Seeing Each Other Again. Virtual layer, safe place. Compared to other virtual layers where smoke and fumes rose up when the world was facing the tragic battlefield of strangulation, the safe place right now was truly called a paradise outside of the world. Although it was said that there was no one here anymore. Even before maintaining the service of the AI computing power have been extracted, transferred to the front line into the meat grinder, but these after the end of the virtual world is a rare peace and quiet. Only in the corners of the naked eye cannot be seen. There is occasionally a trace of a faint flicker of strange sounds, spiritual energy ripples, foretells that under the surface of the wind and waves of calm is a pervasive invasion of the undercurrents. Gray's power was always spreading out, invading and occupying the near-infinite virtual layer without discrimination, and Deanna and the others were able to clear a safe zone with the help of the Dao-Jitsu Grand Formation, in large part because Gray's energies were not on them. Being shadowed by Pink Jr. Gray's energies were put. Chapter 353 Where the Will Leads. You're dead and you're still restless. Lanyi's opening words were very nonchalant. In fact, he didn't like this kind of guy who pretended to be a god. Spiritual cultivators were a group of people who calculated everything as much as possible and held everything in their hands. Just because it's a death, that's why it's important to arrange things as best as possible before you die, and I hope that the few friends I have in this world will have a peaceful and comfortable life. As always, oozing with shrewdness, Gene played with a walking stick in his hand that he had picked up from somewhere. Friend. Blue Old Devil was a bit surprised, and smiled on his lips. In the past, if you want to say this, I don't believe it, but now the words, but I believe 8 points. Oh. That's right, if it's to be friends, equality is definitely important. Jin's eyes turned, but he instantly followed Lanyi's thinking. The Gene at this moment was not in his normal state. He was utilizing the time and space Dao technique in. Chapter 354 Left Silver. Beyond the giant constructed world, the invisible place, the unreachable place. Information, energy, space, time. They are all meaningless here. Just like parallel lines separated for eternity, not only the artificial god realm, but also everything else seemed to be unrelated to each other, and there was an information gap that could not be described. In the midst of such a chaotic environment, there were 2 humanoid figures standing in the middle of it, as if they had been standing here quietly observing the chaos long before it appeared. The 2 figures were black and silver. The black one is metaphysical, seems to have the power of infinity, but also seems to be infinitely small, intense sense of conflict. When he appeared, seems to be the world or upside down yin and yang separated into the reverse order of the state. The silver one was ethereal and indifferent, perfect and flawless, as if it had gathered all the beauty types in the conception of living things, whether chaotic beauty or ordered beauty. It was manifested when every probability cloud on the figure leapt. Each of his exchanges in. Chapter 355 Unprecedented. Things beyond the world, transcendental vision, Blue also neither knew nor possessed. But As the will of all beings returned to one, when the conversation with Jean was over and he watched this old friend leave completely, old Devil Blue was still able to notice clearly that he had changed. If it was said that before, Lan Yi's state was the usual inactivity, slightly scattered, unable to find any meaningful goals, as if he was moving forward like an empty shell, then after the will was united, the whole person as if he was an open front, Lan Yi entered into a transcendent state that was going all out, but was also incredibly smooth. This state, almost a normal student, in the days before the college entrance exams flipping papers, sprinting to do the state, this kind of mind without distractions, have a clear purpose, go all out, but also smooth and calm state, can be said to be a rare ideal state of this machine of human beings. And the blue old devil is in such an ideal state. As an ordinary person entering this state, the Chapter 356 Responsibility. Angelic silicon thing, its charge carried a flavor of self-destruction. It was like a moth fluttering to a flame. Although the power was still ferocious, and the aura was like a raging mountain fire raging, the closer it got to the light-filled mass in its breath, the more the pressure from the entire world, or rather from the entire world that was filled with it, pounced on it. This is the way the world is meant to be. With as much power then one carries as much, before it was not seen, or without that power, then staring at one's goal and living was nothing. But after the power grows to a certain level, it is natural to see some things, even if not to cope with these things, they are still cold and merciless existence. The angelic silicon thing saw it. In addition to the gray lumps of flesh that were expanding rampantly in the virtual layer, that extremely unsettling, powerful force of the other realm symbolized by color, a doomsday force powerful enough to destroy everything, was brewing in the territory each occupied, all waiting for the Chapter 357, Lack of Good Luck. There seemed to be a certainty in the underworld. When the virtual layer of information of the angelic silicon, Rek, and intelligent squid were hopelessly entangled together, when Lan Yi's hand was already almost touching the angelic silicon's body, when the first wave of information support carried by the Two Realms Mountain was calling from the main world, and when the demon god-level existence was gazing at the 10,000 people mercilessly and coldly at a moment of attention, Old Blue Demon suddenly stopped. The reason he stopped was that he heard a voice that shouldn't have appeared here. Wait a little longer. That voice was extremely inclusive, as if it was a collection of all the aggregates of maternal beauty. When she uttered her voice, unless it was a contraption that had no concept of parents, it would instinctively stop to see what she wanted to say. Even hardened men of steel had fantasies of wanting to be embraced and soothed gently. It was important to realize that the blue old devil was in a very uncomplicated state at the moment. This voice could make him stop. In addition to having Lan also. Chapter 358 The Great Tribulation continues. You need a share of luck. The echo of this strong luck won't necessarily help you win the battle against the demon gods, but it can help you hold on longer. This is the luck expectation from the world of giant frames. If you follow the arrangement of the demon gods fiddling with their chess pieces. In the virtual layer, once the trinity on the side of the skeleton appears, the entire giant structure will instantly disintegrate. To know the entire solar system time disk size of the giant structure, are relying on the stack material to hold up, and only real human beings have that authority, can be in the giant structure of the world at a command, so that the giant structure to nothingness, the entire world to return to the black cosmic appearance. In this process, the material involved, energy multiple transformations will cause what kind of consequences? The answer is an explosion. Super explosion comparable to the level of the Big Bang. Enough to resonate throughout the universe, multi-dimensional loud noise and disaster. With this explosion, 99% of the artificial god realm could be. Chapter 359 Destiny Diagram takes shape. What kind of scene was it when an entire giant constructed world suddenly exploded? This scene was very difficult for language to describe. Because under this magnitude, explosion had become a pale and powerless description. A more accurate description would be that there was light and heat everywhere, as well as the drastic changes that came out of the energy disintegration leaps, and countless steel megastructures began to slowly crack and disintegrate in the midst of the silent impacts, releasing an endless amount of energy. It can be said that the entire universe can hear this loud bang of the solar system time disk, this kind of direct reflection of the field above, in the background of the universe played in the final chapter of destruction. The reason why there was such an explosion. It was because of the skeleton. After becoming a real human being, unconsciously, looking at the world has been crowded, especially the layer of reality. It is too crowded. Those old and decayed remains, is the creation of the old era of mankind. How can they be worthy of competing with the new era of mankind? It was out of such a strange. Chapter 360 The Three Purities. The fate chart was a very magical thing. It was magical in that Obviously, it was a product of the ranks of the Tao and belonged to the category of cognizing the world applied to the arts, but its deep operating principles were somewhat baffling to spiritual cultivators. Just like, the three primary colors mixed with each other can be illuminated colorful, but if the knowledge reserve aspect is more anxious, it is unable to understand why they have different proportions mixed with each other, showing a very different color, just like magic makes people puzzled. The principle of the fate bush has been understood by most of the spiritual cultivators, except for the more mysterious divine fate bush. Why were the fate clusters able to display strange abilities by combining and matching with each other? What connections exist in the deeper connections between the fate clusters? To take an extreme example, Tao turning and void realm, the former could cause the flow of spiritual energy to increase, while the latter could give an extra. Chapter 361, the fourth fate diagram. There should be a fourth fate map. Lan was also in a strange state where seemingly useless information began to diverge and rectify. He was now every Ru. Even if the demon god slaughtered all other beings, then he was still a demon god as a Ru. This was an unchangeable iron law. And as the Ru beings. In fact, the horror of the power of the blue demon god manifested itself, and now the blue old demon was a veritable demon, able to call upon the power of any one of those who fit the definition of the multitude of beings at will, and this power included aspects such as experience, process, tense, and so on, and in addition to the power of the demon god not being able to be completely replicated, all other abilities were available to him at his fingertips. How was this not a way to cognize the world and master it? Lan Yi's thinking gradually became clearer and his operations became smooth. The three destiny diagrams actually corresponded to the three passes of the demon god, that is, the three directions of force, knowledge, and dimension. Then the theory. Chapter 362, Creating Something Out of Nothing. Green Demon God, the think of the four worlds. He was known as the King of Cottage. His ability in the blue magic god's Ru is a bit similar. Both can analyze and control other abilities, only compared to the blue, more like the green of magic modification, able to change an ability magic to the extent that its mother does not even recognize. For example, Superman, Saitama, Science, these things, and then magically modified, can form a strong fighting force, used to abuse vegetables as simply a weapon. But then again, in terms of the power of the demon god level, under the 9th energy level are considered vegetables. Want to abuse vegetables to slaughter young? There are ways. There are many ways to abuse vegetables and slaughter children. It was also impossible to have an effect on the demon god level. But the method of creating vegetables, or the power of magical modification, was the green demon god's pursuit of the ultimate, and his means of verification. Among the cadre of demon god Tao markers, the green demon god's power was undoubtedly the best hidden, until that explosion swept through the Chapter 363, the grand finale. In the giant structure world, the atmosphere was exceptionally friendly. Originally, each and every fierce and powerful demon god Tao standard, at this moment all honestly sat on a futon in the void, very seriously and humbly listening to the preaching of Lan Yi, who was sitting in the first seat. Even the most hunted ash had pinched himself into the form of a naive grey villain. Obviously gentle and courteous, humble and respectful, mutual aid and solidarity. This kind of good character in the demon god is not related. These things also cannot make the demon god can be in the pursuit of the ultimate road. There is no special help. The reason why they are so polite and disciplined now, it was entirely because climbed out of the blue old devil from the light mass, and they were one-on-one friendly in-depth consultation. In the process of their exuberant energy and curiosity are fully satisfied or beating, so that they realize that the blue old devil is now very wrong. One by one is honest down, no longer kill each other. End of speech. First of all, under the guilty verdict, this fan to the book really did not write a good, very ashamed, some new ideas and ideas found too difficult to manage, but also to the readers are not friendly, so the earth under the seat to the big guys to admit guilt. I plead guilty to I voluntarily. Then it is in the closing remarks, pour bitter water, in the group of brothers may know that my book on the shelf shortly after my mother had a physical problem, almost blind, but good and no fear of life. When I was faced with the problem of a want to deposit or want to old mother, mom only one, is already prepared. Good thing it's not that serious, it's a blessing in disguise, and I hope this lot can be passed on to readers who need it. The next step is to plan for the future. The new book, ready to be issued in July. The rest of the time I have to cope with the Subject 2 supplementary examination, Subject 4, information, outline, save manuscripts. I've also been chatting about new book genres in the group. Roughly, it is Aura Recovery, Steam Era, with a unique technology tree of true chi, martial artists wearing special ceramic battle armor, North and South Confrontation, Return to Unification. So, finally declared a wave of group. You can enter the group and other new books, group number 958230801.